Chapter 481. Squeak. The Tibetan chinchilla looked at the strange Pokemon in front of him with some surprise. After hearing what Naoki said, the great dog couldn't help but look up and wag its tail at him, breathing happily. Great dog is also very cute, Chishu said softly. But then again, there are rumors that Great Dog is a Pokemon that is the reincarnation of the soul of a dead Pokemon. Has a Pokemon died in this place before? Naoki hummed. The forest fire 2 years ago caused many Pokemon here to lose their lives. This place is the cemetery I built for them. The bodies of those Pokemon who died are buried here. As he said that, Naoki squatted down and waved at the tomb dog. Seeing this, the tomb dog immediately trotted over with its tail wagging excitedly. Chishu also squatted down beside him. The tomb dog looked at Naoki, then looked at her, then wagging its tail and rubbing against Chishu, then leaned down, as if wanting to invite the two to play together. The two played with the tomb dog for a while, and seeing that the haunted matter was resolved, Naoki prepared to go back first. He noticed that Chishu began to shiver from the cold. Chishu seems to be afraid of the cold. Realizing this, Naoki stood up and said to the Pokemon around him, "Okay, the great dog has no ill intentions, it probably just wants to play games with you." Squeak. The Pokemon such as the chinchilla realized it belatedly. Because although the great dog has scared them during this period of time, it seems that it has never hurt them from beginning to end. In this case, the great dog will stay here and live in the future. Chinchilla and Giant Forge happily made a decision. Then let's all go back. It's so cold, it's very easy to get sick if you stay outside all the time. Naoki smiled. All the Pokemon around responded in unison, then said goodbye to the two and went back to their homes. Naoki also took Flutter and headed towards the ranch. However, halfway through, Flutter seemed to have discovered something, suddenly stopped, and turned to look behind him. What's wrong, Zenitha? Naoki turned his head and followed Zenitha's gaze, and saw the tomb dog just now quietly following them. Seeing that it was discovered, the tomb dog immediately buried its upper body in the snow, wagging its tail. "It seems that it wants to play with us," Chishu said. Naoki also saw it. He waved to the tomb dog and shouted, "Tomb dog, come here." Woof. The tomb dog immediately ran over when he heard the sound, and circled around the two. Looking at this poor great dog, and thinking back to the forest fire that Naoki had mentioned before, Chishu made a decision in her heart. "Naoki, let's adopt it," she said. Naoki also had this idea in his mind, because the ranch just needed a dog Pokemon to guard the ranch. Especially Pokemon like Great Dog. Among the many dog Pokemon, they are the most loyal to the trainer. It's just that the name of Great Dog after evolution is weird. From Great Dog to Great Dog. But it's just right. It can help herd and protect the woolly sheep in the pasture. Thinking of this, Naoki nodded, then squatted down and asked the Great Dog, "Great Dog, do you want to live with us?" Woof. Great Dog stopped running and looked up. "Just live where we live. There are many Pokemon besides us who will become friends with you, so you will never feel lonely again," Naoki said with a smile. The Great Dog understood what he said, nodded his head quickly, and woofed excitedly. "Then please take care of me in the future." Woof. The two adopted the Great Dog and brought it back to the ranch. Babu Tubo and the others were all very curious about this new companion who joined the ranch. They gathered around and looked at this Pokemon. The Great Dog gave people a silly and not very smart feeling. It only ran around behind Naoki and Chishu like a little follower. Naoki knew that the Great Dog regarded him and Chishu as their masters. This kind of Pokemon is very close to humans, not to mention that they prepared food and drinks for the Great Dog. How innocent! Naoki couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Great Dog's performance was particularly strong when Chishu was about to leave the ranch and return to Nyangwang City. It barked anxiously, as if it didn't want her to leave. Seeing this scene, Chishu whispered to comfort, "Don't worry, I'm just going to Nyangwang City to deal with some human work, and I will come back to see you soon." Naoki also nodded, "Yes, don't worry." Although the Padilla Alliance gave the gym leaders a holiday, Chishu also has her own family in Nyangwang City. Now that the new year is approaching, she also wants to go back to visit her parents. Although the two are currently in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they have not yet reached the stage of meeting their parents. Before that, they still need to go through a period of adjustment. Because he and Chishu are two completely different people. One is a rancher living in the countryside, and the other is a gym leader living in a big city. If they want to live together, they must first get to know each other. After hearing the two people's promise, the tomb dog stopped obediently. "Go!" Naoki handed a cup of hot juice with cold proof and warming effects to Chishu. Drink it on the way, you won't be cold. Yeah. Chishu responded happily, then ran up with a red face and gently hugged Naoki. Naoki's body froze, paused, and then hugged back. Hee hee. Feeling Naoki's body stiffen, Chishu smiled, then let go of his hand, ran quickly to Dragonite, and waved, I'm leaving. Yeah. Naoki nodded. Then Dragonite flapped its wings, and carried Chishu away from the ranch. Watching their figures go away, Naoki took the grave dog home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his sister Ai Guancher covering her mouth and laughing secretly, looking very happy. Ai Naoki, He knew what his sister Ai Guancher was thinking without asking. Naoki deliberately made a serious expression to cover up his inner embarrassment. But at this moment, a phone call came in. Naoki clicked on it, and found that it was from Professor Oak. He pressed the yes button, and the next second, Xiaoji's face appeared on the screen. Long time no see, Mr. Naoki. Xiaoji's excited voice came from the other end. Because I don't know your number, I asked Professor Oak to help me contact you. As he said that, the camera shifted, and Professor Oak standing next to him also appeared on the screen. Dr. Oak, wearing a white coat, waved to Naoki and said with a smile, Good afternoon, Naoki. Good afternoon, Dr. Oak. Naoki also smiled and responded, What do you want to talk to me about, Xiaoji? This is it. The camera returned to Xiaoji again. I am here to report to you, Mr. Naoki, about the current situation of the King of Leave. Has the hyperactive monkey evolved into the King of Leave? Naoki was very surprised. That's right. Xiaoji nodded, and thanks to the Leave King, I won the runner-up in the Caillou Conference. It was just a little bit away from winning the championship, what a pity. Runner-up? Could it be that Xiaoji's experience has been changed? Naoki's mind moved slightly. At this time, Xiaoji had already pointed the camera at the Leave King. Naoki suddenly saw a different colored Leave King lying lazily on the floor of Professor Oak's laboratory. The Leave King was yawning, and as if it had noticed something, it opened its eyelids and looked in the direction of Rotom's mobile phone. Long time no see, Leave King. Naoki greeted Leave King through the screen. Leave King still looked at this side lazily. It yawned, as if responding in this way. Naoki, Very good, this is very Leave King. Seeing this scene, Xiaoji was also quite embarrassed. Really energetic Leave King is not like this. Naoki, I know. After all, Leave King's physical attack racial value of 160, and speed racial value of 100 are not a joke. It is a true A-grade Pokemon in both strength and speed. It's a pity that it is dragged down by the laziness trait. If it were replaced with Strongman, the status and winning rate of the Absentee King in the trainer battle would probably jump up and soar directly to the forefront. Naoki nodded. He was very satisfied with Xiaoji's training of Absentee King. I am relieved to see that Absentee King is living well with you. If I remember correctly, Xiaoji, you are 13 years old this year, right? Xiaoji nodded repeatedly. That's right. I have been traveling for 3 years. Naoki praised. You won the runner-up of the league competition at the age of 13. This result is very good. As a result, Xiaoji was a little embarrassed. He touched his head with his hand. No way. This is all thanks to Pikachu. Naoki smiled slightly. Then the trip to the Hoenn region is over. Where are you going to travel next year? Will you come to Padia? No, Mr. Naoki is a very powerful champion. My current strength is not enough to challenge you, but I will keep traveling. When I become a Pokemon Master, I will go to Padia and officially challenge you. Xiaoji's eyes were full of fighting spirit. So next, Pikachu and I are going to travel to the Sinnoh region. I heard that the Lily of the Valley Conference is being held there. Lily of the Valley Conference? Naoki was thinking a lot. If that's the case, Xiaoji's rival in the Sinnoh region, Shinji, and the legendary male Darkto will also appear. Then you have to do your best. Yes, I will. After hanging up the phone, out of curiosity about this year's Caillou Conference, Naoki immediately used the Rotom phone to check if he could search for the recording of the Caillou Conference on the internet. You know what, he really found it. Naoki clicked on Piku TV, then projected it on the TV and started watching one match after another. If he remembered correctly, Xiaoji's original record should be the quarterfinals. At the beginning, Xiaoji's games were all smooth sailing. Although there were some small crises in the middle, they were generally smooth sailing. And soon, the game came to the top 8. Xiaoji's opponent in this game was the popular trainer Tetsuya. Naoki still remembered this Tetsuya. He was originally the champion of this year's Caillou Conference, and Xiaoji lost to him. But this time, Xiaoji won? Naoki continued to watch the game curiously. Shioji's lineup was Ice Ghost Guard, Lobster Soldier, King Swallow, Leaf King, Forest Lizard, Pikachu. And Tetsuya's lineup was Lizard King, Cunning Tengu, Iron Palm Warrior, Donka, Meowth, Metagross. The battle was very fierce. The two fought until the last moment. Shioji was left with only the low-health Leaf King and Pikachu, and Tetsuya had a Meowth wearing boots. The strength of that Meowth was very strong, and it defeated Pikachu with a crazy scratch, so Shioji could only send the low-health Leaf King to play. Maybe it was Xiaoji's fighting spirit and perseverance that infected the King of Leaf, or maybe he didn't want to lose this game. During the battle, the King of Leaf actually stood up and showed all his strength. After a fierce battle, he finally defeated Meowth with Taishan pressure and successfully advanced to the semifinals. In the semifinals, Xiaoji also won by a narrow margin, but in the finals, he lost to a trainer with Jengar. Looking at the Pikachu lying on the screen, Naoki felt regretful. TSK, what a pity, otherwise Xiaoji could have won the championship this year. However, the runner-up result is already very good. If Xiaoji can participate in the Lily of the Valley tournament held in the Sinnoh region next year with the same lineup, he may achieve better results. However, Xiaoji still retains the habit of recapturing Pokemon to level up every time he arrives in a new region. In addition, there are many dark horses in the Lily of the Valley tournament. Xiaoji's Pokemon, which has not been trained for less than a year, has no chance of winning against the legendary male beast Darko. If it were him, he would probably use his strongest Pokemon to participate in the battle. Pikachu, Charizard, Lizard King. It's a pity that Greninja and Infernape haven't joined yet. But maybe this is what Xiaoji should do? 200th year of the League calendar, November 20th, winter. In the cold winter, everything is quiet. Wild Pokemon hibernate, stay at home, and except for some ice attribute Pokemon, other Pokemon are almost not active outside. Because it is difficult to find food in winter, they have to reduce their physical consumption as much as possible and rely on the energy stored in their bodies to survive this cold winter. And it was on such a day. Groudon and Kyogre, who were sleeping on the World Tree, woke up. And because of a large amount of natural energy, these two super ancient Pokemon returned to their original appearance and transformed into their original return form. Feeling the power in their bodies that had reached its peak, Groudon and Kyogre were full of confidence. One of them walked out of the volcano, and the other floated out of the sea, roaring to the sky, wanting to teach each other a lesson. Therefore, Groudon left the volcano where he lived, and Kyogre also moved quickly towards each other because he felt Groudon's breath. However, when they just arrived at the reunion location, they saw Naoki with Rayquaza, Mewtwo, Golder, Ho-Oh, Giratina, and Cavalier waiting there. Groudon, surprise, Kyogre, surprise. Looking at the two mortal enemies below, Naoki felt himself harden, his fists hardened. Want to fight, right? Naoki grinned, a cruel smile on his face. Groudon and Kyogre looked at the terrifying auras behind him, and instinctively took a step back. The Dragonites on Dragonite Island were attracted by this scene, and gathered around curiously, acting as spectators. Do you remember what I said before? If you fight, you will be expelled. It seems that you didn't take my words to heart, Naoki said with a smile. Chapter 482. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Groudon and Kyogre's forehead. Even though they have returned to their peak state through primal regression, facing so many legendary Pokemon, even if the two of them join forces, they dare not guarantee that they can win. Moreover, their nemesis Rayquaza is also among them. Of course, the most serious thing is to be expelled from this World Tree. Kyogre doesn't want to leave, and Groudon doesn't want to leave either. At this moment, these two super ancient Pokemon have a trace of retreat in their hearts. They looked at each other from a distance, and they could feel a rare tacit understanding from each other's eyes. Unfortunately, Naoki did not intend to let these two guys go. Fortunately, they found out early this time. If they didn't pay attention and Groudon and Kyogre started fighting, wouldn't the World Tree he had worked so hard to plant be destroyed? Naoki looked at Groudon and Kyogre below. Under normal circumstances, the way to make a Pokemon obedient is very simple. That is to conquer them through violent means, and prove to the Pokemon that you can defeat it. In this way, he will get the recognition of that Pokemon. Thinking of this, Naoki already had an idea in his mind. He did not ask for help from Rayquaza, Ho-Oh and Mewtwo, but cast his eyes on Budcrest. Budcrest also understood Naoki's intention at once. He nodded slightly, and then said softly, I haven't fought with others for a long time. In this case, I will stretch my body. After that, Budcrest rode on the spirit horse, stepped on the void, and came to Groudon and Kyogre. Groudon and Kyogre instantly became nervous, because they felt a bottomless and terrifying aura from the inconspicuous Pokemon in front of them. Naoki rode on Gulton and flew forward, floating behind Budcrest and looking at the two super ancient Pokemon. Let's fight. Budcrest will challenge you too. You can attack at the same time. If you win, I will forgive what happened today, but if you lose, from now on you must obey my command, and you are not allowed to fight again. Sometimes Naoki even wanted to tie Kyogre and Groudon together with ropes to bring them closer through physical contact. But now, the most direct way is to conquer them with strength. Hearing Naoki's words, Groudon and Kyogre instantly showed disbelief on their faces. 1 against 2? Are you looking down on them? These two super ancient Pokemon felt that their pride was trampled on, and they all showed expressions of unwillingness to admit defeat. Roar. Primal Groudon let out a low roar. Kyogre on the side also stared at the opposite Budcrown with a deep gaze. Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, Giratina and Mewtwo were floating in the back watching the battle with interest. Mewtwo still kept a calm expression on his face. According to its understanding, these are all gods living in this world, and their strength is the strongest among all Pokemon. And it was also created by humans as the strongest Pokemon. Which one is stronger, it or these Pokemon? Ho-Oh flapped its wings and floated in the air. It could see that the two Pokemon absorbed a lot of natural energy, so they became like this. Even it couldn't guarantee that it could defeat one of them. Could the human named Naoki and the Bud Aria be able to fight two at once? Rayquaza was the most skilled in fighting two at once. However, compared to this battle, its attention was more focused on the changes of Groudon and Kyogre. A trace of envy rose in Rayquaza's eyes. The two guys have returned to their original appearance, but it is now unable to transform into a more powerful form because of insufficient energy. Natural energy is different from super evolution energy. If it wants to super evolve, it must go to the depths of the universe and eat more meteorites. Giratina on the side took out Rotom's phone and asked Rotom to record this battle with the intention of watching the fun. Then, let's start. Naoki gave the order. Budcrest used trickery. Grodd in the sea was instantly filled with hot earth energy. The energy poured into the earth, transformed into earth's swords that stabbed out from the sea towards Budcrest. At the same time, Kyogre also began to attack. It opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of extremely cold light quickly condensed from its mouth and shot towards Budcrest. Faced with these two powerful moves, Budcrest was not panicked at all. After the trick was over, the spirit horse under his crotch neighed, and then disappeared into the void. Cliff's sword and freeze beam hit the air, and the huge shockwaves scared away several audience Dragonites. Groudon and Kyogre saw the disappearing Budcrest, and instantly became alert. However, the next second, accompanied by Naoki's voice, Budcrest's figure quietly emerged from the void. Sunbeam aiming at Kyogre. At Budcrest's level, it is no longer necessary to charge the Sunbeam in advance. Therefore, the moment it came out, a beam of light condensed from the energy of grass swallowed up Kyogre with a whoosh. The huge impact force made Kyogre scream, and its huge body immediately fell into the sea. A flash of white light passed by, and the sunbeam of the Bud Crown actually directly beat the original Kyogre back to its normal form. Seeing this scene, Groudon was shocked. But at this moment, it could no longer care about the situation of its mortal enemy and good teammate. Roar. Groudon roared at the Bud Crown King, and a blazing flame burst out of his mouth. The spirit horse under the Bud Crown King let out an excited neigh after defeating the opponent, and the dark power lingered around them. The Bud Crown King rode his beloved horse straight towards Groudon. Suddenly, the light between heaven and earth dimmed. It was as if the sky had darkened. Then, countless stars emerged from the air. They danced and flickered, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. The audience Dragonites were attracted by this extremely magical scene, and looked over curiously. However, the next second, the stars in the sky suddenly rioted and rushed towards Groudon frantically, submerging it in the stars. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded, and Groudon showed a painful expression on his face. The serious injury caused by the stars shattering also directly beat it back to its normal form, and it lay on the ground in a mess. And the Bud Crown King stood intact in the air. Looking at Groudon and Kyogre below, Naoki shook his head and said, "It seems you have lost." Although they were beaten to their original form, these two Pokemon did not lose their fighting ability. They looked at the powerful Pokemon in silence. After a moment, Groudon and Kyogre turned their eyes to Naoki. Even though they were so proud, they had to admit that this Pokemon cultivated by humans had far surpassed them. At this moment, Groudon and Kyogre looked at Naoki without the contempt they had for ordinary humans. His strength was enough to gain their recognition. Groudon and Kyogre said at the same time, "We will keep our promise to you." Seeing the two Pokemon being defeated, Naoki finally smiled. "Very good, then from now on, I hope you will remember my words and prohibit fighting inside the World Tree. If you break the rules again, I will expel you." Groudon and Kyogre understood. This human is the owner of the World Tree. Whether they were Rayquaza, they are just residents here. They should behave themselves when they are in someone else's territory. Groudon and Kyogre agreed, and then turned around and prepared to go back to their own homes. Looking at the figures of the two Pokemon, Naoki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, the matter is resolved, and it's time for him to go back to the ranch. The Pokemon who were watching also dispersed one after another. Rayquaza and Ho-Oh left first. Rayquaza's dark figure flew directly into the sky, passed through the ozone layer, went into the universe, and began to look for meteorites with cosmic energy to chew. Ho also flapped his wings and flew far away, continuing to complete his mission, but unlike before, Ho decided to return to the World Tree to rest for a while after traveling outside for a while. And Giratina also got into the shadow of the World Tree and returned to the reverse world. Only one Mutwo was left floating in the air for a long time without coming back to its senses. Will it be a rival for the Pokemon named Bud Crown? No, I'm afraid not. Its strength has surpassed all the Pokemon I have ever seen. Mutwo murmured. There are always people who are better than you. Mutwo thought of Team Rocket, who wanted to create the strongest Pokemon in the world, and a human named Sakaki. How ridiculous. Forget it. Everything in the past has nothing to do with it. The most important thing now is to live well here with everyone. Mutwo shook his head, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Sure enough, Bud Crown's current strength has reached a new level. After returning to the ranch, Naoki couldn't help but open Bud Crown's personal homepage. Looking at the tens of millions of fans on it, he couldn't help but murmur with emotion. The power of faith of tens of millions of people allowed Bud Crown to beat Groudon and Kyogre to their original forms with one move. This level can even be compared with the Black Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. So the question is, Black Rayquaza can fight 7 alone. Can Bud Crown fight 7 alone now? And unlike Rayquaza, Bud Crown can change its attributes freely and has a very wide attack range. Not only that, Bud Crown can also fly. Whether the Spirit Horse is floating in the air or the Crown of Flowers uses its superpowers to lift them into the air, they can all fly. Flying greatly improves the mobility of the Crown of Flowers. Coupled with its elusive superpowers, Naoki feels that the Crown of Flowers is now almost invincible. I wonder if it's enough to fight Arceus. Naoki fell into deep thought. As far as he knows, Arceus is not in its complete form now, and it has lost 5 original stone tablets. Electric, Grass, Water, Ground, and Dragon. These 5 slabs together form the Orb of Life, which is still missing. In addition, the attributes of different slabs are restrained and offset each other. That is to say, only moves with Electric, Grass, and Water attributes can hurt Arceus at present. Naoki thought to himself. Ground attribute moves will be offset by Flying slabs, and Dragon attribute moves will be offset by Fairy slabs. Because of this, in the movie, Arceus, who lacked a few slabs, was still able to beat his 3 younger brothers and almost killed them. If Dialga hadn't used the power of time to send Xiaoji back to the past at the critical moment, they would have been wiped out at that time. As for the Pokemon in the ranch, there are electric attributes, such as Babu and Zapdos. There are Goat and Butcrest for grass attributes. For water attribute Pokemon, you can temporarily requisition Kyogre. As a trainer, he can also use the Crystal Bead to crystallize Butcrest and increase the power of its grass attribute moves. But Naoki always feels that this is not enough. In addition to the Pokemon's own strength, he may also be able to improve the Pokemon's strength through external objects. For example, Mega Evolution, Z moves, Gigantamax, and Mega Crystallization. Let's not talk about Gigantamax for now, because that thing can only be used in the Galar region. There are currently no Pokemon in the ranch that can be Mega Evolved. Then he can only focus on the Z moves in the Alola region. It just so happens that Naoki is going to buy a villa ranch in the Alola region, and when the cold winter comes, he will take his family's Pokemon there for a vacation. Naoki immediately took out his computer and logged into the website of a real estate company in the Alola region. Soon, someone from the real estate company called him and asked about his needs. Hello, sir. This is the Alola region How-Ale Real Estate Company. Do you want to move to the Alola region and settle down? I want to buy a villa there, preferably with a large open space for Pokemon to play. Okay, I will help you find a suitable house and contact you as soon as I find one. After hanging up the phone, What he had to do next was to wait slowly. Today was November 20th, and the Chinese New Year was coming next month. Even if he bought a house, Naoki couldn't move in immediately. It seems that we can only wait until next year. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the chat group of the legendary beasts. Naoki clicked it, and saw that Giratina had sent a video. The content of the video was the scene where Bud Crown had just beaten Groudon and Kyogre. Naoki, Giratina is a fan of the fun. Giratina, why do you two have to fight every day? It was the same last time, and it will happen again this time. I heard from Naoki that you have fought many times. Don't you think there was no winner? I really want to know which of you two is stronger at Grotto at Kyogre. Perhaps because they were bored and couldn't fight, Groudon and Kyogre started to play with the Rotom phone after returning to their respective nests. When the Rotom in the phone read out Giratina's question, the two super ancient Pokemon immediately ignited a strong desire to win. They immediately let Rotom reply to the Pokemon named Giratina. Kyogre, of course I'm better. Groudon, I see you don't take me seriously. If you weren't always interrupted by those people, you would have lost long ago. Kyogre, Humph, it's not certain who will lose. I think you should lose, right? You don't know what you can do. Groudon was irritated. Groudon, what? Want to give it a try? Kyogre was not to be outdone. Kyogre, come on, who is afraid of whom? However, as soon as they finished replying, they recalled their promise to Naoki. The two Pokemon were silent. After a long time, Kyogre got impatient and started to talk about Groudon in the group. Kyogre, some Pokemon can't even fly. I don't know who was standing in the sea like a fool, looking up at the sky and getting anxious. Groudon, shock, the magma under it surged because of Groudon's anger. It yelled and asked Rotom to help it curse back. Grotto, you are the fool. However, its reply seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the facts. Kyogre, you are speechless now, right? At this moment, Groudon just wanted to kill Kyogre with one punch, but due to its promise, it had no way to do that. It could only jump around in anger, causing the earth to start shaking. At this time, the big internet celebrity Giratina, who was provoking the fight, came up with a good idea. Adhering to the idea of first becoming famous, and then becoming famous, it proposed a good idea to the two quarreling Pokemon. Giratina, stop quarreling, I think this is the way. You can also follow my example and register an account on the Pokemon forum to see who has more fans. Chapter 483. However, Groudon and Kyogre did not register an account on the Pokemon forum in the end, because the pride of the legendary beasts made them disdain to use that method to attract humans. Giratina's seduction plan failed. It originally wanted to see if the fans of these two Pokemon could surpass itself, but it seems that they have no such idea at all. And Groudon and Kyogre, who were unwilling to give in to each other, were still quarreling in the group, satisfying their desire to talk. Naoki wanted to stop it, but after careful consideration, he thought that it was okay to quarrel, as long as they didn't fight, everything would be fine. In this way, time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar. The new year was coming soon, and in the evening of this day, Naoki drove his pickup truck to the town to buy New Year's goods. It was already deep winter, and there might be a heavy snow in 2 days, and the road leading to the town might be buried by snow. Therefore, Naoki planned to take advantage of the good weather today to prepare more New Year's goods. After parking the car on the roadside of Jichin town, Naoki jumped out of the car with a few Pokemon. Meat steak, flour, rice, snacks, and firewood for burning. Naoki read the things he wanted to buy on the list while walking towards his destination. People in the Pokemon world also celebrate the new year. Although it is still a while before the new year, the streets are already full of the new year atmosphere. Pokemon wearing scarves and children wearing red cotton clothes look very festive. There are also several workers and monsters carrying fireworks on both sides of the road. These fireworks will be released on the night of the new year. Some merchants in the town knew Naoki, and when Naoki passed by, they would smile and wave to greet him. Good morning, Naoki. Are you bringing your Pokemon out to buy things? Naoki smiled and replied, yes, the new year is coming soon. Buy some new year goods, and then you can stay at home for the winter. Stay at home for the winter? The lady boss of a flower shop showed an interested expression on her face when she heard this unfamiliar word. On the flower stand next to her, a few sedge grass and sedge flowers were lazily standing. It means staying at home and spending the winter in warmth, just like a cat hiding in a warm nest to sleep in the snow. Naoki explained with a smile. The female shop owner suddenly realized, that's really good. Oh, by the way, the store is holding an event. In order to give back to customers, who have consumed in the store before, we will give a pot of flowers. Just in time for you to come, this pot of flowers will be given to you." As she said, the female shop owner handed over a pot of bright flowers. Naoki was a big customer who bought many flower seeds in their store before. Seeing this, Naoki did not refuse. He smiled and took the flower pot and handed it to Golden next to him. "Hold it." "Ah, gah." Golden held the flower pot obediently with his paws. "We have things to do, so we won't talk anymore. See you later." Naoki said goodbye to the female shop owner. "Okay, see you later. Next year, the store will get a batch of flower species unique to the Kalos region. Remember to come and have a look then." "No problem." After leaving the flower shop, Naoki turned around and ran towards the department store. Eruption and Frost Milk were very familiar with this place. As soon as they came in, several Pokemon looked at Naoki expectantly. Naoki pushed a cart and said to them with a smile, "Go ahead, get whatever you want, I help you check out." Bony. Bammo. Several Pokemon made happy noises, then turned around and ran to the shelves. Naoki followed them with a cart. He took out his Rotom phone, took a photo, and sent it to Chishu. "Wing King, I am shopping with Pokemon in the supermarket. What are you doing?" Chishu also replied quickly. "Chishu, I am listening to my mother's nagging. They are really two people. They did not go anywhere this year." Naoki's heart sank. He heard Chishu talk about her parents. It is said that the two were trainers when they were young. They fell in love with each other at first sight during their travels, and then got together. After the travel, the two married with Pokemon and settled down in the bustling metropolis of Nyangwang City. They were nagging Chishu. Could it be that they thought Chishu was in love too early? "Wing King, do they think you're in love too early?" Chishu, of course not, they both wanted me to get married sooner, and I'm already an adult, okay. Naoki, The image of Chishu puffing up, like a little pufferfish appeared in his mind, and Naoki couldn't help laughing. At this time, Ergue and the others came back hopping, obviously having already picked out the things they liked. Seeing this, Naoki put away his Rotom phone, walked around the supermarket with a few Pokemon, and left after buying what he wanted. After loading the things onto the pickup truck and making sure nothing was left out, Naoki started the car and returned to the ranch. Before they got out of the car, the gray dog ran towards them from a distance. It looked like a dog welcoming its owner home. In order to prevent the heavy snow behind, Naoki parked the car in the garage, opened the door, got out, and picked up the gray dog. The tomb dog excitedly stuck out its tongue and licked Naoki's hand. Okay. Naoki touched its head and said, "Let's go home." Woof. The tomb dog excitedly ran around Naoki. Naoki looked helpless. While trying to prevent himself from stepping on the tomb dog, he and Gulden and the others moved the goods out of the car and back into the house. As a result, not long after they finished this, dense snowflakes began to fall from the white sky. The cold north wind whistled past, and a faint woo sound came from the distant back mountain, as if the wind was sobbing. Standing by the window and looking into the distance, all you can see is a vast expanse of white. Seeing this scene, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had anticipated it and moved Snorlax, braided sheep, Butterfree, and the 3 bees to where they should go in advance. It was snowing heavily outside, but the house was warm. The lava worm was leisurely eating tree fruits in the fireplace, and the heat from its body spread to every corner of the room along the heating pipes. Bathed in the warm air, the motorcycle lizard showed a very enjoyable expression on his face, lying comfortably on the carpet. Motorcycle lizard, Babu Tubo scratched the window and looked at the heavy snow outside. It called its friends behind it, and seemed to want the lava worm to come over and take a look. Sure enough, the lava worm heard the movement and slowly moved over. It moved to the pipe behind Babu Tubo and looked at the heavy snow outside the window through the opening. Woo! Bammo! It looks cold. If you think it's too scary outside, you can draw the curtains. Naoki smiled and walked behind Babu Tubo. Babu Tubo immediately turned around and patted his chest. Bammo! It's not afraid. It's a brave Babu Tubo. The sky outside gradually darkened. Naoki touched Babu Tubo's head and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. The weather today is so cold, it's best to drink soup. The spicy, fragrant, and steaming soup is so comfortable to drink. Just thinking about it makes people salivate. In this case, let's make a pot of soup for dinner. Thinking of this, Naoki turned around and took out a few potatoes, a piece of beef, and some other ingredients from the cupboard. Cut the potatoes into small pieces, cut the beef into small pieces, and finally add the ingredients into the pot and stew until the potatoes and beef are stewed soft and tasty. The pot was bubbling with steam, and the tempting aroma gradually drifted around the room. The Pokemon playing in the living room smelled the smell, swallowed their saliva, and were attracted to come over. Go sit at the table first, the meal will be served soon. Ah, gah! Many Pokemon led by Gillerton immediately ran to the dining room. And Naoki turned off the fire, and scooped up a spoonful of soup with a spoon to taste it. Well, it tasted slightly spicy, but not strong. The soup was full of the rich aroma of stewed potatoes, and the aroma of beef. After taking a sip, the coldness in the body was completely driven away, and the whole body became warm. Perfect. Naoki took a look at the effect of this soup and found that it was indeed cold-resistant protection, which was within his expectations. Worried that the Pokemon would not be full, Naoki prepared a few more fruit and snacks, and then put them on the table. Let's eat. The Pokemon immediately started to eat. It was really a blessing to be able to drink such a warm and thick soup in the cold winter. After dinner, Naoki boiled another pot of hot water, and took a comfortable bath in the bathtub. Small Pokemon like Babu and Eevee also came in, and floated slowly in the bathtub. The big Pokemon led by Gurdon couldn't get in, so they could only squat beside and watch pitifully. Ah, gah! Naoki, At this moment, Rodon's phone suddenly rang. Someone called me on video. Naoki took it, and saw that it was actually from Sirona. He silently hung up the video, and made a voice call. Hello, Miss Sirona, what's the matter with you calling at this time? Naoki asked. Sirona's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm very sorry, I have something confusing that I want to ask you to answer. Naoki was a little surprised when he heard this. Huh? What is it? Sirona, it's like this. Since you told me about those places related to the creator god last time, I went to those places to investigate. Sirona slowly recounted her experience after leaving the ranch last time. That time, Naoki pointed her in 3 directions. They were the Arufu ruins in the Johto region, Medina in the Sinnoh region, and the Valley of Creation in the Kalos region. The first place she investigated was the Arufu ruins, where she found a large number of unknown totems, and some ancient murals of the ancient Sinnoh people migrating to the Johto region. After that, Sirona returned to the Sinnoh region and went to Medina, where she met Sina and Koban, who were chosen by Arceus and had superpowers. They were the guardians of the Medina ruins. There, Sirona learned about Arceus and the Life Gem. After learning this information, Sirona went to the Kalos region again and visited the people who lived in seclusion in the Valley of Creation. The people there believed in Arceus and built a special statue for him to worship. In addition, Sirona also saw a naughty Pokemon named Hoopa, who lived with the people there in the Valley of Creation. Is Arceus the god who created the world we live in? Sirona asked. Naoki replied, if the records and the data are correct, it should be like this. He paused and asked again, I wonder if Miss Sirona has learned about the history of the Sinnoh region a few hundred years ago, when people called it the Washing Chui region. Sirona was slightly stunned. The Washing Chui region? Naoki hummed. I have learned about the relevant information in an ancient ruins. The ruins are left over from the Washing Chui era. It is said that the earliest humans living in the Washu about 1,000 to 2,000 years ago were called ancient Sinnoh people. They worshipped Arceus, the Pokemon who created the world, and built ancient ruins in the Washu, such as the ruins of the Random and the Snow Peak Temple. That ancient history clearly shows that the world was created by Arceus. Hearing this, Sirona nodded slightly and thought. Arceus created the world, and after that, he created the Pokemon Dialga and Palkia, who control time and space, to maintain the material foundation of this world. At the same time, Giratina was also created. It guarded another space, and supported the real world. Then, there were the lake gods Amrito, Uxie, and Akonome. Thinking back to the myths and legends she had investigated, at this moment, Sirona felt her mind suddenly become clear. She was extremely happy in her heart. In this way, the ancient myths and legends circulating in the Sinnoh region were investigated clearly. For a mythologist, this kind of thing is like winning the lottery jackpot. Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki. In that case, I won't disturb you. I will visit you in person in the Padilla area when I have time later. Hirona said softly. You're welcome. After a few simple greetings, the two hung up the phone. The water in the bathtub was a little cold, so Naoki stood up, wiped off the water on his body, changed into pajamas, and then used a hair dryer to dry the wet fur of Babu Tubo. Babu Tubo sat on the chair with great enjoyment. After the fur was blown dry, it flew to the bed excitedly, and prepared to go to sleep. Naoki smiled, reached out and touched the head of Golden next to him, then walked out of the room to check if the doors and windows were closed. He took a look out the window and saw that the outside was completely covered with white snow. The wind was blowing, the trees were shaking, the snow was flying, and there were crows outside. Naoki closed the curtains, and everything was immediately isolated from the outside. Huh? It's time to go to bed. Naoki turned back to the room, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes with peace of mind under the fire and heat from the lava worm. Babu Tubo beside him also lay comfortably on the pillow, and a group of Ibrahimovic also ran up, curled up beside Naoki, and fell asleep comfortably. Chapter 484. The next day, the heavy snow that had been falling all night did not stop. Looking out through the window, the snow stretched far into the distance, as if the whole world had turned into a world of ice and snow. The snowflakes fell one after another, and Naoki could guess without even thinking that a thick layer of snow had covered the roof of his house. It was impossible to go out in the snowstorm, so after breakfast, Naoki had nothing to do, so he sat in front of the fireplace and read a book. The Pokemon seemed to feel nothing. They still ran around the room happily as before, or lay down beside Naoki's rocking chair and read books with him. For them, it seemed that just being with Naoki was a very happy thing. Although he couldn't go out, Naoki was rarely quiet when he heard the sound of snow falling outside. He actually liked the feeling of hiding in a warm home with his Pokemon when everything was quiet. At this time, Rotom's mobile phone on the side suddenly rang. Naoki picked it up and found that it was sent by Leha. Leha, I finally solved the mystery of the disaster treasure. Wing King, what do you mean? Leha, I have consulted a lot of information and records during this period, and now I have finally determined the specific location of the ancestral hall that sealed the 4 disaster treasures. Next, as long as we go to those places to unlock the seal, we can make the 4 treasures reappear in the world. Shuatai City, Faculty Dormitory. Leha excitedly told Naoki across from her discovery, and sent the relevant photos she found. Leha, this is it. The Pokemon Master in the past used sacred stakes to seal the 4 disaster treasures in the shrine. Leha, 1 Pokemon corresponds to 1 shrine. It is said that 8 stakes are driven near each shrine to suppress the power of disaster. In other words, as long as all the corresponding stakes are pulled out, you can release the Pokemon called the disaster treasure. According to Leha's investigation, the patterns on the shrine are variants of the word Fu and a round longevity pattern. Of course, that is not a language used exclusively by the Parthan Alliance, but a language used in the distant East, the home of the treasure of disaster. In that ancient country, this pattern is usually regarded as a symbol of warding off evil spirits. King Tsubasa, the power of disaster? If the seal is suddenly removed, will the disaster that happened in the Parthan kingdom in the past reappear in the world? Naoki recalled the scene he saw when he and Rai went to explore the underground cave in Parthan. The ancient Padilla royal city sank into the ground due to the earthquake caused by the ancient deer, and was buried forever. Leha, of course not. According to the descendants of the Pokemon user who sealed the disaster treasure, in order to pull out the stake, you need to have a bond with the Pokemon, and this power will calm the 4 disaster Pokemon. Leha, if you are someone who is good at using Pokemon like you, it is possible to do it, so this time, I will ask you for help. Please do me one last favor. Naoki, He remembered that in the game, Leha was fully authorized to the player. But now it seems that Leha also wants to witness it in person. Wing King, do you want to go with me? Leha, well, I'm afraid there is no way. I originally wanted to go, but I skipped classes and went on adventures, and ended up being noticed by the principal. So, I have to ask you for everything, Naoki. Naoki was speechless. Leha is indeed a tomb robber. He thought of those disaster treasures that could bring disaster. If the characteristics of these treasures were reversed, using the reverse series of dishes, there would be 4 more auspicious beasts in this world. Wing King, okay, but it's snowing heavily now, and the ranch is preparing for the new year. I go there after the new year. Leha, no problem. I've been waiting for a long time, and a few days won't make a difference. But when you catch those Pokemon, you must bring them to me. Naoki agreed straightforwardly. Leha, then I will send you the exact location of the sealed shrine now. You can register it on the map app. Rotom phone can automatically navigate for you. Although some shrines are located halfway up the mountain, you can definitely reach there smoothly if you have Gulton. After that, Leha shared a link. Naoki clicked it, and the phone interface automatically jumped to the Pokemon map app. Then, marks appeared on the screen. The Dust Shrine, where the ancient deer is sealed, is located in the foothills of the northern part of the Great Pot Lake. The frozen cracked shrine that sealed the ancient sword leopard is located in the south of the hot desert, at the end of the fork in the mountain road. The fire disaster shrine that sealed the ancient jade fish is located under a waterfall in the Luanji Waterfall, one of the 10 scenic spots in Padilla. Naoki still remembers there is a large beautiful bamboo forest surrounded by streams, and the scenery is very beautiful. The Rottenwood Shrine that sealed the ancient giant snail is located under the cliff in the southeast of Padilla. After a quick glance, Naoki closed the map app and sent an OK gesture to Leha. Leha, then I will wait for your good news here in Juatai City. After the communication ended, Naoki silently thought about the next plan. There will be a lot of things to do next year. In order to repay Giratina for helping him raise the world tree to the sky, he needs to help Giratina to teach Arceus. At that time, the grass-attributed Bud Crown will undoubtedly be a main force. So before that, he has to help Bud Crown improve his strength as much as possible. And obtaining Bud Crown's Grass Z is one of them. With the Z-Band, Bud Crown can use the more powerful Z-move Colorful Blossom to launch a full-force attack on Arceus. Well, he mainly wants to see how powerful Bud Crown, which is now blessed by tens of millions of faiths, is compared with Arceus' clone. With the Grass Z and the Z-Band, he can try to communicate with the 4 island gods in the Alola region, and maybe he can get their approval and obtain these 2 items. Therefore, Naoki plans to buy a villa in the Alola region. In this way, they will stay in the Padilla region in spring, summer, and autumn. When the cold winter comes, they will take everyone in the ranch to the tropical place for vacation. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. A real estate company in Haole City in the Alola region called. Hello, is this Mr. Naoki? This is Haole Real Estate Company. We have found a house that meets your requirements. Where is it? Naoki asked. On Akala Island, northeast of the Alola region, where someone happens to be selling a villa ranch. Akala Island. Naoki checked on his phone, and soon found a satellite image of Akala Island. From the image, we can see that the terrain of the island is very flat, with a large volcano in the north, a gurgling hill with waterfalls like terraces in the northwest, and a jungle in the south. In the southwest of the island is a peninsula consisting of the Mole Tunnel and the city of Kaneko. In the middle of the island is the town of Ohana, surrounded by ranches and pastures. Chapter 485. Compared to other regions, the Alola region is a very special region. There is no Pokemon League yet, but it is protected by 4 Pokemon known as the Island Guardians. Those 4 Pokemon are the legendary Pokemon of the Alola region, the Tapu family. There is also an Island Guardian on Akala Island, and it is Tapu Butterfly. If Naoki remembers correctly, Kachi's home is also there. Compared to other main islands, Akala Island is indeed a good place to open a ranch. In the past, the volcanic ash that floated out of the volcano fell on the ground and became nutrients for the soil, making the land particularly fertile. Thinking of this, Naoki made a decision in his heart. He said to the real estate company's staff on the other end of the phone, "Can I take a look at the house first? Of course, are you in the Alola area? I can pick you up and go to Akala Island with you to investigate." Naoki wanted to say that he was not there, but then he thought that if he took a shortcut through Giratina's reverse world, it would only take 2 or 3 hours to go to Alola. It happened to be snowing heavily in Padilla, and he had nothing to do, so he took the opportunity to go to Alola to look at houses. "I have something to deal with now, and it will take about 2 hours to get to Haole City," Naoki said. "No problem, I wait for you here." After the call ended, the 2 added a treasure friend, and the other party quickly sent a location sharing. Naoki clicked it and took a look, then explained to his sister Ai Guancher, and prepared to ride Gillarden to Alola. "You guys play at home. I'm going to go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. And you, Grave Dog, remember to eat at home." As he said that, Naoki reached out and touched Grave Dog's head. "Woof!" Grave Dog barked, wagging its tail happily, sent Naoki out the door, and stood in the snow watching them go away. After Naoki's figure was completely out of sight, Grave Dog was still wagging its tail, and looking in that direction. Babu Tubo and Motor Lizard were also looking there. Suddenly, a cold wind mixed with snow particles swept over. Motorbike shivered immediately. Sister Ava walked forward and said to them gently, "Ayi, come in first." The Pokemon returned to the house. Naoki was not at home, and Motorbike felt very bored. Eevee went to play on the World Tree again, and Frosty went to the Salt House to play with Saltstone Giant. Now only Abed brother and sister, Grave Dog, Babu, Motorbike, Flutter, Dragonite, and Dratini were left at home. At this time, Babu Tubo suddenly thought of a less boring method. It looked at everyone excitedly and said, "Bamo! Let's play hide and seek." At the same time, Naoki and Gulon were rushing in the reverse world. After nearly 2 hours of flight, they finally arrived in the Alola region. Standing on the busy street, looking around, there were bustling people and Pokemon from various regions everywhere. According to the map app, this is Hau'oli City in Melemele Island. As the most popular tourist city in the Pokemon world, coupled with the blessing of the season, Hau'oli City is really the most lively. Seeing so many people, Naoki was overwhelmed. He didn't want to be washed away by the crowd, so he quickly took Golden to hide aside and took out his mobile phone for navigation. Fortunately, the real estate company in Hau'oli City is not far from here. After crossing a few streets, one person and one Pokemon stood in front of the real estate company. Naoki went upstairs and explained his purpose. Soon, a man in a business suit came over. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Naoki?" "It's me." Naoki nodded slightly. "Welcome to the Alola region. Please wait. I will take you to visit the ranch on Akala Island." The man turned around and handed his work to his colleague, then returned to Naoki and said to him, "Okay, let's go. By the way, how do you want to go to Akala Island? Should we take a yacht to enjoy the beautiful tropical ocean scenery, or take a flying Pokemon taxi directly?" "Let's fly directly." Naoki thought for a moment and said, "My Pokemon can fly directly." Hearing this, the man looked at Gullerton next to him in surprise. "It's a very powerful Pokemon. In that case, let's go directly." After saying that, the man also took out a Pokeball. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a Charizard appeared in front of Naoki. The man rode on Charizard, while Naoki rode on Gulton, and they headed towards Akala Island together. Gradually, the land beneath their feet became farther and farther away, and Hau'oli City was left behind. Below was the sparkling blue ocean, and above was the clear blue sky. Several chirping long-winged gulls flapped their wings and flew across the sky. The cool sea breeze blew gently, and it must be said that the climate in the Alola region is really very pleasant. "You are not from Alola, are you?" the man chatted. "Yes, I'm from Padia." Naoki nodded. "No wonder. I heard that agricultural products from Padia are very popular. Every month, a special cargo ship will come to Alola with full of agricultural products," the man said with a smile, and he seemed to like Padia's agricultural products. Maybe it's because many Padia farmers believe in the King of Plenty, the Bud Crown King? The high priest of the Bud Crown King cult began to preach again. As expected, the man in front of him was attracted by this topic. "Bud Crown? Is it the legendary Pokemon that can surf the internet?" "Yes, it's amazing that there are Pokemon in this world that can use human machines." Naoki pretended to be a passerby, saying without blushing or beating his heart, "Pokemon are still very smart. My Charizard will watch movies with me." The man touched the head of the Charizard under him. The Charizard spit out a flame and responded to its trainer excitedly. The two Pokemon flew very fast, and soon, a green island appeared on the sea in the distance. There was a volcano on the island, surrounded by lush vegetation. Seeing this, the man said, "We're here. This is Akala Island. I remember the location of the ranch. Near Ohana Town." Seeing that they had reached their destination, the fire-breathing dragon began to fly downwards. Naoki and Golden followed closely behind, and after passing through a dense wilderness, a rural town full of Western style appeared in their sight. The town was very small, and the roads between them were primitive lush roads, full of the strong Western cowboy style. Naoki even had a feeling that in the next second, a cowboy in a jacket would rush out from the road on horseback and fight with another gang with guns. Fortunately, his fantasy did not come true. The two continued to move forward and soon passed through the town and continued to fly to the distant fields. Gradually, everything around began to become empty. Looking around, what came into view was a very open plain. Fertile grass grew on the plain, and a small river meandered through it. Not far away, a fenced ranch was located on this plain. "We're here." The man landed in the ranch on a Charizard, followed by Naoki and Golden. The owner of this ranch is a young man. He moved his family to the Kalas area not long ago. They plan to sell it. The other party offered 2 million alliance coins. 2 million. Such a large piece of land plus this villa is actually not very expensive. "Let me take a look first," Naoki said. He was an expert in this area. "No problem." The man nodded. Naoki first walked around the ranch and found that the facilities here were very complete. There was a barn for raising big milk cans, a fence for the sheep, a stable for the mud donkey, and a hut for Pokemon like Little York. Naoki knew that in places like this, canine Pokemon like Little York were usually used to guard the ranch. In addition, there was even an open grassland for Kentaro to run. The first time Naoki saw the grassland, his heart was moved. It is said that the previous owner raised 50 Kentaro here. They run around on the grassland every day. The scene is very spectacular. The man looked at the grassland and introduced it. Naoki nodded. He looked around and asked, "What about the farmland? Is there any farmland suitable for farming here?" "Farmland? Of course there is." The man took Naoki to a large piece of abandoned field. However, due to the climate of the Alola region, some crops in other regions are not suitable for planting here. The crops and fruit trees planted by the local people in Alola are generally coconut trees, guava, mango, banana, pineapple, coffee beans, sugar cane, etc. Coffee beans can be used to make coffee, and sugar cane can be used to make sugar. These Alola specialties are often sold to other regions. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. The Alola region has a typical tropical marine climate, with a small annual temperature difference, warm and humid weather all year round, and abundant rainfall. All of this makes the plants here grow very lush, and the wild trees are mainly palm plants and tree ferns. After the outside tour, it was time to visit the villa. It was called a villa, but it was not very large. The house had 3 floors, much larger than the one Naoki lived in now. Its internal functions were very complete, including a living room, kitchen, dining room, bedroom, guest room, study, wine cellar, and a super large bathroom. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. This is it. After confirming, the two returned to Melemele Island. The distance between each island in the Alola region is not far. Even if you ride an ordinary flying Pokemon, you can reach it within 20 minutes, not to mention the fast Pokemon like Charizard and Dragonite. Naoki paid the money, and then got the land certificate and property certificate. From now on, that piece of land and that ranch belonged to him. After leaving the real estate company with the certificate, Naoki looked around and prepared to bring some gifts back to the Pokemon in the ranch. There are many specialties in the Alola region, the most famous of which is a fried bread called malasada. Naoki took Golden to a street shop and bought several large bags of it, ready to take it back for the Pokemon in the ranch to taste. In addition, he also bought some coconuts and pineapples, which are rare tropical fruits in the Padilla region. Then, Naoki prepared to go to an uninhabited lake and contact Giratina to ask it to help open the door to the reverse world. But at this moment, Naoki suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Naoki?" He turned around and saw Yessie standing not far away, in a bikini, looking at him with surprise. "What a coincidence, Chief!" Naoki smiled and greeted Yessie. After all, he had heard from Chishu that Yessie came to the Alola region for vacation this year. "Yessie, you are also coming to the Alola region for vacation?" Naoki shook his head. "I came here to do something, and will be back soon." He did not tell Yessie about buying a house in Alola, so that Yessie would not think he ran away. As expected, after hearing these words, Yessie breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled. "In that case, let's go. If you need any help, you can contact me." Yessie did help him a lot, whether it was the Eevee egg or the ancient gold coin evolved by the rich man. Thinking of this, Naoki smiled and nodded. "Then I won't disturb you on vacation, Chief." Yessie clasped her hands and laughed softly. "I am looking forward to your wedding with Chishu. Let me be your witness then." Naoki, "Isn't it too early?" He keenly saw something wrong on Yessie's face. Combined with the time at the fireworks festival, Naoki suddenly realized that Yessie seemed to be very worried about his marriage. However, Yessie shook his head gently. "Time flies very fast. Look, it's only been 3 years, and the world has changed so much. Maybe in the blink of an eye, we will all be old." Naoki asked sincerely, "Then, Chief, are you planning to get married?" If he remembered correctly, Yessie would be 30 in a few years. "Yessie, maybe I will get married after I find the next chief champion of Padilla, but it all depends on fate." Naoki, After parting with Yessie, Naoki returned to the Padilla area through the reverse world. When he arrived at the ranch, the snowstorm finally stopped. Naoki and Golden walked into the house with bags, but only saw Babu Tubo. Naoki was very surprised. "Where are you?" "Babu Tubo, Bamo. We are playing hide and seek." Naoki immediately understood, and said to Babu Tubo, "Stop first, I brought you some delicious food from outside, come and taste it." Then he shouted into the house, "Everyone, come out." The next second, all kinds of Pokemon ran out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a large group of Pokemon appeared in front of Naoki. Naoki took out Malasadas and other specialties from his bag and distributed them to the Pokemon. Motor Lizard got a piece of Malasada, and it seemed to like the taste of this fried bread. Great Dog picked up a tropical fruit and ate it while wagging its tail. Abuta brother and sister took the pineapple handed over by Naoki. They had seen this kind of fruit before and knew how to handle it. Flutterbear picked up a coconut with his winged claws. He looked left and right, then opened his mouth like a Pokemon eating chocolate beans and took a bite. There was a click, and the coconut didn't move at all, while Flutterbear opened his eyes wide in shock. It was obvious that his teeth were hurt. Dream. Flutterbear couldn't believe it, and quickly covered his canine teeth with his winged claws. Naoki, how can you eat coconut like this? He quickly stepped forward to help Flutterbear check his teeth. Fortunately, the teeth of ancient Pokemon were strong enough, so he was not hurt. Chapter 486. 200th Year of the Alliance Calendar, December 15th, Winter. That morning, the expedition team returned to the ranch after a year of traveling. Returning with them was Jirachi, the wishing star of the night. As the lightning bird landed in the ranch, Jirachi immediately jumped into Naoki's arms happily. The tone of this Pokemon was full of joy. Naoki, we are back. Mew and Bear Baby also ran over. Naoki held the 3 Pokemon in his arms, and ravaged them for a while, until their fur was messed up. Are you having fun traveling outside? Naoki asked with a smile. Mew and Baby Bear shook their bodies, trying to let their raised fur lie back down. And the hairless Jirachi answered, happy. I saw so many things and made so many friends. That's good. Naoki saw that they were covered in snow, so he called a few Pokemon into the living room and prepared some snacks for them. The 4 Pokemon immediately ate with relish. Their cheeks were stuffed with food. Naoki looked at the scene with a smile on his face. Oh, by the way, during the time you were away, the World Tree has grown up, and with the help of Giratina's power, it has flown to the sky. Ah? Meow? Hearing this, Mew and Bear Baby showed surprise on their faces. Naoki nodded. You can go and take a look later. Several Pokemon happily agreed. And the Zapdos on the side also looked eager to move. It came to this place for the World Tree. Now, has the tree finally grown? Zapdos was shaking with excitement. A yellow feather slowly fell from its body. The elder brother Ai Guancher, who was standing by, noticed the feather. Cleaning was its job, so the elder brother Ai Guancher immediately picked up the broom and swept the feather into the trash can. Naoki, who was sitting on the sofa, saw the scene with his sharp eyes. He only took a glance, and the information about the feather appeared in his mind. Zapdos feather. The feather of Zapdos contains powerful thunder power, and may be used to make food, but the effect is unknown. Zapdos lost its feathers? Wait! Naoki quickly called to stop. The elder brother Ai Butler paused, and stood beside the trash can with the feather in his hand, looking at him blankly. The Pokemon beside him, such as Zapdos, Mew, and Bear Baby, also turned their heads and looked at the feather. Zapdos recognized it at a glance. Isn't that its feather? It is not surprising for it to lose feathers, because every year, it naturally loses many feathers. That feather is not garbage. Don't throw it away. Give it to me, Naoki said to his brother Ai Guancher. Although his brother Ai Guancher was puzzled, he still gave the feather to him. So when Naoki looked up, he saw Zapdos staring at him sharply. Naoki, Zapdos, ? What does Naoki want the feather it dropped for? Did he want to collect it? But it was just an ordinary feather with no value? Zapdos was puzzled. Naoki thought about it, and realized that it would be better to tell Zapdos about his plan directly instead of making the lightning bun secretly, and being embarrassed when the owner found out. So, he explained, this is not an ordinary feather. With my ability, I can turn it into a dish full of magical effects. As long as Pokemon eats it, it will become stronger. Hearing this, Zapdos was speechless, with a look of disbelief on his face. Eating the feathers that fell from its body? Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel sick. Is that kind of thing really edible? Naoki immediately saw what Zapdos was thinking. If we use humans to describe it, this behavior is probably using human sweat or hair to make food, right? It's really disgusting. Naoki awkwardly explained to Zapdos. Although it sounds a bit bad, the actual finished product is still good. Babu Tubo has eaten lightning buns before, so it became like this today. Babu Pokemon. Zapdos knows this Pokemon. The other party has a strong electric power, which is no less than its. But Naoki said that Babu Pokemon also ate lightning buns. When? Chew? Naoki replied with a smile. When the Heroes Expedition team first met you, Baby Bear picked up one of your feathers and gave it to me. After Naoki mentioned this, Dream and Baby Bear also remembered. 1. It seems to be true, Zapdos, Forget it. It's not for him to eat anyway. Naoki can do whatever he wants. After traveling outside for a whole year, they didn't feel anything before. But now that they are back to the familiar ranch and in this safe environment, several Pokemon feel weak and exhausted. Naoki noticed their state and said, "If you are tired, go and have a good sleep first." Several Pokemon were very obedient and went to sleep. They did not go to the World Tree, but stayed at home. Zapdos stood on the floor and began to sleep, while Mew, Bear Baby, and Jirachi ran to Naoki's bed. The three Pokemon fell asleep next to each other. Naoki went to the glass flower house to find Bud Crown and asked it to use its superpowers to crush the feather into powder. Soon, he returned home with a can of Zapdos feather powder. Naoki took out a part of it to make lightning buns, and kept the rest for later use. Mix the dough, ferment it, knead the dough, add feather powder, then pinch it into the shape of buns, and finally put it in the pot and start steaming. In this way, 5 lightning buns are made. This series of processes took a lot of time. When the buns were steamed, the Pokemon sleeping in the room also woke up. When Naoki placed these 5 yellow, round buns in front of them, both Zapdos and Mew were very shocked. Because they can feel a strong energy from these buns, Zapdos was stunned and shocked. Is this the food made from its feathers? Lightning Bun, S+ legendary food, made from feather powder from the legendary Pokemon. It is said that eating it can control lightning. Food effect. Thunder God, after eating it, Pokemon can gain the power of lightning, and can control lightning as the owner of the feathers will, and huge lightning will fall from the clouds in a snap of a finger. It is limited to electric Pokemon, and a Pokemon can only be eaten once. Comment. A unique dish in the world, feed it to your electric attribute Pokemon. Warning, do not eat indoors. Naoki looked at the information of the buns with a smile, then looked at Zapdos and asked, "How is it? Want to try it? If you eat it, your strength will become stronger." His tone was full of temptation. Suddenly Zapdos showed a hesitant look on his face. It wanted to become stronger, but when it thought that this was a dish made of its feathers, it felt a little nauseous. Imo? Can we become stronger if we eat it? The bear cub at the side couldn't help asking. Naoki shook his head. No, this dish is only effective for electric Pokemon like Zapdos. But if you want to eat it, you can try the taste. Hearing this, the bear cub shook his head. Imo. Forget it, there are only a few steamed buns, so let's save them for the electric Pokemon in need. Mew and Jirachi also thought the same. Naoki was very pleased with these sensible Pokemon. He touched their heads and then looked at Zapdos. Want to give it a try? Zapdos, This proud bird Pokemon finally couldn't resist the temptation. In any case, it wanted to give it a try. Very good, then let's go outside. It was still snowing outside, and everyone was staying at home. In addition, the ranch was in a remote location, so Naoki didn't worry that the noise he made would be discovered by others. A group of people came outside, and the lightning bird stood in the vast snow and ate the lightning bun. At first, there was no reaction on its body. But when the lightning bird ate all the buns, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. I saw a dark cloud floating in the originally gray sky, and then a huge lightning fell directly from the dark cloud and landed on the lightning bird. Strong airflow surged from the body of the lightning bird to the surroundings, and the lightning bird in it looked excited. Because it could clearly feel that the lightning power in its body was changing, its power became stronger. Suddenly, the lightning bird raised its head to the sky and let out a sharp cry. A strong electric energy was released from its body towards the sky. When the electric energy sank into the thundercloud, the next second, the gathered thundercloud was defeated by the lightning bird. The change stopped, and everything around returned to silence. The sky and the earth returned to a vast expanse of white. The aura of the Zapdos became stronger. Congratulations, Zapdos, Naoki said. Looking at the Zapdos, it seems to have improved a lot. There are many Zapdos in this world, and the strongest one is the one on Asia Island, which is called the God of Thunder. The other Zapdos are all ordinary Zapdos. I wonder how strong the current Zapdos is compared to that God of Thunder, Naoki muttered in his heart. And Zapdos was excited. When everyone returned to the living room, they saw Zapdos staring at the 4 remaining buns on the plate with sharp eyes. Naoki, who felt disgusted by eating their own feathers just now, Zapdos seemed to have forgotten what he had just said. Naoki could only explain, each Pokemon can only be eaten once, and the second time will have no effect. Hearing this, Zapdos' face immediately showed a regretful expression. At that moment, it even thought of giving Naoki more feathers so that he could make steamed buns. Unfortunately. But soon, a new idea came to Zapdos' mind. Since its feathers can be made into food, what about the other two birds? Moltres and Articuno. Thinking of this, Zappos asked, Chiu, do the feathers of Moltres and Articuno have any effect? Naoki was slightly stunned, and soon understood what Zappos meant. If I'm not mistaken, there should be. Moltres' feathers can be made into flaming buns, and Articuno's feathers can be made into frozen buns, he explained. Zappos nodded, and a light flashed in its eyes. It's decided. It will go and grab the feathers of the two Pokemon. Naoki has no idea about what Zappos is thinking. After resting, the Hero Expedition team and Jirachi went to the World Tree with great expectations to see their future home. After several months, the World Tree has undergone tremendous changes. The bustling Expedition Team Guild, Millalong opened a restaurant, Huanghuangban ran a cafe, the Queen Flower sold various props, the Wood Gecko and Oliva worked hard to take care of the orchard. Looking at these scenes, the eyes of several Pokemon in the Heroes Expedition team were full of light. Is it? This is simply the Expedition Team Guild in its dreams. Meow. Dream also stared blankly at the scene in front of it, until Mutuo felt its breath and moved over instantly, and Dream came back to his senses. Mew. Mew nodded calmly to Mew. Meow. Mew also greeted Mew happily. Although they were traveling outside, they often chatted with Mew through the Rotom phone. Under the leadership of Mew, several Pokemon began to visit the current World Tree. On the way, Mew opened his mouth from time to time to introduce everything here to them. Guild headquarters, farmland, mill, orchard, practice field, prop shop, Pokemon hospital. Wait until all places are visited. A group of Pokemon went to the tavern run by Meowth and Pikachu to drink. Baby Bear and Mew looked around. For some reason, they always felt that something was missing in this place. Is it? After Baby Bear mentioned this, Mew realized that it was not only her Pokemon who had this idea. Then the question is, what is missing? Is it? It's Naoki. Without Naoki, this place doesn't feel like home. It would be great if Naoki could come to the World Tree and live with them. Dream and Baby Bear looked at each other. Then he called Naoki with his Rotom phone. Soon, the call was connected and Naoki's voice came from the other end. Hello? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the World Tree? Me. Baby Bear shook his head repeatedly, indicating that nothing happened. Then, he asked expectantly, Me? Will Naoki come to the World Tree to live with everyone? Naoki didn't expect Baby Bear to ask this question. He thought for a moment, and then answered, of course, but not now. Meow? When will that be? Mew asked. Naoki, probably in a few decades. By then, they will all be old, and the people familiar to this world will slowly pass away. If he has children at that time, he will pass the ranch to them, and then go to live on the World Tree with Chishu, Gulton and Frog. It doesn't matter if their bodies age, they can live forever in the form of souls. In that case, they should be considered a different kind of ghost Pokemon. Right? As long as they don't go to the spirit world to participate in reincarnation, they can live forever on the World Tree with everyone. This is Naoki's current plan for the future. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about the lifespan theory, and can always be with Gillerton and the others. At the same time, in Yangwang City, in a mansion, Chishu's parents looked at their daughter across from them curiously. My daughter even changed her hairstyle. It seems that she has really grown up this time. The man holding the newspaper sighed. However, the woman saw something. Are you in love? Huh? The man next to her was surprised. Chishu was giggling. He is a very good person. The woman narrowed her eyes. Is it the man from last time? Chishu did not hide it from his parents, and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the couple did not know what to say for a while. Thinking that this was their daughter's first love, the woman could not help but say, I don't have any experience to pass on to you, but I have something to say, which was once said by a great celebrity. Chishu looked at his mother. Woman, love is a two-way road. It requires both parties to walk towards each other. Only then can two people live together for a long time. If one party is only willing to stay where he is, and let the other party walk towards him, then the two are destined not to be a good match. Chishu was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Woman, it means that feelings are mutual. If you want to go for a long time, the lives of two people need to slowly merge, and sometimes you have to make changes for each other. Chishu, it doesn't seem that exaggerated, does it? At this moment, her Rotom phone suddenly rang. When she opened it, she found that Naoki had sent her a message. Naoki, bring your Pokemon to the ranch. I have a gift for you. Gift? Chishu's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran back to his room to talk on the phone. In the living room, The couple looked at their daughter's back, their faces full of helplessness. At this moment, the man suddenly remembered something. The daughter once asked them to buy something in a small store. He took out his phone and started to search. As expected, he saw the words Naoki Ranch. This store should be opened by that guy, right? The man stared. What do you want to do? Of course, I want to see what kind of person that guy is. Our daughter is in love for the first time. It would be bad if she was deceived by a bad guy. The man was confident. He decided to pretend to be a passerby and visit the ranch. The woman looked at her husband helplessly. How do you plan to find out? The man said, of course, I will use the trainer's method. Observe the other person's temper and character through Pokemon battles. Sometimes, Pokemon battles are often the best way to see a person clearly. Although the other person is now a rancher, judging from Chishu's appearance, he must have been a trainer before. If that person doesn't even have the courage to fight him, then he is a coward. If you want to get his recognition, you must be able to defeat him head-on. Thinking back to the time when I challenged the gym to collect badges, his Pokemon partner's strength had already broken through to the gym leader level. Now he must still be as good as ever. Then let the boy see his gym leader level strength. Chapter 487. As the new year approaches and the weather is cold, people in Padilla are staying at home and rarely go out. That afternoon, Chishu woke up from a nap and found that someone was missing from home. Huh? She was surprised. Where's Dad? The woman sitting on the sofa weaving a scarf with the silk of a spider felt a little guilty. Some of his old friends came to visit today, and they went to the city to eat together. Why haven't I heard that Dad has old friends? Chishu was even more confused. Woman, maybe he met someone when he was young while traveling? Okay then. Chishu didn't care. She began to take care of the electric frogs and the others for breakfast. Naoki was just like the people in the Pasha region, staying at home from morning to night, spending his days leisurely with the Pokemon, and rarely going out. However, what surprised him was that even in such weather, there would be trainers coming to the ranch to challenge. In the afternoon, when Naoki was watching the live broadcast of the Pokemon battle at home, there was a knock on the door outside. This surprised Naoki. Why would someone visit in this weather? Could it be that Mayor Thomas and his men need help with something important? Thinking of this, Naoki hurried forward to open the door. But when he opened the door, the person he saw was not Mayor Thomas or Mrs. Dantes. Instead, it was a strange middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray winter coat and a scarf, and looking very tough. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked politely, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "Looking for the owner of this place." The man looked at him and asked, "You are Naoki, right?" "It's me." Naoki thought of a possibility, and a look of realization appeared on his face, and then he welcomed the man into the living room. "It's so cold outside. Come in and have a cup of tea first." Pretty polite, the man thought. He followed the boy into the house, looking around calmly. The fireplace in the house was burning brightly, the air was warm, the floor was swept clean, and Pokemon toys were scattered on the ground. A motor lizard, a harlequin baboon, 2 butlers, a frost milk, and a Pokemon he had never seen before were lying in front of the fireplace. As he expected, there were many Pokemon living here. Looking at the appearance of those Pokemon, each of them had smooth fur and looked very energetic. It was obvious that they were well taken care of by their owners. This showed that this boy was a kind and loving person who treated Pokemon well. The man nodded inwardly, and then sat down on the sofa. The butler quickly brought him a cup of steaming hot tea. The man was cold all over after the snow and wind along the way. After drinking a cup of hot tea, he felt comfortable all over. "Are you here to challenge the trial as well?" Naoki asked. "Trial?" The man looked calm, but he was a little confused. "What trial? Isn't this a ranch?" "Yes, I've heard of it before, but I haven't learned much about it yet." "Can you introduce it to me?" the man said. "This is normal. On weekdays, some trainers, who have only heard that there are special training trials at Naoki Ranch come to challenge." Naoki did not think much about it, but introduced. "So far, there are 4 trials in the ranch, namely the grass trial, the lightning trial, the storm trial, and the finger swing trial. The grass trial requires fighting against my Mount Goat, the lightning trial requires fighting against Babu Tubo, the storm trial requires fighting against Dragonite, and the finger swing trial is equivalent to a trial of luck. Only Pokemon that can use finger swing can participate." Hearing this, the man suddenly realized that things seemed to be a little different from what he thought. Except for the finger swing trial, other trials require a certain number of gym badges to be collected before you can participate. The green grass trial requires 8, and the lightning trial and storm trial require 4. Which one do you want to challenge? There is such a condition? The man was a little surprised. Naoki nodded helplessly. Because if the Pokemon's strength gap is too big, there is no way to achieve a good result. The difference in the strength of Pokemon is too big. The man was a little skeptical. He recalled that he was also a genius trainer who collected 8 gym badges and challenged the champion level. In this case, he will challenge the green grass trial directly. Naoki nodded. Okay, but you have to show your gym badge. The man was a little embarrassed. I didn't know about this. I left the 8 badges I collected at home and didn't bring them here. Naoki, This was the first time he encountered such a situation. But judging from the man's age, he must not be a rookie trainer. After a brief thought, Naoki chose to believe him. Okay, in that case, I make an exception. The wind and snow outside just stopped. Naoki took a look at the weather, and then took the uncle to the battle site in the ranch. The man immediately saw the 3 goats lazily lying under the shed eating tree fruits. Thinking of the goat milk sold in that store, the man couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Are they the dairy goats that produce milk in your ranch? Naoki was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, yes, they are also responsible for the work of producing milk. The goat milk sold in the ranch is produced by the 3 of them. The man frowned slightly, and he subconsciously thought that this kind of Pokemon engaged in production work was not the main force of this kid. It's just a dairy goat that produces milk. How strong can it be? Is there a more powerful Pokemon? You used to be a trainer who traveled outside, right? Bring out your strongest lineup to fight a Pokemon battle with me. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but have a big question mark on his head. This uncle is so arrogant, he said tactfully. Mount Goat is also one of my main forces. Except for those legendary Pokemon, Mount Goat's strength is also among the best in the ranch. My strength is very strong, and your rules are useless to me, because it was 30 years ago that I collected all 8 badges. The man shook his head. Meaning, compared to those ordinary trainers, he has more than 30 years of experience fighting Pokemon. Naoki, To be honest, the stronger Pokemon are hidden trials in the ranch. If you want to challenge them, you need to pass the 3 basic trials first, he explained. Hearing this, the man immediately became interested. Then let me see your strength first. The 2 walked to the 2 ends of the battlefield. Naoki did not clean the snow on the ground, but directly used the snow as the snow field. The Pokemon that Naoki sent out was Mount Goat, while the man sent out a Pokemon that looked like Kamen Rider. Fiery Legs Locust. The battle officially began. Fiery Legs Locust started with a piercing sound, then jumped high and pounced on Mount Goat. The Mount Goat looked calm, and there was no panic in its resolute eyes. Naoki had already seen the flaw of the Fiery Legs Locust, and he whispered, "Swallow return." The next second, the Mount Goat's movement suddenly accelerated and ran to the side. The Fiery Legs Locust immediately launched a pursuit, but he never thought that it was just a feint. When the Fiery Legs Locust changed the landing position of the pounce, it was too late to attack again. After using agile movements to tease the Fiery Legs Locust, a milky white airflow emerged from the horns of the Mount Goat. The airflow turned into a sharp blade of wind and hit the Fiery Legs Locust heavily. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, the man was shocked. Why did the Mount Goat react so quickly? Although he was very surprised, he still kept calm and commanded, "Kick from the lower body." The fallen Lai Tuihuang gave a calm look to the back, took advantage of the opportunity to stand up, spun his right leg, and kicked the goat's leg. Very good, that's it. The man was very excited to see the move hit. However, the next second, he saw a very terrifying scene. I saw a green light released from the goat, and instantly turned into a hemispherical aura, covering the entire battlefield. That's... The man opened his eyes wide. The Fiery Legs Locust sensed the danger, and looked around with a vigilant expression. "Mount Goat, use that move," Naoki said. "Mia." The Mount Goat called out calmly, its body slightly bent down, and green light quickly condensed in its mouth, turning into a huge holy sword of grass. Man, shock, what move is that? Fiery Legs Locust, get out of the way. The man sensed the danger and shouted immediately. However, it was too late. The Mount Goat held the blade in its mouth and slashed straight at it. In an instant, the green light submerged the Fiery Leg Locust. In the huge explosion, the Fiery Leg Locust was blown away and fell on the snow, losing its ability to fight. The man looked at the Mount Goat in disbelief. Based on its performance just now, are these Mount Goats really just ordinary dairy goats? The man suddenly doubted his life. Unfortunately, you did not pass the green grass trial. Naoki shook his head regretfully. Hearing this, the man came back to his senses immediately. He looked at the boy opposite with a heavy face, feeling a little embarrassed. A few days ago, he was planning to let this guy see his gym leader level strength. After a moment of silence, the man shook his head and said, "No, come again. I have more powerful Pokemon." After that, the man took out the next Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a handsome red Lotus Armor Knight appeared on the battlefield. However, 1 minute later, the scene that happened to the Fierce Legs Locust was repeated. "Come again!" 30 seconds later, the Great Electric Petrel failed. "No, I still have Pokemon." 20 seconds later, the super powerful Ostrich fell to the ground. "I don't believe it." 15 seconds later, the 3-in-1 Magnetron could not get up again. 5 seconds later, the Sea Slug was killed in one move. So far, the man's 6 Pokemon were all defeated, and the Mount Goat achieved a feat of 6 in a row. In the end, even Naoki felt that it was a bit cruel. "That uncle, how about we just forget it?" The sister AI butler stepped forward to help the fallen Pokemon to heal with goat milk. The man's face was livid, his eyes were wide open, and he left with the Pokemon angrily. Only Naoki was left standing there confused. What a strange uncle. What? The goat on the mount was also confused. Naoki couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He touched the goat's head and said to it, "You've worked hard, and now you can have a good rest." That boy is so rude. After returning home, the man sat down on the sofa. His wife was a little surprised to see this scene. Is he a bad person? The man was about to speak, but after thinking carefully, he realized that except for the Pokemon battle, the other party was quite polite and took good care of the Pokemon. The Pokemon in the ranch all liked him very much. Based on this alone, the man could tell that the other party was not a bad person. Seeing her husband's look, the woman immediately understood. She asked with a smile, "Did you lose to him?" "Man, eh?" He gritted his teeth and was very angry. "So that guy is so rude. He defeated my 6 Pokemon with only 1 Pokemon." The woman burst out laughing. "You were the one who wanted to challenge him. You're still laughing." Okay. The woman gently comforted her husband. "From your appearance, he seems to be a good person. I originally thought that it didn't matter if that person wasn't a great trainer, as long as he could take good care of our daughter. But now it seems that he can not only take care of Chishu, but is also a very good trainer. This is something to be happy about. Besides, you didn't reveal your identity when you went there, did you?" "Man, eh?" The man felt very embarrassed when he thought about how he had brazenly said he would challenge the kid's stronger Pokemon. "Stop talking, I want to be quiet." He lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. Seeing her husband like this, the woman felt a little curious about the young man named Naoki. She also wanted to go and see what kind of person he was. But the new year was coming soon, and she was afraid she didn't have time to go. "Forget it, let's visit him in the spring." The woman made a plan in her mind. When the spring comes next year, she will take some gifts, pretend to be a lost tourist, and visit the ranch. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar. Early in the morning of this day, Naoki Ranch began to prepare for the new year. This year is the 3rd year since Naoki came to this world, and it is also the 3rd year since he met the Motor Lizards. After this new year, it will be the 4th year since they met. It is quite touching to say that before we knew it, the abandoned ranch has completely changed its appearance. And so many Pokemon have come here to live. Naoki, who was preparing the New Year's Eve dinner at home, couldn't help but look around. The AI Guancher brother and sister were decorating the house with ribbons and lights, preparing to give the house a more New Year atmosphere. Ergian was looking at the snow through the window, and his starry eyes were full of happiness. Motorcycle Lizard was sorting out his toys and scarves in front of the fireplace. Those were all bought by Naoki for it. Motorcycle Lizard put them in a storage box separately. Guillerton kept making trouble next to Motorcycle Lizard, and seemed to envy Motorcycle Lizard for having so many toys. However, it also has a lot of toys. Isn't this called eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Naoki couldn't help but complain. Babu Tubo was eating macadamia nuts and chestnuts that Naoki prepared for them with his parents. Today is the new year. In order to reunite the family, Naoki went to the World Tree to pick up Babu Tubo's parents. There was a sound of bui bui from upstairs, probably the EVs playing upstairs. Dragonite and Dratini sat on the floor, happily eating the fried dried fish that Naoki gave them. The Bud Crown King was still sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. The once famous King of Galar has now completely become a mobile phone king. Looking at this scene of Pokemon playing happily, Naoki couldn't help but smile. At this time, the town's postman Ivan came to the ranch. Naoki, there is a letter for you. It is a New Year's greeting from everyone in the town. Ivan was still full of energy. Thank you for your hard work. Naoki took it from him with a smile, and after saying Happy New Year to each other, Ivan left because he had to deliver letters to other ranches. Opening the envelope, the content on the letter was mostly New Year's greetings from the townspeople. There were also some notices of new goods arriving from some stores, saying that there would be new crops and new flower seeds in the store next year. If Naoki Ranch needs them, you can go to the store to buy them. Chapter 488. Naoki worked until dark to prepare a large table of dishes. Gullerton's favorite fried steak, Dragonite's favorite steamed sea bass, Babu Tubo's favorite fried cashews. During dinner, snowflakes fell outside again, but the scale was not as large as the previous days. Naoki was a little worried that the shack of the goat mount would be crushed by the snow, so he asked Gullerton and the others to eat first, and he went outside to clean the snow off the shack. It was late at night, and the snow-white ground reflected the night. Although there was no flashlight, the surrounding road could still be clearly seen. Looking at the snowy scene, Naoki thought it was a good sign. Auspicious snow means a good harvest. With the expectation for next year, Naoki turned around and walked back. When he reached the door, he saw Golden and Babu Tubo squatting under the eaves and looking at this side. Why did you come out? It's so cold outside, come in. Naoki pushed a few Pokemon back to the room. Aw, gah. Okay, let's eat. Back at the table, Naoki looked at everyone with a smile. There was hot food on the table, and all kinds of Pokemon in front of the table. The wind was howling outside, but his little house was warm as spring. Even though he had experienced this several times before, Naoki was still full of anticipation and enjoyment for this moment. Gale! Following his command, the many Pokemon in front of him cheered and began to enjoy the dinner that Naoki had carefully prepared for them. Naoki took out his Rotom phone, took a photo, and then posted it to the Pokemon Circle. Wing King. Celebrating New Year with Pokemon.jpg soon. Several comments were received. Dr. Oren. Golden looks very happy. Sharona. Happy New Year. Dr. Oak. Could that Pokemon be the legendary Pokemon Mew? ADK replied to Dr. Oak. Ahaha. Naoki has many Pokemon as rare as Mew. Dr. Oak replied to ADK. What? Are there any Pokemon as rare as Mew? Professor Oak. Naoki. When do you have time to come to Pallet Town? Let me treat you well. Naoki. Professor Oak's research addiction came back again. For doctors like them who study Pokemon, Pokemon like Mew and Jirachi do have very important research value. However, they may not have time recently. After thinking for a while, Naoki replied to Professor Oak. Wing King. Sorry, Professor, the ranch is a bit busy. We may not have the chance to visit Pallet Town, but you can come to the Padilla area. It's the same. However, Professor Oak also has no time. In addition to studying Pokemon on weekdays, he also has to give lectures to introduce Pokemon ecology to trainers. Naoki felt very sorry about this. The two could only agree to visit each other again when they have time in the future. Then, Naoki replied to Professor Olin and Sirona one by one, wishing them a happy new year. There is no Spring Festival Gala in the Pokemon world, but there is a special Pokemon Spring Festival program. After dinner, Naoki sat on the sofa with Pokemon and watched TV. To be precise, Pokemon was watching TV while he was chatting with Chishu. Chishu said that she had just finished dinner and was now at home with the electric frogs listening to the noisy fireworks outside. Chishu, it's so noisy outside. Naoki smiled and said, come to the ranch to celebrate the new year next year. It's very quiet here, no sound. Chishu, okay. That's settled then. Oh, by the way, I've also started learning to cook recently. If you have a chance next time, come and try it. Naoki was a little surprised to see this message. He remembered that Chishu had said before that his cooking skills were not very good, and when he lived in Yangwang City, he often went to restaurants outside with Pokemon to eat. Wing King, why did you suddenly start learning to cook? Chishu, I want to try it. If I can learn it, I can cook for the electric frogs in the future. Naoki made a video call. Soon, the call was connected, and Chishu's face appeared on the screen. Golden, who was standing next to him, heard the voice and came over. Seeing Golden, Chishu smiled and greeted it. Happy New Year, Golden. Ah, gah. Naoki was a little curious about Chishu's past. When you traveled outside, did you also buy food in the restaurant to take out? Travel? Chishu shook his head. I rarely go out. At that time, I was studying at Orange Academy, and I ate breakfast and lunch in the cafeteria like everyone else. Although I would go out to challenge the gym later, I took the Pokemon taxi most of the time. I see. Naoki suddenly realized. I thought it was the same as the trainers in other regions. I have met some trainers in other regions before. They don't have to go to school. When they turn 10, they can get their own initial Pokemon from the local professor and go out to travel. Maybe it's because Padilla Academy has existed in Padilla for a long time? Chishu guessed. Entering school at the age of 10 may be a tradition? Then how did you become a gym leader later? Naoki was a little curious. Chishu replied, well, because I didn't know what I was going to do in the future, I just participated in the gym challenge like everyone else. Later, the chief invited me to join the Padilla Alliance, and then I was assigned to work at the Nyanwang gym. Hee, I actually like this job. So that's how it is. Naoki nodded. I thought you inherited the family gym. Talking about this, Chishu couldn't help but complain. My parents can't stay idle at all. They go out to travel every year. They say that the world is so big, and they haven't seen many places yet. They often leave me alone in Yangwang City. Naoki had a picture in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing. No wonder the couple who raised a quirky daughter like Chishu must be very interesting. What about Naoki? Chishu suddenly asked. I heard from the chief that Naoki moved to the Padilla region in recent years, right? Where did you live before? Me? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then replied, I used to live in the Hoenn region with my parents. Later, they died of illness, and I left there and traveled around the world. I didn't return to the Padilla area until 3 years ago, and inherited the ranch left by my grandfather. Their relationship was not that close before, and Chishu had never heard Chishu mention his parents. Now hearing Chishu say that, Chishu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Everything will be fine, she comforted. Yes. Chishu nodded gently, but I've gotten used to it. Now I have Golden and the others to accompany me, and you, I feel very happy now. He didn't lie to Chishu. Because before he traveled to this world, his parents also passed away early. But he was generous and didn't commit suicide. Although he became a social animal later, Naoki always maintained an optimistic attitude towards life. After all, he still had Pokemon to accompany him, Pokemon games, and series of anime. Hearing Naoki's words, Chishu nodded repeatedly. Well, I will always be with you. Naoki's heart softened, and then he nodded gently. Well, I remember. Next, the two began to chat about other things until the midnight bell rang. Listening to the sound, Naoki knew that it was already the 201st year of the league calendar. It was too late, and everything was quiet in the night. Chishu on the other side of the screen yawned a little sleepily. Naoki glanced at the Pokemon around him, who had already fallen asleep, and said to Chishu, If you are sleepy, go to bed. Chishu also realized that it was too late, and she responded softly, Well, I know, good night. Good night. After hanging up the phone, Naoki turned off the TV and began to move the sleeping Pokemon back to their own nests one by one. Naoki couldn't move big Pokemon like Dragonite, so he asked Badora to use its superpowers to move them away. During this time, Golden was awakened by Badora's superpowers. It suddenly opened its eyes, looked around with a confused look, and finally looked at Naoki. Ah gah! It's time to go back to sleep. Naoki touched its head. Golden yawned, then followed Naoki back to the room. Naoki went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, he found that Golden was still awake. Naoki sat on the bed and touched its head. His mind moved slightly, and then he asked, Golden, what do you think of Chishu? Can we let her join the ranch and live with us? Ah, Golden lost all sleepiness instantly after hearing this, and nodded his big head excitedly. Naoki was very surprised. Do you like Chishu very much? Ah gah! Gillardin looked very happy. Is that so? Naoki smiled slightly. Then it settled. Ah gah! Okay, go to sleep. Naoki rubbed Gillardin's head and lay down on the bed. He took a deep breath and looked at the ceiling with longing. Maybe he can really have a complete family of his own in this world. Run a ranch with Chishu and take care of the Pokemon on the ranch. Maybe they will have a child, like all the children in this world, who will become a trainer after turning 10 and embark on their own journey. Just like Mr. Alif in the Alif cherry orchard next door, he runs a cherry orchard with his wife and children, and lives an ordinary and happy life. Naoki closed his eyes, and fell asleep soon. He had a dream that he and Chishu were having a wedding, and yes, he was their witness, while Gulatin and Motor Lizard played the role of flower girls. Winter is gone and spring is here. The snow melts and everything starts to revive. After the new year, The expedition team continued their journey. But what surprised Naoki was that Zapdos left the team temporarily. According to Zapdos, it had some things to do, and would come back after it was done. Naoki was confused and asked Zapdos what it was about. Zapdos was mysterious, and didn't even tell the Dream Bear baby, saying that it wanted to give them a surprise. Before leaving, Naoki gave Zapdos a Rotom phone, so that it could contact the Dream Bear baby conveniently. Zapdos thanked him, then flapped its wings and flew away. Mew and Bear watched it go away, then set out on their own path. This year, they planned to travel to a place called Sinnoh. They had heard from Pokemon on the sea that there were many treasures there, so Bear, who was keen on picking up treasures, immediately decided on the destination. As soon as the Hero Expedition team left, the World Tree returned to its former tranquility. The Pokemon there live an orderly life. Jirachi did not leave with the expedition team this time. It stayed and often flew to the ranch to eat the snacks made by Naoki. Mewtwo is still there to guard the World Tree. Ho often goes on a long journey. Rayquaza spends most of its time perched on the treetops except for going to the universe to eat meteorites, and Giratina is still a big internet celebrity in the shadow of the World Tree. Groudon and Kyogre are even more idle, and have nothing to do, quarreling in the group all day long. Naoki thought that they could quarrel, as long as they didn't fight, everything would be fine, just treat it as a way to vent the extra energy. With the arrival of spring, the fields in the pasture began to be recultivated. This year, the seed store in the town has a new batch of seeds. Like cabbage, broccoli, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, gourds, etc. Naoki saw the novelty, and simply bought some of them, and went home to plant them to try. Maybe the gourds can mutate and grow colorful gourds, giving birth to 7 gourd babies. Seeing that he bought a lot, the owner of the seed shop, Arrow, gave him a few extra bags of seeds. After returning to the ranch, Naoki immediately started planting. The 3 Digletts were still responsible for tilling the land. He took Gulton and Motor Lizard to plant the seeds in the field, and then Dragonite used Rain Prayer to water it, and finally asked the Mount Goat to cultivate it with grass energy. After planting this piece of land, Naoki planned to start to do the commission of Rayo, to capture the 4 disaster Pokemon, and use the reverse cooking to reverse them into Pokemon that can bring good luck to the ranch. As for the ranch in the Alola region, don't rush there. It was originally used for winter vacation, but now that winter is over, there is no need to live there for a long time. After everything in the Padilla region is done, Naoki plans to go there to investigate, and try to communicate with the Tapu family to see if he can get the Z bracelet and Z moves from them. Not only the grass Z of Bud Crown, but also the exclusive Z of Eevee. Naoki promised his partner Eevee before that he would help it master Eevee's ultimate move, 9 color sublimation gathering at the top. While Naoki was making plans for the next step, a strange visitor suddenly arrived at the ranch. Butterfree, who was staying on the roof to bask in the sun, was the first to discover the person. It immediately came to inform Naoki. Naoki, who was working in the field, looked up and saw a woman wearing a floral dress, holding a bag in her hand, and looking elegant and gentle in her words and deeds standing at the entrance of the ranch and looking over here. Naoki was slightly stunned. The next second, his eyes met the person in midair. Then, Naoki heard the other party ask softly, "Excuse me, where is this place?" Naoki, ? It seemed that the doubt on his face was too obvious, and the woman looked embarrassed. "I'm very sorry. I heard the legend of Zichin Town and came here to travel, but I accidentally got lost in the back mountain. Now I'm tired and hungry. Can I borrow some water from you? I can pay." Naoki suddenly realized. In the past 2 years, Zichin Town has often attracted some tourists to visit the shrine of the Crown of Buds in the back mountain. Of course. Naoki stopped his farm work, washed his hands at the faucet, and then said to the woman, "This is Naoki Ranch in the east of Zichin Town. I am the owner of this place, Naoki. You don't need to pay. Come in and have a rest first." Hearing this, the woman smiled. "Sorry to bother you." Not far away, Gulton and Motor Lizard stood in a row. Gulton looked at the woman, with a puzzled look on his face. "Aw gaw? Isn't that Chishu's mother?" Chapter 489. The woman followed Naoki into the living room. She quietly looked at the young man and nodded inwardly. Well, he is handsome and calm, and he looks like a good man. Her arrival attracted many Pokemon to come and watch. The woman's eyes swept over those Pokemon. She was also a trainer when she was young and recognized them at a glance. Dratini, Motor Lizard, Babu Dropper, Saltstone, Butterfree. All these Pokemon were bred very well, and they were perfect in terms of fur color and mental state. There are even some Pokemon that look very powerful. No wonder her husband was beaten to autism before, the woman thought. Naoki looked back at the lost tourist, asked him to sit on the sofa and rest for a while, and then asked his sister Ai Guancher to bring a cup of tea for the guest. Ai. The sister Ai Guancher nodded slightly, and soon came over with a cup of tea. Thank you. The woman took the cup, raised her head and drank it all, looking very thirsty. After finishing the tea in the cup, the woman let out a long sigh. Ah, thank you very much. You're welcome. Naoki smiled and shook his head. Are you a tourist from another place? The woman nodded gently. Yes, I heard about the legend of Pokemon in Jichin town before, so I rushed here from Nyanguang City to visit. Unexpectedly, I got lost halfway, and it took a lot of effort to find a place where humans live. Nyanguang City? Naoki immediately thought of Chishu. He smiled and helped guide the other party to the destination. Go west after leaving this ranch, and you can see the town of Jichin at the end of the path. If you want to visit the Fengzi Shrine, you can go north from here and go up the mountain road to reach your destination. The woman listened very seriously. Ah, thank you very much. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Name? Naoki introduced himself. My name is Naoki, Naoki from Naoki Ranch. Naoki. The woman murmured the name again. By the way, you look very young. You should be less than 25 years old this year, right? Naoki was very happy to meet someone who didn't think he looked like an old man. Yes, I'm 22 years old this year, and I'd be 23 in the second half of the year. He nodded. 22 years old, my daughter is also this age. The woman thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Daughter? Naoki was quite surprised. The woman in front of him seemed to see what he was thinking, and said with a smile, Don't look at me like this, I'm actually 40 years old, come to think of it, you should call me Auntie. Naoki was shocked. 40 years old? But the woman in front of him looked like she was just 30? People in the Pokemon world don't age easily, do they? That's right. The woman nodded gently, and she looked outside, seeming to be very interested in the ranch. It's hard to see such pastoral scenery in a big city. The tranquility and leisure of life here gives people a very comfortable feeling. Can I visit your ranch? The woman asked. Of course. Naoki nodded and agreed. Then, he took the other party to visit his ranch. From the goats that produce goat milk, to the farmland full of various crops, to the apple orchard and the wool-braided sheep ranch on the other side of the river. Looking at such a large ranch, the woman couldn't help but sigh. You are so amazing, one person can manage such a large ranch in an orderly manner. It's not just me who manages it. Naoki said a little embarrassedly. Many Pokemon in the ranch will also help. Where are your family? Don't they live with you? The woman asked again. Family? Naoki shook his head. They are all dead. I was not here at first, and I moved here later. Ah? I'm very sorry. The woman looked apologetic. What a poor child. It doesn't matter, those things are in the past. Naoki shook his head and said. Yeah, that's right, people should look forward. The woman nodded in agreement. She glanced at the time, and then said, Well, thank you very much for your hospitality. I have recovered and will not disturb you. When she came over just now, she saw Naoki working in the field. It's okay, I have received help from others before, Naoki said with a smile. Then, he pointed the way to the town of Jichin for the woman. Keep going forward and you can see the town. There are no dangerous Pokemon on the road, and you don't have to worry about being attacked by wild Pokemon. It's safe here. The woman smiled gently, nodded gently, and then handed over the bag in her hand. This is the souvenir I bought on the road before. I will use it to thank you for your hospitality. Naoki shook his head subconsciously, thinking that there was no need to be so polite. However, after handing the gift to him, the woman turned around and left. After walking a distance, she turned back and waved to him, saying gently, See you next time. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. What does it mean? The woman left. Naoki stood there for a while, then opened the bag and saw a set of exquisite tangerine balls inside. Sweet ball, friend ball, moon ball, heavy ball, speed ball. Naoki was stunned instantly. Because these tangerine balls are a very precious gift. Tangerine balls are different from ordinary poke balls. They are handmade from cones grown on cone trees. In the past, craftsmen who made poke balls would hollow out the cones and put them into special nets to capture Pokemon to make poke balls. Most of these poke balls made from cones have special features. For example, the sweet ball can more easily capture wild Pokemon of a different gender than your own Pokemon. The internal environment of the friend ball is very comfortable, and the Pokemon captured with it will be easier to become close to the trainer, just as the name suggests. And the moon ball can easily capture Pokemon that can evolve through the moon stone. Before the birth of modern Pokeballs made from cones were very common, and it is said that this technology can be traced back to 400 to 700 years ago. However, with the development of technology, these Pokeballs are gradually replaced by modern mass-produced Pokeballs because of the long production time and low efficiency. However, the craftsmen who inherited this craft are still making Pokeballs for excellent trainers. They will spend a whole day carefully carving the cones into precious handmade Pokeballs. For this reason, the value of this kind of citrus fruit ball far exceeds that of ordinary red and white Pokeballs, and it is more commemorative. It sounds very romantic for trainers to pick the cones themselves and give them to the craftsmen to make special Pokeballs for their beloved Pokemon partners. Naoki didn't expect that he would receive such a precious thank you gift just for providing a glass of water to the man. This made him at a loss for words for a moment. After leaving the ranch, the woman returned directly to Nyangwon City. She opened the door and saw her husband waiting for her there. Hearing the noise, the man looked up and said, "How is it?" The couple had been together for many years and had already developed a tacit understanding. With just these 3 words, the woman understood what her husband meant. He was asking himself what he thought of the boy. He's a very sensible kid. The woman recalled the things on the ranch and said softly, "Humph." However, the man recalled his previous experience of being 6-timing, and his face turned sour. Seeing this scene, the woman sighed, "Don't be like this. It's not easy for that kid either. His parents passed away early, and he's the only one left at home." Hearing this, the man was slightly stunned and turned to look at his wife. He managed the ranch in perfect order by himself, and he was able to take care of so many Pokemon. Not only that, he was very polite to me when I went there, and provided me with help. That kid is a very good person. The mother-in-law liked her son-in-law more and more. At this point, the woman said, "If the 2 of them can go on smoothly, we can rest assured." Humph. The man hummed again, but his tone was much softer than before. Nyangwon City and Ziqing Town are so far away, it will not be easy for Chishu to come back. Oh my, I don't think there's anything to worry about. The woman smiled and shook her head. I saw a Dragonite there. With Dragonite's speed, it can travel back and forth between the 2 places in less than 30 minutes. Humph. Woman, stingy guy. I think you just can't let go of your pride. Who was it that vowed to let others see his strength before? Man, The set of tangerine balls was finally placed on the display cabinet by Naoki for collection. It is February of the year 201 in the Alliance calendar. The land in the ranch has been planted, and after being cultivated by the goats, the crops that have just been planted have blossomed and borne fruit in just a few breaths, and it is time to harvest. However, Naoki did not harvest them immediately. He put these fresh vegetables on the shelves in his ranch shop. If there are customers who buy them, they will be picked from the fields and shipped by Dragon Express, ensuring that the customers who place orders can eat the freshest vegetables. After doing this, Naoki began to prepare for the plan to capture the 4 disaster Pokemon. Rihi had already sent him the specific locations of the 4 Pokemon. He only needed to go to those places to remove the seals, and then he could capture them. Naoki looked at the map of the Padilla region. The nearest place to them was the Dust Shrine, where the ancient deer was sealed. It was located in the north of the Great Pot Lake, a place called Guaba Forest Road. Wing King, I'm leaving. Before leaving, Naoki sent a message to Rihi. And Rai responded quickly. Rai, come on, it's up to you. Naoki made an okay gesture and looked at the time. It was 8:30 in the morning, and the sun had just risen. If we leave at this time, we might be able to return to the ranch in the afternoon. I'm going out today, and will probably be back in the ranch in the afternoon. I leave the Pokemon in the ranch to you guys at noon. Naoki said to the AI butler brother and sister. AI, Aya. The brother and sister nodded in unison, indicating that they would take care of everything in the ranch. Naoki smiled slightly, and then walked out the door. In the ranch, a group of Pokemon were running and playing on the grass. It was spring, the temperature in the air was very pleasant, the grass in the ranch was growing very lush, and the flowers blooming in the flower fields also attracted many butterflies. Golden lay lazily on the grass and blew the wind. And the motor lizard was attracted by the butterflies, and went into a tall grass to flutter at the butterflies. Looking at that scene, a picture emerged in Naoki's mind. A traveling trainer was walking in the grass, and then the motor lizard jumped out and started fighting. Well, now he knew why players always encountered Pokemon jumping out in the grass in the game. In the grass, the motor lizard focused all its attention on the flying butterfly. It tiptoed and raised its head, closely following the flight path of the butterfly. At this time, the butterfly flew out of the tall grass and prepared to land on a stone. Now, the motor lizard found the right moment and then pounced out, covering the butterfly with its claws. However, the next second, the motor lizard felt something struggling under its hands. This kind of strength and struggle is simply not something a butterfly can do. Gaw! The motor lizard moved its palm away in confusion. Then, it saw a green mysterious Pokemon on the stone with one eye and a blue diamond core on its belly. The butterfly had already flown away. Gaw! The motor lizard was startled. The Pokemon also seemed to be frightened, and a green light shone on its body. At the same time, in Naoki's bedroom, the Zygarde cell that was placed on the desk by him to bask in the sun suddenly lit up a beam of green light. The next second, the beam of light flew out. The same scene happened everywhere in the ranch, and even the back mountain had green light flying out. God knows how many cells Zygarde sent to observe. Naoki, who was touching the head of the grave dog, noticed this scene. He looked up in surprise, and saw green lights flying from the sky, and then gathered on the motorcycle lizard. Naoki? ? He immediately went forward to check. But when he saw the scene there clearly, he was stunned. Because in the green light, a Pokemon that looked like a Doberman gradually appeared. The Pokemon had a pair of pale eyes, and its body was made up of green and black, with a collar and rope structure on its neck. And below, there is a blue diamond pattern, that is, Zygarde's 10% form. Has Soft also been sent to the ranch by Zygarde to observe? No. Looking at the blue core, Naoki realized that it was not Soft, because Soft's core is red. And this Pokemon with a blue core obviously represents the rational Z2, and unlike Eureka's Soft, Z2 believes that humans are disruptors who disrupt order. In the anime, it also advises Soft to stay away from humans. Naoki looked at Z2, and it was obvious that it did not just come here, but was attracted by the World Tree early. So it has been hiding in the dark and observing secretly all this time? Chapter 490. What happened here attracted the attention of many Pokemon in the ranch. Soon Z2, who had transformed into his 10% form, was surrounded. The Pokemon around him cast curious glances at him. Z2 was a little nervous. At this time, he heard the human speak. When did you come here? Naoki asked with interest. Whether it was Groudon Kyogre, Rayquaza, or Ho-Oh, they were all attracted here on the day when the World Tree matured. If his guess was correct, Zygarde might have noticed what was happening here at that time. So he sent out his cells and core to observe. And the fact was just as Naoki had guessed. Perhaps because of the secret observation over the past few months, Z2 in front of him seemed familiar to him. After a brief thought, Z2 spoke. Last summer. It said telepathically. Hearing this, Naoki said in his heart, sure enough, the World Tree matured at that time. Are you here to observe the situation? He asked again. Z2 still maintained 10% of its Doberman form. It looked at the human in front of it, with its pale eyes, and nodded its head. At that time, it had been staying in an inconspicuous place, quietly observing this place and the humans living here, because it could feel that the natural atmosphere here was very strong. Originally, there were no cells on this land. But later, in order to better observe the World Tree and the ecosystem of this area, Zygarde sent more cells to monitor the ecosystem here. I see. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. But Z2 noticed something strange in his words and actions. You know me. It said with certainty. Of course I do. Naoki did not hide it. One of the cores of Zygarde, the monitor of the ecosystem, if I am not mistaken, you should also be attracted by a natural breath, right? Z2 noticed the words used by this human. Also? In addition to it, are there other beings attracted here? But if you think about it carefully, such a big commotion will inevitably attract the attention of some powerful beings. In human terms, they are probably Pokemon of the same level as you, right? Naoki thought for a moment and continued, well, for the sake of Little Soft, I will take you to visit that place. Because according to his observation, Zygarde in this form, like Groudon, has no way to reach the World Tree by flying. Little Soft? Z2 was slightly stunned. Naoki, you just merged it. Z2, Z2 felt complicated. He understood what this human meant. But it was just its cells, a part of its body, without its own consciousness. Let's go! Naoki looked at the time and felt that he could take Zygarde to visit the World Tree first, and then set off to the Temple of Dust. Z2 didn't say much, and followed this human silently. In his opinion, this human was different from other humans. Other humans are destroyers who disrupt the ecological order, but this human named Naoki is the one chosen by nature. One person and one Pokemon passed through the reverse world and soon arrived at the World Tree. As soon as he stepped out of the passage, Z2 opened his eyes and looked around. Because it felt a strong natural breath, as if it was nature itself. Staying here is as relaxed and comfortable as returning to the arms of a mother. There is such a place, even I didn't know. Z2 murmured. Above his head was a huge tree canopy that blocked out the sun, and the sunlight shone through the gaps into the forest, making this place look like a dream. What shocked Z2 even more was that there were so many Pokemon living in this place. They planted fruits and cultivated the land here, living an orderly life. This is the inside of the World Tree. The natural breath you felt before was emitted by this tree. Naoki introduced with a smile. It turned out to be like this. After a brief shock, Z2 quickly came to his senses. The ecosystem of this world has already begun to become precarious. On the land where I stayed, traces of negative energy cores have appeared. Negative energy core? Naoki looked at the dog beside him. Z2 nodded and continued. That is the abnormal phenomenon caused by the destruction of the ecosystem. Many huge plants will grow on the land. Humans and Pokemon cannot see them, only I can see them. Before this, I have been monitoring the ecosystem. Naoki nodded. In the anime, Satoshi's Greninja was able to see the negative energy cores, and was later left by Zygarde to help cut down trees. But now, after this tree has grown, all the negative energy has disappeared. I think it is the power it has released that has repaired the damaged ecosystem. Z2 said softly. Naoki was not too surprised by this. After all, the description of the World Tree has a related role. After it grows up, it will change the whole world. As for restoring the ecosystem, it may also be one of the changes. This is a good thing, Naoki said. Z2 did not comment. In any case, I want to express my gratitude to you. Because according to its observations over the past few months, this World Tree was cultivated by the human in front of it. Nature chose him. It was the first time that Naoki heard a legendary Pokemon thank him for this matter. He couldn't help but look at Z2 twice more. Is this the ecological supervisor? The idea is indeed different from other Pokemon. Do you want to stay here? Naoki asked. Just like Groudon and the others, they all live on the World Tree from now on. However, Z2 refused. No, I have more important things to do. It shook its head and said, the ecosystem has only been temporarily restored, but as long as humans are there, the ecological order will be disturbed again one day. I have to continue to perform my duties. Naoki, it's not that exaggerated, right? If we follow what Z2 said, wouldn't humans become the source of all evil in this world? Humans are complex and diverse. Z2 shook his head and said, you will not disrupt the ecological order, but there are always some humans who will destroy the existing order and cause the birth of negative energy cores. Hearing this, Naoki was speechless for a moment. Zygarde was right. While some people protect the ecology, there are also people who destroy it. The most serious one is the villain Vladari in the Kalos region. Vladali is a very complicated person. When he was young, he often led the Flare team to rescue the poor people in the Kalos area. But after being rescued, those people took their actions for granted and asked Vladali for more charity. Because of this, Vladali's idea went in the direction that he tried to use the power of legendary Pokemon to destroy the real world and create a beautiful utopian world. However, these are all later stories. At this time, the story in Kalos region has not happened yet. Z2 did not stay on the World Tree for long. After understanding the source of the natural energy and the current situation of the land, it left the World Tree and returned to the land. However, Z2 did not leave the ranch, because now it is responsible for supervising the order in the Padilla region. Watching the green light flying out of Z2's body and flying into the distance, Naoki couldn't help asking, for you, are these cells equivalent to monitors? Monitor? Z2, who had returned to a blue core, looked over in confusion. They allow you to observe situations in other places, Naoki explained. Z2 nodded, yes. Then did you leave your main part in the Kalos region? Naoki asked curiously. Zygarde is different from other Pokemon. It is a Pokemon composed of countless cells and cores. And it will change into different forms according to the number of cells. The 10% form of Zygarde is a Doberman, good at close combat, and attacks with sharp teeth. The 50% form of Zygarde is generally the body of Zygarde. It lives deep in the cave, and monitors the Pokemon ecosystem for abnormalities through the cells and cores scattered outside, and takes on the responsibility of guarding. When all the cells and cores gather together, Zygarde will transform into a 100% complete form. This form of Zygarde looks like a Gundam, with overwhelming terrifying power. It is also a special battle form for Zygarde to fight with all its strength in order to fulfill its mission of guarding the ecosystem. Hearing Naoki's words, Z2 nodded. Yes, it was the main body that sent me and the other cells to this place. The main body is now deep in the cave, monitoring the changes in the ecosystem. Hearing this, Naoki secretly said, as expected. He recalled the plot in the anime where the Flare team went to the end cave to capture Zygarde, and immediately couldn't help but remind him, I think you should remind the main body to be careful or move to another cave. I have a hunch that some humans have begun to plan to capture it. Z2 was slightly stunned. How did you know that? It asked. Because I used the prediction of the future. Z2, At this time, Naoki stood up. Okay, let's stop here. I'm going to do my own thing. If you want to stay at the ranch, stay here, Gulton. We should set off. Ah, Gulton, who had been waiting on the side, responded immediately. It glanced at Z2, then looked at Naoki, who turned and left, and then hurriedly chased after Naoki. Only Z2 Pokemon stood on a stone. It tried to sense the main body, but the distance was too far, and there was no way to get in touch with the main body. This time, Naoki brought 6 Pokemon with him: Gultrin, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, Babbitt, Flutterfly, and Urukyo. The distance between the Dust Shrine and the ranch was not too far. First, cross the vast Big Pot Lake, then climb over a mountain, and you will reach the Potbar Forest Road. Under the guidance of the navigation of Rotom's mobile phone and the positioning given by Reo, Naoki successfully found the location of the Dust Shrine in just 20 minutes. It is located deep in a small island in a pool of water, with waterfalls on both sides, and trickling water converges into a small river, surrounding the island in the middle. The terrain on the island is complex, and there are uneven valleys everywhere. The location of the Dust Shrine is very remote, located in a mountain nest, with steep cliffs on both sides, and 4 huge iron chains firmly seal the entrance of the shrine. I didn't expect that Leia's positioning was quite accurate. Naoki stepped forward and pulled the chains, but the thick chains did not move at all. Naoki stopped, took a photo with his Rotom phone, and sent it to Rai. Rai responded quickly. Rai, did you find the place? Great, it seems my investigation was on the right track. Wing King, next we need to find the stakes and pull them out, right? Rai, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, the stakes are distributed on that mountain. There are 8 in total. As long as all of them are pulled out, the seal will be automatically lifted. Rai, also, be careful not to use brute force to break the seal, otherwise the power of the seal may cause the mountain to collapse. Naoki, He looked at the shrine in front of him, which was emitting a faint green light, and thought that there were too many ancient black technologies in the Pokemon world. The shrine in front of him was obviously not a shrine in the conventional sense. If Naoki remembered correctly, those stakes were also made with special power. In the game, as long as they were pulled out, the stakes would turn into debris and disappear, and then the corresponding chains would automatically unlock. Wing King, okay, I got it. I go find the sealing stakes now. Leia, come on. The Temple of Dust, where the Pokemon Goodinglu is sealed, should be the disaster Pokemon. According to ancient books, Goodinglu has the ability to cause earthquakes, so you must be careful. It has been sealed for so many years, and its temper must be very bad. Putting away the phone, Naoki rode on Gulton and said to it, let's fly around this mountain first. This mountain looks so big, it's not that easy to find 8 small stakes. Ah, gah! Gulton responded, then spread its wings and flew around the mountain. Naoki carefully observed the mountain below. Below the mountain is the Guiba Forest Road. On both sides of the path leading to the top of the mountain are lush pine forests, where many wild Pokemon live. For seasons deer, sprout deer, Fortos, Heracross. To the north is the North Padia Sea, to the south is the Great Pot Lake, and there are no towns nearby, making this place look sparsely populated. At this time, Gulton under him suddenly made a warning cry. Ah, gah! Naoki looked closely, and saw a pile emitting a faint blue light next to a large rock. He patted Gulton's shoulder, and Gulton landed beside him. Naoki observed the stake curiously. He took out his Rotom phone and took a photo, then stretched out his hand and pulled it out. The next second, the stake turned into debris and disappeared. There are 7 left, but with his own strength, he didn't know when he would find them. Therefore, Naoki decisively took out 3 Pokeballs. With 3 flashes of white light, the figures of Babu, Dragonite, and Flutter appeared in front of him. Naoki showed them the photos he had just taken. Everyone, help me find this thing around here. Several Pokemon started to move. Chapter 491. Naoki was not idle either, riding on Gulton to continue to carefully scout around the mountain. The location of the stakes was not obvious, and there were many stakes hidden in inconspicuous places. If you are not careful, you may miss them. Gulton was flying in the sky, and the Pokemon living here were attracted by this scene and looked up. It took about half an hour for Naoki and Gulton to circle the mountain several times before they finally found the second stake. When they returned to the starting point, the 3 Pokemon sent out by Naoki had already flown back. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Naoki asked. "Bammo." Babutubo nodded repeatedly. "It found a pole in the grass by a small river." "Oh." Dragonite also nodded. "It found a pole on the top of the mountain." Dream. Flutter found 2 poles at once. Seeing this scene, Naoki was delighted. It really worked. He went forward and pulled out the poles they found under the leadership of the 3 Pokemon. Including the 2 he found before, a total of 6 stakes have been pulled out, and the last 2 are left. Returning to the Temple of Dust, Naoki suddenly found that there was only 1 chain left of the 4 chains. As long as the last 2 stakes are pulled out, the seal of the Temple of Dust can be lifted. Next, Naoki continued to search nearby with a few Pokemon. Time passed by minute, and gradually, it was noon, but unfortunately, they still could not find the location of the last 2 stakes. Helplessly, Naoki had to stop his action. He returned to the door of the Temple of Dust, took out the ingredients he brought in the morning, and began to prepare lunch. During this time, Leha opened the video call to ask Naoki about his progress. "Leha, how is it going?" Naoki shook his head and said, "I have been looking for the last 2 stakes for the whole morning. I plan to continue looking after filling my stomach. The last 2. It's really not that easy." Leha sighed. "If the principal hadn't sent someone to keep an eye on me, I would have gone over to help investigate." "Naoki, do you have classes this afternoon?" Leha nodded and answered truthfully, "2." Naoki was speechless. "Forget it, you should stay in school for classes. That's the only way." After hanging up the phone, Naoki released the motorcycle lizard and the evil spirit and let them play here. He heated the oil in a pan and fried the steak in the pan. The golden fat kept jumping, and the pan wafted an attractive aroma. Then, Naoki cut the tomatoes into slices, and when the steaks were fried, Naoki made a few special sandwiches with them. After everything was ready, Naoki turned around and took out the Pokemon and energy cubes from his backpack and put them on the plate. Sandwich, energy cube, Pokemon and juice milk. In this way, a lunch was ready. "Come and eat." Naoki turned around and shouted, and several Pokemon playing on the grass immediately ran over. They picked up the sandwiches and happily ate them. But at this moment, Eruption, who was about to open his mouth to eat, suddenly cast his eyes not far away. "Bony? What's wrong?" Naoki followed its gaze, and saw a Pokemon that looked like a bush with 5 yellow spots on its belly standing not far away and looking at this side. "Is that a tree monster?" At this moment, the tree monster was drooling, staring at the Pofin and energy cubes that Naoki put in the basket. "Is it a wild Pokemon attracted by the smell of food?" At this time, the tree monster suddenly noticed that it had been discovered by the human and the Pokemon. Its face suddenly showed a panic expression, and then it stood still in panic, covering its face with its hands, disguising itself as a tree. Naoki, Gale, Bammo? At this time, Motor Lizard and Babu Groundhog also raised their heads and looked in the other 2 directions. Naoki turned his head and saw several wild Pokemon attracted by the aroma of food. An adult bud deer and several Four Seasons deer stood on the grass and looked over here. It even attracted a wild Heracross and several wild jellyfish that look like jellyfish but can run on the ground with their tentacles. Wow, so many Pokemon were attracted at once. Naoki was quite surprised. He didn't bring a strong-smelling energy cube, did he? Seeing that the man didn't react, Shusaigwai quietly observed the other party's situation through the gap between his fingers. The budding deer also looked at the human calmly. The Four-Season deer following behind it jumped nimbly on the grass, and seemed to be very curious about the human and the delicious food. Heracross stared at the food that exuded a sweet smell. The smell was even sweeter than the nectar it had eaten. "I want to eat it," Heracross drooled. The wild jellyfish could no longer hold back its inner desire and rushed over, intending to snatch it from the human and the Pokemon. Seeing their actions, Naoki exclaimed in surprise. The local Pokemon looked a little unfriendly. Faced with the robber-like wild jellyfish, Eruption stood up in an instant. Seeing this Pokemon trying to stop them, the jellyfish opened their mouths and spit out pieces of mud. Mud shooting. Miraculous was unable to dodge and was hit by the mud. Seeing that his body had become dirty, Miraculous was very angry. Bony! It looked back at Naoki. Naoki nodded at it. I leave it to you. Bony. Miraculous was waiting for this sentence. The next second, green light surged in its hand, creating a stick wrapped with vines, and it swung the thorn stick fiercely at the robber jellyfish. A stick fell, and one of the wild jellyfish was hit in the face instantly, and its body flew backwards. Then, Argian rushed to other wild jellyfish. However, after witnessing this scene, those wild jellyfish were horrified and turned around and ran away in the opposite direction. Hercules and the sprouting deer on the hillside were even more frightened. After driving away the robber wild jellyfish who coveted their food, Argian put away the thorn stick, happily returned to his position, and enjoyed lunch. Naoki, the appearance of the Miraculous is totally inconsistent with its strength. It is so scary to see it swinging a big stick to hit people with such a cute appearance. But then again, looking at the remaining wild Pokemon, Naoki suddenly remembered something. If there is anyone who is more familiar with the terrain and environment around here, it must be the Pokemon that originally lived here. There is strength in numbers. Should he hire these Pokemon to help find the remaining 2 stakes? He did it right away, as there were still some Pofin and energy cubes left in his backpack. Naoki turned his head to look at the Pokemon and waved to them. Seeing this, Shukai was slightly stunned. Was the human calling him over? The bud deer was also a little surprised. It hesitated a little, but the 4-seasoned deer around it jumped happily and ran over. And Heracross looked at the Pokemon, who had just hit people with a big stick with some concern. Would it not get beaten if it went over? However, when it saw the human being kindly giving the sweet food to the little 4-seasoned deer, it could not sit still. Hey! Heracross immediately rushed down. And the budding deer and the tree monster followed closely behind. Looking at the group of wild Pokemon in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The power of the evergreen that can greatly increase the affinity of Pokemon is really convenient. Eat it, Naoki said with a smile. Heracross ate the sweet energy cube with a happy expression on his face. As expected, it was sweeter than honey. By the way, I have something to ask you. After the wild Pokemon finished eating the energy cubes, Naoki spoke. After hearing this, several Pokemon raised their heads and looked over, with confused expressions on their faces. Hey! Heracross asked. Naoki took out the Rotom phone, found the photo of the pile he had taken before, and asked, Have you seen this thing around here? Several Pokemon looked at it, and the bud deer and the 4-seasons deer living in the jungle looked confused. Heracross shook his head, saying that he had never seen it. And the tree monster suddenly had an idea. It had seen this thing. Really? Naoki promised. If anyone can help me find it, I can give it a big bag of energy cubes as a thank you gift. The tree monster didn't expect there would be such a surprise. It nodded repeatedly. Huh? Heracross's eyes also lit up. It can also help find it. 3 minutes later, the group of Pokemon ran away. In order to get Pofin, they went to help the human find a glowing stake. And Naoki followed the tree monster along the mountain path. About 10 minutes later, they came to a hidden cave. The cave was not deep. At the end of the cave, there was a stake emitting blue light. Naoki went forward and pulled it out. In this way, there was only the last one left. I will keep my promise and give you a pack of energy cubes. Let's go back to the camp first, Naoki said. Hoo-hoo! Trimbroid danced with joy. This human is pretty good. When they returned to the camp, Heracross and Mo had not returned yet. Naoki kept his promise and gave Trimbroid a pack of energy cubes. Looking at Trimbroid's excitement, Naoki didn't know what to say for a while. But then again, Trimbroid is a Pokemon that looks like a tree, but its attribute is rock type. Not only that, it is also very afraid of water. Interesting, Naoki thought. Heracross and the budding deer were still looking for the stake, and Naoki was not going to sit idle. After handing the energy block to Shizegwai, he continued to search with Gulton. Gulton was flying in the sky, thinking back to the stake that was stuck in the cave before. Naoki thought for a moment and said to Gulton, Lower the flight altitude, let's go down and take a look. Pay more attention to whether there are caves, valleys, and other places nearby. Ah, gah! Gulton responded and flew downwards. Shishu's eyes swept over the ground carefully. The bushes, the depressions, the valleys, the bottom of the rock wall. Time passed by minute. After several hours of carpet search, Shishu finally found the last stake in an extremely inconspicuous hole halfway up the mountain. When he pulled out the stake, a vibration sound suddenly came from a distance. The seal of the ancient tripod deer was unlocked. Let's go back, Naoki immediately said to Golden. Golden responded, turned around, and flew towards the camp. Soon, they arrived there. Just as Naoki expected, with the last 2 stakes pulled out, the last chain on the ancestral hall disappeared. On the grass in front of the ancestral hall, Heracross and Sprout Deer, who had no harvest, also returned here. Several wild Pokemon, who noticed the strange phenomenon in front of them, all cast their eyes in that direction. Under their gaze, Naoki walked forward and gently touched the blue door in front of him. The next second, the door of the ancestral hall collapsed, causing dust and smoke to rise around it. Then, a Pokemon slowly jumped out of it. Goo Ding Ding. The ancient tripod deer, which had been sealed for thousands of years, and finally saw the light of day, was shrouded in a destructive aura. A malicious force that was almost condensed into substance surged out of its body. It lowered its head, and the huge tripod crashed to the ground. The next second, the ground began to shake violently, the purple aura of disaster continued to spread around, and rocks began to roll down from the mountain. Seeing this scene, Heracross and the others were terrified and hid behind Naoki in fear. Is this the treasure of disaster? It really looks dangerous. Naoki looked up at the strange scene around him. We can't let the ancient tripod deer continue, otherwise it will bring terrible disasters to this place. Just like the ancient kingdom of Padia thousands of years ago, in this situation, we must fight quickly and decisively, and it would be best if we could defeat the ancient tripod deer with one blow. Gillerton, full force ramming. Naoki stabilized his body, and when he saw the purple aura of disaster about to spread over, he immediately gave an order. Ah, hiss! Gillerton immediately flew out. The scarlet body jumped high into the air, deformed, and rammed into the ancient tripod deer fiercely. The next second, a violent explosion sounded from the front. In an instant, all the strange phenomena disappeared. Looking at the fallen Goodinglu, Naoki took out the Pokeball and threw it. As the Pokeball touched the Goodinglu that had lost its ability to fight, its body immediately turned into a red light, and was absorbed into it. After shaking it 3 times, the red light at the switch of the Pokeball dissipated. This means that it was successfully captured. Naoki stepped forward and picked up the Pokeball containing the Goodinglu. Next, he used the reversal cuisine to reverse the disaster that enveloped it into auspiciousness. Having achieved his goal, Naoki turned around and looked at Heracross and other Pokemon behind him, and then took out the remaining energy cubes from his bag. This is your reward for helping me find the stakes. Thank you very much. We are leaving now. Heracross took the energy cube and stared at the human in front of him with the bud deer. How can they have energy cubes even if they can't help? Goodbye. Naoki rode on Gulton, waved to the Pokemon below, and then left Quabaw Forest Road. After returning to the ranch, Naoki wanted to help the Gooding Deer, who had lost his ability to fight, recover his strength. To this end, Naoki made all the necessary preparations, and specially invited the Bud Crown to prevent the ancient deer from going berserk. However, unexpectedly, when he released the ancient deer from the Pokeball, this disaster Pokemon did not riot like before. It just stood calmly on the grass, like an ordinary deer. Naoki was slightly stunned, and then tried to communicate with it. Ancient deer? The ancient deer looked at him, but did not respond. This surprised Naoki even more. What on earth was going on? After a brief thought, he took out his Rotom phone, called Rise Video Call, and reported the current situation to her. I have successfully lifted the seal of the Temple of Dust, and subdued the ancient deer. Great! I knew you could do it! Rai's tone was full of surprise. The ancient deer didn't go berserk at that time, did it? I adopted a quick victory tactic and defeated it before it went berserk, but now the ancient deer is a little strange. As he said this, Naoki pointed the camera at the usual Gu Ding Lu. After returning to the pasture, it did not cause disasters, but became very calm. When I called it, it would look at me, but did not respond. Became calm? Leia observed the Gu Ding Lu opposite, which was really beyond her expectations. She carefully recalled the legend of the Treasure of Disaster. According to legend, in the distant era of the Padia Empire, a merchant brought 4 treasures from the east: a tripod, a sword, a tablet, and a jade. He sold these treasures to the king, but that night the 4 treasures suddenly turned into Pokemon and caused chaos, destroying the royal city. According to ancient books, the true form of the 4 treasures is said to be Pokemon. They have been traveling around for a long time and absorbed many desires and curses. When they were handed over to the king, they became active because of the king's desire. Combined with Naoki's temperament, Leia had a rough inference in her mind. I think I know what the reason is, she said. What is it? Naoki asked. Leia's mood was a little complicated. It seems that it has changed because of your heart. The disaster treasures were not originally disasters. They became what they are now because of human desires. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have greed for them in your heart. You just simply regard them as Pokemon, not as treasures like other people. Chapter 492. What Lei said makes sense. After she said that, Shishu immediately understood the current situation of Gu Dinglu. Then should he still feed Gu Dinglu with a reversal series of dishes? According to his research so far, there are 3 types of reversal series of dishes. They are heart dishes that can reverse personality, body dishes that can reverse constitution, and skill dishes that can reverse ability, authority, and aura. Gu Dinglu has accumulated too many desires and curses, and these human emotions have turned into its power. Its characteristic Cauldron of Disaster, and its special move Great Disaster are enough to prove this point. In this case, if these abilities and emotions can be reversed, it may be possible to turn the ancient Cauldron Deer into an auspicious Pokemon in one fell swoop. Just feed it reverse food skill, and it will be fine. And the reverse world is next door. Naoki made up his mind to try it out, and see the effect after the reversal. In this way, he prepared for the 3 disaster Pokemon later. The phone hasn't been hung up yet. Lei looked at the ancient tripod deer on the other side of the screen with mixed feelings. Sure enough, is the treasure of disaster something that people like them cannot possess? Lei originally wanted to investigate the treasure of disaster personally, and take it for herself. But now it seems that such a thing cannot be done by her power alone. Because both the records in ancient books and the legends handed down show that only pure and kind people with no distractions can remove the seal of the temple. Lei clearly remembered the above content. At the end of the ancient book, it was described like this. The treasure of disaster will shine again because of the pure heart of the one who unsealed it. That's all, Lei sighed in her heart. Now that she could see these precious things with her own eyes, she was already very satisfied. Thinking of this, Lei smiled softly and said, "You will keep the treasure I dream of for now. There are 3 more next, and I will ask you to take care of them too." Of course. Then let's stop here first. I'm going to give my students a history lesson. When you collect all 4 Pokemons, remember to bring them to me. Don't worry. This is what Naoki had promised Reiho before, and he would not break his promise. Reiho hung up the phone with satisfaction. And Naoki went to the reverse world and asked Giratina for a bucket of water there. After some operations, he successfully made a dish that could reverse the authority and power of Pokemon. Reverse Tea Skill, as a legendary dish made with water from the reverse world. It contains the power of the reverse world, and has the ability to change the essence of matter. Cooking Effect, reverses the universe, allowing Pokemon's abilities, authority, and aura to be reversed. This effect is only effective for legendary Pokemon. Evaluation, a magical dish, made by Giratina, it must be a masterpiece. Naoki brought the cup of black tea to Goodinglu. Goodinglu, you should be able to understand what I'm saying, right? 2 streams of white air came out of the nose of the ancient deer, and it looked at the human in front of it solemnly, but it did not answer. Just by looking at the look in the eyes of this Pokemon, Naoki knew that it must be able to understand what he was saying. But why didn't the ancient deer respond? After a short silence, Naoki continued to ask, "This is the food I made. It can change your essence, erase the evil thoughts and desires of humans that you have absorbed, and turn you back to your original appearance. Do you want to try it?" Hearing this, Goodinglu really turned his eyes to the bowl of black tea. After a while, Goodinglu raised his head again and looked at the human in front of him. How many years have passed? In the past, it turned into a giant tripod and fell into a deep sleep. But it never thought that it would be taken away by humans as a treasure and moved around, and was forced to absorb a lot of desires and curses during this period. Those evil thoughts affected their bodies and minds, eroded by malice, lost their reason, did some things that went against their instincts, and were finally sealed up by humans. Even now, it still retains a lot of curse power. Now that it has been reawakened, at first, Goodinglu thought that this human would treat it as a treasure like the previous humans. But after observing it for a while, it found that the other party seemed to just treat it as an ordinary Pokemon. No greed, no evil thoughts, and no desire to take it for himself. There are such people in the world. Goodinglu was very shocked. Naoki, who already raised a lot of legendary Pokemon on the World Tree, had no idea of Goodinglu's thoughts. He had seen that the Pokemon was thinking, so he did not speak but waited quietly for its answer. After a long time, the ancient deer in front of him finally spoke. It opened its mouth and made a strange sound. Moo! Naoki was slightly stunned. Then, he understood the thoughts of the ancient deer through the power of Chompan. Ancient deer, you said it can help me get rid of those curses and evil thoughts. Are you serious? Of course I am serious. Naoki nodded, a little surprised that Gu Dinglu's words were so classical. But he thought about it again. These disaster Pokemon came from the distant east, which was normal. Do you want to try it? Naoki said sincerely. It can turn those greed and malice into auspicious power, and it will never affect your body again. Hearing this, Gu Dinglu's eyes lit up. It could feel that this person was not lying. In that case, let it try it. Thinking of this, the ancient tripod deer lowered its head and used its tongue to roll up the black tea in the bowl and drank it. Naoki stood aside and observed its appearance. When the last mouthful of black tea in the bowl was drunk by the ancient tripod deer, a golden light suddenly burst out from its body. The light instantly enveloped its body. In the light, the ancient tripod deer seemed particularly relaxed. It shook its head, causing the ancient and heavy tripod on its head to shake. Soon, the golden light dissipated, and Gu Dinglu's eyes became brighter than before. Its voice was brisk and excited. Moo! I feel more relaxed than ever before. Old man? Naoki was not used to Gu Dinglu's self-proclaimed name. Gu Dinglu looked at him. Moo! Haha, I have existed in this world for a long time. I have nowhere to go now. Since you beat me, I will stay here. Naoki, what a familiar Pokemon. In this case, he has been recognized by Gu Dinglu, right? However, compared to this matter, Naoki is more concerned about Gu Dinglu's current changes. He asked directly, do you feel that you have changed compared to before? Moo! Change. Gu Dinglu felt it carefully, and suddenly felt that there was some unfamiliar information in his mind. Use the power of the earth to make the soil fertile, bring nutrients to the land, protect the peace of the earth, and prevent natural disasters such as earthquakes. What's going on? Gu Dinglu was very puzzled. Moo! It directly showed its new ability to Naoki. Golden light emerged from Gu Dinglu, and then enveloped the entire land in the pasture. Suddenly, the soil on this land was blessed by the power of auspiciousness and became more fertile. It's just as I thought. Hearing about the new ability of Gu Dinglu, Naoki couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He looked at the confused Gu Dinglu and explained, it seems that the power of disaster has now become the power of auspiciousness. From now on, you should no longer be controlled by it. Moo! Oh ho! I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing. Gu Dinglu looked very happy. In this case, let it protect the peace of this land, and Naoki took the opportunity to ask Gu Dinglu about the other 3 disaster Pokemon. By the way, Gu Dinglu, do you know the ancient snail, ancient jade fish, and ancient sword leopard? Moo! Hearing this, Gu Dinglu, who was immersed in his new ability, immediately looked at Naoki. Moo? Do you also want to use this power to eliminate the power of disaster in them? Yes. Naoki nodded. To be honest, I have already found out their current specific location. Before going there, I want to know more about them. Moo. I see. Gu Dinglu nodded his heavy head. Then, it began to introduce the 3 disasters in its memory. Moo. I haven't seen them for a long time. The last time I saw them was more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, the 4 of them were regarded as treasures, and were constantly transferred to various places, and finally sent to the hands of a human king. Affected by the king's greed, the 4 of them lost their minds, were occupied by evil thoughts, and madly destroyed everything around them. Moo. Ancient jade fish, that guy was originally a very elegant and intelligent Pokemon, but like me, because he absorbed too many evil thoughts, he was entangled with too much jealousy. Moo. Ancient Jin snail, that guy, like me, has existed in this world for a long time. It was originally a slow old guy who liked to stay in the sun all day, but later it was infected with too much hatred and completely changed its appearance. Moo. Gujian leopard, that guy was originally an upright and majestic Pokemon, but later its sword was broken because it absorbed too much hatred, and since then, Gujian leopard has lost its original temperament. Naoki listened silently. Is this what the 4 calamities originally looked like? Gu Dinglu looked at him and asked, Moo. If you want to find them, take me with you. Maybe I can convince them. Okay, no problem. Since Gu Dinglu wanted to go, Naoki had no reason to refuse, and agreed very straightforwardly. It was getting late, and Naoki returned to the room to prepare dinner for the Pokemon. After a night, the next morning, after finishing the work on the ranch, Naoki took a few Pokemon and Gu Dinglu and continued to set off. The place they were going to today was the 2nd district of Padilla North, a place called Random Strike Waterfall. The fire shrine that sealed the disaster ancient jade fish was located there. Gullerton flew very fast, and they arrived at the destination in just half an hour. Below is a continuous range of mountains. The valley is quiet. It is early morning. There is a faint mist floating in the valley, accompanied by the spectacular waterfalls flowing from the top of the mountain. The place is like a fairyland. It is worthy of being one of the 10 scenic spots in Padilla. Looking at the largest waterfall among them, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. And Golden turned his head and looked around, as if looking for something. "Ah gah! Golden, let's go down and take a look." Naoki touched Golden's head. "Ah," Golden responded, turned around and landed opposite the waterfall, where there was a large area of vibrant bamboo forest. The tall and green bamboos together formed a rare bamboo forest landscape in the outside world. When he saw this environment, Naoki couldn't help but think, this kind of place must be very popular with Pokemon such as Naughty Panda and Rogue Panda. Unfortunately, there are no Naughty Pandas living in the Padilla area. The bamboo forest is inhabited by some ordinary Pokemon such as Blue Cotton Bird and Four Seasons Deer. Naoki took out his phone and checked the location set by Leia on the map app. According to the location, the Fire Shrine is located in this sparsely populated mountain range. But the topography here is very complex, with mountains surrounding valleys, and no less than 10 waterfalls and rivers of various sizes, so the exact location of the Fire Shrine is unknown. Leia only knew that the Fire Shrine was located in this mountain range. Naoki knew more information than her. He knew that the Fire Shrine was hidden in the water curtain cave behind a waterfall somewhere. But the problem is that there are so many waterfalls in this mountain range, it is not easy to find the target. However, there is no way, they can only search slowly. Naoki zoomed in the nearby map with the Rotom phone, then rode on Golden and circled around here, marking all the waterfalls he could see on the map. After marking, he began to search one by one. The first one, no. The second one, no. The third one, no. It's not pleasant to get into a waterfall that's cascading down, but thanks to the special physique of the Pokemon world, the strong impact of the waterfall didn't cause Naoki much harm. During this time, a few curious bluebirds flew over and landed on the bamboo, looking at the human's behavior with a curious look as if they were looking at a fool. I should have brought Farfetch'd for special training earlier. Thinking of Farfetch'd's previous goal of cutting off the waterfall, Naoki couldn't help thinking. As he thought, he marked the waterfalls he had explored with a red cross on his Rotom phone. Well, there are no caves behind the 3 waterfalls in this valley. Gildan, go to the hill in front and have a look. Aw, ghastly. Glennon responded, then turned around and flew to another waterfall. They didn't notice that in the bamboo forest behind them, a Pokemon with 2 feet, beige hair, and a firm look was standing on a stone and looking at them. It had white hair hanging behind its head, and it looked like it was wearing a white hair band. A gust of wind blew, and the 2 hairbands swayed gently with the wind. Chapter 493. Padilla Region, North District 2, Slam Waterfall. In the bamboo forest surrounded by streams, a large group of Pokemon were listening to Naoki's speech very seriously. Ghastly, Jigglypuff, Frog, Flycatcher, Bluebird, For Seasons Deer, Flycatcher, Moth. Everyone, listen carefully. If anyone can help me find this thing in the picture, I can give it a big box of energy cubes and Pofin. Naoki looked at the group of wild Pokemon in front of him that were attracted by the fragrance, and immediately decided to use the same trick again, using the power of Evergreen in his body to hire these Pokemon living near Slam Waterfall to help find the Fire Shrine. The power of Evergreen can greatly increase his affinity with wild Pokemon. In addition, most modern Pokemon are docile, so when Naoki took out the Pofin and energy cubes from his bag, he quickly attracted a group of curious Pokemon. As soon as these words came out, as Naoki expected, these greedy Pokemon showed joy in their eyes. One of the throwing monkeys even made a series of monkey calls, excitedly saying that no one could be more familiar with this place than it. Just find something and give it to it. However, after hearing this, the defeated ball mushroom on the side raised his fist in dissatisfaction. That expression seemed to say, such a good thing can't be enjoyed by only one Pokemon, the throwing monkey. The throwing monkey jumped twice, not wanting to be outdone, and looked like neither of them would give in. Seeing that the 2 Pokemon were about to fight over this matter, Naoki quickly said, you can search together. As long as you find it together, everyone can get the reward. Koja. Garces and the team made a happy cry, as if to say that it liked this idea. Garces floated away happily, it liked this treasure hunt game. Other Pokemon also turned around and ran out. Slinger and Frog looked at each other, neither of them gave in, then turned around and ran in the opposite direction. These 2 guys don't seem to get along, but speaking of it, Pokemon in the wild are really interesting. Even without humans, their way of getting along can be so interesting. This time, there are more Pokemon helping hands than yesterday. In order to receive their messages in time, Naoki did not move around casually, but stayed under the smash falls. However, looking at the spectacular waterfall in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but think of Farfetch's waterfall cutting plan. After thinking for a moment, he said to the Dragonite next to him, "Dragonite." "Awuh." Dragonite turned his head and looked over. "Can you go to the ranch and bring Farfetch here for me? I want to see the results of its previous special training." Naoki smiled and touched Dragonite's head, saying, "Awuh." Dragonite readily agreed. Then, it flapped its wings and flew away. Time passed by minute, and while waiting, Naoki spread a picnic blanket in the bamboo forest. Then he put some food on it, and sat in the forest with Gulderton and the others, waiting and watching the wind blowing the bamboo leaves down. At this time, the first Pokemon that Naoki sent out to find the fire shrine and the pile came back. It was the Ghastly just now. It said excitedly, "Kogia? Found it?" Naoki asked hurriedly. Garces nodded repeatedly, "Kogia." Then, it turned around and floated in front to lead the way. Naoki followed it, and saw a glowing stake halfway up the mountain. Although the specific location of the fire shrine has not been found yet, it doesn't matter if these stakes are pulled out in advance. "You did a good job, Garces," Naoki praised. "This wild Ghastly looks very happy. It floats up and down, and the purple smoke on its body keeps rolling. Kogia. This game is fun. Garsley likes to play games. It used to be a Pokemon living in this forest. No one played with it, and Ghastly felt very lonely. Now someone is playing the treasure hunting game with it, and Ghastly is very happy. It can't wait to express to this human, Kogia." Naoki was very surprised. "You mean let me wait there for a while, and you go to help find a few glowing stakes?" Kohei. The purple mist on Ghastly's body kept surging, indicating that it was right. After saying that, it turned around and floated away quietly. Looking at this scene, Naoki suddenly found that Pokemon like Ghastly were quite cute. Its temperament was simple and silly, and a little playful. Did it regard the commission of finding the pile and the fire shrine as a game? And the Jengar evolved from Ghastly was even more popular. Naoki remembered that many people liked this purple fat guy in his previous life. There are also many episodes of haunted houses, ghost ships, and other haunted plots in the anime, and the protagonists of the haunted Pokemon with ghost attributes are usually Jengar. Interestingly, most Jengars play tricks on people just for fun, and some deliberately scare people for some purpose, but rarely attack humans actively like Wild Candlelight and Crystal Lantern. Forget it, I must give this Ghastly some more energy cubes and gifts later. Naoki made a decision in his heart. When he returned to the bamboo forest, Dragonite had already come with Farfetch. Farfetch, holding a green onion in his hand, looked at the bamboo forest and the huge waterfall with a very high mood. "Farfetch, do you want to test the results of your practice in the past year here?" Naoki asked. "Use your green onion to cut off this waterfall." "Ga." Hearing this, Farfetch walked under the waterfall carrying the green onion. Naoki's words aroused its interest, and it also wanted to try its current sword skills to see how far it had practiced. "Then let's give it a try," Naoki encouraged. "Ga." Onion Duck walked under the waterfall. It concentrated and held its breath, feeling the flow of the waterfall in front of it. The next second, it clenched the green onion in its hand. A flash of white light passed by, and the thick green onion chopped across the waterfall. The water falling from above stagnated for a while, but soon continued to flow. Well, although the power of this move looks good, it is obviously still a long way from cutting off the waterfall, Naoki thought. After a brief thought, he remembered that Farfetch'd had learned the spirit sword from eating the fruit platter. That was a move that used telekinesis to wrap the blade and launch a swift attack on the opponent with powerful mental power. If you use superpowers, you might be able to cut off the waterfall. Naoki said, "Farfetch'd, use that move, the spirit sword, and use your mental power to split the waterfall in front of you into two." Gaw! Farfetch'd also thought of that move. A blue light immediately appeared in its eyes. An invisible superpower enveloped its green onion. Onion Duck concentrated and held his breath, then swung his sword fiercely. A powerful superpower instantly spread out, blocking the water from above and successfully splitting the waterfall in two. Cut off the waterfall, success. Onion Duck opened his eyes in disbelief. "Ga? Hua la la." The energy of the spiritual sword gradually dissipated, and the waterfall returned to its original appearance. "Congratulations, it seems you succeeded." Naoki nodded with satisfaction. This was Farfetch's dream when he first came to the ranch, and now he finally helped it to fulfill it. "Ga." Farfetch's mouth made a happy cry. The surrounding Pokemon saw its appearance and felt itchy. Farfetch's performance triggered a special training trend. Pokemon such as Motor Lizard and Bubblehead told Naoki that they also wanted to try it. Huh? You also want to cut off the waterfall? Naoki was stunned and asked. The two Pokemon nodded vigorously. Bammo. Gale. But your strengths are different from Farfetch'd, right? Naoki couldn't help but remind him. Babudu is good at using its speed and strong electric current to attack the enemy. And Motor Lizard is even faster than Babudu when running at full speed. But seeing that the two Pokemon looked eager to try, Naoki didn't know what to say, so he could only let them go to the bottom of the waterfall to try. As a result, Babu and Motor Lizard tried for a long time, but they couldn't cut off the waterfall like Farfetch'd. Naoki, Looking at the two lost Pokemon, Naoki couldn't help but say, don't be discouraged, each Pokemon is good at different things, and I have good news to tell you. Although you can't cut off the waterfall, you can use the waterfall to practice. Gale? Hearing this, Motor Lizard looked over quickly. Naoki nodded. That's the waterfall practice method. In the human world, some warriors and fighters will use waterfalls to exercise with Pokemon. They will sit under the waterfall and let the rushing waterfall wash their bodies continuously, so as to achieve the purpose of cultivation. If combined with reasonable exercise methods, this will make the body stronger and can also temper one's spirit and perseverance. It is a very good special training method. Want to try it? Naoki asked with a smile. Gale. 3 minutes later, Motor Lizard, Babu Tupo, Dragonite, Eruption, and Flutterhair all lined up and sat on the big rock under the waterfall, closed their eyes, and felt the impact of the waterfall with their hearts. Gulatin didn't go, because it had no effect on it. Gudinglu stood aside and looked at the scene with a smile, saying, Moo! Wow! What a group of hard-working little guys. However, as soon as it finished speaking, Naoki saw that Urgue began to hold up his coat with his hands to block the water flow above, and began to be lazy. Naoki, Seeing that he was discovered, Urgue was not panicked. He quickly stood up and ran out, happily jumping twice on the spot, Bony. Okay, if you don't want to exercise, go over there and eat Pokemon. Naoki doesn't have any requirements for Pokemon. If they want to become stronger, he will help them train. If they just want to live happily, he will make delicious Pokemon and energy blocks for them so that they can replenish their energy when they are tired of playing. Bony. Urgue ran around Naoki and Gulton happily. At this moment, a blue bird chirped and flew over. It landed on Naoki's shoulder and said to it, Chirp. You also found a glowing steak? Naoki asked hurriedly. The bluebird nodded its head gently. Take me to see it. Naoki called over several Pokemon that were training under the waterfall. Chirp. The bluebird flapped its wings and began to lead the way. After they left, a beige figure suddenly jumped down from the cliff above. Not long after, Naoki indeed found a glowing steak in a bush. He stepped forward and pulled out the steak. In this way, there were only 6 steaks left of the 8 that sealed the ancient jade fish. Now all they had to do was go back to the falls and wait. However, when Naoki arrived at the falls, he noticed a small figure under the waterfall out of the corner of his eye. It was a beige bear Pokemon. At this moment, the Pokemon was sitting under the falls, sitting cross-legged, as if practicing in that way. Agas. Golden also noticed the movement of the Pokemon. Naoki. Surprise! He immediately opened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't that Pokemon the first stage of the legendary Pokemon Widow Bear Master in the Galar region, the Bear Apprentice? No, that's not right. Why is there a Bear Apprentice living here at the Strike Falls? Naoki looked at the Bear Apprentice over there in shock. Is it a wild Bear Apprentice? Or is there a trainer who brings it here to practice? At this time, the Bear Apprentice, who was sitting under the waterfall practicing, seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at the human not far away. Discovered. Naoki saw that the Bear Apprentice seemed to be frightened by their arrival. But the Bear Apprentice did not run away, it still sat under the waterfall to practice. After a brief shock, Naoki became interested in this legendary Pokemon from the Galar region. He was worried that the Bear Apprentice would be frightened by them, and turn around and run away, so he did not approach them immediately, but kept a distance to observe the other party. The Bear Apprentice also opened his eyes, and looked at the human over there. As early as when they entered the bamboo forest, it noticed them. The Bear Apprentice, who originally lived here, began to observe the actions of this human in secret. At first, it was fine. The Bear Apprentice did not think that this human was any different from the humans who came to the falls before. But later, it heard the training method described by the human, and commanded its Pokemon to train and exercise under the waterfall. The bear apprentice was very interested in this training method. Therefore, after seeing the human leave, it immediately came to the waterfall and tried it. You don't know until you try it. It found that this special training method is very effective for it. It uses the organ in its lower abdomen that can produce fighting energy, and the unique breathing method it has learned before. Carefully feels the invisible power of the water flow, and a mysterious feeling arises in its body. At this moment, its eyes meet the human in midair. The bear apprentice felt a little flustered. But the human just stood there and looked at it. Naoki looked at the bear apprentice, whose fur was wet by the water flow, opened his mouth, and asked, "Are you practicing too?" Chapter 494. Hey. Hearing that person's words, the bear apprentice felt a little embarrassed. Because the training method it was using now was thought up by this human. It thought the other party had left, so it came out to try secretly, but it didn't expect to be caught on the spot. The shy bear apprentice jumped out from under the waterfall in a panic, as if he wanted to escape. Seeing that this cute legendary Pokemon was about to run away, Naoki hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute." The bear apprentice paused, and then turned his head and looked over in confusion. "What? You can continue to practice here. We will never disturb you." Naoki released his kindness to the bear apprentice. This was the first time he saw a wild bear apprentice, so he had to observe it carefully. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, the bear apprentice seemed to have no intention of running away. It looked at Naoki, then at the waterfall, and didn't know what it was thinking. After a while, the bear apprentice seemed to have made a decision, and turned back to the waterfall to continue his training. Bony! Ergyro, who was standing by, was surprised and impressed by the little Pokemon's persistence in training under the waterfall. It's working so hard. That's right. Naoki understood what Ergyro meant, and nodded and said, Pokemon like the bear apprentice will work hard to train their body and mind, and do hard training day after day, and study their moves diligently. They are a kind of Pokemon with a very serious temperament. They are not afraid of hardships, and are very hardworking. They work hard to improve their strength. What's more interesting is that the Pokemon of Bear Apprentice has two completely different evolution forms. One is good at one-hit kill. It will fly into the opponent's arms, and punch it with its well-trained fist. The other is a combo-style martial arts Bear Master, who will attack the opponent with striking moves, like a stream of water, without stopping, and regards winning by multiple strikes as his creed. Looking at the Bear Apprentice practicing hard, the mood of the motorcycle lizard seemed to be infected by it. A serious expression appeared on its face. Geo. Then it ran to the bottom of the waterfall, and continued its practice. The motorcycle lizard is also working hard. Naoki couldn't help but sigh. Babu Tubo and Dragonite on the side also cheered for the motorcycle lizard excitedly. Bammo! Awoo! Bony. Only Golden was speechless, and then he lay lazily on the grass and yawned. Aren't you guys going to train? Naoki asked, looking at the Pokemon next to him. Ouch! Dragonite shook his big head, looking quite confused. Because it felt that training under the waterfall was like being rained on, and there was no other feeling. Dragonite didn't understand, and the primitive Pokemon Flutterbear from the past couldn't understand the purpose of waterfall training. Naoki, He suddenly felt that Motor Lizard was probably just standing there stupidly, letting the waterfall wash its head. After pondering for a moment, Naoki, inspired by the training method of Master Bear of the combo martial arts, stepped forward and instructed Motorcycle Lizard. Pay attention, Motorcycle Lizard. Waterfall training is not just letting the waterfall wash over your body. In this process, you have to learn to feel it. Under the waterfall, Motorcycle Lizard and the Bear Apprentice, not far away, opened their eyes at the same time, and looked over here. Use your heart to feel the power of the water flow. Sometimes it will become rapid and turbulent, but sometimes it will flow smoothly like a mirror. Geo. The Motor Lizard listened carefully. Think of it as a battle. If you can ignore the impact of the waterfall, you will be able to face more intense battles. After the words fell, Naoki suddenly noticed that the Bear Apprentice on the other side was also listening carefully to these words. He paused, turned to the Bear Apprentice and said, This is also effective for you, Bear Apprentice. After all, this is the special training method of the Bear Apprentice. Only when it fully comprehends and masters the mystery of the water flow can it use this power to evolve into a combo martial arts Bear Master. Hearing the human talking to him, the bear disciple was startled and quickly closed his eyes, pretending to continue practicing. But soon, he was immersed in what the human had just said, and used his heart to feel the power of the water around him. The bear disciple seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. Seeing this, Naoki did not disturb it, but took out his mobile phone, pointed it at the bear disciple, and took a precious ecological video of the wild bear disciple practicing. At this time, the Pokemon that was commissioned by Naoki to find the pile and the shrine came back. Naoki asked Dragonite to help guard the motor lizard while he and Gulder went to pull out the stakes. Time passed by minute, and Naoki spent a whole morning to finally pull out the 7 stakes that sealed the ancient jade fish. With the help of Ghastly, he found the fire shrine hidden behind a waterfall. Next, there was only 1 stake left to remove the seal of the ancient jade fish. At noon, in order to thank these wild Pokemon for their help, Naoki specially prepared a rich energy cube meal for them. A group of Pokemon gathered together and happily enjoyed this delicious food. Naoki went to the side and used a dry towel to help the motor lizard wipe the water off his body. The motor lizard obediently stretched out his arms, raised his head, and let Naoki wipe his body dry, with a comfortable expression on his face. Not far away, the bear apprentice, who also came to the shore, shook the water off his fur vigorously. The water splashed towards Naoki. Bear apprentice, Naoki smiled and comforted. Don't be nervous, it's okay, you can also come to have lunch? Bia. The bear apprentice looked up blankly. Just when Naoki thought that the bear apprentice would happily join in, the bear apprentice suddenly became timid. His 2 short hands fumbled around, as if he didn't know where to put them. Finally, the bear apprentice suddenly looked at the bamboo forest not far away. Bia! It ran over quickly, pulled out the bamboo shoots growing next to it, and gave them to Naoki. The bear apprentice's grateful bamboo shoots, special ingredients, a gift from the bear apprentice with gratitude, which may have some unexpected effects when used to make dishes. Looking at the bamboo shoots in his hand, Naoki was slightly stunned. Given to me? Ba-ah. The bear apprentice looked a little embarrassed. Naoki immediately understood that the bear apprentice was thanking him for his advice just now. I know, I like your gift very much, Naoki said softly. The bear apprentice touched his head a little embarrassedly. Ba-ah. Then let's eat together. Naoki brought a plate of snacks to the bear apprentice. The bear apprentice sat cross-legged on the grass. He first picked up a piece of snack with his hands curiously, and then put it in his mouth to taste it. The next second, the bear apprentice's eyes lit up. Bia! Gale. Motor Lizard still had a good impression of this little bear Pokemon, who was training with him under the waterfall. It took the initiative to introduce it to the bear apprentice, Gale. These are all made by Naoki himself. Bia? Naoki? Is that the human's name? Motor Lizard nodded in confirmation. Gale. That's right. Naoki sat next to Gullerton, eating a sandwich while looking at the way Motor Lizard and the bear apprentice were getting along. They seemed to get along well. Galton, ah-gah. But then again, the bear apprentice is really cute. The serious little bear Pokemon can also be shy. Naoki had the idea of conquering the bear apprentice. He whispered to Galton, Galton, do you think if I invite the bear apprentice to come back to the ranch and live with us, will it agree? Galton looked sure, ah-gah. Seeing Galton so sure, Naoki asked in surprise, how do you know? Gulatin said, as a matter of course. Agahi. Because Naoki is the best trainer in the world, Naoki, That's not the way to say it, because in the eyes of every Pokemon, their trainer is unique in the world. Pokemon like Bear Apprentice are keen on physical exercise. Although there is no waterfall suitable for it to practice in the ranch now, Naoki thinks he can change his mind. For example, let it feel the mystery of water flow in the habitat of Kyogre, the god of the sea, and it can also keep Motor Lizard company. The 2 Pokemon train together and practice together. But now it's business that matters. After lunch, Naoki began to look for the last stake. He originally planned to continue to look for it, with the help of the Pokemon. But after hearing what they said, the Bear Apprentice suddenly said, hey! Through the power of Chompan, Naoki felt the Bear Apprentice's thoughts. It asked, are you looking for a glowing stake? Naoki was slightly stunned, and then asked, do you know where it is? Yes. Apprentice Bear nodded and led the way. Naoki hurriedly followed. Under the guidance of Apprentice Bear, he soon found the last stake that sealed the ancient jade fish in a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was covered with withered yellow bamboo leaves, which looked very inconspicuous. No wonder Ghastly and the others didn't find this place before. According to Apprentice Bear, this small cave was found when it was hiding from the rain before. The entrance of the cave was only about 30 centimeters in diameter, which was very narrow. Naoki couldn't enter, so he asked Apprentice Bear to go in and help pull out the stake. Yes. The Bear Apprentice nodded his little head and agreed. The Bear Apprentice, who was only 60 centimeters tall, easily got into the cave. Soon, as the last stake was pulled out, a silent sound came from the distance. The Pokemon around also heard the sound, turned their heads, and looked around, looking at each other in confusion. The seal of the ancient jade fish has been lifted. In order to prevent the ancient jade fish from breaking the seal and bringing disaster to the surroundings, Naoki simply explained to the group of Pokemon, asked them to wait for him here, and then rode the Gulton quickly in that direction. Looking at that scene, the bear disciple felt that something bad was going to happen, so he followed decisively. The fire shrine is located behind an inconspicuous waterfall. The waterfall rushed down from the cliff above and gathered into a spacious lake below. When Naoki arrived here, he saw a large mist rising above the lake. Behind the waterfall was a reflection of a red fire, and the mist was the water vapor produced by the high temperature evaporation of the lake water. Suddenly, a red shadow appeared on the lake. The next second, Naoki saw a Pokemon swimming out of the lake and swimming leisurely in it. It was a Pokemon that looked like a goldfish. Most of its body was yellow, and its tail and fins were like a cluster of burning flames. Its pupils were large and black, occupying most of its eyes. There were 2 Magatama around each of its eyes, and the color of the Magatama gradually faded from the end with the hole. At this time, the ancient jade fish also noticed the intruder and the Pokemon. The Magatama around its eyes suddenly burst into a golden light accompanied by a brief red light. That was proof that the ancient jade fish was in an excited state at the moment. The next second, a rolling heat wave swept in, and the golden red flames enveloped the entire lake, making the entire lake seem to have turned into a sea of lava. The steam produced by the melting of the lake water filled the surroundings, and the figure of the ancient jade fish disappeared in it. "Gulton, prepare for battle," Naoki said in a deep voice. "Ah, Ga," Gullerton responded reliably. Then, it transformed into a standing form, and crimson energy flowed on its scarlet body. Gullerton stomped the ground with his right foot, and an ancient roar came out of his mouth. In an instant, dark cracks appeared on the ground, and the cracks spread to the lake where the ancient jade fish was. Heavy stomping. The powerful shock wave instantly stirred up huge waves, and the ancient jade fish in the lake was also shaken out. Under the dazzling sunlight, Golden looked through the mist, and locked onto the ancient jade fish in midair with his golden pupils. The next second, his body rushed out, deformed, and launched a violent impact on the ancient jade fish. The terrifying ancient energy instantly caused a terrible explosion. Before the ancient jade fish could react, it fell into the lake. A moment later, the unconscious ancient jade fish floated to the surface of the water. Golden looked back at Naoki. Naoki took out the Pokeball in tacit understanding, and threw it towards the ancient jade fish. The Pokeball hit the ancient jade fish, and with a click, the ball automatically popped open and took the ancient jade fish into it, then automatically closed, fell on the lake, and began to shake gently. The button of the Pokeball also flashed red light. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It was not until the 5th time that the flashing red light on the Pokeball disappeared, and the Pokeball also stopped shaking. This means that the capture was successful. The Pokeball containing the ancient jade fish gradually floated to the shore along with the ripples on the lake. Naoki went forward and picked it up, and breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the 4 disaster Pokemon only had the last 2, Gujian Snail and Gujian Panther. In the bamboo forest, the bear apprentice who followed him looked at Naoki and the Pokemon named Gulatin below with a shocked expression. With just one encounter, the Pokemon that melted the lake and evaporated the waterfall was defeated. Good, so powerful. Chapter 495. Random Strike Waterfall in the Bamboo Forest. Looking at the group of Pokemon in front of him, Naoki took out the energy cubes and Pofin that he had prepared in advance from his backpack. Thank you very much for your help. Here, these Pofin are the thank you gifts I prepared for you. Take them. Awooh! The throwing monkey made an excited cry, and it came forward to take the gift, with an excited face. The defeated ball mushroom also jumped forward and took the box of energy cubes from Naoki. The other Pokemon also came forward and received their own thank you gifts. Jigglypuff, Ghastly, Bluebird, Squidward, Butterfree. Soon, there was only one apprentice bear left among the Pokemon in front of him. The apprentice bear turned around to look at the other Pokemon, and then looked up at Naoki in front of him. A serious expression appeared on his little face. Yeah! Naoki had other plans for this apprentice bear. He squatted down, his eyes were at the same height as the apprentice bear, and then he asked, Apprentice bear, do you want to go with us? Yeah! The bear apprentice nodded. After spending a few hours together, he felt that this human was very compatible with him. Seeing that the bear apprentice also liked him, Naoki was very surprised. However, at this moment, The bear apprentice looked at him very seriously. Yeah. Naoki was slightly stunned. You want to fight with me? The bear apprentice nodded seriously. Seeing this, Naoki immediately understood. That's right, this is in line with the tone of the Pokemon world, especially for a Pokemon with a temperament like the bear apprentice. He had to defeat the bear apprentice himself and prove that he had the strength to become its trainer. Only in this way could he get the bear apprentice's recognition. However, looking at the serious bear apprentice in front of him, Naoki suddenly thought of something interesting and pretended to be worried. What if I lose? Hearing this, even the bear apprentice was a little dumbfounded. It stood there blankly for 2 seconds, with an embarrassed expression on its face. B. The bear apprentice looked at Gulton, as if to say that the Pokemon was very powerful and Naoki could use it to fight it. Naoki couldn't help but laugh and said, Okay, I was just kidding you. Since you want to fight me, I should also go all out. The bear apprentice was relieved. Motor Lizard, this battle is up to you. Naoki shouted. It was not fair for the bear apprentice to send Gulton, so he could just let Motor Lizard go on the field to test the gains of its practice. Sure enough, it was just as Naoki thought. When the motorcycle lizard standing behind heard Naoki calling his name, he first showed an expression of surprise on his face, but then followed by a burst of excited shouts. Gale! Motor Lizard versus Bear Apprentice. Without too many words, when both Pokemon were ready, the battle officially began. Bear Apprentice had a firm look in his eyes, clenched his right fist, and rushed towards the motorcycle lizard with rock-crushing. Dragon Star Group. Naoki gave the command in a calm tone. Motor Lizard watched the Bear Apprentice rushing towards him, and a powerful dragon attribute energy burst out from his body. The purple energy rose into the air, condensed into a meteorite with a tail flame burning all over the sky, and fell with a bang. The huge meteorite stopped the Bear Apprentice from moving forward. The calm little bear Pokemon decisively smashed the meteorite with a punch, but the next second, he was hit by another meteorite. The huge impact force knocked the Bear Apprentice away, but he quickly stood up again, dodging the Dragon Star Group while quickly shuttling among them. When he was about to leave the area covered by the meteorite, the bear disciple suddenly jumped up. His right hand turned into a knife, and slashed directly at the motorcycle lizard. However, the next second, a scene that surprised the bear disciple happened. The motorcycle lizard below actually increased its speed and avoided its attack. Bae-ah? What a fast speed! Shift gears. Naoki's voice sounded. The airbag in front of the motorcycle lizard was immediately covered with a layer of light, and it started to rotate at a high speed like a running tire. The bear disciple who landed on the ground quickly turned around and kicked the motorcycle lizard with his legs. The motorcycle lizard quickly crossed his arms in front of his body to block. The bear disciple found the right time, completely gave up guarding, rushed into the arms of the motorcycle lizard, and launched a series of attacks on it with his fists. That was a close combat. Paw paw paw. The dense fists hit the motorcycle lizard like raindrops, and the motorcycle lizard was forced to retreat continuously. The strength of this bear disciple is really extraordinary. Naoki couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Before he evolved into a martial arts bear master, he had already practiced boxing to such a level, and already had some of the demeanor of a master. Change gears again, Naoki continued. The command was issued, and the tire-shaped airbag on the motorcycle lizard's chest instantly became faster. It swung out its claws, condensing a huge dragon claw to repel the bear apprentice. The bear apprentice staggered. Looking at the bear apprentice's flaw, Naoki found the right time and issued an order without hesitation. Now, use Dragon Dive. The second gear change brought the speed of the motorcycle lizard to an extremely exaggerated level. It released an extremely terrifying murderous aura, jumped high, and dived towards the bear apprentice. Such a fast speed, so fast that the bear apprentice could not react to avoid it. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the dust flew all around. The strong wind generated by the battle spread rapidly in all directions, blowing off a large piece of bamboo leaves. When the light on the field dissipated, Motor Lizard slowly walked out, and the bear apprentice was lying on the ground, seemingly having lost his ability to fight. Naoki took out a poke ball from his waist, and threw it towards the bear apprentice. The poke ball that successfully hit the target automatically bounced off, and then the bear apprentice's body turned into a red light, and was taken in. The poke ball fell to the ground, shaking gently while constantly flashing red light. Once, twice, 3 times. The red light on the poke ball stopped flashing, and was replaced by a burst of white starlight. This means that the capture was successful. Naoki excitedly went forward and picked up the poke ball of the bear apprentice. Bear apprentice, come out. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the scarred bear apprentice once again appeared in the bamboo forest. "Please take care of me in the future, bear apprentice." Naoki smiled and stretched out his hand. Looking at the powerful human in front of him, the bear apprentice jumped up happily and clapped his hands with him. "Hey!" Naoki took out the life goat milk and handed it to the bear apprentice to help it heal its injuries. The bear apprentice took a sip out of curiosity, and the next second he was surprised to find that all the wounds on his body disappeared. "Bay. Gale." Motor Lizard walked up and introduced the milk of life to the bear apprentice with a smile. Seeing the two Pokemon getting along so well, Naoki also smiled. Now that the ancient jade fish has been subdued, it is time for them to return to the ranch. Naoki took the Urtican back into the Pokeball, and then took the bear apprentice and Motor Lizard to say goodbye to the Pokemon in front of him. "Goodbye, everyone." Kogia. The wild Pokemon stood in the bamboo forest and watched them leave. Naoki carried his apprentice bear and rode on Gulton and flew into the sky. Looking at the gradually receding Wanbo waterfall below, until he could no longer see it, Naoki withdrew his gaze and said to Gulton, "Let's go home." "Well?" The apprentice bear sitting in Naoki's arms looked forward to the new life ahead. "Home is where Gulton and I live together. There is a ranch there, and everyone lives together there," Naoki introduced with a smile. "Hey!" The bear apprentice began to look forward to it. "Ah, gah!" The Golden under him squinted and looked back. It recalled what happened in the past, and it was very clear in its heart that this little bear Pokemon looked harmless now, but it would become its biggest rival in the future. Of course, this is not about strength. It's because this guy has a cute fur and appearance. Damn, why doesn't it grow hair? Gulton was full of resentment. It couldn't help imagining that it had grown its own beautiful fur, and Naoki would hold it and comb its fur. Unfortunately, according to its observation, neither Motor Lizard nor Gulton had hair on their bodies. Among the Pokemon in the past, only Roaring Tail, Flutter Wing and Ground Wing had hair on their bodies. Gulton had seen Ground Wing before, and it had fought with Ground Wing in the past. It was a particularly large bug Pokemon, and its hair was thick and abundant. I really don't know how it grew. I've decided. I discussed it with Zenifa and asked it how it grew such beautiful fur, so Litten had a plan in mind. After returning to the ranch, the first thing Naoki did was to use the water of the reverse world to make a cup of reverse black tea, and then feed it to the ancient jade fish. Like the ancient tripod deer, the ancient jade fish was quiet after being subdued by him. It was no longer as active as before, and was keen on melting rocks and gravel to create a lava sea. Moo! Wow! It's been a long time since I saw you, ancient jade fish. Do you still remember me? Gu Dinglu smiled and greeted Guyuyu. Guyuyu looked at Gu Dinglu and the human in front of him calmly. Yu? Of course I remember, but how did you become like this now? Guyuyu's big eyes were full of confusion. Gu Dinglu explained, Moo. That's because Naoki helped me purify the power of disaster. I am now a Pokemon that can bring good luck. Guyuyu? ? It turned its head and looked at the human next to it. As if it had seen through its thoughts, the ancient deer smiled and said, Moo? You felt it too, right? There is no greed in him, so we will not be affected. This means that he simply treats us as ordinary Pokemon. Ho ho ho. Hearing this, the ancient jade fish was a little unbelievable for a moment. Naoki handed over the prepared reverse black tea and placed it in front of the ancient jade fish. Drink it, so that the power of disaster in your body can be purified. Although it was a reversal, it was essentially no different from purification. The ancient jade fish was silent for a moment, and finally chose to believe Gu Dinglu and this pure-hearted human. It swam forward and gently drank the cup of water. After drinking all the water in the cup, the ancient jade fish suddenly felt an unprecedented power surging in its body. The golden light enveloped the body of the ancient jade fish. After a moment, the golden light dissipated, and the ancient jade fish did not seem to have changed much on the surface, but Naoki found that the flame on its body had obviously become softer after a closer look. There is no longer the threat from before. Like the ancient tripod deer, after eating the reverse cuisine, the body has undergone corresponding changes. The characteristic of the ancient tripod deer is that the cracks in the cauldron on its head have been repaired. And the ancient jade fish is the change in the flame. Then the question is, what has the power of disaster of the ancient jade fish become? Thinking of this, Naoki quickly asked, Ancient jade fish, do you feel any different changes from before? The ancient jade fish was slightly stunned, and at this time, it found that there was a strange information in its mind. Through the flame, it brings auspiciousness and blessings to people and Pokemon, making the surrounding temperature warmer. The flame has the power of blessing. When someone prays to the flame, it can bring them good luck. What's going on? The eyes of the ancient jade fish were full of astonishment. How is it? Are there any changes? Naoki asked curiously. The ancient jade fish told Naoki about its changes. After listening, Naoki also felt a little surprised. An alternative god of fire? Looking at the ancient jade fish and ancient tripod deer in front of him, Naoki is now more and more curious about what kind of power the remaining ancient simple snail and ancient sword leopard will have after the reversal. If he guessed correctly, the ability of ancient simple snail is most likely to be the auspicious power of bringing nutrients to plants after the dead tree comes back to life. And the ancient sword leopard. This is a bit hard to guess. Will it be to suppress evil? Or to protect the wind and snow? It's a pity that it's not an ability related to abundance, otherwise these 4 disaster Pokemon can be arranged to be servants of the Bud Crown King. Okay, let's stop here today. Naoki said to the 2 Pokemon, "This ranch is my territory, you can stay here without worry. I will go to find the ancient sword leopard and the ancient Jian snail tomorrow, then you 4 can be reunited." Next, he will take the bear apprentice to visit the ranch. In addition, he will try to communicate with Kyogre and let it use the power of the god of the sea to help the bear apprentice understand the ultimate water mystery. The bear apprentice is now with the motor lizard. On the way to find them, Naoki used his mobile phone to contact Reo and told her that the ancient jade fish and the ancient tripod deer have now arrived at the ranch. Hearing this news, Leahy on the other end of the phone was very excited. That's great. At this rate, the 4 disaster treasures will soon be released. Yes, I take them to Juatai City when the time comes. Then I wait for you here, Leahy said. At the same time, in the room, Zenitha went into the refrigerator, as usual, and checked the food storage for Naoki. Gulatin staggered over. Ah gah! Dream. Zenitha was startled, turned around and found it was Golden, then he breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Golden suddenly come to him, Zenitha was very confused. Dream? Golden explained, Augusher? Do you know how to grow hair? Grow hair? Zenitha was slightly stunned. Then, Zenitha thought of something. That was the orange fruit it had secretly hidden before. The orange fruit was forgotten by it in the corner. When it remembered to look at it, it found that the orange fruit was covered with green hair and turned into a hair ball. This is what Golden is talking about, right? Flutter suddenly realized something, and then told Golden the answer he knew. It said that if the orange fruit is left for a long time, it will be covered with green hair. If Pokemon is left for a long time, it may also grow hair. A small light bulb lit up in Golden's head. Ah gah! Chapter 496. This is my ranch, Naoki said, as he took his apprentice bear to visit his ranch. The little face of the apprentice bear was full of curiosity. Although it had seen humans before, it had hardly been to the human world. What? Ranch? Naoki explained with a smile. A ranch is a place where Pokemon are raised and live with everyone. Do you see the Mount Goat over there? And the big milk tank over there? They help us produce many buckets of fresh goat milk and cow milk every day. We can keep the milk to drink or sell it. The money earned from selling milk can buy a lot of food for everyone to eat at home, such as the bamboo shoots you like to eat. If we have money, we can buy them directly in the town. The bear apprentice seemed to understand. Yeah. At this time, its eyes were attracted by the super green onions in the garden. In the green onion garden, the green onion duck that cut off the waterfall was sitting on the grass, wiping the green onions in its hands with its wings, with a strong demeanor on its face. Naoki followed the bear apprentice's gaze, and saw the green onion duck. That's far-fetched. Its job in the ranch is to protect the onion garden and farmland for everyone and prevent wild Pokemon from destroying them. He continued to introduce. Hey! The bear apprentice picked up a piece of grass from the ground and waved it like a sword. It looked as if he was saying that Farfetch'd was so amazing when he cut off the waterfall before. Naoki smiled and said, of course, Farfetch'd is a Pokemon who is keen on training like you. It undergoes special training every day, so it has become so powerful. Bye! Hearing this, the bear disciple immediately ignited his fighting spirit. He also wanted to work hard to practice and become a more powerful Pokemon. Naoki saw the bear disciple's thoughts and nodded. Well, don't worry, I will help you develop a more reasonable and efficient plan for your practice. If you train according to my method, you will definitely get better results. Bye! The bear disciple nodded happily. The bear disciple is such a cute Pokemon. Naoki felt so fond of Apprentice Bear that he couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. I've decided. I help Apprentice Bear build a bamboo forest in the ranch. In addition, Naoki thought of the set of tangerine balls that the lost woman gave him before. He wanted to give the friendship balls to Apprentice Bear as a proof of their friendship. As for Naoki's touch, Apprentice Bear was stunned and suddenly became shy. No one has ever treated it like this before. You live in the ranch first. After a while, I help you build a bamboo forest after I finish dealing with Gu Dinglu and the others. Then you can live in it with peace of mind. Naoki said with a smile. Build a bamboo forest? The bear apprentice looked around and found that there was no bamboo here. Doesn't that mean that we have to start planting from bamboo shoots? It feels so troublesome. The bear apprentice was very happy that Naoki was willing to help him practice. He didn't want to trouble Naoki so much, so he shook his head repeatedly. Yes. Huh? Don't you like it? Naoki was slightly stunned. The bear apprentice replied a little embarrassedly. Yes. Naoki suddenly realized that he didn't want to cause trouble for him. It's okay, and there are Pokemon on the ranch that can make bamboo grow in an instant. Naoki grinned and said, also, don't be so formal. From now on we are all family, and if nothing unexpected happens, we will live together forever. Bye. The bear apprentice raised his head and listened to these words blankly. After a moment, a light flashed in its eyes, and it nodded its head repeatedly. Bye. That's right. Do you want to come up? Naoki patted his shoulder. The bear apprentice, who had always lived alone and was used to doing things by himself, shook his head subconsciously. But the next second, he felt that he was being picked up. Yes. Naoki put the bear apprentice on his shoulder and took the opportunity to stroke the little bear twice. Don't be shy. Let's go. I will continue to show you around the ranch. One person and one Pokemon continued to move forward. Next, Naoki took the bear apprentice to visit the orchard, apple orchard, chicken house, underground cave of the Saltstone Giant, braided sheep ranch, Pokemon Tavern and Snorlax Park. Soon, it was evening. In order to welcome the arrival of the bear apprentice, the ancient tripod deer, and the ancient jade fish, Naoki prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. However, during the meal, Naoki did not see Golden. He then realized that he seemed to have not seen Golden for the whole afternoon. Something was wrong. He turned to look at his sister Ai Guancher and asked, Have you seen Golden? His sister Ai Guancher pointed in the direction of the wine cellar. Ai. This afternoon, Golden went to the wine cellar and never came out. I don't know what he is doing. Wine cellar? Naoki was slightly stunned, then he pushed open the door of the wine cellar and walked down the wooden stairs. The dim wine cellar was filled with the aroma of fruit wine. With a click, the warm-tone lights instantly illuminated every corner of the room. And Golden was squatting in the corner, not knowing what he was doing. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but have a big question mark on his head. Golden, what are you doing in the wine cellar? Golden didn't seem unhappy. It still answered energetically as before. Agassi. It's waiting here to grow fur. Flutter said that as long as you stay in a dark and damp corner like orange fruit, you will grow fur on your body. Naoki. Grow fur? What kind of fur? Come out and eat quickly, or the food will be eaten up by other Pokemon. Agas. Hearing this, Galton hurried out. After staying there for the whole afternoon, his stomach was growling with hunger. Naoki closed the door of the wine cellar and followed Galton back to the living room. Fluttering Wingfa, who was grabbing a barbecue sandwich with his wing claws and eating meat rudely, saw Galton running out. He thought of what happened in the afternoon and couldn't help asking, Dream? Have you grown hair? Agas. Galton looked left and right and found that there was no hair on his body. Agas. It seems that the plan failed. Because if it remembered correctly, when it was still a motor lizard, it had never seen the Galton grow hair. This means that Galton cannot grow hair. Okay, let's eat. Naoki sat down at the table, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the group of Pokemon around him, feeling that his life was perfect. Dinner ended in a happy atmosphere. Gu Dinglu and Gu Yu returned to the Poke Ball to rest, and the bear apprentice was placed by Naoki in a furry Pokemon nest. Okay, let's sleep here. Naoki touched the bear apprentice's head. Hey! The bear apprentice responded softly, and turned around to look around, looking at the Pokemon nest under him curiously. It was warm and comfortable inside, a feeling it had never had before. The bear apprentice was very happy, curled up in the nest, and closed his eyes peacefully. Galton next door squinted his eyes, and looked at the little bear Pokemon. It thought to itself that this guy was too childish. It was just an ordinary Pokemon nest. What was so special about it? Even after evolving into a martial arts bear master, he was unwilling to let go. Galton, who had never slept in a small nest due to his size, really couldn't understand this behavior. After settling a few new Pokemon that had joined the ranch, Naoki took out the Rotom phone. He first chatted with Chishu for a while, and after the two said good night to each other, they agreed to meet tomorrow. Naoki was quite familiar with the date of the Brewing Light Gym. The gym work in the Padilla area was very humane. Each gym owner only needed to work 6 days a week, and then they would get 1 day off. Today is Saturday, and tomorrow is Sunday. The Brewing Light Gym doesn't need to receive challengers, so Chishu has time to come to the ranch. After closing the chat box with Chishu, Chishu opened the chat group of the legendary beasts and it added Kyogre in the group. Kyogre obviously hasn't slept yet. A few seconds after the message was sent, Chishu received a reply from Kyogre. Kyogre, what do you want to talk to me about? Wing King, I have something I want to ask you for help. Kyogre, what is it? Wing King, I just captured a Pokemon partner today. It has been practicing the secrets of water recently, such as training under waterfalls and rivers, and gaining enlightenment by feeling the flow of water. Wing King, I thought that you are the god of the sea, and you created so much sea water. Maybe I can use your power to help it understand the secrets of water. The World Tree, in the deep sea below the Dragon Country. Kyogre looked at the message sent by Naoki calmly. The god of the sea. So that's what humans call it. That's right. It is the incarnation of the sea. It created the sea of origin, and it also masters the ultimate secret of water. To a certain extent, it can indeed help the Pokemon practice. Kyogre thought it was okay. Just take it as a way to thank Naoki for letting them live in the World Tree. It has absorbed a lot of natural energy during this period of time, and its strength has long returned to its peak. It should also give back to Naoki. Thinking of this, Kyogre was about to ask Rotom to reply with a okay. But at this moment, Rotom in front of him told him through voice that his nemesis Groudon had sent a message. Groudon, why did you only look for Kyogre and not me? I'm much better than that guy. What's the secret of water? It can teach that Pokemon the secret of Earth, and let it feel the majestic power of the Earth. Naoki, He wanted to, but the problem is that it's useless to look for Groudon. Kyogre can help the bear apprentice comprehend the secrets of water, and evolve it into a martial arts bear master with combo style. In this regard, Groudon can't provide much help. However, Groudon was relentless and yelled and cursed at Kyogre in the group. Finally, the big internet celebrity Giratina also joined in the fun. Giratina, let me tell you this. Instead of you guys being idle and arguing in the group all day, why don't you compete to see who teaches better, and who can make that Pokemon grow more, and who is more powerful, and use this method to decide the winner? Groudon, humph, I have no problem. Kyogre, in that case, then I have no problem either. Naoki, He seems to have not agreed yet? How come these legendary Pokemon have arranged everything for his bear apprentice? But on second thought, the teaching of legendary Pokemon is not common outside. Although Groudon and Kyogre proposed this war in order to suppress each other. But in order to win, the two of them will surely put in 12 points of effort to teach the bear apprentice. There is no doubt that this is a rare opportunity for the bear apprentice. Let's not talk about Groudon for now, because Naoki doesn't know what use it can be. But the secret of water of Kyogre, the god of the sea, is a real help to the bear apprentice. Originally, the bear apprentice was inspired by the sometimes turbulent and sometimes calm river water, and practiced the water style to perfection, creating the move water flow continuous attack. And now, if the object of the bear apprentice's perception changes from ordinary river water to the sea water of the god of the sea, what kind of understanding will it have? At first glance, seawater and river water don't sound very different. But they are different in nature. The capacity and width of seawater far exceed those of ordinary rivers. When the seawater is calm, when the seawater turns into huge waves, it is endless and endless. Thinking of this, Naoki sent a message to the chat group of the legendary beasts. Wing King, okay, when I have time tomorrow afternoon, I will take my Pokemon to the World Tree. The next morning, Dragonite flew to Nyangwang City and took Chishu to the ranch. As soon as Chishu landed, the tomb dog came to greet him excitedly. Woof. Okay. Chishu gently touched the tomb dog's head, then stood up and handed a bouquet of flowers to Chishu. Hey, a gift for you. Chishu was stunned on the spot, trying to recall what festival today was, but after thinking for a long time, he realized that today was just a very ordinary day. Why did you suddenly think of giving me flowers? He asked. Chishu greeted Golden, then squatted down, holding the tomb dog in her arms, and explained, just when I went out, I found a flower shop on the street. The flowers there were very beautiful, so I bought a bunch of flowers and brought them here." Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but look down at the bouquet of flowers in his hand. Some boys will never receive a bouquet of flowers in their entire lives, and the only place where they may receive flowers is at a funeral. This was the first time he received such a gift. Naoki was slightly moved. He walked into the house with the flowers and asked, "Is the lightning bun I gave you last time effective?" During the Chinese New Year, the lightning bird gave him some feathers, and Naoki made a lot of lightning buns. They couldn't finish them, so they gave a few to Chishu and asked her to give them to the electric belly frogs. "Yeah." Chishu nodded repeatedly. When she mentioned that, she showed an incredible look on her face. "Your superpower is too powerful." Chishu smiled and said, "That's because I use special ingredients." "What are you going to do today?" Chishu asked. Chishu originally planned to continue to capture the Jane of Disaster and the Sword of Disaster, but today Chishu came over, so he postponed the action to tomorrow. After a brief thought, Chishu thought of his apprentice bear, so he said, "I captured a new Pokemon when I went out to work at the Falls of Strike yesterday. I plan to build a bamboo forest for it in the ranch. Today I plan to go to the town to buy some bamboo seedlings. Do you want to go with me?" "Okay." Chishu nodded. Hee, it's just right for me to experience what the daily life of a rancher is like." Naoki smiled. He put the bouquet of flowers away, said a few words to his sister Ai Guancher, and drove his pickup truck to Jiaqing Town with a few Pokemon and Chishu who came to join in the fun. Chapter 497. A melodious CD was playing in the car. Naoki drove the car, carrying Chishu and the Pokemon on the country road in this space, feeling like a family outing for a spring outing. Great Dog squatted in the back seat, sticking out his tongue excitedly and making a ho-ho-ho sound. Motor Lizard and Gulton sat in the back compartment, enjoying the breeze and looking at the surrounding scenery boredly. Life in this place is so leisurely. Chishu enjoyed the wind, and at this moment, she probably understood why Chishu liked living in this place. Quiet wilderness, beautiful farmland, enjoying the wind blowing through the fields with Pokemon running freely on the rhythmic grass. Just thinking about it feels super great. "Really?" Chishu smiled and said, "The houses in big cities feel like pigeon cages to me. So many people live in the same building, it feels too depressing. And the place we live in is not big, there is no way to accommodate so many Pokemon." "Yes." Chishu nodded, and she immediately thought of the office workers in Yangwang City. Those people live that kind of life every day, wearing formal clothes and carrying briefcases and walking hurriedly on the streets of Yangwang City, looking very busy. While chatting, the car drove to the town of Jiqing. Chishu parked the car on the side of the road, and then went to the Arrow seed store. The shop owner, Arrow, was carrying goods at the door. At this time, a girl ran out of the store with a Soul EV. "Dad, we are going out." Arrow turned around and touched his daughter's head with a smile. "Well, go play with Soul EV. Remember to go home early." "I know." The girl responded and ran away. Arrow watched his daughter disappear on the street. He was about to continue working when he saw Naoki coming over. "Good morning, Naoki." Arrow greeted Naoki with a smile, but the next second, he noticed the girl next to Naoki, and Arrow's eyes widened immediately. "Good morning, Mr. Arrow." Naoki politely replied, "Do you have bamboo seedlings for sale in the store? I want to buy a batch of bamboo to take back." Arrow came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. "Bamboo seedlings? Of course. How many do you want to buy? I go get them for you right away." Naoki thought for a moment, and then replied, 50 will be enough. "Please wait." Arrow returned to the store, and soon with the help of his assistant Pokemon, he moved out batches of bamboo seedlings. Naoki brought Gulton and Motor Lizard to help him move the bamboo seedlings into the back of the pickup truck. "Was that Belle just now?" Naoki asked casually. Belle, Arrow's daughter, was attacked by Pokemon when she was young and was full of fear of Pokemon and the outside world. She has been hiding at home. 2 years ago, Naoki made a dish of courage fried rice for her and suggested that Belle raise an EVE that is close to people. "I didn't expect that the girl has come out now and become like a normal person." "Yes." Talking about his daughter, Arrow smiled. "Thanks to your help, the girl has become much more cheerful and can go out by herself now. An EVE has evolved into Sun EVE. Belle takes it out to the beach to bask in the sun every day." "Very good." Naoki nodded. He moved all the bamboo seedlings into the car and asked, "How much?" Arrow, "Oh, a total of 25,000 Alliance coins." Naoki paid. Arrow said, "Bamboo is a very popular plant this year. Grown bamboo can be made into furniture, and one can be sold for thousands of Alliance coins." Bamboo shoots can be eaten or sold. No, I don't plan to sell them. I just want to plant a bamboo forest on the ranch for Pokemon to play with. Naoki smiled and shook his head. He said goodbye to Arrow, drove to the Jichi market again, bought some food there, and then returned to the ranch with Chishu. On the way, Chishu recalled the way the townspeople greeted Chishu just now, and he was very curious. Everyone seems to know you. Of course not. Chishu was quite proud. I am very popular in the town. Now in the whole town of Zichin, no one does not know Chishu Ranch. Chishu, I can see it. Everyone is very kind. Chishu recalled the time when he just crossed over and said, when I first came here, they all took good care of me. For example, extra crop seeds, discounts on purchases, etc. Naoki glanced at Chishu and asked, how is it? Have you thought about it? Chishu was confused. What? Naoki, run the ranch with me and live here. Chishu immediately reacted. She laughed and said, as long as I am determined to do something, I will never give up. Don't underestimate me. Half an hour later, the two returned to the ranch. Chishu picked up the hoe and swung it towards the land with force. Now I show you how powerful I am. Looking at the flying grass, Naoki was silent. Chishu's face suddenly turned red, and he tried to defend himself. This is a mistake. Naoki couldn't help laughing and said, okay, I've seen it. Now let's leave professional things to professionals. After that, he whistled. Soon, a big bulge began to form on the ground, and the three moles came out of the ground and started their work. Soon, holes were dug in the land. Naoki took Golden forward and planted the bamboo seedlings. Chishu watched for a while, and then joined in. Perhaps the incident just now aroused her competitive spirit. Chishu said firmly, I will go to study when I return to Nyangwang City. Next time, I will let you see how powerful I am. Naoki, he said helplessly. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's better to leave farming to me and the three rats. After planting the bamboo seedlings, Naoki asked Golden to call Apprentice Bear and his goat over here. Soon, Naoki saw Apprentice Bear running over from the onion garden. Chishu was also attracted by this Pokemon he had never seen before. Who is this Pokemon? It? Naoki introduced. It is Apprentice Bear, the Pokemon I brought back from the falls yesterday. Maybe you haven't heard of it, but you can often see Apprentice Bear in the Galar region. After all, the signature Pokemon of the former Galar champion, Master, is the evolved version of the martial arts Bear Master, the Bear Apprentice. Huh? A Pokemon from the Galar region? It looks so cute. Yeah. The Bear Apprentice stood beside Naoki and looked up at the human in front of him. Naoki introduced it. This is Chishu. She will be the hostess of this place in the future. Hearing this, the Bear Apprentice looked at Chishu a few more times. Chishu waved to the Pokemon and said hello. Hello, Bear Apprentice. The bear disciple hesitated for a moment, and then responded in a low voice, Bye. Okay, now it's time to get down to business. Naoki turned his eyes to the three goats and said to them, I leave these bamboo seedlings to you. Bah! This kind of thing is a piece of cake for the goats nowadays. Their thoughts moved slightly, and a burst of green grass energy with a strong natural smell was released from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, this energy enveloped the entire bamboo forest and then poured into the bamboo seedlings. The next second, the bamboo seedlings began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. They grew taller, and green bamboo leaves grew on the top. Soon, a green bamboo forest appeared in front of the few people. Having been with Naoki for a long time, Chishu has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. The Bear Apprentice, who saw this scene for the first time, showed a surprised expression on his face. He looked at the bamboo forest in front of him in disbelief. Bay. Good, so amazing. It should be no different from the bamboo forest over the Wanji waterfall, right? Naoki smiled and said, This will be your new home from now on. Hearing Naoki's words, the Bear Apprentice immediately realized that this bamboo forest was built by Naoki specifically for it. Naoki is really good to it. The Bear Apprentice, who has never been treated like this, was deeply moved. But it is not very good at expressing its emotions. So when facing Naoki, the Bear Apprentice began to become shy. The Bear Apprentice is embarrassed. Naoki saw what the little bear Pokemon was thinking, but he didn't say much, just smiled and touched its head. In the afternoon, after sending Chishu back to Nyangwang City, Chishu returned to the ranch and found the Bear Apprentice in the bamboo forest. I found 2 teachers for you, and they promised me that they are willing to help you practice, he said. Hearing this, the Bear Apprentice was slightly stunned. What? Teacher? Chishu nodded, and then picked up the Bear Apprentice, Come with me, I take you to see them. The bear apprentice did not struggle. With curiosity, it entered a strange world under the guidance of Jishu. There were islands floating in the air everywhere. Apprentice Bear was attracted by this strange sight, and couldn't help staring at the islands with wide eyes. However, they soon passed through this place, and came to a place with a strong natural atmosphere. Green grass, dense forests, all kinds of Pokemon. Apprentice Bear even saw many Pokemon living in those strange buildings like humans. What? Apprentice Bear was very surprised. Seeing Naoki coming, several Pokemon ran over to greet him excitedly. Ah, long time no see, Mililon and Brynix, how have you been recently? Naoki reached out and touched their heads, then said to his apprentice bear, I haven't introduced it to you yet, this is the World Tree, a place I built specifically for Pokemon. The buildings in front are the Expedition Team Guild. As you can see, this is where only Pokemon live. Hey, the bear apprentice muttered. Okay, Mililong, don't you have to go to work in the sushi restaurant? We still have some things to do, and we will come to play with you later, Naoki said. However, the Mililongs jumped excitedly. They said that the sushi restaurant is now being taken care of by Bulbasaur, and they are going to go fishing with Chahuba. Huh? That's perfect, I want to go there too, so let's go together. Meow. The group came to the next level together, and Naoki said goodbye to the Mililongs on Dragonite Island. The three Chahuba had been waiting there long ago, and they opened their mouths wide when Mililong arrived. Mililong turned around and waved to Naoki, then jumped into the mouth of Chahuba, and went to the sea to catch fish with him. It was afternoon, and the Dragonites had not returned yet. There were only some mini Dragonites and Hax dragons on Dragonite Island. Naoki took out some Pofin and energy cubes from his bag and gave them to them, and then brought his apprentice bear to the beach. He sent a message to Kyogre on his phone. Soon, a huge black shadow emerged from the calm sea. The next second, the black shadow jumped out of the sea, stirring up water splashes all over the sky. In the water splashes, it was the huge figure of Kyogre, the original return. The bear apprentice felt a terrifying breath from this Pokemon, just like the bottomless sea. Don't be afraid. Naoki gently touched the bear apprentice's little hand. It is Kyogre, the god of the sea. It is one of the 2 teachers I found for you. It has mastered the most powerful secret of water in the world. Maybe you can understand something from it. The bear apprentice raised his head bravely, and looked at the terrifying Pokemon in front of him. Kyogre also leaned down, and stared at the Pokemon with his golden pupils. From now on, I will be your teacher. It all depends on you what you can learn from me. In addition to fighting with Groudon, Kyogre was more to thank Naoki for letting them settle on the World Tree. So, it was willing to help this Pokemon practice. Hearing Kyogre's words, the bear apprentice shuddered, and then nodded seriously, yes. Kyogre nodded slightly. The next second, a huge blue wave swept in from the sea. The bear apprentice only felt a flash of blue light before his eyes, and the huge wave enveloped him. The bear apprentice subconsciously closed his eyes. However, he waited for a long time, and did not feel the terrible impact. Bay-ah? The bear apprentice opened his eyes, and saw that he had come to a blue world. This is the sea. Bay-ah. The bear apprentice subconsciously held his breath to prevent himself from drowning, but the next second, he discovered something magical. It seemed that he could breathe in the sea now. Realizing this, the bear apprentice quickly turned around and looked around, and saw Naoki and Kyogre floating not far away. Naoki was also surprised that he could breathe underwater. Is this the power of Kyogre? Obviously, Kyogre protected them. Don't be nervous, feel it with your heart, Naoki said to the bear apprentice. Hearing this, the bear apprentice gradually calmed down. Seeing this scene, Kyogre's mind moved slightly. The next second, the surrounding sea waters suddenly shook violently. The terrifying undercurrent and whirlpool surged wildly around, and a heavy rain suddenly fell in the sky, and a huge wave rose on the originally calm sea surface. The huge wave raged and roared, as if it could destroy everything. The bear apprentice's body was swept by the undercurrent, and was swept out of the sea with a huge wave and rose into the air. By-ah! This was the first time he encountered such a thing, and the bear disciple made a panicked sound. But soon, the huge waves disappeared and the rainstorm stopped. Everything around him returned to its original state. The blue sea revealed a peaceful and gentle atmosphere, which looked so beautiful and gentle. In the haze, it made people feel like drowning in it. The bear disciple was panting, and he quickly turned his head and looked around, looking at the calm sea water, so calm that it seemed as if everything just now was an illusion, But the strong impact on his body told him that it was not an illusion just now. The huge waves were real, and the rainstorm was also real. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Kyogre's ethereal voice came from not far away. Do you feel it? This is the sea, sometimes gentle and calm, sometimes fierce and violent. It can both embrace everything in the world and destroy everything. The bear apprentice was slightly stunned. Kyogre's words echoed in his ears, and the bear apprentice closed his eyes, sat cross-legged in the blue sea, and began to feel the shape and meaning of the sea with his heart. Looking at this scene, Kyogre was a little surprised. He didn't expect this Pokemon to enter the state so quickly. Was it feeling it? And Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Today he planned to let the bear apprentice make a simple attempt, and then introduce the two different forms of the martial arts bear master and their respective abilities in detail after returning home in the evening. The bear apprentice sat for 2 hours. When everything was over, Naoki did not take it away from the world tree, but continued to go down to the volcanic area where Groudon was. The original return of Groudon stood in the magma, looking down at Naoki, and the bear apprentice below with its golden eyes. I feel its breath on you. You should have just come from it, right? The bear apprentice was a little confused. What? It's okay, don't worry. Naoki said, be serious, Groudon. Groudon, huh, what did that guy teach you? Forget it. Don't care about its teaching, come, learn from me, I teach better than it. What? Hearing this, the bear apprentice couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. It suddenly found that its two teachers seemed to be a little bit at odds with each other. Chapter 498. Grotto's next action completely verified the bear apprentice's idea. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and the strange patterns on his body emitted a red light, like flowing magma. An extremely powerful energy was released from Groudon and poured into the earth. The next second, a huge sword of stone jutted out from the ground and began to rush towards the bear apprentice at a very fast speed. Bia! Looking at the horrible scene, the inner alarm bells of the bear disciple instantly rang. If it were an ordinary Pokemon, it would probably give up the fight and run away because of the terrifying aura. But Pokemon like the bear disciple are born with an indomitable spirit. They will train their spirit and never shrink from the attack of their opponents. Seeing that the huge stone sword was about to come towards him, the bear disciple concentrated and held his breath, locked his firm eyes on the target, and then suddenly jumped to the side. Escaped, however, the sword of stone seemed to have an automatic navigation system. Seeing that the bear apprentice had dodged, it immediately changed direction and continued to chase it. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the earth cracking continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the huge sword of stone formed a circle and trapped the bear apprentice in it. The air was filled with the smell of burning sulfur. The energy of the earth had not yet dissipated from the sword of the cliff, and it continued to emit rolling heat waves. The surrounding space seemed to be burned and blurred. The original return of Groudon opened its golden pupils, and it let out an ancient roar, releasing its pressure and terrifying power. After a moment, Groudon seemed to calm down. It looked at the tiny bear apprentice with admiration. Unexpectedly, this little guy was not afraid of its pressure at all, and could still keep a calm attitude to avoid it. Not bad. Little guy, am I better than that guy? Grow asked. Everything it did just now seemed to be to show its powerful strength to the bear apprentice, so as to suppress Uka. Naoki, yes, this is very Groudon. The bear apprentice now also understood the specific meaning of the Pokemon's actions just now. A drop of silent sweat appeared on its forehead, and it looked back at Naoki. Hey! These two Pokemon really don't get along with each other, right? Naoki comforted. That's their business. It has nothing to do with us. You just need to study their skills carefully. Hearing this, Groudon looked at Naoki and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But he didn't know what he thought of, and he decisively closed his mouth. It's really uncomfortable to live under someone else's roof. Naoki noticed that Groudon was peeking at him. What's wrong, Groudon? Groudon immediately shook his huge head. If it told him what he was thinking, given this human's personality, he would definitely let it go. If it left, it would never come back. There is probably no place in the world that is more comfortable than this. In Groudon's mind, there appeared a picture of his mortal enemy, Kyogre, enjoying a good life on the world tree, absorbing natural energy with a happy face, while he was crying alone in a remote volcano. Groudon decisively chose to play dumb. It turned its attention back to the bear apprentice, and then said to it, "Come and fight me." The bear apprentice was confused. What? It fights Groudon? Really, Groudon? Don't you dare? Hearing this, the bear apprentice immediately shook his head, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Yes. Very good. The next second, a strong earth vein energy burst out from Groudon's body, and the familiar earth sword stabbed out again. The bear apprentice began to run at a high speed, dodging Groudon's attacks while rushing towards it. Seeing that the bear apprentice was about to approach him, Groudon narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, a huge cliff sword pierced out from under the bear apprentice's feet and pushed him into the air. The bear apprentice instantly lost his ability to fight. Naoki frowned, ran forward and checked the bear apprentice's condition, and then used the power of Chompan to help it heal its injuries. Green light surged in Naoki's palm, and pure natural energy gathered crazily into the bear apprentice's body. In a blink of an eye, the bear apprentice woke up slowly. Compared to Kyogre's training, Groudon's training is too simple and crude. You can gain experience and hone your skills by fighting it. For Pokemon like Ursagi, this method is undoubtedly the most suitable. But the problem is that Groudon is too powerful. With Ursagi's current strength, there is no chance of winning. After thinking for a moment, Naoki said to Groudon, "Groud, try another way." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ursagi's voice came from behind. "Hey!" Naoki was slightly stunned, then turned around and asked, "Do you want to continue to challenge Groudon?" "Yes." The bear apprentice nodded firmly. Naoki lowered his head and looked at the bear apprentice. "Okay." Naoki compromised. In a way, this is also the choice of Pokemon itself. Just like Xiaoji's Charizard, in order to enhance its strength, it chose to stay in the Charizard Valley, where it practiced by constantly fighting other Charizards. "I understand." Naoki nodded and said, "In that case, I will stay here with you." With the power of Tokiwa and the life milk of the Mount Goat, plus the existence of Ho-Oh, no matter how serious the injury of the bear apprentice is, he can recover immediately. "Yeah." Seeing that the trainer is willing to respect him, the bear apprentice nodded happily. The warrior instinct in his body makes him want to fight against the strong. The bear apprentice rushed out again. Naoki stood behind and watched the scene. Kyogre taught the bear apprentice theory and helped him understand the mystery of water. Groudon trained his bear apprentice in actual combat, allowing him to put his theories into practice. In a sense, Groudon and Kyogre, the mortal enemies, are the most perfect partners in the world. It is because of their existence that the land and the ocean have evolved into what they are today, and neither of them is indispensable. Without Groudon, the world will become the Sea of Doom. And without Kyogre, the world will become an endless purgatory. The bear apprentice fell down again, and stood up again and again. Naoki continued to use the power of Evergreen and the Milk of Life to help it recover its strength. In the end, even Groudon's expression changed. The look it gave the bear apprentice was no longer as casual as at the beginning, but full of seriousness. There is no doubt that this legendary Pokemon was moved by the bear apprentice's perseverance. Groudon recognized the bear apprentice. In the evening, the bear apprentice, who had practiced hard for an afternoon, ate the food Naoki prepared for it. Its hard-working appearance shocked all the Pokemon in the ranch. Frostmilk, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, Butler, and Eevee gathered around the dining table and all cast their eyes on the bear apprentice, who was eating. The bear apprentice noticed everyone's gaze, and immediately raised his head to look at the group of Pokemon with a puzzled look on his face. "Bye? You have been fighting all afternoon, aren't you tired?" the Eevee asked curiously. The bear apprentice thought about it carefully, and then answered happily, "Bah. Not tired. Just so hungry. Naoki's cooking smells so good, I can eat 2 more bowls." Dragonite was shocked. This Pokemon can eat more than it. Big appetite. Apprentice Bear answered seriously, "Hey! Only by eating well can the body become stronger and stronger." Even Flutter Hare was shocked by Apprentice Bear's appetite. It didn't feel like floating here. It quickly ran to the refrigerator and checked the food inside. It looked like it was afraid that the food reserve was not enough and it would be hungry. Frosty was also shocked. This Pokemon confused him, and Frosty couldn't help asking what he didn't understand. "Mama? Why do you train so hard?" "Oh." The bear apprentice was attracted by this question. He looked at Frosty and thought seriously for a while before answering, "Oh. Because this way, he can become a more powerful Pokemon." Frosty was even more puzzled. "Mama? Why do you want to become a more powerful Pokemon?" "Huh?" The bear apprentice scratched his head and suddenly found that he didn't seem to know the answer to this question. Why do you want to become stronger? Since it could remember, it began to train hard and study moves day by day. After thinking for a while, the bear apprentice replied, Because it will become very powerful." Frostmilk Fairy, Okay. Naoki smiled and said, every Pokemon in this world pursues different goals. For example, some Pokemon like to live with their trainers, so they will stay with their trainers, eat with them, walk with them, work with them, and sleep with them every day. Some Pokemon want to become more powerful Pokemon, so they will travel with human trainers, challenge gyms, and reach the top of the world. All of this does not require any special reason, just because they like it. The bear apprentice works hard to practice because he likes the feeling of becoming stronger, so he is not afraid of hardship or fatigue. This kind of Pokemon is really charming. Naoki couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his apprentice bear, who was eating with big mouthfuls of food. Pokemon that are serious are the cutest. The apprentice bear nodded his little head happily. Ba-ah. Frosty Milk Fairy seemed to understand. After a while, it also thought of its favorite thing, Mama. I don't want to become stronger, I want to live with Naoki. Babu Tubo also nodded, Bamo. Me too. Motor Lizard also said, Gayo. August. Bony. Seeing everyone's look, the bear apprentice looked at these Pokemon, and then looked at Naoki. Bia? I want to live with Naoki too. Yeah, we all live together, Naoki said with a smile. He looked at Flutter, who was looking inside the refrigerator, and said speechlessly, Flutter, stop looking. The food was not eaten up by the bear apprentice. In addition to the refrigerator, there is also a lot of food in the storage room. Dream? Flutterbear poked its head out of the refrigerator. The bear apprentice realized that it was because he ate too much that the Pokemon named Flutterbear was worried that it would eat all the food. Ah! The bear apprentice stopped his hand embarrassedly. It seems that it didn't eat much. Right, Naoki, Eat it with confidence, I guarantee you have enough. Naoki patted his chest and promised. In order to reassure Flutterbear, he got up and took Flutterbear to the storage room at home. There were the food and drinks specially prepared by Naoki. Sausages, cheese, bacon, wheat bread, pickled radish, salted fish, dried fruit, and brewed wine. See? So don't worry about the food being eaten up, Naoki said to Zenifa. Dream. Zenifa nodded with bright eyes, feeling relieved. Naoki closed the door of the storage room and took Zenifa back to the restaurant. The bear apprentice looked at Zenifa embarrassedly. Zenifa also noticed its eyes, and thinking of the room full of food, Zenifa said, Dream. Eat. After a whole afternoon of special training, although the wounds on his body were healed by the power of Chompan, the bear apprentice became dirty and covered with dust. After dinner, Naoki took the bear apprentice to take a bath. Fill the basin with warm water, then put the bear apprentice in, wait until the fur is wet, and then apply shower gel. Finally, rinse off the foam on the body, and in this way, a fragrant bear apprentice is born. Okay. Naoki touched the bear apprentice's head. Go to the fireplace, the lava worm will help you dry your fur. Hey. The bear apprentice was a little embarrassed, but it was hard for him to refuse Naoki's offer to bathe him. Hearing this, the bear apprentice ran away. Naoki poured out the dirty water, and when he walked out of the bathroom and came to the room, he saw Golden pretending to be serious. Naoki? ? Seeing Golden's appearance, Naoki realized belatedly that the sentence he said at dinner that a serious Pokemon is the most charming was heard by Golden. Although Golden looked silly, Naoki still cooperated and coaxed the child. Wow, which Pokemon is this? Why is it so handsome today? Golden, who had never heard Naoki say such a thing, immediately became embarrassed. Ah, gah, it replied shyly. Naoki couldn't help laughing. Okay, you play here for a while, and I go to the tavern to help Saifuhao and my brother AI butler clean up and come back. August. Golden immediately said that he wanted to go together. Okay, let's go together. One person and one Pokemon came to the tavern, and most of the guests here had left. Naoki helped his brother AI Guancher and Saifuhao to clean up the tableware used by the Pokemon guests. When everything was done, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. The hair on the bear apprentice's body had been dried by the lava worm. It was sitting in its nest waiting for Naoki to come back. All the things for today have been done, and I can finally go to bed and rest. The Eevee have fallen asleep. Naoki also took off his clothes and went to bed to rest. He and the bear apprentice, Golden and several Pokemon said good night, and then turned off the lights. Tomorrow, he will set off to the Rottenwood Shrine in Shaoxia Town to remove the seal of the ancient Jian snail. Chapter 499. The Kuchiki Shrine is located in the southeast of the Padilla region. According to the map mark provided by Leha, it seems to be near a cliff. Naoki didn't know the exact location, so he could only go there to investigate. If that didn't work, he would use his personal charm to mobilize the wild Pokemon living near that area to help find it. Naoki made up his mind. The next morning, after finishing his work at the ranch, he prepared to ride Gulden to the first district of Padilla South. Before leaving, Naoki brought some gifts, and sent his apprentice bear to the World Tree and the ocean where Kyogre was. What? Seeing Naoki suddenly stop, the apprentice bear looked up at him in confusion. At this moment, Naoki suddenly felt like a parent sending his child to kindergarten. Shaking his head, and getting rid of the weird idea, Naoki reached out, and touched the apprentice bear's head and said to it, "Although I really want to stay here and continue to practice with you, I still have some very important things to do. You can practice here with peace of mind, and I will pick you up home in the evening." The bear apprentice blinked his eyes, and then nodded obediently. "Bye." "Come on." Naoki cheered for the bear apprentice. Coincidentally, at this time, the original Kyogre sensed their arrival and floated to the surface of the sea. In order to let Groudon and Kyogre take good care of the bear apprentice, Naoki stepped forward and gave Kyogre some of the magical food he brought today, treating it as the tuition fee for the bear apprentice. "I ask you to take care of the bear apprentice, Kyogre," Naoki said. Compared to Groudon, Kyogre is calm and rational. Of course, only when he is not crazy. He looked down at the human in front of him, and then looked down at the bag in his hand. At this moment, a sweet smell was emanating from the gap of the bag. Naoki took out the energy cube and Pofin from the bag, and threw them into Kyogre's mouth like a keeper feeding a killer whale. Unexpectedly, Kyogre did not refuse, but opened his mouth to accept his feeding. Kyogre's obedient appearance while eating was nothing like the legendary Pokemon, the god of the sea that summoned a torrential rain and tsunami to drown the world. Seeing this scene, Naoki gradually grew bolder and reached out to gently touch Kyogre's head. "Kyogre?" ? "It's okay." Naoki took a step back as if nothing had happened, turned around and said to his apprentice bear, "I'm leaving, remember to practice well, I come to pick you up in the evening." "Yeah." Hearing this, the apprentice bear suddenly felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Naoki said he would come to pick it up at night. What a great feeling. From now on, it is also a Pokemon with a family. "Yeah." After sending his apprentice bear to the place, Naoki left the Dragon Country. But he did not leave the World Tree, but went to the volcanic area where Groudon was, and gave the energy cube and Pofin to Groudon. "I made these by myself, just consider them as a gift for your willingness to teach your apprentice bear," Naoki said. Groudon was slightly stunned, with a look of surprise in his eyes. It can actually receive gifts, although it doesn't care about these gifts are sent by Naoki. Who is Naoki? The owner of this tree, the spokesperson of Rayquaza, single-handedly stopped it from fighting with Kyogre. And now, such a powerful human actually gave it a gift. This is really shocking to the Pokemon. Groudon wanted to say something else, but Naoki turned and left. After leaving the World Tree, Naoki returned to the ranch, rode on Gulden, and said goodbye to all the Pokemon. "We are leaving and will probably be back in the afternoon. You stay well in the ranch and don't run around. Do you understand?" Bony. The Pokemon, led by Eruption, responded happily. Naoki nodded, and then took out his Rotom phone for navigation. After confirming the location of the destination, he rode Gulden all the way south. The fields and towns below quickly swept away. After an hour of flying, Naoki saw the southern coast of Padilla in front of him. Compared with the northern area, the southern part of Padilla is mostly plains. Small town, Pingdai Town, such quiet and peaceful, gentle and reserved towns are located on this plain. Naoki was very interested in the town of Xiaoshur. Because in the game, it was the town where the player set out to travel, and Nemo's home was also there. And Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda seemed to have a lighthouse research institute nearby. Thinking of this, Naoki asked Gullerton to take a detour and fly to Xiaoshur. The real Xiaoshur town was not like the one in the game, with only 2 families. Although it was small in scale, the number of people reached dozens if you counted them scattered. There were so many mansions that Naoki couldn't tell where Nemo's house was, but he found the location of the Lighthouse Research Institute. Because there was only one lighthouse in this place, it was obvious that it was the Research Institute of Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu. In addition, Naoki also saw the place where the player met Gullerton in the game, the Bay Cave. There were many Dalyabee and Houndoom living there, just like in the game. They lived in the cave in the form of tribes, and guarded their own territory. Naoki looked at the scene with interest, and asked Gulden under him, "By the way, Gulden, how did you happen to fly to my ranch? If you landed here, you might meet a kind-hearted boy or girl." Gulden's eyes were vague. "Ah, gah. Forget it, there's no point in talking about those things." Naoki reached out, and touched Golden's head. He couldn't bear to let Golden leave him. Golden agreed with this. "Ah, gah. That's right. Okay, I've finished. Let's continue." After checking in at Xiaoshu Town, Naoki rode Golden away from here and headed for the location of the Kachiki Shrine. Cliff. If he remembered correctly, the specific location of the Kachiki Shrine was under a cliff. Naoki locked his eyes on the row of cliffs and let Golden land. As soon as they landed, Rotom's phone rang. When the call was connected, Leia's face appeared on the screen. Layla looked expectantly. "How is it? How many disaster treasures have you subdued now?" Naoki answered truthfully. "2, the ancient jade fish and the ancient tripod deer, have started a new life in my ranch. Now I am on the south coast of the Padilla region, preparing to investigate the Rottenwood Shrine here." "Is that so? Then you have to work hard." At this moment, Golden, who was walking in front, seemed to have discovered something and suddenly made a warning cry. "Agas! What happened?" Naoki hurriedly chased after him. They kept moving along the edge of a lake and finally stopped at the cliff at the end of the lake. Golden looked down. "Agas!" Naoki looked down, following his gaze. The next second, he saw a glowing ancestral hall at the bottom of the cliff. The surrounding vegetation was growing very lush, the grass was fertile, and there were small unknown wild flowers blooming in the grass. However, strangely, near the ancestral hall, the grass was all withered and yellowed, causing the surrounding land to become barren. Naoki was slightly stunned. That was... Rotom's phone also pointed its camera downwards at this moment. Ryo on the other side also saw the scene near the Kachiki Shrine. "Rotom, come closer and take a look," Ryo said. "Gulton, let's go down." Naoki brought Rotom and Gulton to the bottom. Rotom went up and took a careful photo of the Kachiki Shrine. At just one glance, Naoki and Ryo discovered the abnormality of the Kachiki Shrine. There were only 2 chains left of the 4 chains that originally sealed the Kachiki Shrine. This means that 4 seal stakes have been pulled out. Who did it? Was it a passing trainer or a wild Pokemon? Leia glanced at the surrounding scene and thought, the power of the seal will become weaker after the stakes are pulled out. It seems that the power of the ancient snail has penetrated the seal and affected the surrounding environment. According to ancient records, the ancient snail was originally just an ordinary wooden scroll. Later, someone recorded the king's evil deeds on the wooden scroll. But that man was punished by the king, and his hatred wrapped around the wooden slip, turning it into an ancient snail. And if I'm not mistaken, the ancient snail has the power to absorb the energy of plants and trees, causing the surrounding forests to dry up instantly, and the crops in the fields to fail. Speaking of this, Leia suddenly looked apologetic. "If you subdue it, it may cause trouble to your ranch." "Don't worry, I have a way," Naoki said. "The immortal has his own ingenious plan. As long as the reverse food is fed to the ancient snail, the reverse power in it will completely reverse the power of the ancient snail. Absorption becomes release, making the forest dry up instantly turn into seedlings growing instantly, and making the poor harvest of crops in the fields turn into a good harvest of crops. In this way, there will be another abundant snail in the ranch." Hearing this, Leahy was slightly startled, and then said with relief, "That's right, maybe your thoughts will calm the ancient snail down. In this case, I won't bother you anymore and wait for your good news." Naoki, I have to say, this world is really an idealistic world. After hanging up the phone, Naoki began to pull out the last 4 stakes of the Rottenwood Shrine. He rode Gulton back to the cliff and looked around. Most of the Pokemon living nearby are common Pokemon, like the little arrow, the colorful butterfly, the eating pig, the greedy chinchilla, the sunflower seed, and so on. After a brief thought, Naoki decided to still use the previous 2 methods. Communicate with these Pokemon through the power of Evergreen, and then ask them to help find the stakes. He first took out some luring energy cubes. The rich and mellow aroma drifted along the air, and soon attracted a large group of wild Pokemon. They looked at the human in front of them curiously, and felt the friendly and approachable breath on him. None of these Pokemon ran away. Ahem. Naoki coughed twice, and then said, "Everyone, I am Naoki. I have something I want to ask you for help." Then, Naoki showed them photos of the stakes and told them that if they could help him find glowing stakes, he would give them a bunch of delicious energy cubes and Pofin. For these wild Pokemon, this was a perfect commission. Just walking around and helping to find things can get those delicious foods. It's really worth it. So, this group of Pokemon decisively agreed. They ran away and went to look for stakes. Naoki looked around, preparing to find a place with a wide view to set up camp and wait for these wild Pokemon to come back. Soon, his eyes locked on a cliff. Standing there and looking around, he saw the endless Padia Sea. Gulton, let's go over there and wait for them, Naoki said. Ah, gah. Gulton immediately nodded and agreed. However, before getting close, Gulton seemed to have discovered something and looked in a certain direction. Ah, gah? Did you find anything? Naoki was a little confused. He followed Gulton's gaze, and the next second, he found a Pikachu on the cliff in front of him. When he saw the Pikachu's movements, Naoki was stunned. Because the Pikachu was actually flying, it was seen swinging its lightning tail behind it and flying slowly in the air. Pikachu can fly? How does it do it? Naoki was shocked. However, at this moment, the Pikachu suddenly lost its balance and fell from the sky. It fell on the grass, rolled a few times, and stood up with scars all over its body. Just when Naoki thought it would stop to rest, a yellow electric current suddenly burst out from the Pikachu. It ran quickly on the ground while discharging electricity, and used the recoil generated by the energy to launch itself into the air. The Pikachu that successfully ascended to the sky kept swinging its tail, skillfully controlling the airflow, and it looked like it was flying. Naoki, who witnessed this scene, quickly saw the principle behind it. The Pikachu first used the Volt attack to run back and forth, creating a tornado-shaped energy vortex. Then, it used its powerful tail as a spring to bounce in the vortex to increase its height until it flew into the air, and finally used its tail to swing to balance the airflow and make it possible to fly. However, not long after, the Pikachu fell down again. It seems that it has not yet fully mastered the combo. Naoki looked around subconsciously, but did not see the shadow of another human nearby. This means that this Pikachu is not a trainer's Pokemon, but a wild Pokemon. Its combo was also created by its own thinking. After realizing this, Naoki was even more surprised. This Pikachu's understanding and talent are extraordinary. However, at this moment, the wild Pikachu discovered him and Gulton. Its face immediately showed a vigilant expression, and a flash of electricity flashed on its cheek. Pikapi! The next second, the scarred Pikachu turned around and ran away. It was very fast, and disappeared in the nearby grass in the blink of an eye. Chapter 500. Run away. Naoki hurried forward and pushed aside the grass, trying to find the trace of Pikachu. In the end, not to mention Pikachu, not even a hair of Pikachu was seen. There was no idea where it ran to. It ran so fast. Naoki could only take Gulton back to the cliff and stand there looking at the blue sea and horizon in the distance. The sea surface was surging, and waves of white waves kept hitting the reefs below. The sea view here is indeed beautiful. The image of the flying Pikachu just now appeared in his mind, and Naoki suddenly became curious about how it came up with the idea of flying in that way, and why it wanted to fly. You know, Groudon hasn't learned this skill. Pikachu, a Pokemon, has many special individuals. In addition to Xiaoji's Pikachu, there are also Partner Pikachu, Surfing Pikachu, Rockstar Pikachu, Hat Pikachu, Lady Pikachu, Masked Wrestler Pikachu, and many other Pikachus. But compared to other Pikachus, this flying Pikachu is obviously much more special. Because it can actually combine its own moves, comprehend new combo skills, break through the upper limit of Pikachu, a Pokemon that cannot fly, and successfully fly into the sky. However, flying in this way is very harmful to the body. The scarred look of the Pikachu just now appeared in his mind. I don't know how many times it failed to complete this combo skill. Although his Babutubo can also do it, it is after all eaten by food. But this Pikachu relies entirely on its own efforts, and it doesn't even have the guidance of a trainer around it. There is no doubt that it is a very self-disciplined, strong-willed Pikachu who is used to exercising himself. Interesting. Naoki was curious about this Pikachu. He wanted to observe it more closely, so he asked Gulton to help him find it nearby. Gulton, help me find the Pikachu here. If you find it, don't rush to get close. I want to observe its living habits, Naoki said. Ah, gah. Gulton showed a puzzled expression on his face, but nodded and agreed. Agassi. So, one man and one Pokemon began to look for the trace of Pikachu in this area. Time passed by minute, and during this time, two wild Pokemon helped Naoki find the stake that sealed the ancient snail. Naoki took the time to pull out the two stakes, and then continued to search. In the end, until the last two stakes were pulled out, he still couldn't find the trace of Pikachu. Naoki, Gulton shook his head helplessly. Ah gosh. Forget it. Let's go and subdue the ancient snail first. Now the last seal of the ancient snail has been lifted. If we don't rush over to subdue it as soon as possible, the ancient snail will break through the seal and absorb the nutrients of the surrounding vegetation, making this land barren. Gulton, go to the ancestral hall just now. Ah gosh. Gillerton took off directly from the spot. It was very fast, and it took Naoki a few breaths to reach the shrine of the dead wood. The black chains wrapped around the door of the ancestral hall have all disappeared. At this moment, the door of the ancestral hall is half open, and a Pokemon that looks like a snail, covered with yellow leaves and a scroll wrapped around its back, is trying to get out of it. As it appears, the surrounding grass and trees wither and turn yellow. The ancient snail is constantly absorbing the energy of the grass and trees. Seeing this scene, Naoki opened his mouth and ordered, "Gulton, stop it, use jet fire." Aw gosh! Red flames gushed out of Gulton's mouth, turning into a blazing beam of fire that rushed towards Gujian's snail. In an instant, a burst of flames burst out from below. The scorching flame submerged Gujian's snail in it. A hoarse cry came from below, and then two green vines that were still burning quickly broke through the fire and rushed towards Gulton. Gulton quickly turned sideways and successfully avoided it. And at this moment, a black beam of light suddenly burst out from below. The surrounding flames were completely extinguished by the beam of light that exuded rolling malice. In the light, the ancient snail was covered with a layer of destructive aura, and countless disaster forces surged out of it. Naoki recognized the move at a glance. That was the Great Disaster. It was an exclusive move that only the 4 disaster treasures mastered. Gillerton, full-on ram. While speaking, Naoki jumped straight off Gillerton and landed steadily on the ground. And Gillerton tacitly changed his form, while ramming towards the ancient snail. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the aftermath of the battle between the two Pokemon turned into a strong gust of wind that swept around. After a moment, everything returned to silence. In front of the door of the Kachiki Shrine, Gujinwa was lying there with wounds all over his body, as if he had lost his ability to fight. Well done! Naoki and Gulton clapped their hands, then took out a Pokeball from his pocket and threw it at Gujinwa. Crack! The Pokeball automatically bounced open, and Gujinwa's body turned into a beam of white light and was absorbed into it. 1-2. The Pokeball stopped shaking. This means that the Pokeball was captured successfully. Naoki walked up and picked it up. Now, the last Pokemon left among the 4 disasters is the ancient sword leopard. Okay, thank you very much for your help today. On the cliff, Naoki looked at the group of wild Pokemon in front of him and kept his promise with a smile. He took out the energy cube and Pokemon he carried with him and distributed them to the Pokemon in front of him one by one. Little Arrowbird, this is yours. Pork Lover, this is yours. Greedy Chinchilla, take this box. The Pokemon that got the Pofin happily enjoyed it on the spot. Naoki smiled and looked at this extremely harmonious picture for a while. He looked around, trying to find the trace of Pikachu, but still couldn't see the other party. After a little thought, Naoki decided to ask the group of natives in front of him for information. By the way, has any one of you seen a Pikachu around here? Greedy Chinchilla was eating a piece of Pofin, but stopped when he heard this. Squeak! It's a Pokemon with yellow fur that can emit electricity. It was flying over the cliff over there in the morning. Naoki pointed in the direction of the cliff. The wild Pokemon in front of him looked over there. Soon, a Pokemon gave an answer. The little arrow flapped its wings. Chirp! I've seen it, but I've never spoken to it. Eating pig, It seems to be able to fly? Sunflower, seeds, seeds. Amazing. I can't even fly. Naoki. It's okay. Many Pokemon can't fly. Does anyone know where it lives? However, the Pokemon in front of him shook their heads. Because that Pikachu always keeps to himself and doesn't talk to them. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Seeing that Pikachu was full of vigilance towards them, it seemed that he would not appear around here in the near future. Helplessly, Naoki had to give up observing the Pikachu. He looked at the group of Pokemon in front of him and said to them, Okay, I understand. Thank you very much for your help. We are leaving now. See you next time if there is a chance. After saying goodbye, Naoki rode on Golden. Golden spread its wings, exerted force on its hind legs, and then jumped high into the sky and began to fly towards the pasture. Naoki looked back at the land. It seems that Pikachu is not meant for him. In this case, let's leave this Pikachu to the trainer who is destined for it. Perhaps someone will meet it in the near future, and then a new story will happen. Naoki retracted his gaze and left this place with Gillerton. And about 5 hours after he left, a Pikachu poked its head out from a hidden corner. It walked gently to the horizon where the sea could be seen, took a look at the sea shrouded in twilight, and then curled up under the trunk of a big tree and closed its eyes and fell asleep. Pikachu slept until the early morning. It seemed to sense something, and suddenly woke up from its sleep and then looked up at the sky. After determining the current time, Pikachu quickly got up and ran towards the coast. When the distance was enough, it began to discharge electricity while running quickly around the grass. Pikachu's speed was getting faster and faster. Under the force of inertia, the electric energy gradually formed a tornado vortex. Seeing this, Pikachu suddenly jumped up and kept jumping to increase his height. At this time, the tornado suddenly dissipated because it lost Pikachu's guidance, and Pikachu and it was immediately exposed in midair. It immediately put its tail under its body, and in this way it controlled the airflow, so that it floated steadily in the sky. At the same time, the dark sky in the distance gradually brightened. A ray of dawn bloomed from the end of the sea. Following closely, there was a bright orange sun. The clouds and the sea were dyed orange, and this scene was reflected in Pikachu's eyes, with the horizon shining brightly in front of him. Looking at this scene, Pikachu couldn't help but whispered softly, "Pikachu. It's so beautiful." Naoki and Guillerton finally returned to the ranch on time at 5:15 in the evening. When they landed, Zack's truck was parked on the side of the road. With the help of his brother Ai Guancher, Zack was carrying the goods sold in the ranch today. Seeing Naoki coming back, Zack greeted him. "Did you go out to do something?" "Yeah." Naoki smiled and nodded. "I recently got some news about Pokemon that need help, so I have to go out to rescue them every day these days. Contact the seals of the 4 disaster Pokemon, purify the disaster power in them, and awaken their true hearts. There is nothing wrong with helping them." Hearing this, Zack widened his eyes. "Is there another fire?" Naoki was slightly stunned, then laughed. "Of course not. It's just that some Pokemon were trapped and couldn't get out by themselves. Some trainers told me about them, so I went to help." "So that's it." Zack breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted, "Come on. If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me. Oh, by the way, this is today's shipping money. I've transferred it to you." Naoki glanced at Rotom's phone, and sure enough, he found the transfer message on it. "Okay, I've received it." He nodded. The current technology is developing so fast, and once electronic payment came out, it quickly swept the world. Even Zack and his friends have used electronic payment. Then I won't say much. The ranch next door is still waiting for me. See you later? Zack got in the car and waved to Naoki through the car window. "See you later?" Naoki replied, and then watched Zack's truck drive away from the ranch. Until he could no longer see it, he turned around and prepared to make reverse black tea to reverse the disaster power of Gujianhua into auspicious power. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Gu Dinglu and Gu Yiyu coming here without knowing when. The ancient jade fish floated in the big cauldron on the head of the ancient cauldron deer, with only a pair of Magatama-shaped eyes showing outside. The ancient cauldron deer couldn't help but ask, "Moo? Naoki, I really want to know who you brought back this time." Naoki didn't hide it. "It's Gu Jianhua." "Moo." It turned out to be that old guy. Hearing this, the ancient cauldron deer hurriedly urged, "Moo! Wait, don't let that old guy out yet, otherwise your ranch and the crops you planted will all suffer. Go and make food, change that old guy back." Ancient jade fish also said, "Good. Yes, that guy absorbs the energy from the grass and trees. It once made an entire forest wither and disappear in just a short time." Seeing that the ancient ding deer and the ancient jade fish were thinking about the ranch, Naoki couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, I already know. I will go to make food now to help it return to its original appearance." Ancient ding deer, "Moo. Then I leave this old guy to you." Naoki nodded. He then went to the living room and used the water of the reverse world to make black tea. Soon, a cup of reverse black tea was born. Naoki came to the ranch. In order to prevent the ancient snail from destroying the crops in the ranch, he specially invited the Bud Crown King to help protect it. When the Bud Crown King was in place, Naoki took out the elf ball of the ancient snail. With a flash of white light, the huge body of the ancient snail appeared in the grass. Perhaps affected by the power of disaster on it, the green grass below instantly withered. Compared with Gu Dinglu and Gu Yiyu, Gu Jian snail was obviously affected by the evil influence much more strongly, and its mind was not as clear as Gu Dinglu and Gu Yiyu at the moment. But fortunately, there was the Bud Crown King. Even if Gu Jian snail had 12 points of strength, it could not use it. With the help of the Bud Crown King, Naoki fed the reverse black tea to Gu Jian snail. As a cup of tea went into his stomach, a white light instantly burst out from Gu Jian snail's body. Then, a magical scene happened. In the light, the yellow leaves on Gu Jian snail turned into fresh green leaves, and Gu Jian snail's cloudy eyes gradually became clear. A gentle force was released from its body and poured into the earth. The next second, Naoki saw that the grass that had withered after Gujian's snail absorbed its energy had become full of life again. Chapter 501. Gujianwa suddenly felt that his body was enveloped by a warm breath. It had not felt this way for many years. After absorbing too much power of disaster, its consciousness became drowsy and lost in the cold darkness, and even its perception of the outside world was intermittent. And now this warm feeling. Gujianwa slowly opened his eyes. Gushi? What's wrong with me? Everything in front of him gradually became clear, and Gujianwa only felt that he had walked out of the chaos, and came to a place full of birdsong and flowers, full of vitality. Here, it saw a strange human, many strange Pokemon, and its old acquaintances, Goodinglu and Guyu. The next second, Gujianwa showed an expression of disbelief on his face. Gushi? Why are you two here too? Could it be that the four of us have gone to heaven, and are no longer in the world? Goodinglu, Guyu, Goodinglu said to Naoki with a smile. Moo. It seems that this guy has become old and confused. Guyu explained speechlessly. Guyu. This is not a paradise. This is Naoki's ranch. Guyu. It was he who helped us and rescued us from the seal. It was thanks to him that the disaster power we absorbed was expelled. Hearing this, Gujianwa slowly turned his head and looked at the human standing next to Goodinglu with his turbid eyes. Naoki smiled and greeted it. Hello, Gujianwa, I am Naoki, the owner of this ranch. Gushi. At first, Gujianwa didn't react much to this. But just when Naoki thought it was thinking, Gujianwa suddenly shuddered. Gushi? Did you help us get rid of those terrible disaster forces? Naoki was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, It's me, by the way, Gujianwa. Do you feel any changes in your body now? He was very curious about what kind of changes the reversed ancient snail had. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Naoki, Goodinglu and Guyu looked at the ancient snail, waiting for its answer. After a long while, the ancient snail did not speak. Goodinglu complained, Moo. It seems that this old guy is still the same, always a step behind in everything. Naoki, Very good, this is in line with the habits of snails. At this time, Gujianwa finally spoke. Gushi. My body? What is going on? It has regained its vitality. I actually have this kind of power. What power? Naoki asked hurriedly. Half a minute later, Gujianwa replied with a surprised face. Gushi. I can now provide energy for the nearby plants and trees, nourish the growth of the forest, and bless the harvest of flowers, plants and fruit trees. Hearing this, Naoki understood. Is it what I thought? The current grunt is called Little Bud Crown. So far, many Pokemon in the ranch have this power. In addition to Bud Crown, there are 3 Mount Goats, and then Grunt. For Naoki, it is not a strange thing to make crops grow all of a sudden. He nodded and said to Grunt, From now on, you will live in the ranch with everyone. Grunt's problem has been solved, and now only the last Gujianbao is left. Naoki decided to wait until tomorrow to gather the last disaster Pokemon. But now, he had to go to the World Tree to pick up his apprentice bear and take him home. Then I leave Gujian Snail to you two to take care of. Naoki turned and said to Goodinglu and Guyu. Moo. No problem, just leave it to me. Goodinglu agreed immediately. Naoki turned and left. Gujian Snail followed Goodinglu and Guyu slowly, listening to them introduce the ranch. After walking for a while, Gujianwa felt a little tired, so he stopped and stayed on the grass to bask in the sunset. Goodinglu and Guyu also stopped. Gujianwa said slowly, Gushi. That human is really strange. He actually left me, and the two of you here. Gujianwa knew very well that they were extremely precious treasures to humans. Countless people had wanted to get them, using various methods such as stealing, robbing, and cheating. And now, this human named Naoki actually just left them outside. Isn't he afraid that a greedy thief will come and snatch them away? Gujianwa was very puzzled. Goodinglu, who came first, thought calmly for a while and answered, Moo. Maybe it's because Naoki never regarded us as treasures. In his heart, I and you are just ordinary Pokemon. The evening breeze blew gently, and Gujianwa felt relaxed all over his body in this atmosphere full of natural breath. It closed its eyes with great enjoyment and murmured softly, Gushi. What a strange person. As it spoke, Gujianwa fell asleep. Goodinglu and Guyu said, This old guy is still the same. Not far away, the Bud Crown King looked at the 3 new Pokemon that joined the ranch with interest. The sharp and intelligent Guyu noticed a gaze, turned its head, and its sight met that strange Pokemon in midair. It was a Pokemon that looked like it had a big head. It was emitting a soft blue halo, and its entire body was floating gently in the air, looking at them with eyes full of wisdom and love. The ancient deer also turned its head and looked at the bud crown. Moo! Who are you? The bud crown cast its eyes on the Pokemon with a big tripod on its head, and the next second, its majestic voice sounded in the minds of the ancient deer and the ancient jade fish. I am the bud crown. World Tree, the domain of the earth. Red magma flowed rapidly on the earth, and Groudon's earth vein energy surged, turning into a cliff sword and attacking the bear apprentice. The bear apprentice had a resolute expression, and there was no trace of fear on his tender little face. Its eyes were fixed on Groudon in the distance, and then it took the initiative to rush in that direction. Boom! The earth was shaking and cracking. The cliff sword had not arrived, but the crack had already spread to the feet of the bear apprentice. Seeing that the crack was about to swallow the bear apprentice into it, the bear apprentice suddenly jumped on the spot, stepped on the stone wall next to him, and began his own flying wall. The sword of the cliff came fiercely, and the bear disciple clenched his fists and took the initiative to meet it. There was a violent explosion, and the bear disciple's body flew out from it, falling to the ground with wounds all over his body. Thank you for your hard work. Naoki then stepped forward and used the power of Chompan to help the bear disciple heal his injuries. Feeling the warm power in his body, the bear disciple was very surprised. Well? Naoki smiled and said, I just came back a while ago. Let's stop here today. Let's continue tomorrow. Yes. The bear apprentice nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Groudon withdrew his attack, looked at Naoki, then turned around and walked towards the volcano. Looking at the direction where Groudon left, Naoki smiled, then lowered his head and said to the bear apprentice, Let's go too. Yes. One person and one Pokemon left the World Tree and returned to the ranch. Guillerton and Motor Lizard were waiting for him at the door. Naoki looked at the direction of the ancient tripod deer, the ancient jade fish, and the ancient snail, then reached out and touched the heads of several Pokemon. Okay, I go prepare dinner first. You guys play by yourselves first. Gale. Ah, Gahi. Bia. For dinner today, Naoki took out the bacon from the storage room and cooked a home-cooked dish of bacon and bamboo shoots with the bamboo shoots that his apprentice Xiong had given him. The combination of these two different ingredients produced an unexpectedly good effect. The fragrance of bamboo shoots and the unique aroma of bacon blend perfectly, highlighting the rich smell of bacon. Every bite is full of freshness and fragrance. Just smelling it makes people drool. Naoki put the cooked dish on the plate and took a look at the effect of the dish. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with bacon, be a home-cooked dish made with bamboo shoots and bacon given by the bear apprentice. After stir-frying over high heat, the aroma of bamboo shoots and bacon blends perfectly together. Cooking effect, Bear's Treasure, greatly increases the friendliness of panda Pokemon. After eating, panda Pokemon will be satisfied and enter a state of ecstasy for 5 hours. This effect is only effective for panda Pokemon. Floating in the air, a special state, in which Pokemon will occasionally have a sudden idea, and their comprehension ability will be greatly improved, while their memory will be slightly reduced. Comment: for enthusiasts, this is a rare delicacy. Floating in the air, Naoki was a little surprised. Comprehension ability will be greatly improved, but memory will be slightly reduced. If the two offset each other, it can still bring some comprehension improvement to Pokemon. But the problem is that the effect of this dish seems to be only effective for panda Pokemon. Is the bear apprentice a panda? After a brief thought, Naoki decided to let the bear apprentice try it later. After all, the bear apprentice's name also has the word bear. In addition to frying bamboo shoots with bacon, Naoki also steamed a pot of rice with bacon. Soon, the unique fragrance floated out with the air and floated into the pasture. After a while, a group of Pokemon playing outside were attracted by the smell. Guillerton, Motor Lizard, Flutterwing, Dragonite. They all gathered in front of the kitchen, eager to taste the food that exuded that smell. Seeing this, Naoki said with a smile, Is it so fragrant? The pieces of bacon were dried and pickled because he bought too much meat and was afraid it would go bad. I didn't expect this thing to be so popular with Pokemon. Awoo! Dragonite nodded his head repeatedly, and in his mind, he had already imagined how delicious the meat with that strange fragrance would taste. Gulton and Motor Lizard on the side also nodded repeatedly. Ah, gah! Seeing this, Naoki picked out a few pieces of bacon and fed them to the Pokemon in front of him one by one. The marinated bacon is clearly fat and lean, and after being stir-fried over high heat, the color of the meat becomes golden and shiny, which is very tempting. As soon as the bacon entered their mouths, several Pokemon felt a strange salty fragrance, and the aroma of meat melting in their mouths. It tasted soft, elastic, and not greasy. Dream. Flutter's eyes lit up. It likes this kind of food. So, Flutter swallowed the meat in its mouth into its stomach, and immediately looked at the pot impatiently. Don't worry, there's still a lot at home. Eat more if you like, Naoki said with a smile. At worst, he could buy some more fresh meat and make bacon. Hearing this, Dragonite happily hugged Naoki. Oh, okay, let go, get ready, dinner is about to start. Naoki patted Dragonite's chubby big paws. Hearing this, several Pokemon immediately ran to the dining table and sat down obediently, waiting for dinner. The butler brother and sister helped Naoki to serve dinner to the table. Naoki placed the bacon and bamboo shoots in front of his apprentice bear. Try it. Why? The apprentice bear lowered his head and tried it. The next second, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he began to eat it with relish. But what interested the apprentice bear was not the bamboo shoots, but the bacon. The apprentice bear is not really a panda. What a pity, otherwise it could help the apprentice bear to a higher level. Seeing that the apprentice bear also liked it, Naoki said, Eat it, I go to the town tomorrow to see if there are any fresh bamboo shoots for sale, and then I buy some and continue to make this dish for you. Bia? The bear disciple looked very happy. The next morning, after breakfast, Naoki sent the bear disciple to the World Tree for training. Then, he rode on Gulton and set out on the road to conquer the ancient sword leopard. In the pasture, Gudinglu, Guyuyu and Gu Jianhua looked in the direction where Gulton left. Gudinglu, moo. It seems that we will see the ancient sword leopard soon. Guyu. I haven't seen it for a long time. I wonder what it looks like now, moo. Don't worry, Naoki will definitely find it, and then the four of us will be reunited. I am looking forward to that moment. The ancient jade fish floated in the cauldron of the ancient cauldron deer. It thought of the ancient Jian snail that had been silent, and asked, Guyu? The ancient Jian snail bathed in the morning light, and enjoyed this moment quite comfortably. Long ago, when they were not swallowed by the power of disaster, it liked to stay on the grass from morning to night to bask in the sun like now. This kind of life is so comfortable. What? Guyuyu and Gudinglu seemed to be talking about Gu Jianbao. Gu Jianhua reacted slowly. Gu Shi. Don't worry, since I'm fine, Gu Jianbao will be fine too. Now, I'm going to have a good sleep. Hau. Gu Jianhua's voice gradually became lower, but at the end, he yawned and lowered his head to sleep. Guyuyu, It should have known it would be like this. Gudinglu looked at this scene with a smile. Moo. This old guy is still the same. Chapter 502. According to the map location given by Leha, the frozen shrine, where the ancient sword leopard was sealed, is located in the foothills of the western Padilla region. This time, Naoki still adopted the same strategy as the previous 3 times, using the power of Evergreen and food to hire local Pokemon gangs to help him find the frozen shrine and the 8 sealed pillars. Giant Stone Ding, Little Elephant, Mud Donkey, Dumb Fire Camel, Mongoose Inspector, Makuhita Rider. In order to eat delicious food, this group of wild Pokemon happily agreed. They all turned around, ran around, and began to search the mountains for what the human was looking for. Sure enough, the types of Pokemon living in the mountains are very different from those in the grasslands. Looking at the backs of those Pokemon, Naoki couldn't help but mutter. Pokemon like Boulder and Slowpoke are almost invisible in Jichin Town. Naoki even saw the figures of Pokemon like Rocky and Fangi. Rocky, a Pokemon in the Alola region, has 3 different evolutionary forms: day, dusk, and night. In the anime, Xiaoji has a very handsome Duskmane Lycanroc. And the double-axe war dragon that Fang finally evolved into is also very powerful. While those Pokemon went to help him investigate the frozen shrine and the sealed stake, Naoki began to investigate the types of Pokemon living nearby. If he remembered correctly, there were rare and precious Pokemon such as Riolu, Killer, Dragonite, and Landshark living near this place in the game. Banjira evolved from Kira, Bloodwing Dragon evolved from Baby Dragon, and Garchomp evolved from Round Garchomp are all extremely powerful quasi-god Pokemon. Naoki began to wander around the mountains with Gulton. Crossing the mountain road, a forest located in the valley can be seen below. There, Naoki saw a group of Pokemon with light yellow fur, brown limbs, and a pink pig nose on their faces. That's the monkey monster. The group of monkey monsters were holding the branches with their flexible hands and tails, hanging on the trees, screaming in their mouths, and no one knew what they were saying. There are so many monkeys. Ah, gaw? Golden turned his head and looked at the monkeys. Shoo! Now Shu immediately made a gesture to keep quiet. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the monkeys. As far as he knew, monkeys were Pokemon with bad tempers, and were easily angry. It was difficult to stop them from making a scene after being angry. More importantly, as long as one monkey got angry, the monkeys around him would also get angry, so there was no moment of silence in the monkey group. "Ah, gah!" Gulton immediately said that it could defeat all those monkey monsters. Naoki smiled and touched its head. "I know, but it's better to have less trouble than more. And there are so many monkey monsters. What if some of them attack me while you are fighting with other monkey monsters? So let's not take the initiative to provoke them." However, Gulton was very confident about this, and a proud look appeared on its face. "Ah, gah! Now it is no longer the weak motorcycle lizard in the past. No matter how many monkey monsters there are, it will defeat them all. Naoki, Okay, let's go. They didn't bother us." With that, Naoki pushed Golden away. "Ah, gah!" Golden had no choice but to agree. Going further, it seemed to be the territory of a stone bird, because Naoki saw a bird Pokemon throwing stones from the sky from a distance. The rumbling big stone was thrown down by the stone bird and rolled straight down the mountain path. The stone bird seemed to be enjoying it. Then, Naoki saw a big rock rolling into the forest, where the monkey monsters lived. Seeing this scene, the monkey monsters were instantly enraged. They howled and beat their chests with their fists, and then rushed to the territory of the lower stone bird. A territorial struggle between wild Pokemon was about to break out. Naoki quickly rode on Gulton to avoid danger. He saw with his own eyes that the monkey monsters rushed to the territory of the lower stone bird, but the lower stone bird was in the air, and the monkey monsters could not fly. They stamped their feet in anger, and could only pick up small stones on the ground and throw them at the stone bird in the sky. Naoki, At this moment, the nearby stones were picked up by the monkey monsters. One of the monkey monsters couldn't find any stones, so it turned its head and looked around. Soon, its eyes locked on a direction. Naoki followed the monkey monster's line of sight, and saw a Pokemon with a pink appearance and a lower body that looked like it was wearing pants coming from not far away. "Is that Little Lucky Egg?" Naoki was slightly stunned. And Xiao Fudon had no idea what was happening in front of him. The monkey monster had already rushed in front of him, snatched the round stone that looked like an egg from his abdomen, ran to the bottom of the lower stone bird, and threw it out with force. "Buku!" Seeing this scene, Xiao Fudon was instantly struck by lightning. Then, he came to his senses and rushed towards the monkey monster angrily. As a result, the next second, he was grabbed by the angry monkey monster and thrown towards the lower stone bird. "Buku!" The little Fakuden cried out in surprise. Seeing that the situation was not good, Naoki immediately ordered, "Gillerton." Gillerton understood instantly. It immediately spread its wings, leaned over and rushed over, catching the falling little Fakuden in time. The frightened little Fakuden opened his eyes, and saw a human and a strange Pokemon saving him. "Buku? It's okay." Naoki comforted the little Fakuden. It looked like there was no trainer around, which meant that this Lucky Egg was wild. Lucky Egg, a house-playing Pokemon, would evolve into Chandler and Happy Egg. In the Pokemon Center and the hospital, these two Pokemon were the best partners and assistants for Miss Joy and the doctor. Thinking of this, Naoki's first reaction was that the doctor of the Pokemon Hospital on the World Tree had finally been found. "Let's go down first." Naoki looked at the situation below and said. The fight between the monkey monster and the understone bird had not yet ended, and Golden slowly landed on another mountain. As soon as they landed, Xiao Fudon jumped out of Naoki's arms and looked anxiously in the direction of the monkey monster and the understone bird. "Buku!" Xiao Fudon turned around and looked at Naoki and Golden, who had saved it, then looked at the opposite side, and then ran away. Naoki hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Fudon!" "Buku!" Xiao Fudon responded from a distance, but did not look back. Naoki was a little confused. How come he rushed forward again just after escaping? Fortunately, at the critical moment, the fight between the monkey monsters and the lower stone bird ended. The monkey monster, who had wasted his strength for a long time, was so angry that he fainted when he saw that his attack had not hurt the lower stone bird above his head. There was more than one monkey monster. The rest of the monkey monsters seemed to have regained their sanity. They looked at the lower stone bird angrily, and then a white light burst out from some of them. Those monkey monsters were so angry that they evolved into Infernape. The veins on Infernape's forehead showed anger, but because they couldn't fly, they had to take their unconscious companion back to their territory. Lucky Egg ran to the place where the monkey monsters had just been furious and anxiously looked for something. Seeing this, Naoki quickly understood what Lucky Egg was looking for. It was looking for the round stone that was just taken away by the monkey monster. Because Pokemon like Lucky Egg like white and round things very much. If the round stone in their abdomen is taken away, they will cry and make a fuss. This is because they are still small and cannot lay eggs like Chanel. So they can only imitate Chanel and find white round stones as a substitute. It is said that Pokemon scholars have observed that wild Chanel will put round stones that look like eggs into the bag in their abdomen and cherish them carefully. Sometimes they even put too many stones and cannot move. This is really... Naoki didn't know what to say for a while. He followed with Gillerton, and Chanel, who couldn't find the stone, sat on the ground and cried loudly. "Aww!" Golden was so annoyed by the noise. Naoki looked around and noticed that there were complex valleys and cliffs on both sides of the mountain road. The stone just now might have fallen into the valley. Seeing that Xiaofuden was still crying, Naoki quickly took out the energy cube to coax it. "Okay, don't cry. The stone should have fallen under the cliff. I let Golden take you down to find it." Xiaofuden really stopped crying and looked up at the human in front of him with tears in his eyes. "Buku?" Naoki nodded and assured, "Really?" Xiaofudan's eyes lit up. "Buku." Naoki glanced at the time on Rotom's phone and saw that it was still early, so he and Golden took Xiaofudan to the bottom of the mountain. As soon as Golden landed, Xiaofudan immediately couldn't wait to look around. Naoki and Golden also helped to look. As a result, the group searched for a long time, but couldn't find a round stone. Buku. At this moment, little Lucky Egg also realized that he might never find the precious stone again, and the whole Pokemon was a little lost. He looked like a middle-aged uncle who was laid off by the company. Naoki and Gillerton looked at each other, and he comforted him. "Don't worry, you may find it if you look carefully." However, little Lucky Egg gave up, turned around disappointedly, and walked away. No matter how Naoki called it, little Lucky Egg was unmoved, as if it had lost its soul. Naoki, At this time, a little elephant found this place and said that it had found the glowing stake. Hearing this, Naoki looked at the little Fudan, who was walking away with regret, but now it was more important to do business. He followed the little elephant to the destination to remove the stake. And the little Fudan walked to a strange place. It looked like a big door, which was locked with 4 chains. The little Fudan looked up, then climbed up the cliff, and sat there in a daze. I don't know if it's because the Pokemon here are more familiar with this foothill. It only took 2 hours for Naoki to pull out 5 stakes behind them, and find the specific location of the frozen shrine, where the ancient sword leopard was sealed. Seeing that it was almost noon, Naoki looked at the sky with the sun shining brightly, and decided to take a break and have lunch. However, at this time, 3 more Pokemon ran over. They were Inspector Mongoose, Mud Donkey, and Dumb Fire Camel. "Have you found the stakes too?" Naoki asked. The 3 Pokemon nodded in unison, excitedly indicating that they had found one each. Hearing this, Naoki was a little surprised. So fast? He wanted to go over and pull out the stakes to capture the ancient sword leopard immediately, but after hearing the rumbling sounds in the Pokemon's stomachs, he gave up the idea. They had been working for him for a whole morning, so he couldn't just not treat them to lunch. Thinking of this, Naoki took off the space backpack he was carrying, took out the energy cubes and Pofin from it, and shared them with a group of cute Pokemon in front of him. Meerkat Inspector, Stupid Fire Camel, Little Elephant, and other Pokemon looked excitedly at the Pofin in front of them, which exuded an alluring aroma. At this moment, an idea came to their minds. They were busy all morning, and it was worth it. Meerkat Inspector picked up the Pofin with his little paws, and chewed it carefully. Woo woo woo, so delicious. Meerkat Inspector sped up his eating speed. Naoki took 2 more sandwiches, handed one to Gillerton and kept one for himself. He smiled, and looked at the Pokemon in front of him, who was eating energy cubes in big mouthfuls. Suddenly, he felt that wild Pokemon were so pitiful. If they didn't meet a trainer, they would never be able to eat such delicious food in their lives. This is probably why his Pokemon can attract so many Dragonites to work in the ranch. After lunch, Naoki followed several Pokemon to pull out the last 3 stakes. When the last stake was pulled out, he immediately rode on Golden and flew towards the frozen shrine. When they arrived there, the ancient sword leopard had just jumped out of the shrine, and was moving its body on the ground. The temperature around began to drop sharply, and light snow suddenly fell from the sky. The ancient sword leopard looked at the human opposite with its cold blue eyes. The next second, a terrifying ice attribute energy gathered frantically on its body, turning into a terrifying avalanche. sweeping towards the opposite side. Guillerton, spray flames. Ah, hiss! The hot flames burned fiercely, turning into a fire dragon that gushed out and met the avalanche of the ancient sword leopard. Hiss, hiss, hiss! In an instant, a large amount of snow was melted. Seeing this scene, Naoki immediately launched a pursuit, full-speed ramming. A light flashed in Gulton's golden pupils. Its powerful leg muscles exerted force, and it jumped into the air. Under the gaze of the ancient sword leopard, Gulton exuded an extremely strong and violent aura. The next second, the huge body crashed into the ancient sword leopard, causing an ancient explosion. The ancient sword leopard, which was 4 times weaker in combat, lost its combat ability on the spot. Naoki immediately took out a round pokeball from his pocket. Next, it was time to capture this last disaster treasure. The fine snow falling from the sky suddenly stopped. The dazzling sunlight shone on the round pokeball. The attention of the little Fudon, who was sitting on the cliff in a daze, was immediately attracted. When it saw what the human was holding, its eyes lit up. At this moment, the little Fudon saw the human throwing the round egg out. At this moment, the little Fudon had only one thought in his mind: he wanted that round thing. The next second, the little Fudon stood up from the cliff and jumped out with a sudden leap. Naoki on the ground saw a black shadow jumping down from above and hitting the pokeball he had thrown out. Then, the pokeball automatically bounced open and took in the figure that looked like the little lucky egg. Dong dong! The Pokemon fell on the grass and began to shake gently. Once, twice. As the flashing red light on the button disappeared, the pokeball also stopped shaking. This means that the pokeball was successfully captured. Naoki? ? Chapter 503. Was that the lucky egg just now? Looking at the calm pokeball, Naoki was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. The lucky egg was just given away for free. Although Naoki roughly guessed that the lucky egg had taken a fancy to the round pokeball, it was strange that it accidentally entered the ball in this way. Naoki did not rush to check the situation of the lucky egg, but took out a new pokeball and threw it at the ancient sword leopard. This time, there were no more accidents, and the ancient sword leopard was collected into the pokeball very smoothly. Perhaps the injury of the ancient sword leopard was too serious, and it lost all its strength and means. The pokeball only shook slightly, and then became quiet. Huh? Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but let out a breath in his heart. In this way, the 4 disaster Pokemon were finally collected. Naoki went forward and picked up the 2 Pokeballs. He put away the Pokeball of the ancient sword leopard and prepared to release it after returning to the ranch. Little Lucky Egg, come out. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the little Lucky Egg just appeared on the grass in front of Naoki. Buku? Little Lucky Egg looked around blankly, as if he had no idea what was going on. Naoki raised the Pokeball in his hand with amusement. Little Lucky Egg's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Buku! It jumped up, caught the round Pokeball, and put it in the bag in front of it. Buku! Finally it's complete. Xiaofudon breathed a sigh of relief. Do you know what that is? Naoki asked. Hearing this, Xiaofudon looked down at the round stone in his bag. Buku? That's a Pokeball. I was just trying to capture another Pokemon, and then you suddenly rushed over and bumped into it. Naoki explained the current situation to Xiaofudon. In other words, you are now captured by me. Buku? Xiaofudon looked confused. What does capture mean? It means that in name, you are probably my Pokemon, because only Pokemon willing to follow human trainers will take the initiative to enter the Pokeball, Naoki said. Xiaofudon blinked, as if thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Naoki smiled and asked, Are you willing to leave here with me and live with us? Buku, Xiaofudon murmured. In fact, it has a good impression of the human and the Pokemon in front of it, because it was the 2 of them who had helped it before and saved it from the hands of the bad monkey monster. Not only that, they were also willing to help it find the lost stone, although they didn't find it. After a long while, Xiaofudon asked, Buku? Can you give me this round stone? Naoki was stunned, and he didn't expect Xiaofudon's request to be so simple. Of course, the moment you catch it, it already belongs to you, Naoki said. Although the little Lucky Egg entered the Pokemon Ball, if the little Lucky Egg didn't want to go back to the ranch with him, he and Golden couldn't force the little Lucky Egg to leave here. However, after hearing this, the little Lucky Egg in front of him gave an answer without hesitation. Buku! The little Lucky Egg answered happily that it was willing. Ah gah! Golden couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. This guy, he is still the same. Then, welcome to join us. Naoki grinned. Naoki collected the Pokeballs of the 2 Pokemons, and then, as agreed, gave the Pofin and energy cube to the Pokemons, who helped him find the seal stake and the ancestral hall. The Pokemons who received the rewards were very happy. The little elephant couldn't help but eat it on the spot. But some Pokemon specially collected the energy cube. For example, Inspector Mongoose. After receiving the energy cube, it just took a look at the Pofin in the box, then closed the lid and put it behind it. Naoki looked at the Pokemon around him who were feasting, then looked at the Meerkat Inspector and asked, "Meerkat Inspector, aren't you going to eat?" "Meow." The Meerkat Inspector shook his head, because he wanted to take it home for his children to eat. Feeling the Meerkat Inspector's thoughts, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then sincerely praised, "You are a great mother." Meow. The Meerkat Inspector touched his head a little embarrassedly. Naoki opened his backpack and found that the Pofin and energy cubes in it had been distributed by him, leaving only 2 sandwiches. He took out the sandwich and handed it to the Meerkat Inspector. "These 2 sandwiches are my gifts to your children. Take them back and enjoy them with your children." "Cat." The Meerkat Inspector was surprised and looked at the human in front of him with gratitude. However, the human smiled slightly, turned around and said goodbye to them, rode on the red Pokemon and left. "Cat." The Meerkat Inspector was very moved. In the sunset, he stood on the grass and waved his paw vigorously in the direction they left. Then he turned around and ran in one direction with Sandwich and Balfin. There, a group of young meerkats were waiting for him to go home. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gulton landed in the pasture with Naoki. As soon as he came home, the ancient tripod deer and ancient jade fish that were guarding the lawn came around. As for the ancient snail, it was still there, basking in the sun and sleeping. The ancient tripod deer looked back and saw the scene. It couldn't bear it anymore, so it turned around and let the ancient jade fish hit the big tripod on its head. Buzz! The ancient snail was awakened immediately. It felt its head buzzing, and everything in front of it became blurry. "Gushi? What happened?" The ancient snail shook its head vigorously, and looked at the ancient tripod deer and ancient jade fish in front of it with a blank face. The ancient jade fish replied, "Guyu. Naoki is back." "Naoki is back?" The ancient snail moved slowly, making people feel that its brain was also running at the same speed. At first, the ancient snail didn't understand what happened, but soon, it remembered something in its mind. "Gushi? Did Naoki bring that guy Paladin back?" Goodinglo looked disappointed. "Moo. Stupid. Naoki was communicating with Reo using the Rotom phone. Yes, I have captured Paladin, and now the 4 Pokemon are in my ranch." "That's great." Reo on the other side of the screen said excitedly, "My dream for many years can finally come true now." Leihi's eyes shone with brilliance. "For them, I don't know how many ancient tombs I robbed, and finally found the clues of the disaster treasure from so many ancient ruins. Ah, it's worth spending so much time and money. I'm finally going to see them. It's really exciting." As she said, Leihi paced back and forth in the room excitedly. Finally, she suddenly leaned close to the screen. "Naoki, bring them to Padilla Academy now. I take care of your accommodation and food in Juatai City today." A drop of cold sweat appeared on Naoki's forehead. "Did you just reveal something incredible?" Leiha took a step back. "Did I say anything?" Naoki, that's all. I have something else to do here, so I can't go there today. I take them to Juatai City tomorrow morning," Naoki said. "Tomorrow morning?" Leiha felt a little sorry that she couldn't see the 4 disaster treasures right away, but she thought about it carefully and found that it didn't matter what time it took, so she nodded and said, "No problem, I asked the principal for a leave tomorrow and use it to entertain you." "Okay, that's it for now. I have something else to do. I hang up first. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Naoki looked at the ancient tripod deer, ancient jade fish and ancient bamboo snail that walked in front of him. He took out the pokeball containing the ancient sword leopard and pressed the button on it. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the figure of the ancient sword leopard emitting bursts of cold air appeared in front of the Pokemon. The injuries on the ancient sword leopard caused by Gulton have not yet fully recovered, but it has calmed down at this moment, and is looking at everyone calmly with its sapphire-like eyes. "Ancient jade fish, Guyu. It seems that you are not affected by the power of disaster," Gu Dinglu said with a smile. "Moo. This is a good thing. Long time no see, ancient sword leopard." Gu Jian Leopard's eyes revealed a trace of majesty. This upright Pokemon first answered the question of ancient jade fish, and then greeted ancient Dinglu. "Gu Bao, Gu Bao. It was because when this human defeated me, the power of disaster in my body dissipated a lot, so I was able to wake up. Long time no see, Ancient Ding Lu. Seeing that Ancient Sword Leopard seemed to have regained consciousness, Naoki touched his head and said, you guys chat first, I go prepare some things. Gu Jianbao didn't know what this human was going to do, but the other three knew very well. Looking at Naoki's back as he turned and left, Gu Dinglu said with a smile, Mu. You will no longer be affected by the power of disaster. Gu Jianbao was slightly startled. After returning to the living room, Naoki first released the little lucky egg, and then handed it to his sister Ai Guancher. Sister, this is the little lucky egg, a Pokemon I just met outside. Next, I ask you to introduce our ranch to it. Sister Ai Guancher looked at the Pokemon curiously, and then agreed happily, Ai. Naoki looked at Xiao Fudan again. Xiao Fudan, this is Sister Ai Guancher, and the one over there is Brother Ai Guancher. They are our butlers. Let them take you to meet everyone in the ranch first, okay? Buku! Xiao Fudan, holding his Pokeball in his arms, nodded happily and agreed. The two Pokemon left. Naoki then took out the reverse world water that he had prepared in advance from the refrigerator, and began to make the reverse black tea for Gu Jianbao. The cooking process of this dish is very simple. You just need to boil water, and then use it to make a cup of black tea, and it is ready. Naoki took the cup, and went to find the ancient sword leopard. In the pasture, for disaster Pokemon were gathered together. The ancient tripod deer was standing, the ancient jade fish was staying in its tripod, the ancient Jian snail was drowsy, and the ancient sword leopard was lying on the grass, listening to the ancient tripod deer's speech seriously. When Naoki came over, the three Pokemon cast their eyes on him. Gu Jianbao had heard everything from Gu Dinglu and Gu Yuyu. It looked at the human in front of it, and said in a serious tone, Gu Bao. Thank you. Naoki smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, come, drink this cup of black tea first. Hearing this, Gu Jianbao looked down at the cup of black tea that was pushed in front of him. Is it this cup of black tea that can remove the calamity power incarnated by greed and desire in his body? After a moment of silence, Gu Jianbao lowered his head and licked the black tea in the cup with his tongue. As the last sip of black tea was drunk by the ancient sword leopard, a dazzling light burst out from its body. In the light, wisps of black breath were released from the ancient sword leopard's body. When the light faded, a snow leopard Pokemon with whiter fur, more crystal blue eyes, and pinker paw pads appeared in front of Naoki. Ancient sword leopard, reborn. Such a cute snow leopard. Naoki suddenly wanted to reach out and touch the fur of the ancient sword leopard. But now it was more important to do business, so he quickly asked, How is it? Do you feel something different in your body? Gu Jianbao frowned, carefully feeling the extra information in his mind. It hesitated and answered, Gu Bua. I seem to have gained a new power from it. What is it? Gu Jianbao, Gu Bua. My sword has the power to kill evil spirits. In winter, I can also summon wind and snow to provide protection for flowers, trees, and crops in the fields, so that they can grow better next year. This is... A sentence immediately popped up in Naoki's mind. Auspicious snow means a good harvest. As for killing evil spirits, it's probably a special attack on ghost Pokemon. For ordinary farmers, this is indeed a very useful ability. Because this world also has crops like winter wheat. And it can also be planted in the pasture, but Naoki feels that he has been busy all year and needs to take a good rest in winter, so he has never touched on this aspect. Congratulations, ancient sword leopard. Naoki congratulated. His eyes turned to the ancient deer, ancient jade fish, and ancient snail next to him. One gained the ability to make the soil fertile, protect the earth's peace, and prevent disasters such as earthquakes. One gained the ability to bring blessings and auspiciousness to humans and Pokemon through fire, and also bring good luck to those who pray. Another gained the ability to provide nutrients for nearby plants, nourish the growth of forests, and bless the harvest of flowers, plants, and fruit trees. Plus the wind and snow protection of the ancient sword leopard. Naoki felt that these four Pokemon could no longer be called disaster Pokemon. They should be called auspicious Pokemon. They are worthy of using the reverse series of dishes. Those things that originally only existed in the expectation were actually done. Naoki was moved. He looked at the three Pokemon in front of him except the ancient tripod deer and asked, What are your plans for the future? Hearing this, the ancient tripod deer, the ancient jade fish, the ancient sword leopard, and the slow-moving ancient Jian snail looked at each other. Moo! Ho ho ho, I have already decided to stay here to protect the ranch for Naoki. Gu Dinglu was the first to answer. Gu Yuyu gently swung its tail fin, looked at Naoki with its Magatama-shaped eyes, and said softly, Gu Yu. You helped me to rescue from the seal, and not only that, you also lifted the power of disaster for me. I have nothing to repay you. I can only use my new power to do my part for this place. From now on, please take care of me, Naoki. Gu Jianhua, Gu Shi. The same goes for me, Ah Wu. Gu Jianhua smacked his lips. Gu Shi. The sunshine here is really comfortable. I really want to sleep here in the sun. Gu Jianhua fell asleep. Naoki, The last Gu Jianbao looked at the human in front of him seriously. After a moment, it said calmly, Gu Bao. We have been affected by the power of disaster because of greedy humans. Only you did not treat us as precious treasures, but as ordinary Pokemon. Gu Jianbao's mind appeared the scene of himself being knocked down by this human Pokemon. In addition, the other party helped it to drive away the power of disaster, and it had already recognized the other party in its heart. Thinking of this, Gu Jianbao continued, Gu Bao. So, I am willing to stay here. Chapter 504. The next morning, after feeding the Pokemon in the ranch and sending his apprentice bear to the World Tree for class, Naoki found Gu Dinglu and the others. Let's go! Today I'm going to take you to a place to meet someone. Moo! Gu Dinglu turned around, as if asking who it was. Her? Naoki smiled and replied, She is Leha. Thanks to her help, I was able to find you. Gyuro. Gu Jianbao took a step forward. If that was the case, then they really needed to go there. Okay. Seeing that several Pokemon agreed, Naoki took out their Pokeballs. Let's go in the Pokeball first. Gillerton will take us there. Gorilla nodded, and with a flash of red light, the 4 disaster treasures were collected in the Pokeball. Naoki put the Pokeball into his pocket, and then turned to the AI Guancher brother and sister and said, Sister, the ranch is left to you to take care of. I may not be back until the afternoon. If Eevee and the others want to go to the World Tree, you don't need to prepare their lunch. Motor Lizard and Dragonite will go with me, and Xylophoodin, don't run around, understand? AI. The little sister AI Guancher nodded gently. After hearing this, Xiao Fudon hugged a bag full of Pokeballs tightly and nodded happily. Buku. After visiting the ranch yesterday, Naoki gave it a lot of round balls. Xiao Fudon was very happy and immediately imitated Jigglypuff and put all the Pokeballs into the bag in front of him. There were so many that it was almost full. The feelings of Pokemon are very simple. If you are good to them, they will like you. Especially Pokemon like Lucky Egg, who is innocent by nature. After receiving so many round Pokeballs, it likes this human even more. Naoki held his forehead helplessly. He looked at Lucky Egg and thought that maybe it would be fine after it evolved into a glitter egg and could lay eggs by itself. That means we should set off too. See you in the afternoon. Naoki waved to a group of Pokemon and then rode Gulton to leave the ranch. The land under his feet gradually faded away, and the ranch turned into a small black dot and disappeared from his sight. The sound of the wind whistling past his ears was heard. Gulatin flew over cities and fields one after another, and finally arrived at Zhuotai City before 10 o'clock in the morning. The streets of Zhuotai City were still crowded with people, and students coming and going and tourists from all over the world gathered in this metropolis with a long history and culture. There was no flying ban over Zhuotai City, so from time to time you could see some trainers riding flying Pokemon into the city from outside. Naoki looked down and finally landed on the spacious square in front of the gate of Padilla Academy. Leha had been waiting there long ago. Her good eyesight, which she had developed from years of tomb robbing, allowed her to spot Naoki and Gulden in the crowd at a glance. Here! Leha waved her arms. Aw gaw! Gulden looked up at the sound, and then ran to Leha with Naoki. Long time no see, Miss Leha? Naoki greeted. Yes, it's been a long time. Leha looked left and right, feeling impatient. Have you brought all the 4 disaster treasures? Of course. Then let's go to my place first. Leha turned around and led the way. Follow me. The two passed through the huge gate of Padilla College and came to a hall full of bookshelves. The ground was paved with striped floors, and there were many sofas and round tables in the corners, which seemed to be for students to rest and read. The hall had many floors, and each floor was filled with countless bookshelves and books. Some students and Pokemon in school uniforms kept shuttling between them, flipping through the bookshelves. It's almost exactly the same as in the game. Naoki looked around and thought to himself. Lea's voice suddenly sounded, If you want to visit Padilla College, I can take you around later. Now come with me. Let me see the 4 Pokemon first. Naoki, It must be said that Leha is still very obsessed with Goodinglu and the others. He sighed helplessly, and then raised his feet to follow. Under Leha's leadership, The two soon came to a classroom with few people. Leahy closed the door, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Naoki take out 4 poke balls. With a flash of white light, the 4 treasures that Leahy had always dreamed of finally appeared in front of her. Ancient ding deer, ancient sword leopard, ancient jade fish, ancient Jian snail. Wow! Leahy's eyes lit up. You really did it. Naoki smiled slightly and introduced to the ancient ding deer and the others. This is the person I told you about before. It was because of her help that I was able to find you. Hearing this, Gu Ding Lu and the others looked at Leahy. However, the next second, they saw Leahy, who was just a few meters away, rushing in front of them in an instant, staring at them excitedly with glowing eyes, and constantly turning around. The bodies of several Pokemon froze instantly. Is this Gu Ding Lu? What a big tripod! Judging from its shape and size, this tripod should not be a daily necessity, but a work of art. Or it may have been used as a sacrificial vessel for worshipping gods. Well, this is also a question worth exploring. Leahy took out her camera and snapped several photos of the ancient deer, preparing to keep them for study. Then, she came to the ancient sword leopard. The ancient sword leopard looked at the human with its pair of icy blue and majestic eyes. Ancient sword leopard. Leahy asked curiously. So the hilt and the blade constitute the teeth on the left and right sides respectively? It looks like it's broken, which is really strange. I wonder if it broke when it became a Pokemon, or if it was broken from the beginning. No wait, how could the king buy a broken sword? Or is it possible that it was originally used in a broken state? This is also a question worth exploring. Click, click. The appearance of the ancient sword leopard, especially the broken swords on both sides of its mouth, was captured by the camera. Then, Leahy walked to the side of the ancient Jinhua. She looked at the body of the ancient Jinhua, which was made up of wooden slips connected together, and couldn't help but exclaimed, so many wooden slips connected together, it's really a long masterpiece. Hearing this, Naoki also became interested. Does it mean that some information was recorded on the ancient snail? Leahy nodded, yes, but the handwriting on it is blurred. What kind of article was written on the wooden slip that once attracted the king's interest? Naoki looked at the ancient snail, and saw some blurred words that could not be deciphered on its body. Those were obviously written by humans, and even the reverse cooking could not restore them. The last one is the ancient jade fish. Leahy cast her eyes on the small fish Pokemon with warm flames burning all over its body, and whispered, Galyu was worn on the body for sacrifice because of its sacredness. Most people wear one Magatama around their necks like a pendant, but the ancient jade fish wears as many as 4. Is this an ornament used to decorate paired parts such as ears and wrists, or is the sacrifice performed by 4 people? What happened to the Magatama that was once used to exorcise demons and exorcise evil spirits that it was called a disaster? The mystery is getting deeper and deeper. Oh, my curiosity is gradually being satisfied. Leahy excitedly took a photo of the ancient jade fish. In this way, the investigation of the treasure of disaster is over. Leahy checked the pictures in the camera, and then said to Naoki, although there are still some mysteries, let me interpret them myself next. Thank you very much for your help, Naoki. You're welcome. Naoki thought to himself that he had gained something. This trip to help people brought him 4 more Pokemon that could bring good luck to humans to his ranch, which could be said to be a big profit. Leahy smiled slightly. To be honest, I originally wanted to investigate the treasures of disaster myself and take them for myself. But unfortunately, my obsession with them may not be able to remove the seals of the 4 ancestral halls. Thanks to you who have no distractions, I was able to complete the investigation. In that case, the treasures I dream of will be kept by you from now on. Naoki was about to say something. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the classroom. Naoki was slightly stunned. Then, he saw another Rai walking in from the door. Seeing this scene, a big question mark immediately appeared above Naoki's head. However, Rai smiled slightly and turned to ask another. Rai, is get out of class over? You haven't been discovered, right? That. Rai nodded, and a light flashed on its body. The next second, Rai disappeared, replaced by a fox Pokemon with gray-black fur and light blue pupils. Zoroark. Combined with what Rai said just now, Naoki instantly realized what was going on. As a history teacher, Rai actually let Zoroark change into her appearance and teach those students instead of her. Naoki was a little dumbfounded. Can he play like this? Can Zoroark speak? Naoki asked the question in his heart. How did Zoroark, who couldn't speak human language, teach students? Hearing this, Rai and Zoroark looked at him. Of course I can't speak, But Zoroark can use the power of creating illusions to confuse others and make students mistakenly think that I am teaching. This ability is something I have specially trained with Zoroark before. Naoki, He has already imagined the scene where Rai will let Zoroark take her place in class, and then sneak out to rob tombs. It's simply a devil. But now the get out of class is over. I don't have any classes today. Can I take you around the school? Leia looked at the class schedule on her Rotom phone and suggested. Naoki was quite interested in wandering around Padilla Academy. So he nodded and agreed, okay. Naoki put Gudinglu and the others back into the Pokeball, and then took Gulton and followed Leia to visit this ancient academy. Padilla Academy has a history of 800 years. Since its establishment, the school has been divided into two academies. One is Orange Academy, and the other is Grape Academy. Although the names are different, the teaching directions are all the same. Every year, the two colleges will hold a Pokemon battle to determine the strongest college and students. In addition, there is also the strongest competition in the school, which is very lively. Not only students, but also teachers like us will participate together. Naoki listened with interest. As they walked in the corridor, the prominent figures of Naoki and Gillerton quickly attracted the attention of some students. Students who had participated in the trial at the ranch quickly recognized Naoki's identity. He was the ranch owner Naoki, who was called the hidden boss of the Padilla region. It's Mr. Naoki! Someone exclaimed. Hearing this voice, Naoki turned his head, and saw a young student looking at him excitedly not far away. He still had some impression of the man, so he nodded to him. Long time no see. Yeah. The student nodded excitedly. However, soon, more and more students were attracted. Many of them had challenged the trial of Naoki Ranch, and some had not challenged it, but were curious about the strongest rancher. For a moment, Naoki and Golden were surrounded. Leia couldn't help laughing at the scene. You are really popular. Naoki, At this time, an enthusiastic student asked, Mr. Naoki, have you added new trials to your ranch recently? Naoki raised his eyebrows. Those few are not enough for you to challenge? I don't think anyone has passed the green grass trial yet. The green grass trial is too difficult. Another student shook his head. Is there a trial suitable for new trainers to challenge? That's not the case. Naoki thought carefully. Unless you are willing to fight my Miltank, but Miltank is a Pokemon that specializes in producing fresh milk. Naoki stopped talking. Because Miltank drinks live goat milk every day and practices rolling in the pasture, its current strength may not be something that new trainers can deal with. They have practiced the move roll to perfection, and can do continuous rolling without backswing or delay. Another way to put it is the Dragon Car in Monster Hunter, or the continuous one. However, Naoki thought so, but these students did not think so. Milky can that produces milk? They are not Pokemon specially used for fighting. If we use Pokemon that have been specially trained to fight them, wouldn't it be unfair? Naoki showed an elegant smile on his face. You can go and try it when you have time later. Don't fight his milk-producing cow for 300 rounds later, and then be embarrassed if you haven't won yet. Then are there rewards for winning the trial? Someone asked. Of course. Naoki nodded. He now has a lot of fruit wine stored at home, which is enough even if 500 people come. But the premise is that these 500 people can really beat the big milk tank and think of a way to deal with Super Roll. Great. I try it later. Someone shouted excitedly. Because they got news from some people that the rewards of the trial are mysterious gifts that can make Pokemon stronger, and they are definitely helpful. Apart from Miltank, are there any new trials? Another student asked. Naoki wanted to say no, but he suddenly thought of the ancient deer and the ancient jade fish, as well as the bear apprentice who was training under the guidance of Groudon and Kyogre, so he changed his words and said, Of course, there are two new trials in the ranch now. One is called Martial Arts Trial, and the other is called 4 Auspicious Trials. I'm in the ranch, and you're welcome to challenge me at any time. Yes, we will definitely go. Everyone answered in unison. Naoki smiled and nodded. When the time comes, I will definitely receive you well. Chapter 505. When Naoki spoke, he always had a smile on his face. For some reason, some students of Padilla College always felt that the smile on Naoki's face was a little scary. But they thought about it, and couldn't tell why. At this time, Leahy said, Okay, Naoki is a guest at our college today, and I will take him to visit our campus next. Hearing this, the students who were watching nodded one after another, and after saying goodbye to Naoki, they dispersed one after another. The two continued to walk in the Padilla Academy. Leda looked at the students around her laughing and couldn't help saying, these children are cute, right? Come to think of it, I stayed here for this reason. Naoki looked at her with suspicion. Aren't you here to investigate the history and legends of the Padilla Kingdom? Leia pursed her lips and smiled. This is one of the reasons. But now, the appearance of the 4 disaster treasures has been revealed, and I don't have anything else to do at the moment, so I plan to be a teacher here forever. Naoki nodded. Very good. Oh, I almost forgot. Leia suddenly said. Recently, it seems that an underwater ruins that has been passed down from a long time ago was discovered on the seabed of the Unova region. I heard that many ancient treasures were excavated there. I am very interested in it. Maybe I will go there to investigate in a while. Underwater ruins? Naoki was slightly stunned, and a line of words immediately appeared in his mind. Sakiki's storm plan. Now Xiaoji's story has developed to the Sinnoh region. At the latest, it will be next year before Team Rocket begins to invade the Unova region. At that time, Sakiki will implement the storm plan there, using the apparition mirror obtained by Meloetta in the underwater ruins. In this way, he can control the 3 cloud gods in the Unova region, let them transform into spirit beasts, and help Team Rocket conquer the Unova region. Of course, this plan was finally stopped by Xiaoji and Pikachu. Thinking of this, Naoki said, I wish you all the best. Then I give you good wishes. Rai smiled. The two continued to move forward, and under the leadership of Rai, Naoki saw many familiar faces here. Mathematics teacher Tame, biology teacher Ginya, art teacher Hisaku, and the academy's nursing teacher Mimosa, etc. Although Naoki knew them, they didn't know him. After Leia introduced them, Naoki simply greeted these teachers and went about their own business. In addition, Naoki also got a piece of news from Leia. That is, the current principal of Padilla College is Mufei, not Clavel, whom he is familiar with. This means that the Star Wars incident has not happened yet, and Mufei has not resigned because of it. If he hadn't resigned, Claver would not have taken office. As for Nemo, Mutant, Papa, Xiaoqin or Xiaochun, at this point in time, only Papa entered the Padilla Academy. The rest may not enroll in school for a few more years. Then, it is the time period when the main storyline of Juzi explodes. Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda died unexpectedly, and the defense line of the Padilla giant pit collapsed, causing a large number of ferocious paradoxical Pokemon to break through the defense line and enter the Padilla area. However, Naoki once tried to change the fate of the 2 doctors. If he failed, everything would go on as fate would have it, and Papa would lose his parents. And if he succeeded, what kind of situation would he fall into? Naoki couldn't see the future clearly now. All he could do was live his life well, and wait slowly. Speaking of Papa, Naoki suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Papa for a long time. He specifically asked Rai to use the teacher's authority to help find Papa. Compared to when they first met, Piper had grown up a lot and was more mature. When Naoki saw him, Piper was sitting alone on a bench in the playground reading a book. The Mastiff Godfather was silently accompanying Piper. Looking at that scene, Leia was a little surprised. Do you know that child? Naoki nodded, and then walked forward with Gulden and greeted Piper. Long time no see, Piper. Piper looked up when he heard the voice, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face, as if he didn't expect to see Naoki in the school. Zhao, Mr. Naoki? Naoki nodded slightly. Yes, it's me. You haven't been to the ranch for a long time. Pepper seemed a little flattered, and then hesitantly explained, I suddenly had a lot of things to do after school, so I didn't have time to visit you, Mr. Naoki. Naoki immediately heard that this was an excuse. But he didn't expose it, but smiled and said, then remember to go to the ranch to play for a few days after you're done with your work. Papa, who had not felt the care of others for a long time without his parents around, was touched by this. He opened his mouth and nodded. Well, I go there after I finish this course. Naoki smiled and nodded. That's right. Don't be restrained. After all, I watched you grow up. Naoki used his hand to measure the height. When I first saw you, you were only this tall, and now you are that big in the blink of an eye. Papa felt like he was about to cry. Naoki patted his shoulder. Okay, I won't disturb you reading. Study hard. Naoki turned around and left with Gulden. It's easy to tell that Dr. Olin and Dr. Forte started to neglect Papa because of their obsession with research. Alas, according to the time, there are less than 6 years left before the main storyline of Juzi begins. I really don't know what the storyline will be like later. At noon, Naoki was invited by Reo to experience the students' lunch in the cafeteria of Padilla College. Although the taste is not as good as his, the atmosphere of everyone enjoying lunch with Pokemon is very precious. After lunch, Naoki returned to the ranch. He took out his Rotom phone and communicated with Dr. Olin, who was far away in the Zero Zone Research Institute. Soon, the call was connected, and Dr. Olin's heroic face appeared on the screen. "Oh, it's Naoki. What's the matter with you calling today?" Dr. Olin asked. "Nothing. Are you busy with research recently?" Naoki chatted casually. "A little busy indeed." Dr. Olin was a smart man and immediately understood what Naoki meant. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Go ahead." "Ahem." Naoki explained, "It's like this. I went to Padilla College today and saw Piper there. He seemed to be alone in school and didn't seem to have many friends. I told him to come to the ranch when he had time, and then he smiled." Dr. Olin thought about his work during this period and suddenly felt a headache. "Alas, we ignored him. No matter what, Fudu and I have to thank you." "Naoki, Dr. Olin made him not know what to say. He couldn't ask Dr. Olin to stop doing research and spend more time with Papa, but Dr. Olin was not that kind of person. After thinking about it, Naoki could only sigh helplessly. Dr. Olin probably thought that Papa had grown up, matured, and could live on his own, so he was relieved to let Papa stay in school. At this time, Dr. Fudu's voice came from behind Dr. Olin. "Olin, come here quickly. There is a new discovery." Hearing this, Dr. Olin's eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of excitement. "Naoki, I still have something to do. Let's talk about the details later. If possible, Papa, please help me and Fudu to take care of it." After saying that, Dr. Olin ended the call. Looking at the black phone screen, Naoki was speechless for a moment. At the same time, in the Padilla Giant Pit, the lowest level of the Zero Zone Research Institute, Dr. Olin and Dr. Fudu took the elevator and came to this magnificent and mysterious place again. They named this place the Great Hollow of Zero. Just now, the instrument detected that the secret treasure had an abnormal reaction. Dr. Fudu said calmly. Hearing this, Dr. Olin looked carefully and saw a Pokemon that looked like a gem under a tree made of Taijing. It was the ancient Pokemon sleeping underground, Tailbagos. It didn't know why it was so weak that it had been sleeping since the distant past. "Is Tailbagos about to wake up?" Dr. Olin whispered softly. She couldn't help but walk forward, but before she got close, the surrounding Taijing rocks suddenly burst out a brilliant beam of light. The beam shot up into the sky and instantly submerged Dr. Olin's figure. Dr. Fudu, who was at the back, hadn't reacted yet, but saw his wife disappear in a burst of light. Dr. Olin was startled by the sudden movement. Tailbagos and her husband had disappeared, and a mist rose around them at some point. Dr. Olin smelled a strong smell of sulfur. She looked around calmly. The fog gradually thinned, and the surrounding scene gradually became clear. Dr. Olin looked down at the ground under her feet. She seemed to be in a very high place, with the sky above her head. Obviously, this was no longer the Great Zero Void. "Huh? Where is this? I traveled through time and space." Dr. Olin frowned slightly. Is it because of the Taijing energy? As far as she knew, the Taijing energy was very special and had the power to connect time and space. The time machine in the Zero Zone Research Institute was made by her, and Fudu using the energy of the Tai crystal. Once out of the Padilla pit, the time machine can no longer be started normally. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from behind. "Dr. Olin?" Dr. Olin turned around and saw two girls standing not far away. There was a Tailbagos lying next to one of the girls. Dr. Olin was very surprised to see that Pokemon. "Who are you? Have we met somewhere? Unfortunately, I don't have such a memory." She looked down at the Tailbagos and continued, "My name is Orin, and I am engaged in Pokemon research in Area Zero." But the next second, a beam of white light flashed from another girl. Accompanied by a silly-sounding Agagahi's cry, a stupid Gulton appeared beside the girl. Dr. Orin looked at the Pokemon in disbelief. This Gulton. Ah! Gulton looked at Dr. Olin in front of him, with a feeling of intimacy in his expression. The girl with Gulton looked a little sad, and the other girl had the same expression on her face. Dr. Olin observed their eyes, and soon understood. "To you, I am a person who exists in the past, right?" "Yes." Dr. Olin lowered his head and thought, "But there are countless possibilities in time and space. Perhaps this encounter is not a connected past and future. I am afraid that this encounter is just a fleeting miracle." "Doctor." One of the girls couldn't help but mutter. But Dr. Olin smiled and invited, "Why don't we make full use of our time and exchange information meaningfully? Is there anything you want to ask me?" Hearing this, the two girls looked at each other, and one of them asked, "Doctor, why are you here?" Dr. Olin shook his head. "I don't know the specific reason, I just know that I was doing some kind of research, and then I stood in this place in the blink of an eye." Was it affected by the crystal Pokemon sleeping in that place? Doctor, where are your family? Another girl asked. Huh? Are you interested in my private life? Dr. Olin was a little surprised. I have a child, but he should be at home now. No, this statement is wrong now, right? Thinking back to the phone call that Naoki just made, Dr. Olin suddenly felt a little sad. Anyway, he must be very lonely, right? But now is not the time to talk about such romantic issues. Dr. Olin shook his head and said seriously, then it's time to switch offense and defense. Let me ask questions. Where exactly is this place? It doesn't seem to be Padilla. This is the Crystal Light Pool in Beishang Township. The girl with Gulton answered. The Crystal Light Pool in Beishang Township? I seem to have seen this place in the literature. This is a place where the gushing water carries the energy of the Tai Ching. It seems that even the coordinates are far away from where I am. After saying that, Dr. Olin suddenly noticed a white book in the hands of a girl. What is that book? I have never seen such a design. The title is The Secret Treasure of Zero. Can I take a look? Of course. The girl took out the book. Dr. Olin reached out to take it, and looked at it carefully. It records the story of the Great Void, and even the awakening of Tail Bagos? Who is the author of this book? By Leah. She is a teacher, the girl replied. Hearing this, Dr. Olin was even more surprised. Huh? She is actually a teacher? Except for me, only those guys in the Alliance should be able to enter there. No. The girl with Golden replied. Teacher by Leia has never been in there. This book was written after she visited a very powerful trainer. It was that trainer who stopped the Paradox Pokemon riot and saved the Padilla region. Huh? A very powerful trainer? Dr. Olin couldn't help asking, who is he? The girl with Tail Bagos just opened her mouth, and the Tai Ching energy floating in the air around her suddenly flickered violently. Dr. Olin immediately noticed this scene. The girl's answer also rang out. He is my father. However, Dr. Olin had disappeared from the spot. Chapter 506. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was March of the 201st year of the Alliance calendar. Everything in the ranch was still operating in an orderly manner. The bear apprentice practicing, the 3 bees collecting nectar, the onion duck guarding the onion garden, the dragonette delivering goods, the babu groundhog managing the chicken coop. It is worth mentioning that the ancient tripod deer, the ancient jade fish, the ancient snail, and the ancient sword leopard also began to live a leisurely life in the ranch, sleeping 18 hours a day. This morning, after distributing the goods ordered by the customers to the Dragonites, Naoki sent his apprentice bear to the World Tree for training as usual. When they arrived at the Dragon Village, Kyogre was already waiting there. Seeing Naoki coming, Kyogre looked up at him. Hey! Apprentice bear also looked up. It's okay, you guys train. I just watch from the side. Naoki waved his hands repeatedly, signaling Kyogre and apprentice bear not to worry about him. The 2 Pokemon really looked away. The bear apprentice looked at Kyogre seriously. Yes. Yeah. Kyogre nodded slightly, and it already understood what the little bear Pokemon meant. The next second, azure waves were released from Kyogre, turning into a sparkling blue sea, covering the bear apprentice. Not only that, Kyogre also humanely created a bubble to protect Naoki in it to prevent him from being washed away by the surging sea water. Apprentice Xiong was sitting in the calm sea. The sea was calm, and beams of sunlight fell on it, dividing it into patches of mottled light and shadow. Occasionally, the sound of the flowing sea could be heard, giving people a feeling of tranquility and beauty. However, the next second, this peaceful picture was broken, and the originally calm sea water instantly turned into a huge wave, and under the sea surface, there were surging currents. Apprentice Xiong frowned resolutely, feeling this power seriously. Sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent. Is the calm appearance the true appearance of the sea? No. Under the calm, there is still a surging torrent, but the infinite power and strength are hidden behind the calm appearance. Once it erupts, it will turn into a huge wave, like a continuous wave, and attack the opponent fiercely and continuously. Is this the secret of the sea? At this moment, the bear apprentice seemed to have some feelings. For Naoki's words and Kyogre's teachings during this period of time, he seemed to have some insights in his heart. The next second, the bear apprentice opened his eyes, turned the shape of the flowing sea water into a fist, and kept waving it. Looking at this scene, Kyogre nodded with satisfaction. In the bear apprentice, the secret of the sea has taken shape. In time, it will surely grow into a powerful Pokemon. And Naoki on the side looked at this scene thoughtfully. Can the bear apprentice evolve into a martial arts bear master in this way? As we all know, if the bear apprentice in the game wants to evolve into a martial arts bear master, he needs to refer to a special scroll to evolve. If you want to evolve into a one-hit martial arts bear master, you need to refer to the evil scroll, which is said to record the secret of evil. If you want to evolve into a martial arts bear master with combo style, the bear apprentice needs to refer to the water scroll. Like the evil scroll, the water scroll also records secrets. However, it is not a secret of evil attribute, but a secret of water attribute. Then the question is, are the secrets of water recorded in the water scroll, and the secrets of the sea in the Kyogre legend the same thing? Naoki doesn't know the detailed answer to this matter. He plans to observe the situation first. If the bear apprentice cannot evolve, he will help the bear apprentice find the hanging scroll to help it evolve into a more powerful boxing Pokemon martial arts bear master. 3 hours later, Kyogre's training ended. Naoki and the bear apprentice came to the Earth town where Groudon was. Groudon's eyes met with the bear apprentice in midair. The hot volcanic breath gushed out, accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, and huge stone swords approached the bear apprentice at a very fast speed. Apprentice Bear held his breath, his eyes fixed on the path of the cliff sword. Just before the attack was about to start, Apprentice Bear's leg muscles exerted force, and he immediately jumped up high, clenched his right fist, and invisible water flowed on it. Boom! Apprentice Bear's fist came into contact with the cliff sword. Then, Naoki saw that the cliff sword of Groudon was punched by Apprentice Bear's fist, leaving a fist-sized hole. A critical hit. Bia! Success. Seeing that he could finally resist Groudon's attack, the bear apprentice's face lit up. Danger! Naoki realized something was wrong and quickly warned, "Back off, keep your distance." But it was too late. The next second, the part of the stone sword that was in contact with the bear apprentice suddenly burst out with a terrifying power. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the bear apprentice's small body was blown away. That was the second attack of the cliff sword. Even if it doesn't hit the opponent, as long as it gets close, it will explode and use the pulse of the earth to defeat the enemy. In the anime, Alan's Charizard was once hit by this move. Naoki hurried forward and used the power of Tokiwa to heal the bear apprentice. Bia! Groudon stood not far away and stared at the bear apprentice deeply. That look was very much like a strict teacher. "Don't underestimate the enemy," Groudon said. The bear apprentice stared at it in a daze, and after a moment, nodded seriously. Bia! The training of the bear apprentice has to continue. Naoki left it on the world tree and asked Groudon and Kyogre to teach it. Compared with the previous period, the bear apprentice has also made some progress. Then, he also began to go to the Alola region to find Z moves and Z bracelets there. Now it is March. Maybe it won't be long before Arceus wakes up from his slumber and takes revenge on humans. He promised Giratina that he would help him. Hardly. Teach Arceus a lesson. This is a promise. The distance between the Alola region and the Padia region is not as far as the Sinnoh city. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Starting from the reverse world, there is no need to take a detour, and you can reach that place quickly. Naoki plans to go to the Alola region to investigate tomorrow, and clean up the uninhabited ranch he bought in Ohana town. When winter comes, he will take Golden and Babutsubo to go there for vacation. However, before departure, the ranch welcomes several students from Padilla College. "Mr. Naoki, we are here to challenge the trial," one of the boys said excitedly. He had heard about the rumors about Naoki Ranch a long time ago, but because several trials in Naoki Ranch were too difficult and required a certain level of strength to participate, he had no chance to challenge. But now it's different. The news that Mr. Naoki visited Padilla College last time has spread. Mr. Naoki said that several new trials have been added to the ranch, and even rookie trainers can challenge them. So they are here. Challenge the trial? Naoki's eyes swept over the 3 trainers. Looking at their appearance, they are still very young, as if they have just turned 10 years old and received their initial Pokemon to become trainers. "Yes, that's right." A boy nodded. "Naoki, how many Pokemon have you captured?" 3. One of the boys immediately raised 2 fingers. "Naoki, 3 Pokemon, 1 is the original Pokemon, 1 is the captured Pokemon, and 1 is the Pokemon." Naoki was silent for a moment, and began to recall which Pokemon trials in the ranch are suitable for these 3 little ones. The Ancient Doubles trial of Golden and Flutter? No. The Grass trial of the Mount Goat? No. The Storm trial of Dragonite and the Lightning trial of Babuto? Still no. Apprentice Bear can, but he is currently training on the World Tree and is at a critical moment, so he cannot come down to fight. In that case, it's decided to be you. Several Pokemon appeared in Naoki's mind. A pink and tender Pokemon that can fight and resist, A good partner of humans. A cow Pokemon that can produce a lot of fresh milk. Miltank. For new trainers, fighting Miltank is difficult, but it is not as hopeless as Gulton. And Miltank only has one best move, Super Roll. If those trainers have done their homework, they can send out Pokemon that can use moves such as Immobilize and Seal to prevent Miltank from using Roll. Then they take this opportunity to go all out and defeat Miltank. For new trainers, this is also a test, but it tests their familiarity with Pokemon's moves and their mutual restraint. 3 minutes later, Naoki called a few Miltanks, and then stood at the other end of the battlefield, smiling and asking, Milton's wisdom trial, does anyone want to challenge it? Miltank. A young man looked confused. But aren't they the milk-producing Pokemon in your ranch, Mr. Naoki? Miltanks can also fight. Naoki said, besides, Miltanks are not weak. Don't underestimate any Pokemon. Perhaps to prove that he is not a weak Pokemon, Miltank showed his strong arms. Moo! Seeing this, the boy immediately had no problem. He took out a Pokeball and said, in that case, let's do it, Mr. Naoki, we are ready, let's go, Crocodile. The boy sent out Crocodile, while his two companions stood aside and watched excitedly. One of the girls took out a Rotom phone and turned on the recording function with great anticipation. The battle officially begins. The big Miltank starts by rolling, curling up its body, turning into a round ball, and quickly rolling towards the stupid Fire Crocodile. Stupid Fire Crocodile, use Spark Attack. The boy wanted to give this order, but then he saw the big Miltank rolling and rushing towards the stupid Fire Crocodile. At this distance, the stupid Fire Crocodile has no chance to attack. The boy quickly changed his words. Get out of the way! Fire, fire, fire! The stupid Fire Crocodile made a series of panic calls. By chance, it actually managed to avoid the rolling of the big Miltank. Seeing this, the boy and the dumb Fire Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, they saw a very scary scene. After the big Miltank rolled out, it did not stop. Instead, it turned at a faster speed and rushed towards the dumb Fire Crocodile again. The big Miltank seemed to be very proficient in the rolling move. The boy's face was full of disbelief. However, while he was stunned, Miltank had already arrived in front of the dumb Fire Crocodile. Fire! The dumb Fire Crocodile screamed in panic, turned around and fled madly in the opposite direction. Moo! The excited voice of Miltank came from its ears. The dumb Fire Crocodile felt as if it was hit hard from behind, and fell to the ground on the battlefield. Hit! In this case, Miltank should also stop, right? The girl watching the game couldn't help but think. Her eyes followed the big Miltank closely. But the next second, she suddenly noticed that the big Miltank did not stop, but turned again and rushed towards the stupid Fire Crocodile. Stupid Fire Crocodile, get up! The boy shouted hurriedly. Fire, fire, fire! The stupid Fire Crocodile endured the pain and hurriedly stood up to escape, but the big Miltank rolled over it. Fire! The stupid Fire Crocodile cried out in pain, and just when it thought it was over, it saw the big Miltank rushing over again. No way! Again? The stupid Fire Crocodile jumped up with a face full of fear. Unfortunately, after several consecutive accelerations, the rolling of the big Miltank had reached a very terrifying level. The stupid Fire Crocodile had no chance to avoid it, and was knocked to the ground by the big Miltank. This time, the stupid Fire Crocodile was knocked unconscious when he lay on the ground. Moo! The big Miltank released the rolling form, and came to Naoki with a happy face, as if asking him, is his rolling powerful? Naoki never hesitates to praise Pokemon. Great! Moo! Milky Way is happy. Lost, lost? The boy looked at his Charizard in shock. His Pokemon were completely powerless in front of Naoki's Pokemon. What surprised him even more was that Milky Way and his Pokemon were not Naoki's main force, but the cow Pokemon responsible for producing milk in the ranch. What is the real strength of Naoki? Do you still remember the name of this trial? In order not to undermine the confidence of these young people, Naoki asked after helping Crocodile to recover his strength. The boy was slightly stunned, and then subconsciously answered, Milky Way's wisdom trial. Naoki nodded. Yes, this trial mainly tests the trainer's mastery and understanding of the moves. Although Milky Way's rolling is very powerful, there are moves that can restrain it. Moves that restrain rolling? The boy thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He felt a little bald, and said quickly, I will definitely think of a way to deal with it. I'm looking forward to it. Naoki smiled slightly. In order to find a way to deal with Miltank's roll, the three left the ranch and returned to Padilla Academy. using the Moves Encyclopedia in the school library to look up moves that restrain rolling. They planned to conduct targeted special training for their Pokemon, and then go to Naoki Ranch to challenge. However, the boys searched for a long time, but could not find the answer. It was because Pokemon had too many moves, so many attributes, and each attribute had countless moves. The three looked at each other, and felt confused. And at this moment, the girl among them came up with a good idea. She took out her Rotom phone, and said excitedly, "I have a way." "What is it?" The other two quickly turned their eyes to her. "Girl, I filmed the battle between Slowpoke and Miltank before. Now is the internet age. As long as we upload the video to the internet, we will definitely be able to get a way to deal with roll from other trainers." Chapter 507. Miltank's invincible rolling tactics display. Absolutely impossible for anyone to crack. Come and argue if you don't agree. Done. The battle video has been uploaded to the internet. 3 minutes later, the girl uploaded the battle video between Miltank and Crocodile to the internet. But looking at this strange title, she couldn't help but show a worried expression on her face. "But, is there really no problem with using this title?" The boy nodded, patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry. Absolutely no problem. Everyone is like this, because only in this way can more people come to watch, and maybe it will attract some powerful trainers." As he said, the boy couldn't help but start to fantasize. As long as they comment, then we can get a way to deal with the rolling tactics of the big Miltank, and then pass Mr. Naoki's test. Girl, Although it sounds good, this title is really weird. Looking at the two companions around her, the girl finally sighed helplessly. The video has been uploaded, and the next step is to wait for everyone to see it. At the same time, in the Hoenn region, Kanaz City. After work, 30-year-old Sasaki Tetsuya lay on the bed, with fatigue, and began to browse Rotom Mobile. When he was young, Tetsuya also traveled around with his Pokemon partners and collected gym badges. But later, when they got older, they chose to settle down in this city where science and nature are integrated. Although he is old, his heart is not old. On weekdays, Tetsuya likes to browse the Pokemon battle area the most. He really likes the tactical clashes between different trainers, as well as the fierce and exciting battles brought by Pokemon. At this time, a video title on Rotom's mobile phone screen caught Tetsuya's attention. He couldn't help but mutter the title, "Milky Way's invincible rolling tactical display. Absolutely impossible for anyone to crack. Come and argue if you don't agree." Huh? This person is so arrogant. As we all know, Pokemon like Milky Way are kept on the ranch by ranchers most of the time. While living together, they also produce a lot of moo milk to supply people in the city. Although Miltank's body is solid and strong, it can also be used in Pokemon battles. But in terms of upper limit and talent, it is not as good as Charmander, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur and other Pokemon. Because of this, except for some trainers who have a special relationship with Miltank, few people will send them out to fight. As for the move roll, many Pokemon will use this move, and for this reason, this move looks a bit mediocre at first glance. But it is very special. As long as it is used continuously and hits the opponent, the power of this move will become stronger and stronger. Looking at the title of this video, Sha had to admit that he was attracted. He wanted to see who was so arrogant. Sha also clicked into the video. The background of the video seemed to be on an open grassland, where two trainers of different ages were fighting a Pokemon. The younger trainer sent out a Pokemon named Charizard, while the trainer who looked obviously adult used the Milky Tank in the video title. At the beginning of the battle, the Fire Crocodile tried to attack with Spark. But before it could use its moves, the big Miltank curled up and rolled over like a big rock. The Fire Crocodile dodged in panic. Perhaps because of good luck, it successfully dodged the first roll. "If it's just like this, I can't see what's special about it," Sha also murmured softly. At this moment, the camera on the screen began to track the rolling big Miltank. The move missed, and it rolled backwards by inertia. However, the next second, the big Miltank turned 180 degrees on the spot at an extremely exaggerated speed, and rushed towards the stupid Fire Crocodile at a very fast speed. Wait! How did he do that? Sha was shocked all of a sudden. A 180-degree turn on the spot, and almost no stagnation. The big Miltank was so skilled in the rolling move. In this case, the stupid Fire Crocodile is in danger. This thought came to his mind. As expected, the following development verified his idea. The strange big Miltank kept rolling around, and the Fire Crocodile had no chance to attack at all. It could only dodge awkwardly, and finally exhausted its stamina and was hit by the rolling, which led to its loss of combat ability. Is there a professional special training for Miltank for the move rolling? She couldn't help muttering. And it seems that the results achieved are very significant. The trainer of that big Miltank looks unusual, but this does not mean that the big Miltank cannot be defeated. She also thought for a while, and then wrote several paragraphs in a fluent manner, expressing his thoughts in the video comment area. Naughty Thunder Bomb is not naughty. Although the big Miltank is very strong, it is not as exaggerated as the title says. There are several ways to deal with it that I can think of. For example, find the right time, use the immobilization method or seal to seal the rolling move of the big Miltank, and take this opportunity to attack it. Even if Miltank uses milk to recover his strength to offset the attack, it doesn't matter. In this case, you only need to provoke it to perfectly break it. Well, in addition to this, you can also use digging holes, earthquakes, playing with mud, and other moves to change the environment to interfere with Miltank. Of course, the most effective way is to use Pokemon with flying abilities. In this way, Miltank on the ground can't attack you, and you just need to command Pokemon to attack in the air. She'll also click send, and when he refreshed, he saw that many people in the comment area were scolding the video publisher for being a clickbait. That big Miltank just used the rolling skillfully, and it didn't look invincible at all. As the incident fermented, this video even attracted the attention of Xiao Qian, the owner of the Manjin Gym. She gave a comment after watching the video. Explosive beautiful girl, that big Miltank was trained very well. Just from the video, you can see the smooth fur on the big Miltank and the strong muscles hidden underneath. It seems that the trainer has conducted special strength training for Miltank. Not bad. Xiao Qian admired the other person very much. He was able to cultivate the big milk can to this level. His strength was almost the same as hers. However, in fact, those big milk cans were just the cows responsible for producing milk in Naoki's ranch. Padilla Academy. The trio looked at the comment area of the video nervously. There are replies. The boy slowly read out the content of the replies. Immobilization, sealing, provocation, digging. Huh? All of them are useful moves. Hey! His companion couldn't help but patted his shoulder. It seems someone is scolding us. The girl next to him also saw the comments scolding them for the title party. I told you, you will be scolded if you do this. Wait! The boy suddenly noticed a comment, and he pointed at it and said, look at this. The two people next to him turned their heads and looked. Then, they saw a comment full of contempt and doubt. Elegant Prince, humph, grandstanding, I think that big milk can is just like that, stupid. He is looking down on Mr. Naoki. Damn it, Mr. Naoki is obviously the strongest trainer in Arcadia region. Even the chief has certified this. The Green Grass Trial, Storm Trial, Lightning Trial, I don't know how many trainers in Padia region have fallen in it. And now, someone dares to question Mr. Naoki's strength. No! The boy frowned and started typing with his hands. Dumb Charizard replied to the Elegant Prince. You are not allowed to say that about Mr. Naoki. Elegant Prince, Naoki? Is that a famous star? I haven't heard of him. Dumb and Dumb Fire Crocodile. Mr. Naoki is the hidden champion of our Padilla region, and the most powerful trainer in Padilla. Elegant Prince, as far as I know, the champion of Padilla region seems to be Miss Yessie, right? She should be the strongest person. As for the Naoki you mentioned, I just searched it, and he seems to be just a farmer in the countryside? Dumb and Dumb Fire Crocodile. Mr. Naoki is not a farmer in the countryside, he is the most powerful rancher in the world. If you don't believe me, come and try it, and you will know. The Elegant Prince did not reply again. At first, this incident did not cause much commotion. But soon, students from Padilla College discovered this video, and the comments below. Some students who had challenged Naoki Ranch and often hung out in the campus forum stood up. Little Lion, he is right. There is a rumor circulating in our Padilla area that even if you pass the championship assessment of the Padilla League and defeat the chief, you are not the strongest trainer. Only by defeating Naoki, who is the hidden boss, can you become the strongest person in Padilla. This reply quickly attracted the attention of some outsiders. After watching the whole process, and seeing so many people's solemn promises, they were soon interested in this matter. Is there such a thing? But isn't the man named Naoki a farmer in the countryside? In this regard, someone explained for Naoki. No, Mr. Naoki used to be a powerful champion-level trainer. He felt that he was too strong and had no opponents, and felt that life was boring, so he chose to retire, and lived in seclusion on the ranch with his Pokemon. Another netizen who is good at imagination commented, that's right, Mr. Naoki is really a great trainer. He is very nice. Although he is retired, he will set up special trials in the ranch to help trainers like us passing by to improve our strength and guide us, and Pokemon training. After seeing these two replies, those outsiders suddenly became more interested in this trainer named Naoki. Soon, a host named Vine Snake of Opposition prepared to go and see for himself. He planned to seize this wave of traffic and verify the authenticity of this hidden boss to those curious netizens through live broadcast. That afternoon, the dissenting Fujin bought a ticket to the Padilla region, and a group of netizens who were attracted to the live broadcast room obediently waited in his live broadcast room, wanting to see who the farmer named Naoki was. Even Xiao Qian ran into the live broadcast room to join in the fun. She also wanted to see how the guy trained Miltank. At the same time, Naoki was checking the information of the Pokemon Ball Teleporter on the Pokemon Shopping app. The Pokemon Ball Teleporter is a technology that can achieve remote transmission of Pokemon through electronic transmission. It was developed by Dr. Jingwei and his research team a few years ago. Once it came out, it was welcomed by many trainers. The reason is simple, just because this machine is so convenient. As long as the two machines are placed in two different places, no matter how far apart they can send Pokeballs to each other. This method greatly facilitates those trainers who are traveling outside. Naoki plans to install one at the ranch and the branch ranch in the Alola region. When they go on vacation in the winter, Pokemon can travel directly between the two places. However, at this moment, a call from Chishu suddenly popped up on Rotom's phone. Naoki was slightly stunned. Wasn't Chishu at work at this time? Why would he call him? Confused, Naoki pressed the answer button. Hello? This is terrible. Chishu quickly explained. Your name has been spread to other areas by netizens. Now there is a host on his way to the ranch. He is going to challenge the ranch and challenge you. Naoki was stunned for a moment. What on earth is going on? Then, Chishu explained the whole story to him. After listening, Chishu also found the video. When he saw the stupid fire crocodile in the video, he immediately understood everything. Chishu, this is really one fan against 10 haters. What are you going to do? Chishu was a little worried. Chishu thought about it carefully and replied, just receive the challenge normally, don't worry, you can receive the challenger with peace of mind, I will take care of everything. After the call was hung up, Naoki shook his head helplessly. Forget it, come on, he had nothing to hide. Naoki calmed down and prepared to welcome challengers from other regions in the same way as he welcomed students from Padilla College. At the same time, the anchor named Vine Snake of Opposition had already arrived in Padilla. As soon as he got off the plane, he started a live broadcast with his Rotom phone. Rotom, which has a built-in aerial photography function, switched to a floating follow state and aimed the front camera at Vine Snake of Opposition. The live broadcast room was opened, and everyone saw the true appearance of the dissenting snake. It was a young man with a very pale face, and he looked like he was running out of energy. On the man's shoulders stood a calm green grass snake Pokemon. It was the grass-attributed starter Pokemon of the Unova region, Snake. Hello, family. As you can see, I have successfully arrived in the Padilla region. The dissenting snake smiled and greeted the audience in the live broadcast room. Next, I will go to the legendary Naoki Ranch to visit the trainer known as the hidden boss of the Padilla region to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Haha, if you want to see it, remember to click the little red heart and follow the host, to prevent getting lost. Okay, without further ado, everyone will follow the host and Snake to take a look. Chapter 508. Finally arrived at Jichin Town. According to the students of Padilla College, Naoki Ranch should be here, right? The dissenting Fujin Snake, whose real name is Yisheng, finally arrived at the destination after many twists and turns. This is a lively and prosperous seaside town, with a bustling crowd of people and various souvenirs and gifts sold on the street. While walking on the road, Yisheng looked around curiously at the novel things. Soon, something behind a glass window attracted his attention. Huh? Why does this little wooden sculpture look so much like the legendary King of Plenty, the Bud Crown King? Yisheng murmured. It happened that the owner of the shop came out at this time. Hearing this, he grinned. Yes, that's the Bud Crown King. Our Jichin town is the origin of the Bud Crown King culture. Would you like one? Guess from outside the city? A Bud Crown King ornament costs 998 alliance coins. It doesn't matter if you don't believe in religion. It's also very good to put it at home as a decoration. 998? That's pretty cheap. Yisheng looked at the exquisite legendary Pokemon figurine and thought, since I'm here, I might as well take some souvenirs back. Boss, I want this. Okay. After paying, Yisheng held the Bud Crown figurine and pointed it at the camera of the Rotom mobile phone. Do you see it? It's a legendary Pokemon figurine, but then again, this is Bud Crown? that legendary Pokemon is really popular in this place. As he spoke, Yi Sheng saw the portrait and logo of the Bud Crown on the building. This means that the Bud Crown culture is very prosperous in this town called Jiqin Town. This kind of thing is rare in other places. Yi Sheng said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "As far as I know, the legendary Pokemon culture is only prevalent in Yuanzhou City in the Johto region. Some people are very curious about the legendary Pokemon Bud Crown." Suddenly, a barrage of comments floated across the live broadcast room. If I remember correctly, Bud Crown seemed to be a Pokemon in the Galar region at first. Yes, it's a pity that he was forgotten by the people there, but now Bud Crown has come to this place, and is believed by so many people. He must be very happy now, right? Okay, Anchor, don't wander around in town. Go to that ranch and take a look. Add one. Okay, I go there right away. Seeing that the popularity of his live broadcast room began to decline, Yi Sheng quickly said that he would go there right away. He found a shop on the roadside, and after asking the local owner, he soon learned the specific location of Jishu Ranch. Yi Sheng hurried in that direction, and after walking for about half an hour, a vast ranch finally appeared in the field ahead. Look! There are so many Dragonites in the sky! Yi Sheng suddenly noticed that a group of Dragonites were flying overhead, and those Dragonites had uniform shoulder bags hanging in front of them, looking like they were doing some kind of work. What's going on? Are they Pokemon that have been captured? Yi Sheng was shocked. He couldn't wait to share this rare scene with the audience in the live broadcast room. But then, he saw a barrage of comments floating across the screen. What's so surprising? The Anchor is really unsophisticated. I suggest you search for Naoki Ranch. That store specializes in using Pokemon like Dragonite as delivermen to deliver goods to customers. Huh? Could that Naoki and this Naoki be the same person? It is said on the internet that there are 23,496 people named Naoki in the world, but this is too coincidental, right? But then again, the things in that store are quite magical, especially the super effective goat milk. The only pity is that Naoki opened the store at such a casual time, and it seems that running a small store is just his hobby. Seeing what you said, I am getting more and more curious about that person. Yi Sheng is also very curious at this moment. As we all know, Dragonite is very rare and precious, and there are very few trainers who can capture them. And now, there are so many Dragonites in this place. If they are really the Pokemon captured by Naoki, then doesn't it mean that the rumors about hidden bosses circulating on the internet are true? Realizing this, Yi Sheng opened his eyes wide, and couldn't help but walk to the entrance of the ranch. What came into view was a well-kept farmland and grassland. It was morning, and the golden sunlight poured into the ranch, and some Pokemon were playing leisurely in it. Goats basking in the sun, 3 bees collecting nectar, big milk cans eating grass, fluttering butter-free, and even many Pokemon he had never seen before. In front of a stable, a tall and strong man dressed in blue overalls, dressed like a rancher, was pouring a basket of things into the trough in the stable. At this moment, a red Pokemon lying on the grass basking in the sun discovered him. The pair of golden pupils locked onto him instantly, and Yi Sheng felt as if he was being stared at by some ferocious Pokemon, and he felt a chill in his heart. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw the Pokemon. Messages flashed across the barrage in an instant. What exactly is that Pokemon? What a scary look. Hi! Yi Sheng froze in place, raised his hand and waved, trying his best to show his kindness to the Pokemon. At this time, Naoki noticed the movement from behind. He turned his head, and saw a pale young man standing at the entrance. On the man's shoulder stood a green grass snake Pokemon, which was the grass-attributed vine snake of the Unova region. But his eyes were looking at Golden, and he seemed to be frightened by Golden. You guys keep eating. I go over there and take a look, Naoki said to Lingyu Horse and Snowstorm Horse while pouring all the radishes in the bucket into their troughs. The 2 horses snorted nonchalantly, indicating that they knew, and then lowered their heads to chew the radishes. Naoki walked over, touched Golden's head, and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Sheng reacted and quickly replied, Hello, I'm Yi Sheng, an online anchor. There have been rumors about you online recently, and everyone is very curious, so I want to come and visit you. Naoki understood instantly. He glanced at the Rotom phone floating in the air and nodded. Is that so? Then how do you want to know? Yi Sheng quickly replied, I also want to have a Pokemon battle with Miltank. Naoki, ? Why are these people so interested in his cow Pokemon that produces milk? Naoki couldn't understand it. He wanted to refuse, but seeing the eager look of Miltank behind him, he finally agreed. Okay, I accept your challenge. Miltank had tasted the sweetness last time, and seemed to like the feeling of rolling and hitting people. Naoki put away the tools, washed his hands, and then came to the battlefield. Although I don't know why you want to fight Miltank, since you want to try, there is no reason for us to refuse. Naoki said. Unexpectedly, Yisheng did not send Snake to the field, but took out another pokeball from his pocket. Well, we are ready. After that, he threw the pokeball forward with force. With a flash of white light, a huge Pokemon with bulging muscles and light brown skin appeared on the battlefield. It has a long and powerful jaw, with black stripes all over its body, and 3 sharp claws on each hand and foot, which looks very rough. Naoki recognized the Pokemon at a glance. It was Croaker, a Pokemon from the Unova region, and the addition of the snake meant that this person came from the Unova region. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw the 2 Pokemon appearing at this moment. Does the anchor want to use Croaker to deal with Miltank? If I remember correctly, Croaker can learn to dig holes and quicksand hell, and these moves can just restrain Miltank's rolling. Let's bet and guess who will win. I bet on Croaker. I bet on Croaker too. In that case, I bet on Miltank to win. The barrage of a netizen named Explosive Beautiful Girl flashed by. Meanwhile, in the Johto region, Manjin City. Xiao Qian looked at the battle on the screen, and the man on the opposite side, her eyes full of curiosity. The other party turned out to be a rancher like her. What would you do when facing a battle with tactics to restrain Miltank? Xiao Qian was looking forward to the performance of the rancher named Naoki. In the ranch, with the whistle of his brother Ai Guancher, the battle officially began. Miltank started with rolling. At the beginning of the battle, it shrank itself into a round ball and rolled towards the rogue crocodile on the opposite side. Facing this scene, Yisheng had already made preparations. He pointed his finger and ordered loudly, "Rogue crocodile, use digging." "Awah!" The rogue crocodile roared to the sky, leaned down, and began to dig a hole in the ground with its sharp claws. With a splash of mud, a big hole quickly appeared on the ground, and the rogue crocodile immediately leaned down and got in. The next second, the big Miltank rushed in this direction. Not good, the big Miltank is going to fall into the hole. The big Miltank can no longer use rolling, right? It seems that the big Miltank's moves are easy to deal with. Just when everyone thought that the big Miltank would fall into the hole, the big Miltank suddenly turned around and spun around the hole dug by the rogue crocodile at high speed, like a gyroscope. Seeing this scene, Yisheng opened his eyes wide in shock. How could this happen? And the audience in the live broadcast room also typed a question mark in unison. At first, they didn't feel anything about the rolling of the big Miltank, thinking, isn't it just rolling? It is easy to find a way to deal with it. But now, after witnessing the rolling of the big Miltank, they realized how proficient the big Miltank was in the rolling move. A super rolling with no backswing and no dead angle at 360 degrees. Oh my god, how did the big Miltank do it? Shocked, Yisheng was unable to make the next command. The rogue crocodile hiding in the ground didn't know what to do for a while. Without hearing the trainer's voice, it didn't know whether it should get out of the ground and launch a surprise attack. Milky, pay attention to the ground, Naoki said calmly. The crocodile was hiding underground. Although Milky couldn't attack it with its rolling, it could determine the crocodile's position based on the bulge on the ground. Soon, Milky found the target. Moo! Very good, you stomp on that place, Naoki said. Not good, crocodile, get out of the way. Yisheng realized that he had made a serious mistake. He should not be distracted. The rogue crocodile responded immediately after hearing the command, but it was still a step late. The big Miltank had already rolled over it at a high speed, and then suddenly jumped high. While falling, it recovered from the curled ball to its original shape. A pair of big feet slammed on the small mound of earth. The cave dug by the rogue crocodile underground collapsed immediately. In order to avoid suffocation due to being buried, the rogue crocodile quickly endured the pain and quickly used its claws to dig up the soil. However, just as half of its body emerged from the ground, a large milk rolled towards it at high speed. Rogue crocodile. Surprise! The next second, the large milk hit its face. The rogue crocodile suddenly saw stars. Rogue crocodile, be careful! Yisheng shouted quickly. The rogue crocodile shook his head, trying to wake himself up. He turned his head to check the situation of the large milk can, but the large milk can had turned around and hit his face again, once, twice, in front, behind, left, right. The big Miltank turned into a ruthless dragon car, and hit the rogue crocodile from all directions one after another. Its speed was getting faster and faster, and the power of rolling was getting stronger and stronger, so fast that the rogue crocodile had no time to react. With the last rolling impact, the rogue crocodile fell to the ground with a plop, losing its ability to fight. At this moment, the whole world was silent. What a terrible big milk tank! With continuous attacks, the rogue crocodile had no chance to react. It was really wonderful. Before today, I never thought that a Pokemon like Miltank would perform like this, as expected of a retired champion trainer. A series of comments flashed across the screen of Rotom's phone. Great, so strong. Yisheng couldn't help but murmur. According to his original plan, he wanted Crocodile to use digging to trap Miltank first, then use moves, like Quicksand Hell to slow down Miltank, and finally launch a full-scale attack on it. But the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The attack of the big Miltank is too fast, so fast that his tactics can't be fully implemented. Unfortunately, you lose, Naoki said. Yisheng was speechless. At this moment, he suddenly noticed the Pokemon that surrounded him unknowingly. Yisheng immediately thought of the remarks made by the students of Padilla Academy that he had seen before. What various trials, powerful Pokemon, endlessly healing Mount Goats, Dragonite that creates storms, and Babudu that creates lightning. Just the big Miltank is so powerful. How strong are the other Pokemon in this ranch? Yisheng simply couldn't imagine it. After the battle, Yisheng became more and more curious about this ranch. Seeing his appearance, Naoki took him to visit his ranch. At first, everything was fine. But when Yisheng heard a sentence, he was suddenly stunned. He widened his eyes, and looked at Naoki in disbelief. What did you say? Milky-Kin is just a dairy cow responsible for producing milk in the ranch. Doesn't this mean that Milky-Kin is not a fighting Pokemon at all? Naoki was stunned for a moment, but still answered, yes, the big milk tank's usual job on the ranch is to help us produce fresh mooing milk. At this moment, a big question mark appeared in Yisheng's mind. The one who easily defeated him was just a milk-producing cow in the ranch. In the live broadcast room, the audience were all dumbfounded when they heard that sentence. The powerful big milk tank just now was just a milk-producing cow. Question mark? As the first question mark floated by, more question marks gradually appeared in the live broadcast until the question marks occupied the entire screen. Chapter 509. Johto Region, Goldman City, Goldman Gym. Gym owner Xiao Qian listened to the conversation from the live broadcast, and an incredible expression suddenly appeared in her pink pupils. Just a cow Pokemon responsible for producing milk. Is that what she understood? As we all know, there are many kinds of Pokemon in this world. Some Pokemon like to fight, and they will follow their trainers to the top of the competition. Some Pokemon just want to live a leisurely and relaxed life. These Pokemon are often raised by humans, kept at home, and live with people on the ranch. Unlike the Pokemon that like to fight, these Pokemon engaged in production will not receive professional training, nor will they fight Pokemon. Could it be that the rancher will conduct targeted special training for these Pokemon engaged in production? This thought came to Xiao Qian's mind. Not only her, but also the anchor Yisheng in the live broadcast room at this moment thought of this. He quickly asked, "Do you usually conduct special training for the big tank?" Naoki looked into his eyes and nodded. In the past, in order to make the big tank's physique stronger, I specially developed some rolling special training plans for them, but later, I didn't give much guidance. These are all the efforts of the big tanks themselves, and I usually don't interfere with them. Are these Miltanks so talented? Hearing this, Yisheng was stunned for a moment. Or did the champion-level trainer in front of him use a special training method? How did you train Miltank to be what it is now? Yisheng asked subconsciously. However, he soon realized that it was a bit impolite to ask others about the training method. That efficient and useful training method is likely to be a secret method created by Mr. Naoki himself, which is not passed on to others. Not only Yisheng was curious about this matter, but at the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also became excited. Milk Tank's cultivation experience? I really want to know what it looks like. If I could also cultivate a powerful milk tank like that. Hey, wake up. That is the cultivation experience that the champion has realized himself. It is very precious. How can it be easily passed on? However, Naoki was confused by Yisheng's question. How did you breed it into this state? Didn't he just answer that? Naoki looked at the young man in front of him, then at the big milk tank next to him. After a moment's pause, he suddenly understood what he meant. The other party was asking him what breeding method he used to breed the big milk tank, but he didn't seem to use any special breeding method. The reason why the big milk tank has become what it is now is entirely the result of their own efforts. In addition, perhaps some live goat milk is needed to supplement nutrition? I don't know about the rest of Naoki. He answered truthfully. It all depends on the Pokemon's own efforts. Yi Sheng's face was full of enlightenment, and he understood. His guess was indeed correct. Mr. Naoki must have understood his milk tank cultivation experience. This kind of thing is too precious, and it also involves privacy. It would be impolite to ask further. Yi Sheng decisively changed the subject. He noticed the lazy mount goats not far away from the corner of his eye, so he leaned over to watch through the fence. 3 goats were lying on the grass in the sun, looking relaxed, and they seemed to be chewing something. Yi Sheng turned around and asked, "Are these 3 goats also dairy goat Pokemon?" He had seen goat milk produced by goats in the store at Naoki Ranch. Hearing this, Naoki took a look at the goats and did not deny it. Yes, they are responsible for producing goat milk in the ranch. In addition, the goats will help take care of the crops in the fields with grass energy. Oh, then which one is stronger, them or milk tank? Yi Sheng asked. Mount goats. Naoki answered truthfully. Huh? Yi Sheng looked at the harmless mount goats and was a little surprised. They looked so docile. Host, give it a try. Add 1, I'm also curious about the strength of the 3 mount goats. Pokemon bred by champions must be strong, right? Mount goats are powerful, but their attributes are too simple, and they can be easily restrained. As far as I know, there are not many mount goats with champion-level strength in the world. Host, why not give it a try? Yi Sheng glanced at the barrage on Rotom's phone screen. He also became interested. By the way, Mr. Naoki, can I challenge the goat mount? If I remember correctly, is this called the green grass trial? However, just as Yi Sheng finished speaking, he saw the man in front of him glanced at him and asked, Are you sure? Yi Sheng was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, Of course, don't look at me like this now. I collected 7 gym badges a few years ago. Although I only need the last one to participate in the Unova tournament, my strength is definitely not weak. 7 badges. Naoki, okay. He wanted to say something else, to explain the rules to the young man in detail, but before he could open his mouth, he saw the other party take out the second Pokeball from his waist. It's you, Dragonhead. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a hamster Pokemon with a dark brown body, a white face, 2 red lines on its cheeks, and a pink nose appeared on the grass. That's Dragonhead? Naoki looked at the Pokemon in front of him with surprise. This dragon-headed mole has a very strong body, and it can be seen that it has been well bred. Its forehead and claws have several sharp steel blades that protrude and are as sharp as steel. These steel blades allow them to easily break through the ground and drill into the hole. Please give me more advice, Mr. Naoki, Yi Sheng said. Naoki, He was silent for a moment, nodded and said, Please give me more advice. The battle officially began. As his brother Ai Guancher blew the whistle in his hand, the dragon-headed mole immediately rotated his claws and drilled into the hole at a very fast speed. Yi Sheng fully absorbed the experience of the previous battle with the big milk tank. This time, he was ready to defeat the opponent with an attack like a storm. He would never give the opponent a chance to breathe. Dragon-headed mole, use metal claws. The dragon-headed mole under the ground began to move at a very fast speed. Want to attack from underground? Naoki raised his lips slightly. Green grass field. Me? The next second, a huge amount of green grass energy emerged from the Mount Goat, turning into a green field that covered the entire battlefield. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly stunned. What is that move? Green grass field? No, this is not the green grass field I am familiar with. What is going on? The dragon-head mole has now come under the Mount Goat. The steel blades on its arms spun at high speed, breaking through the surrounding soil. A cold metallic light emerged from its sharp claws, grabbing the goat above. Buzz! The sharp metal claws instantly left a scar on the goat. However, the next second, something unexpected happened to everyone. A green light madly merged into the scar on the goat. In an instant, the wound caused by the dragon-headed mole was restored to its original state. Healed. What's going on? Yi Sheng muttered. On the barrage, a trainer from the Kalos region has already noticed the situation. It's a green grass field. Only a green grass field can help Pokemon recover their strength. But, did the Mount Goat change the form of the green grass field? How did it do it? Is this also a Pokemon cultivated by Naoki using the champion's secret method? The Mount Goat is more than that. Today, let you outsiders see how powerful our Mr. Naoki is. After realizing that something was wrong, Yi Sheng did not stop attacking. Dragonhead Diglett, keep attacking, don't stop. Chari! Dragonhead Diglett responded, and it looked cautiously at the Mount Goat opposite. Its body's instinct told it that it was a very powerful Pokemon. But it couldn't retreat. Thinking of this, Dragonhead Diglett waved its claws and rushed out again. Don't give it a chance, Mount Goat Vine Whip, Naoki said calmly. The Mount Goat's forelimbs lightly touched the ground, and the next second, 2 green vine whips like pythons flew out from both sides of its body. The huge vine whip slapped the dragon-headed mole fiercely. Charlie! Although the dragon-headed mole was a little flustered at the first blow, he still managed to dodge it. The second blow, the dragon-headed mole dodges it safely. The third blow, the huge vine whip directly whipped it away. The huge force made the dragon-headed mole fly backwards and fall to the ground in embarrassment. Dragon-headed mole, stand up quickly! Yishun shouted loudly. Charlie! The dragon-headed mole was seeing stars at this moment, and the whole Pokemon was in a dizzy state. Looking at this scene, Naoki said, use that move to end it. Me? The Mount Goat responded in a deep voice. It leaned forward slightly, and the green light condensed in its mouth, turning into a huge green sword in full view of everyone. This scene was reflected in the eyes of many viewers in the live broadcast room. Looking at the incredible scene on the screen, almost everyone couldn't help but open their eyes wide. What kind of move is that? The sense of oppression is so strong. Why is that Mount Goat different from the Mount Goat I am familiar with? Hey, how did it do it? A barrage of comments flashed across the screen of Rotom's phone. Under the gaze of the crowd, the goat's body rushed out like an arrow. It held a huge grass sword in its mouth and flew forward at lightning speed. Boom! The green light penetrated the body of the dragon-headed mole, and a huge explosion came from the spot. In the light of energy, the dragon-headed mole's body fell crookedly and could not get up again. The battle is over. The goat slowly walked to Naoki. Naoki touched its head with his hand, and then the goat returned to the fence and continued to lie on the grass to bask in the sun leisurely. Naoki walked to Yisheng, who had not yet recovered, and said to him, "You lost." Yisheng finally reacted and said in shock, "The Pokemon just now." Naoki smiled and nodded. "That's my goat, the Pokemon responsible for the green grass trial. Only by defeating them can you pass the green grass trial." Hearing this, an idea immediately emerged in Yisheng's mind. Who can defeat a Mount Goat with such strength? Although the dragon-headed hamster was almost killed in seconds, Yisheng had already glimpsed some of the abilities of the Mount Goat in the few rounds of fighting. The special green grass field can quickly restore the physical strength of Pokemon. And this green grass field seems to have been specially improved. It only works on the Mount Goat, unlike the ordinary green grass field, which works on all Pokemon on the field. The huge whip whipped the opponent like a monster. If a small Pokemon was hit, it would be whipped away instantly. In addition, there is also the unknown mysterious move. Thinking back to the scene of the goat holding a huge sword in its mouth, Yisheng showed a horrified expression on his face. At this moment, he suddenly understood why those Padilla people called a rancher the hidden boss of the Padilla region on the internet. Milky Can, the goat mount. Then what about the other Pokemon in this ranch? Will their strength also reach the champion level? Yisheng turned his head and looked around with a confused face. Here, he saw the mysterious red Pokemon with wildness and bulging muscles. He saw the majestic Babutubo wearing a cloak and floating in the air. He saw the cute Dragonite. He saw the mysterious Pokemon wearing a green coat and looking like a human girl. I saw a deer with a huge tripod on its head, a fish made of flames, a snow leopard with ice blue eyes, and a huge snail. Could it be that all these Pokemon have reached the champion level? At this moment, Yisheng even felt that this place should not be called Naoki Ranch, but Champion Ranch. Manjin City, Johto region. Xiao Qian opened her mouth slightly, and looked at the scene on the live broadcast screen with an incredible face. That trainer is so strong. In Yinhua City, Xiaochun, who was training in the Dragon Cave, frowned and looked at the screen of Rotom's phone with a serious face. Is it the hidden boss of the Padilla region? I didn't expect that person to have captured so many Dragonites. Xiaochun raised his head and looked at the field in front of him. This is the holy land of the Yulong family, where the Dragon Attribute Pokemon in the family live together. Because there are many Dragon Attribute Pokemon living here, the people of the Yulong family also call this place the Dragon Sanctuary. But now, Xiaochun couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Who is the real Dragon Sanctuary? Compared to that ranch, the number of Dragonites in their Yulong family is really pitiful. After a moment of silence, Xiaochun took out the Rotom phone and shared the live broadcast with his cousin Adu. At the same time, Adu, who was far away in the Kanto region on a secret mission, saw the live broadcast and message sent by Xiaochun. Xiaochun, the real Dragon Sanctuary. Do? ? He clicked on the live broadcast with doubts, and at first glance, Du saw a familiar figure in it. Chapter 510. Wu recognized the other person at a glance. Wasn't that the trainer he had sparred with at the dinner party in Unova? What on earth was going on? He thought for a moment, then made a video call to Xiaochun and asked, "What happened?" Xiaochun answered in detail. In short, a champion trainer became a rancher after retiring. Some netizens didn't believe in his ability, and went to the ranch to verify it, but they didn't even beat the dairy goats that produce milk. After a moment of silence, Du said, "That trainer is indeed very strong." Hearing this, Xiaochun on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned. "Huh? You know him?" Du hummed and nodded. "I met him once before, and I accidentally had a sparring match with him at that time." "Who won?" Xiaochun immediately became interested. "Du, I lost." "Oh," Xiaochun said meaningfully. "So it seems that 90% of the rumors circulating on the internet are true." "What rumors?" Du asked, puzzled. "You don't know?" Xiaochun was a little surprised. "I have been on missions for a while, changed my identity, and hardly went online," Du explained truthfully. Hearing this, Xiaochun understood. She was also very interested in the trainer, so she chatted with Du with interest. That person is the most mysterious existence in the Padilla region. It is said that he traveled around the world many years ago, and his strength has already reached the peak. Later, he retired and gave up being a champion trainer. Instead, he brought his Pokemon to the Padilla region and started running a ranch. There are rumors online that even if a trainer successfully passes the gym challenge, collects 8 badges, and passes the Padilla League champion assessment. But becoming a champion trainer does not mean that it is over. Only by going to a ranch and defeating the rancher there head-on can one become the most worthy person in the Padilla region. Hearing this, Du was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that the young man actually had such a story. Give up the status of champion and choose to return to a peaceful life with Pokemon. At this time, Xiaochun on the other side of the screen suddenly seemed to have made up her mind. "It's decided. I will go to the Padilla region and have a Dragon Pokemon exchange party with the owner there," she said. Continuing the special training in the Dragon Sanctuary will no longer be effective for Xiaochun. Because she grew up here, she was very familiar with every plant, flower, tree, and dragon attribute Pokemon living here. After a brief thought, Du also felt that his cousin's plan was a good choice. He is very strong. If you fight him, you may learn something new from the battle, Du said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xiaochun immediately used the Rotom phone to order a flight to the Padilla area. March 17, 2001, Lee calendar. A plane full of passengers took off from the Yanma City Airport and flew to the distant Padilla region. At the same time, in the ranch, Naoki was communicating with Yessie via video. Yessie on the other end of the phone had an elegant smile on his face. "Oh, I watched the live broadcast of the visit a few days ago. Thanks to you, more and more trainers from other places have been attracted to the Padilla region recently. Naoki, I felt it. It has to be said that these netizens are really enthusiastic. Since the live broadcast ended that day, many tourists from other places come to the ranch every day. There are even some anchors who are trying to take advantage of the popularity. They come here not for battles, but just to check in, which makes Naoki miserable. Until he said to an anchor with a serious expression yesterday, 'If you want to come here to check in and shoot videos, then I will refuse to accept the challenge. Only trainers who really want to have Pokemon battles are welcome here. This situation is better.'" "Oh!" After hearing this, Yissie's eyes rolled around, and then she thought of an idea. "I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it?" Naoki was slightly stunned. "What?" Then Yissii said, "Cooperate with the Padilla Alliance to set some restrictions for challenging the ranch. For example, if outsiders want to challenge the ranch, they need to obtain the 8 badges of the Padilla region, or become a champion-level trainer recognized by the Padilla Alliance to be qualified to challenge. In this way, the Padilla Alliance can help you share a lot of trainers who come to challenge." Naoki, He immediately saw Yissie's plan. Yissii is secretly planning those talents who come to the Padilla area. First, select excellent talents by challenging the gym, and finally retain foreign talents through the generous treatment of the Padilla Alliance. If there are more people coming to challenge, there will always be a few talents willing to stay in the Padilla area, so as to realize Yissie's talent acquisition plan. I have to say, this is indeed a good plan, especially for the ranch. This way it can help him screen out some trainers. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately agreed. But after thinking for 2 seconds, he added, "The local trainers in Padilla do not need this rule. As before, I will still receive them according to their strength and personality. Before the bear apprentice grows up, it is still necessary to get some wool from those trainers. Practical training, experience in fighting Pokemon of different attributes, etc." Hearing this, Yissii couldn't help but praise Naoki. "Why didn't I think of this good idea? Oh, if this is the case, maybe it will attract some trainers to move to the Padilla area. It's a good idea. Let's decide. Naoki, Okay, this is very easy. After hanging up the phone, Yisei started to arrange this plan. Naoki didn't know what she did specifically, but soon, he found that the challenger who came to visit his ranch had returned to his previous state. Naoki was very happy about this. However, at the same time, Jinhui Town, Nyangwang City, Shuangmishan Gym, Bopping City, it can be said that every gym in the Padilla area has welcomed a large number of challengers. Looking at the trainers guarding in front of his gym, Aoki felt that his eyes were dark. What is the chief planning again? Aoki looked up at the sky tiredly, and the hair on his forehead fluttered stubbornly. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Receiving challengers is the job of people like him in society. Can't escape or avoid. Aoki sighed, then picked up his briefcase and walked through the crowd to the gym. At the same time, Xiaochun, who came from the Jiao region, landed on the airport runway in Nyangwang City. She looked at the official notice issued by the Padilla Alliance and murmured, "If you want to challenge the strongest mysterious trainer in the Padilla region, you need to meet the following conditions. You can get the challenge qualification if you meet any one of them. 1. Have 8 gym badges in the Padilla region and have participated in the King Challenge. 2. Defeat the 4 kings of Padilla, fight against any champion-level trainer, and become a champion-level trainer." Huh? Seeing this, Xiaochun was a little surprised. But her eyes soon showed interest. Challenge the gym? As a dragon user like Du, Xiaochun thinks she is the best dragon master in the world. In the Jiao region, even the 4 heavenly kings are not her opponents. The only battle she lost was against the current champion Du. Interesting. Fighting against such a powerful champion trainer is a rare opportunity for any trainer. Xiaochun thought back to her training from childhood to adulthood, and felt that it was too easy to get the chance to fight that person just like this. Challenge the gym to collect badges? Xiaochun sighed softly. This thing is really nostalgic. She once did this with her Pokemon and won the Silver Conference and defeated the 4 heavenly kings, but unfortunately fell to the final champion. After doing it again, Xiaochun suddenly wanted to know to what extent her strength had been broken through by her training all along. In that case, let's start the challenge from the nearest Nyangwang gym. Chishu has suddenly become very busy recently. Every time Naoki chats with her via video, he can see that Chishu's face is full of fatigue, as if he has seen a second Aoki. At first, Naoki didn't understand what was going on. Seeing Naoki, who was confused on the other side, Chishu said in a resentful tone, "I don't know who reported this method of introducing talents to the chief." Naoki suddenly felt guilty. Seeing his expression, Chishu snorted, then laid down on the sofa, weakly raising a few fingers. Huh? Today, I and the electric belly frog received more than a dozen challengers. Now we have no strength to move. Naoki, go drink a bottle of goat milk, then have a good sleep, and you will recover tomorrow. As he said that, the electric belly frog ran over with a cup of goat milk in his short hands. Chishu reached out to take it, and after drinking a cup of goat milk, she immediately felt that all the fatigue in her body disappeared in an instant, and her whole body was full of energy. Oh right. Chishu suddenly remembered something. The chief didn't buy this goat milk from you, did she? She did, but I refused. Chishu answered truthfully, "There's no way. If I sell a lot to the Padilla Alliance, I always feel that the chief will force the Alliance staff to work overtime with 13 cups of goat milk every day." Chishu, The two looked at each other, and then laughed. Yisei, who was working in the Padilla Alliance, couldn't help but sneeze. Strange, I'm not sick either? Yisei was puzzled. By the way, I might go to the Alola region in a few days. Naoki said to Chishu, "If you don't see me when you come to the ranch, I might have gone there, but I won't be gone for too long, I should be back soon." Alola? Chishu said in surprise. "What are you doing there?" "To do something. I bought a ranch on Akala Island over there. When winter comes, we can take Golden and the others there for a vacation. It is said that the Alola region is like spring all year round, which is a very suitable place for leisure and vacation," Naoki said. After Naoki said this, Chishu was also a little moved. "I have never been to the Alola region. So, we can go there together when the time comes. Beautiful beach, blue sea, tall coconut trees, and the characteristic Pokemon of the Alola region." Naoki made up his mind to go there with Gillerton tomorrow morning to check it out, and then come back in the evening. As for living there, Naoki is not considering it for the time being, because there are still many things in the ranch that he needs to take care of personally, and he can't leave for a few weeks. Meanwhile, in the Kanto region, two islands with identical appearances are located on the blue sea, looking like twins. Because of this, the people here call these two islands Twin Islands. In the sky, a Pokemon with yellow lightning feathers and sharp eyes is staring at the island below. That is the lightning bird that separated from the hero expedition team and went out alone. And this twin island is its destination this time. After a long journey, Zappos finally arrived here. It felt that Articuno's breath was on this island. As long as he found Articuno, Naoki could use its feathers to make magical buns to enhance his strength, not only Articuno, but also Moltres. However, Moltres was located in a farther place, and Zappos was ready to wait until he found Articuno before going there to look for Moltres. Thinking of this, Zappos leaned over and rushed to the Twin Islands. It followed the direction of the Articuno's breath and flew forward for a distance. After flying for a while, a frozen cave appeared in front of it. The lightning bird flew into the cave. The interior of the cave was very large, and seemed to extend all the way to the bottom of the island. The breath of the Articuno came from that direction. As the distance deepened, the surrounding space became darker and darker. But all this was nothing to the lightning bird. Its eyes were very special. Even in the middle of the night, it could see the surrounding things clearly. Gradually, it got closer and closer to Articuno. After passing through an ice cave, an ice spring emitting milky cold air suddenly appeared in front of it, and above the ice spring, a large bird Pokemon with beautiful blue feathers was looking at it with its elegant and calm eyes. It has a crown composed of 3 dark blue prismatic feathers on its head. Compared with Zapdos, Articuno's beak is very short and gray in color. The blue transparent feathers made of ice are extremely beautiful. But what is more attractive is the slender, colorful flag-like tail behind Articuno. At this moment, seeing Zapdos suddenly breaking into its territory, Articuno flapped its wings, fluttered its long tail and posed in a flying posture, and calmly examined the Zapdos in front of it. Chapter 511. At the bottom of the ice cave on the Twin Islands, the ice-blue lake surface constantly emits waves of milky white cold air. 2 bird Pokemon floated at the 2 ends of the lake, their eyes meeting in midair. Chirp! Zapdos stared at Articuno in front of it with sharp eyes, and made a sharp cry. Seeing the malicious eyes of Zapdos, Articuno's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. It calmly asked back, "Bushi? What are you doing here?" Zapdos, chirp! Leave here with me. I take you to a good place where you be reborn. Hearing this, Articuno was slightly stunned. It didn't quite understand what Zapdos meant. Leave here? Get a new life? Articuno narrowed his eyes, always feeling that Zapdos was weird. It looked up and down at this bird Pokemon it hadn't seen for a long time, and then asked in confusion, "Bushi? What's wrong with you?" Zapdos explained in detail, "Chew. It's okay. I just have some treasures to share with you and Moltres. Come with me, and you will gain more powerful power there." Articuno felt that the Zapdos in front of him was very strange, although it was somewhat interested in what Zapdos said. But Articuno, who has existed in this world for hundreds of years, is very smart. It was not immediately seduced by Zapdos' words, but pretended to be uninterested. "Boo-hoo! I'm not interested in what you said, so please leave here." Zapdos thought that Articuno would agree to it, but when it saw that Articuno refused, it frowned slightly. But soon, Zapdos figured out one thing. To make steamed buns, Pokemon didn't need to be present, just their feathers would be enough. Realizing this, Zapdos immediately decided to take the simplest and most brutal method. It raised its head to the sky and let out a sharp cry. Crackling electricity rushed out of its body, and the yellow electric light instantly illuminated the cold cave. The huge electric energy gathered at one point, turning into a beam of light that suddenly hit the opposite Articuno. 100,000 volts. Boo-hi-hi. Articuno looked extremely serious, and quickly used its wings to protect itself in front of it to resist. The dense electric light flooded Articuno in the blink of an eye. Articuno, who was in a defensive state, noticed the powerful electric current with his sharp eyes, and was shocked. That power. No, that's not right. When did the Zapdos become so powerful? Could it be that the Zapdos didn't lie to it just now? What he said was true. While Articuno was stunned, the Zapdos on the opposite side suddenly stopped, flapped its wings, and flew towards Articuno. A white light emerged from the beak of Zapdos, and in a flash, Zapdos pecked at Articuno. Boo-hoo! This sudden attack caught Articuno off guard, and it couldn't help but let out a scream. Then, it saw its beautiful blue feathers being pecked off by Zapdos, and slowly fell to the ground. Boo-hoo! Articuno was angry. As it was angry, the entire ice cave began to tremble violently. Cracks spread rapidly along the ice covering the cave wall, and a bone-chilling chill surged from Articuno's body, like an avalanche, hitting Zapdos. Realizing the danger, Zapdos immediately flew back without hesitation, and Articuno chased closely behind. The two bird Pokémon started an extremely fierce chase in this narrow cave. But in the end, Zapdos was better because it was much faster than Articuno. In addition, the passages in this ice cave were interconnected, and some places were connected end to end. Zapdos quickly thought of taking advantage of the terrain and accelerated to go behind Articuno. With a full-strength attack of 100,000 volts, the dazzling electric light instantly engulfed Articuno in front. The sudden attack made Articuno lose balance instantly, and it stopped awkwardly after breaking several ice pillars in succession. The Zapdos slowly landed in front of Articuno, and then picked up the ice-blue feathers on the ground with its mouth. Those are the feathers it just shed? Looking at this scene, Articuno was slightly stunned, and it watched the actions of the Zapdos in disbelief. However, after the Zapdos collected all the feathers of Articuno, it used its mouth to pick up a bottle of live goat milk that Naoki helped it to fill from its bag, and placed it next to Articuno. Chirp! Articuno was slightly stunned. Its eyes glanced at the satchel on Zapdos again. Articuno recognized it as a human creation at a glance. Buchi! You were captured by humans! Could it be that what Zapdos just said meant that they could become stronger through human power? This thought came to Articuno's mind. Zapdos glanced at it, and Naoki's smiling face appeared in his mind, shaking his head and saying, Chirp! He didn't capture me, he is a very good person, and I am willing to stay by his side. It's a pity that Naoki has many powerful Pokémon, and it can't help much. However, since we don't need to fight normally, and we all live together on the ranch, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Articuno was stunned again. Is Zapdos trying to pay for it? At this moment, Articuno suddenly wanted to know what kind of human being could make the arrogant Zapdos willing to become his Pokémon from the bottom of his heart. However, Zapdos didn't say much, because the purpose of its trip had been achieved. Since Articuno didn't want to go, there was no need for it to stay here. Thinking of this, Zapdos turned around and prepared to leave here to find Moltres. However, just when it was about to flap its wings, Articuno behind it suddenly called it. Zapdos heard it ask, So what is the price? Humans can't help them for no reason, right? Articuno looked at the Zapdos in front of him, waiting for its answer. Zapdos shook its head, opened its mouth, and spit out a few words. Chirp! Your feathers. Articuno, ? It was a brand new day at Naoki Ranch. This afternoon, the ranch rarely encountered wild trainers who came to challenge. Naoki had nothing to do, so he simply sorted out the miscellaneous items that had accumulated before at home. Not only Naoki, but also Golden and the others were idle. Small Pokémon like Eevee and Lucky stayed at home and played around, playing hide-and-seek games. They were running around on the stairwell and the floor, holding feather dusters in their hands. The elder brother Ai Guancher, who was doing housework, looked at these noisy Pokémon helplessly. Pokémon like Motor Lizard and Urako all ran to the grass in the pasture to bask in the sun leisurely. Only Golden was an exception, and would occasionally go to harass Naoki. The sunlight outside the window was just right, shining into the room through the window, and covering the entire desk. Naoki sat on the desk, and picked up a large box. Then he took out postcards and photos with bear and cat paw prints, as well as a small box containing various stones and glass marbles. These were sent back by Mew and Bear who were traveling. After the Chinese New Year, the two Pokémon went to the Sinnoh region. In just a few months, they went to many places and met many Pokémon. As before, Bear and Mew asked their wild Pokémon friends to help send the photos and treasures they picked up back to the ranch. Naoki was either looking for the ancient tripod deer and the ancient jade fish, or was busy receiving visiting challengers, so he didn't have much time to check. Now Gu Dinglu and the others have been captured, and the challengers have been taken away by UCI. Naoki had nothing to do, so he was just going to take this opportunity to check the things that Bear Baby and Dream had sent back from the wild flying Pokémon. There were many photos, all taken with Pokémon, and most of those Pokémon were Pokémon from the Sinnoh region. With the company and encouragement of the Great Hero Expedition team, the water-fearing Pogamon successfully overcame his fear and went back into the water, helping the lost swimming ring weasel find its family, and helping the two loving sea rabbits solve the troubles of long-distance relationships, allowing them to reunite across the entire Sinnoh continent. In addition, Naoki also saw an old turding that was so tired that it couldn't straighten its back because there were too many wild Pokémon living on its back. It was a turding that was much larger than the ordinary turding. It had a huge body shaped like a beautiful garden, and its huge back shell was covered with lush green grass and trees. Turtle is a very interesting Pokemon. They evolved from the grass-attributed starter Squirtle in the Sinnoh region. After evolving to the final stage, Turtle will become lazy and often stay in one place without moving. At this time, it will attract some small Pokemon to gather in the forest on its back and build nests. Some Pokemon are even born on the back of the turtle and spend their entire lives on its back. Naoki had read a history book compiled by humans in the Pokemon world before. The book recorded that in the distant past, some ancient scholars had imagined that there was a giant turtle under the earth, and all humans lived on the back of the turtle. The huge turtle was overwhelmed by the number of Pokemon living on its back, and had to seek help from the passing Heroes expedition team. Mew and Bear Baby used Naoki's experience of building homes for the Pokemon in the ranch as a prototype, and finally used wood, branches, and soil to build homes around the turtle to help those small Pokemon. The turtle finally straightened up, and was able to walk normally. Later, the turtle became the Pokemon village's guardian deity, and lived there with those Pokemon. TSK, I wonder what those Pokemon scholars would look like if they found this village with only Pokemon. Naoki couldn't help laughing. They would be shocked at that time, thinking that Pokemon could also develop civilization and eventually become an unsolved mystery in the world. Golden, who quietly walked in to scare Naoki, saw Naoki laughing there, and couldn't help but run up curiously. "Ah gah! Look at this turtle." Naoki took the photo, and told Golden the story inside. As for how he knew it, it was all thanks to the Rotom phone in Mew and Baby Bear's hand that helped translate. However, Golden was not very interested in all this. "Agas." Its eyes turned to the small box next to it. "Agas? This?" Naoki picked up the box. These are all treasures sent back by Baby Bear during this period. Its characteristic is picking up. The most favorite thing for Pokemon with this characteristic is to pick up treasures on the road and bring them home for collection. As he spoke, Naoki opened the box. There were pearls, star sand in a transparent glass bottle, scales shed by wild Melodica, teeth dropped by dragon Pokemon in battle, etc. Naoki took out these props one by one, and Golden watched curiously. "This seems to be called Dragon's Fang?" Naoki took out the Dragon's Fang and gestured to Golden twice. If he remembered correctly, this prop could increase the power of dragon attribute moves used by Pokemon. Guillerton didn't have any props on him at the moment, and Naoki suddenly became interested. "Guillerton, do you want to try wearing it?" But Guillerton looked disgusted. "It doesn't want the teeth that other dragon attribute Pokemon have lost, Naoki, Okay, it turns out that Guillerton is a dragon with mysophobia. Okay, then don't wear it if you don't want to." Naoki put the dragon's tooth away. Anyway, there was no need to fight in the ranch, so Guillerton didn't need it at all. At this moment, Naoki suddenly found a round stone, like a bead at the bottom of the box. "Huh?" Looking at the egg-like stone, Naoki thought it was a Pokemon egg at first, but when he looked carefully, he found that it was just a stone. Unable to recognize it with the naked eye, Naoki asked the Rotom phone to scan it for him and search on the internet. Soon, the Rotom phone gave the answer. Round stone, a magical stone that can make a specific Pokemon evolve. It is as round as a bead. It is the favorite gift of Pokemon like Lucky Egg. When Lucky Egg carries it, it has a chance to evolve into a Lucky Egg. What is this? Naoki was immediately attracted by it. Baby Bear is so awesome, knowing what he needs and sending it back. Is this also part of Super Luck? Long live Baby Bear. Naoki happily kissed Guillerton on the forehead, then stood up and walked out the door. He found Little Lucky Egg playing hide-and-seek with Eevee on the second floor. Seeing Naoki, Little Lucky Egg quietly made a gesture to keep quiet, indicating that he was playing hide-and-seek with Eevee and the others, and couldn't go out yet. Until Naoki took out the round stone. Little Fakuden was shocked. Sure enough, just as Naoki expected, the moment he saw the round stone, Little Fakuden's eyes lit up. "Buku!" It didn't even play hide-and-seek. It came out from under the bed, ran to Naoki, and looked at the round stone that looked like an egg with great excitement. "Buku! What a beautiful stone! It's big, round, and white. It's exactly the treasure it dreams of. Do you like it?" Naoki asked with a smile. "Buku!" Little Fakuden nodded repeatedly, then jumped up and happily hugged Naoki with his short hands. Chapter 512. "If you like it, put it in here." Naoki helped Little Lucky Egg put the round stone into the bag in front of it. "As long as you keep wearing it, maybe it won't be long before you can evolve into a Lucky Egg, and then you can lay big, white, round eggs yourself." Buku. Hearing what Naoki said, Little Lucky Egg couldn't help but imagine that beautiful picture. White eggs were laid out from its pocket, filling the whole house, and then give one to Naoki, one to each of the EV, one to Era, one to Frost, one to Gultun, one to Motorbike. Buku. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. At this time, the partner EV, who was responsible for catching ghosts outside, counted and started looking for everyone hiding in each room. When it walked into this room, it saw the little lucky egg standing in front of Naoki at a glance. The partner EV rushed over immediately. Bye! The little lucky egg realized that it was still playing hide and seek, and immediately shook its head vigorously, telling its partner EV that this time it didn't count, because Naoki had something to find it, so it didn't hide well. Hearing this, partner EV looked at little lucky egg, and then looked at Naoki beside him. Bye? Facing little lucky egg's pleading eyes, Naoki smiled and nodded. Yes, I have something to ask little lucky egg. Bye. Partner EV thought about it seriously, then nodded. Bye. In that case, let it count again. Little lucky egg breathed a sigh of relief, and when partner EV went out, it immediately began to look for a hiding place. Naoki did not disturb the little guys playing hide and seek. He quietly returned to the room, and sat at the desk to use the Rotom phone to look up information about Pokemon such as Chandler, with the input of the 3 words. Chicken egg. Soon, a message popped up on the web page. Chicken egg, the egg Pokemon, the evolution of Lucky Egg, is said to bring luck to those who capture it. They can lay several eggs a day, which are very popular with many Pokemon. Even people with no appetite will eat the delicious eggs in one bite. In the past, people hunted for the nutritious eggs of the jellyfish everywhere. After this period of indiscriminate hunting for the eggs in its belly, the number of jellyfish has become very scarce. Naoki continued to flip down. The nature of the jellyfish is kind and gentle. Even wild jellyfish will share the nutritious eggs with the injured Pokemon when they see them. The eggs are nutritious and delicious, and have the effect of not seeking medical treatment. Another name for the egg, in the human chef world, the eggs of the Jigglypuff are also used as high-end ingredients. And the way that the little lucky egg evolves into the Jigglypuff is also very special. It needs to carry the round stone at all times, and then absorb the energy in the stone by growing, so as to evolve into the Jigglypuff. Growth. In the terms of the game, it means upgrading. After a little thought, Naoki decided to give it some simple special training based on the situation of the little lucky egg. In the evening, Naoki took back the bear apprentice, who had been practicing on the world tree for a day. The bear apprentice returned to the ranch and sat on the sofa with a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was thinking about today's harvest. What are you thinking about? Naoki couldn't help but ask. Oh. The bear apprentice touched his head, and then told Naoki about his recent troubles. It was thinking, is this kind of life a bit too lazy? If you can use the time for eating, sleeping and walking to practice on the world tree, can you achieve better results? And its 2 masters are also inviting it to stay on the world tree, so that they can guide it all the time and help it become a more powerful Pokemon. Naoki, are Groudon and Kyogre inviting their bear apprentice to stay on the world tree to practice? Hearing this, Naoki's first reaction was that the 2 Pokemon felt lonely. After all, they have been alone for so many years, and it is not easy to meet a younger generation who is compatible with them, but they are too embarrassed to say it directly, so they can only use words such as guidance and special training to express their inner thoughts in a roundabout way. Naoki thought for a moment, and then asked, what do you think? The bear apprentice hesitated. Well, seeing this scene, Naoki understood in his heart. Okay, then let's go! He nodded. Well, just like Xiaoji's Charizard stayed in Charizard Valley to practice, Naoki thought that if the bear apprentice wanted, it could also stay in the world tree to practice. Anyway, the world tree is next to the ranch, and they can meet at any time. It's a good opportunity for the bear apprentice to improve his relationship with Groudon and Kyogre and learn more experience from them. So the next morning, Naoki sent his apprentice bear to the world tree like sending a child to a boarding school, leaving him in the care of teachers Groudon and Kyogre. It just so happened that he had to go to the Alola region for the next period of time, and had no way to take care of the situation here. As a thank you, Naoki gave Groudon and Kyogre some food as gifts. Then you should stay here and practice well for the next period of time. Before leaving, Naoki touched the head of his apprentice bear. The bear apprentice nodded his head with a determined look. Yeah. It will definitely train well. It will definitely not disappoint Naoki's expectations. Naoki smiled slightly, then turned and left the world tree. Perhaps the next time they meet, the bear apprentice will have evolved into a martial arts bear master. Then he will do what he should do. On March 20th, 201 of the league calendar, the Pokeball transmitter that Naoki ordered from Yisei was delivered to the ranch by a special person. After installing and debugging, Naoki took another teleporter through Giratina's reverse world to the Alola region and installed it in the ranch he had purchased on Akala Island. After debugging the machine, Naoki turned on the Pokeball teleporter. After a conversation with the Ibutai brothers and sisters on the other side of Rotom's mobile phone screen, Pokeballs were teleported over in a short while. With flashes of white light, the figures of Pokemon such as Mount Goat, Butterfree, Saltstone, Frostmilk, Eevee and others appeared in the room one after another. A group of Pokemon looked around with curiosity. But because no one had lived in the room for a long time, a rotten and musty smell had appeared. This is where we will spend the winter in the future. Naoki smiled and said, although it doesn't look as good as our home, the winter climate here is very warm. At this point, Naoki turned his eyes to the Motor Lizard. If you come here, Motor Lizard, you don't have to worry about being cold anymore. Even in winter, you can play outside without worry, because it's different from our home, it doesn't snow here. Gaw! Motor Lizard seemed very happy. Naoki smiled and continued, however, I came here today just to debug the Pokeball transporter. I haven't planned to officially move here yet. Gul'dan and I will go back to the ranch in the evening, so everyone can go back first. However, a group of Pokemon did not plan to go back so soon. After listening to what Naoki said, several Eevee immediately volunteered to help Naoki clean up. That's fine. However, Naoki thought it would be better to hire someone to come here every once in a while to help clean and maintain the house. When winter comes, they can move in directly here. But today is only his second time here, and he is not very familiar with this place. After thinking for a while, Naoki decided to clean the house first. Although the previous owner of this ranch moved to the Kalas area, the tools he used on a daily basis were still left at the ranch. Vaporeon used a water gun to help wash the floor, Naoki followed behind with a mop, Sylveon used a ribbon to hold a rag to wipe the water on the floor, and Flareon lay on the floor, trying to dry the water with its burning body temperature. Looking at a large group of Pokemon helping with housework, Naoki nodded with great satisfaction. Then you continue to mop the floor here, I go downstairs to rinse the mop, he said. Bui! Mama. Bony. A group of Pokemon readily agreed. Seeing this, Naoki took Gul'dan downstairs, came to the pasture, and threw the mop into the sink. The goats were leisurely strolling on the pasture, enjoying the tropical grass. The 5 salt rock giants squatted next to a few big rocks, and seemed a little confused about this place. Before coming here, Naoki made a special effort to understand. There are no Pokemon like salt rock giants living in the Alola region, and coupled with the cross-regional trade costs, the rock salt produced by salt rock giants is sold at a very high price here. The same is true for the goat milk of the Mount Goat, but if it is replaced with the tropical dragon's big banana and the mooing milk of the big milk tank, it will be much cheaper than in the Padia area. So Naoki brought the Mount Goat and the Saltstone giant here to see the specific price of live goat milk and rock salt here. While thinking, Naoki turned on the faucet and washed the mop. However, at this moment, a thick smoke suddenly floated out of the window on the second floor, accompanied by a burning smell. Naoki was slightly stunned. Is it on fire? He quickly threw away the mop and took Gul'dan upstairs, only to see a group of EVs surrounding the end of the corridor. At this moment, the fire had been put out by Vaporeon with a water gun, and Flareon sat on the floor with his head down, looking guilty. He knew what was going on without asking. It must be that Flareon accidentally set the curtains at the end of the corridor on fire when drying the floor. That kind of curtain is made of wool, and once it is ignited, it will soon burst into flames. Bye. Flame looked at Naoki, looking guilty. Forget it. Naoki said helplessly. It's good that no one is hurt. It's just a curtain. Don't worry too much. He believed that Flareon didn't mean it. After all, the Pokemon he raised were all very good-natured. Bye. Although Naoki didn't blame it, Flareon still didn't dare to use fire to dry the moisture on the floor. It followed Naoki downstairs carefully, and ran to the ranch alone. At noon, Naoki used the ingredients here to make a simple lunch for the Pokemon. Like sandwiches, tropical coconut rice, etc. Although it was a bit simple, Naoki enjoyed it very much. This environment reminded Naoki of when he first came to the ranch. He glanced at Motor Lizard and Gul'dan sitting on his left and right, and then enthusiastically told everyone what happened when he just ran the ranch. At that time, you hadn't come to the ranch yet, and there were only 3 of us at home, Motor Lizard, Gul'dan, and I. At that time, we still lived in that shabby cabin. The things inside were very simple, with only a bed, a desk, and a cupboard. I had just arrived at the ranch at that time, and there was really nothing at home. Later, Gul'dan helped us catch a lot of fish and sold them for a lot of money. I used the money to buy seeds, and planted them in the farmland with the motor lizards. Gaw. The motor lizard also nodded repeatedly, indicating that these were all true, but at that time it did not feel bitter, but rather found it very interesting. After Motor Lizard said this, the eruptions and EVs who joined the ranch later all showed their admiration. What a pity they didn't experience that time with Naoki. Naoki smiled slightly, thinking about the past while eating coconut rice. Later, it was the goat of the Mount Lamb that came to the ranch, the Saltstone Jing came to the ranch, the Dragonite also came to the ranch, and Babu Tubo also broke into our home one night, as well as Frost Milk, Oliva, and Glacian. From then on, we lived together. Naoki's face was filled with a happy smile. Ah gah. Golden stared at the scene, then laughed, ah gah. The EVs in front of him felt very sorry. If only they had met Naoki earlier. Understanding what they meant, Naoki smiled and shook his head. Don't say that, it's not too late now. And just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by the sound. Naoki stood up and went to open the door with some surprise. Who could it be at this time? As the door opened, a boy wearing red shorts, with reddish-brown hair, a necklace around his neck, and a naked upper body, revealing a dark body of muscles, stood in front of the door. Seeing the person, Naoki was slightly stunned. Is this Kaki? Kaki, one of Xiaoji's companions when traveling in the Alola region in the anime. His family also runs a ranch like him. Naoki was a little surprised at first, but then he thought about it. Kaki's ranch was also on this Akala island, so there was nothing surprising about seeing Kaki. Maybe the other party was attracted by the white smoke coming out of the chimney, when he was cooking just now. As expected, Kachi's next words verified Naoki's guess. Alola. Sir, are you the new owner of this ranch? Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Kachi from the ranch next door. Just now, I was delivering moo milk to the guests. When I passed by here, I saw smoke coming out of your chimney, so I came to say hello to you. Chapter 513. Hello, Kachi. I'm Naoki. I just bought this ranch not long ago. I'm glad to meet you, Naoki said with a smile. Yeah. Kachi nodded happily. From now on, we are neighbors. The environment on Akala Island is very good, very suitable for running a ranch. If you want to buy anything, just go to Ohana Town and buy it. This Kachi seems to be a little different from the Kachi he remembered. Naoki carefully looked at the dark-skinned boy in front of him. Judging from his age, he seems to be less than 10 years old, so he is not as mature as in the anime. Maybe it is because of this reason? Thinking, Naoki smiled and nodded. Okay, I remember, if there is a need, I will go to Ohana Town. Yeah. At this time, Kachi suddenly noticed the Pokemon in the ranch. A strong body, firm eyes, and a thick brown fur mount goat. In addition, there is a group of strange Pokemon made of rocks and big in size. His eyes were instantly attracted by them. Wow, are those not Pokemon from the Alola region? Yes. Naoki introduced to Kachi. Those are Mount Goats. There should be some in the Alola region, but it seems that not many people raise them. The Pokemon next to them are Salt Rock Giants, which are Pokemon from the Padia region. Salt Rock Giants. Kachi suddenly realized something at this time. Mr. Naoki, are you from the Padia region? That's right. The Padia region seems to be very lively. When mentioning the Padia region, Kachi's eyes showed a gleam of longing. Huh? You've heard of the Padia region too? Naoki was a little surprised. Kachi nodded. The Padia region has been very popular on the internet recently. The ancient Padia Academy, various rare Pokemon, the mysterious Thai crystallization, and many interesting urban rumors. Thinking of this, Kachi took out the Rotom phone and showed Naoki the Padia travel guide he compiled. It would be nice if I could go there. Kachi couldn't help but say. Naoki took a look and immediately understood everything. From this point of view, Yesie's talent recruitment plan was not in vain. Even Kachi was attracted. If he introduces events like the Gorgeous Contest in the future, maybe even heroines like Seogwang and Serena can be attracted. I can give Yesie a suggestion later, Naoki thought. He searched the internet with his Rotom phone and found that the Padia region is now the most popular travel area in the world. The second is the Galar region, where the Dynamax battle culture is prevalent. After that, it is the Alola region with its geographical advantage. As for other regions, such as the Kanto region and the Johto region, they are ranked last. This is because these places still retain the traditional atmosphere of the last era, and have an ancient beauty. For example, the Johto region is the birthplace of many traditional cultures. The Buddhist and Shinto cultures around the cities of Yuzu and Kikyo are very prosperous, the culture of worshipping Slowpoke in Inoki Town, and the ancient ninjutsu in Kaji Town. But for some tourists and trainers who like ancient styles, it is a very good place to go. After visiting the Saltstone Giant, Kachi planned to leave. Before leaving, he asked, "By the way, Mr. Naoki, are you going to stay here forever? I see there is no big milk tank in your ranch. If you need to order milk, you can tell me." Kachi's family runs a ranch, and he often helps his parents go out to deliver milk to guests. "No, I will be here during the day for the next period of time, and I may leave later," Naoki said. "Then, I may wait until winter to live here." Eh? Kachi was confused. "But aren't you planning to open a ranch here?" "Because I also have a ranch in the Padia region," Naoki explained. "The winter there is colder, so I want to buy a ranch in the Alola region, and then I can bring my Pokemon here for vacation." Kachi suddenly realized, "I see. By the way, Kachi, do you know where there is a housekeeper nearby? I will not be here for a long time, and I want to hire someone to help clean the house regularly," Naoki asked casually. "Butler?" Hearing this, Kachi was stunned, but soon, his eyes lit up. "I can do it." "Huh?" Naoki was slightly stunned. Kachi explained, "I have been looking for a part-time job to save money to go to the Padilla area for training. I often do housework at home, and am very familiar with this kind of work, so don't worry that I won't do it well." Naoki, He lowered his head, and glanced at Kachi's six-pack abs. Those should be the results of Kachi's hard work. It's really too exaggerated. But the question is, Kachi is not yet 10 years old, can the Pokemon world employ child labor? When Naoki asked this question, Kachi shook his head and said, "Alliance? The Alola region has not yet established the Pokemon League, so the laws of the League are not applicable here." Naoki, Don't worry, Mr. Naoki. The Alola region allows children like us to work part-time in restaurants and other stores, because adults think that children who exercise like this will become stronger," Kachi promised. Naoki did not listen to Kachi's opinion. He searched carefully on the internet, and found that the Alola region does allow shops to employ child labor. That's fine. Naoki thought about it, and felt that Kachi was not bad. At least he knew him, and Kachi's personality was also very good, but I want to try him out for a while first. If you can meet my requirements, I can hire you. No problem. Kachi agreed on the spot. Then go back quickly. I be here tomorrow, and I arrange your work then. Naoki looked at the empty bag on Kachi and said, "Okay." Kachi was very happy to find a new part-time job. He took out the Pokeball and released a Charizard, then rode on it. However, just as Kachi was about to leave, Naoki stopped him again. "One more thing." Kachi turned around. Thinking of taking this opportunity to ask about the matter, Naoki asked, "By the way, Kachi, do you know how to get Z bracelets and Z crystals? I'm very interested in the Z moves in the Alola region, so I want to learn about them." "Huh?" Kachi was a little surprised. "Is this a secret of the Alola region?" Naoki asked deliberately. Kachi immediately shook his head. "No, trainers in other regions can also get Z bracelets and Z crystals. Generally speaking, the Island King and Guardian of each island will give these two items to the trainers they recognize. In addition, outsiders can also participate in the large-scale event unique to the Alola region, the Island Tour. When participating in the tour, they also have the opportunity to obtain Z bracelets and Z pure crystals from the dominant Pokemon of the trial site." Hearing this, Naoki nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know the Island King, and he hadn't met the Guardian Kapu family yet. In this case, he could only focus on the Island Tour. "Can someone like me participate in the Island Tour?" Naoki asked. "Of course I can." Kachi looked a little embarrassed, but if outsiders want to participate in the Island Tour, they need to obtain the Island Tour certificate before they are eligible to participate. Generally speaking, the Island King will issue a certificate to everyone, but that is only for Alola people. It is very difficult for outsiders to obtain a certificate. Hearing this, Naoki's heart sank. "Is it very difficult?" Kachi nodded seriously. "Well, outsiders need to go to the Royal Dome to sign up for the competition. Only the champion can get the Island Tour certificate. But Mr. Naoki is a rancher. It seems that he is not good at Pokemon. He is not at the same level as those professional trainers in the Royal Dome who have experienced many battles. Especially the Royal Masked Man and Avengers in the Royal Dome are all famous. They have defeated countless challengers who came to challenge the Royal Dome." Naoki, who was still feeling nervous the second before, didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing this. He thought it would be very difficult. It seems that Kachi thought he was just an ordinary rancher? "I see. Thank you very much, Kachi." Naoki thanked him. At this time, Kachi's Rotom phone rang. Kachi answered it, and a girl who looked very similar to Kachi appeared on the other side of the screen. Brother, you haven't come back yet? Another new customer called to order Moo Moo fresh milk. The girl urged. I know, I go back right away, you wait for me at home, Shinger. His affection was beyond words. Kachi rode on Charizard again, turned around and said goodbye to Naoki, and then left the ranch quickly. In midair, Kachi happily shared what he had just encountered with his sister. Shinger, it was the gentleman who bought the ranch just now, but he said he would not live here for a long time, and would only come here to live for a period of time every winter. To get the Z bracelet, you have to participate in the island tour. To participate in the island tour, you have to get the island tour certificate, and to get the island tour certificate, you have to win the Royal Dome. Tisk, it's really a roundabout way. Naoki returned to the room, and Golden and Eevee had all finished their lunch. A group of Pokemon ran to the ranch to get familiar with the environment here, while Naoki went to wash the dishes here. After everything was cleaned up, he sat on the sofa, and used the Rotom phone to check the news of Royal Dome. Royal Dome. Located on the Royal Avenue on Akala Island, it is the battle site for the Royal Battle. In the Royal Battle, for trainers each form a camp and fight in a one-on-one manner. It is said that the 4 guardians of the Alola region once used this form of battle to determine the strongest guardian among them. 4-person melee. Naoki muttered. In the melee, the winner is the king. This battle rule is really quite traditional in the Alola region. In the Royal Battle, each trainer can only use 1 Pokemon to fight, and the battle ends when 3 of them lose their ability to fight. Naoki began to search for information related to registering for the competition. During the process, he also saw the star player Royal Masked Man in the Royal Dome. It was a snapshot. Wearing a mask, naked upper body, revealing strong muscles, Royal Masked Man was sitting on a rest chair and talking to his blazing roaring tiger. Naoki, I have to say, seeing Professor Kukui like this is really a bit strange. With the advent of the internet age, the Royal Dome has also created its own official website, which allows trainers to register as players directly on it. Not much information is required for registration. Just provide your real name, gender, age, and player code when participating in the competition. This is very simple. Naoki quickly entered his information, but when he entered the player code, he stopped. What should the code name be this time? Motor Mask, Dragon Messenger, or Wing King? But these are too representative. However, the Alola region is relatively closed and backward. Even if it is named Wing King, no one will think of Gillerton, right? After all, Dr. Olin has not announced Gillerton yet. In this case, it is decided to be this one, Wing King, Royal Wing King. Next, it is time to decide the Pokemon to participate. Gillerton, Dragonite, Babbitt, Mount Goat, York. But each of them seems to be a little special. If the audience takes a photo and uploads it to the internet, it seems that his true identity will be recognized immediately. In order not to reveal his identity, Naoki does not plan to use the more common Pokemon in his hand. But if so, it seems that he will have few combat forces. Then, how about using the group of Pokemon on the World Tree? In addition to the legendary Pokemon such as Mewtwo and Rayquaza, there are also Pokemon such as Oliva, Jirachi, and Dragonite on the World Tree. Oliva is usually very low-key, but Naoki knows that its strength has reached a very strong level. After all, it also eats the food that the Mount Goats eat, whether it is green grass dumplings, leaf cakes, World Tree cakes, etc. Thinking of this, Naoki decided to ask Mewtwo to help him ask Oliva. He directly tagged Mewtwo in the chat group of legendary beasts. Wing King at Mewtwo, is Mewtwo here? I want to ask you for a favor. Please ask Oliva what he is doing now. I want to ask him for help. Mewtwo quickly gave a reply. Mewtwo, okay. While waiting, the other legendary Pokemon interrupted the topic. After all, Naoki rarely asked for help on weekdays, and now that he suddenly asked, not only Giratina, but also Rayquaza and Ho-Oh were very curious. Giratina even asked directly. Giratina, what help? Wing King, it's like this, I need a strong and not very common Pokemon to fight a few battles, but that Pokemon can't be from the ranch, and it can't be one that stays with me often, because that will easily expose my true identity. However, when this was said, the legendary Pokemon led by Giratina were boiling. Giratina, who dreams of becoming a big internet celebrity, and showing off his powerful strength in front of humans, immediately expressed his opinion. Giratina, let me do it. Buttcrest, I don't seem to meet the requirements. Rayquaza, I can help. Ho-Oh, that's right, Yggdrasil has given us a great favor. As a thank you, we should help. If it doesn't work, I can also send my Ho-Oh guard to Naoki to help you. Kyogre, I just finished teaching my beloved disciple the secret of the sea. If you need me, you can call me. Mutwo, I can do that too. Growwoman didn't say anything because it was now in a coaching battle with its bear apprentice. Naoki, he was just going to have a royal battle. Are these guys coming here to start a war in the Alola region and dominate this primitive region where no alliance has been established? Chapter 514. Naoki's comment on this is unnecessary. Let's not talk about Ho-Oh for now. Rayquaza, Groudon and Kyogre will probably cause a big stir as soon as they appear. The sensation caused by the two legendary Pokemon active on the internet, Badora and Giratina, will probably not be small. As for Mutwo, as soon as it appears, it will probably be targeted by Team Rocket. After thinking carefully, Naoki still refused the help of these legendary Pokemon. Giratina seemed to be very regretful, because in this case, it would miss a good opportunity to increase its fans. Other legendary Pokemon did not say anything, but Ho-Oh said that it could send the Ho-Oh guard to help. After seeing the news about Ho-Oh, Naoki thought about it carefully, and then replied, Wing King, is it Inti, Suicune and Raikou? Ho-Oh, yes, the three of them are my messengers in this world. They have done many things for me, and are very reliable Pokemon. Wing King, where are they now? Ho-Oh, in the Johto region. Naoki, forget it. Although he really wants to meet Inti and the others, the Johto region is 800 feet away from Alola, and Inti and the others have no way to cross the sea, so they don't have time to come here to participate in the royal battle. What's more, they are not familiar with each other. Thinking of this, Naoki gave a reply. Wing King, next time, I'm afraid it's too late this time. Phoenix King, okay, if you need it in the future, I can call the Phoenix King guards here to meet you. Come here to meet the person it chooses. In the mind of the Ho-Oh, this human named Naoki has met the requirements to become the Rainbow Hero. It should let Inti and the others come to meet this new Rainbow Hero. At this time, Mutwo also found Oliva, who was sorting things out in the Pokemon Guild. It used its Rotom phone to start a video call with Naoki. Soon, the video call was connected. Oliva, do you have time now? I have something I want to ask you for help. Naoki said, I encountered something in the Alola region, and there are 2 battles to go on. Oliva nodded happily and said, Lee. Seeing Oliva agreed, Naoki smiled and said, Okay, I go back to the ranch to pick you up in the evening. Lee. Oliva nodded gently. After hanging up the phone, Naoki wrote down Oliva's name. 1 Pokemon is not enough. In order to be prepared for emergencies, Naoki felt that he should prepare a few more, at least 3. Oliva is the first one, so the next 2 are still missing. Based on the current Pokemon in the ranch, some Pokemon figures flashed quickly in Naoki's mind. Soon, a figure holding a green onion and in good shape appeared in his mind. Got it, Fat Duck can also join the battle. So, which one should I choose for the remaining one? Just then, Frosty Milk Fairy suddenly ran in from outside. Seeing Naoki, who was worried, it jumped onto the sofa and asked, Ma? Naoki glanced at Frosty Milk Fairy and replied, I'm going to participate in a Pokemon battle later, but I'm still short of 1 Pokemon, and I don't know which one to send out. Hearing this, Frosty's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, Ma! It can also participate in the battle. Seeing Frosty's look, Naoki was slightly stunned. Do you want to participate? Ma! Frosty's eyes became like the bear apprentice, full of perseverance. It is now also a very powerful Pokemon. This is a situation that Naoki has never imagined. Let Frosty participate in the royal battle, but Frosty's battle depends entirely on luck. If its finger swing can't shake out a good move, it is very likely to be eliminated by the other 3 opponents in the first round. Noticing Naoki's hesitant expression, Frosty Milkman puffed up his cheeks and looked angry. Naoki actually didn't believe it. Ma! Frosty Milkman yelled angrily, and turned his head away angrily. Okay, I didn't say I wouldn't let you participate. Naoki hurriedly comforted. It's no big deal to let Frosty Milkman participate. Anyway, there are Farfetch and Oliva to back it up. If it doesn't work, there are still the legendary Pokemon on the World Tree who can help. In that case, I have to ask you for help, Frosty Fairy. Naoki said. Mama? As expected, Frosty Fairy turned around and looked over when she heard this. Of course it's true. Naoki nodded. Frosty Fairy was satisfied now. Mama! It cried happily, with a fighting spirit on its face. It will definitely help Naoki win. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the lineup for the royal battle was decided. After checking the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The ranch had been cleaned up, and it was time for them to return to the Padilla area. But before that, Naoki planned to go to the Royal Dome. An hour later, on Akala Island, Naoki walked slowly on the spacious Royal Avenue. This is located in the central area of Akala Island. The road is paved around the popular Royal Dome, and various shops and facilities are lined up on both sides. Pokemon Center, Malasada Chain Store, Super Value Supermarket, Pokemon Fan Club, and even a park full of pink flowers. Trainers with various Pokemon walked in groups on the Royal Avenue. In addition, there were many tourists and local residents who came here to watch the royal battle. The voices of humans and Pokemon were constantly intertwined, and the lively atmosphere was everywhere. The large stadium in front should be the Royal Dome. Naoki stopped to watch and couldn't help but sigh. It's really spectacular. The entrance gate of the Royal Dome uses a red and white ball-style automatic door. When pedestrians approach, the door will automatically open. After passing through the door, we officially entered the hall, which is used to receive players and register. The electronic screen in the hall was posted with banners and photos of star players. Naoki saw the famous royal masked man, Dr. Kukui from the Alola region. At this time, a female receptionist came up and asked in a friendly manner, "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Naoki moved his eyes away from Dr. Kukui's photo and said, "Hello, I registered the player information of the royal battle online before, and today I want to learn about the rules of the battle." "I see." The female receptionist invited, "Then please come over here, I will introduce you." "Thank you for your hard work." The two came to a reception room. After the receptionist confirmed Naoki's identity through the computer, she smiled. "Welcome, Mr. Naoki, I am the receptionist Vivian, and now I will introduce you to the rules of the royal battle." Unlike the battle facilities in other regions, the royal battle mainly adopts a point system. You can get a certain number of points for each royal battle you win. When you accumulate 10 points, you can advance to the next stage. We currently have 4 stages, namely General, Super, Advanced, and Master, and the points required for each stage are different. In addition, our competition time is not fixed. If you want to participate, you need to register in advance. We will arrange opponents for you, and then notify you of the time and venue of the competition. Since this is your first time participating, you can only start from the general level. Naoki nodded. This rule is very similar to the boxing competition, with a ranking point system. Well, here's your ranking. Vivian sent a web link from her Rotom phone. Naoki clicked on it and logged in, then saw his current points and ranking. Player code, Wing King. Level, General. Points, 0, 10 points or more will advance to the Super Division, rank, 250 Naoki. Why does this ranking sound like an insult? He carefully checked the rules and prize money, and found that the rewards for the royal battle were quite generous. Every time a player wins a game, he will receive a certain amount of bonus. At the beginning, it is only 2,000 or 3,000. When he reaches the super stage, the bonus will be increased to 5 figures. If you reach the master level, the bonus for just one game will be as high as hundreds of thousands, not to mention star players like Royal Masked Man. Looking at the zeros and zeros behind the string of numbers, Naoki couldn't help but smack his lips. Sure enough, the mainstream in this world is still Pokemon battles. The first master is Royal Masked Man. Naoki noticed that if he defeated him, he would be rewarded with a certificate for the pilgrimage to the islands. As long as they have that certificate, outsiders can participate in the local island tour and obtain various opportunities and treasures, including but not limited to Z Pure Crystals and Z Bracelets. Naoki's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he immediately said to Vivian, "Please help me sign up, I want to participate in the competition." "Okay." Vivian immediately started operating on the computer. After a long while, she said, "Your opponent has been matched. Your first game will be held at the Royal Dome Arena at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please attend on time." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Naoki returned to the ranch. He first went to the World Tree to pick up Oliva and brought him back to the ranch, and then found Farfetch'd. When Farfetch'd learned that Naoki needed its help, Farfetch'd didn't say a word, picked up the onion, and took a fighting stance. Naoki, If Professor Oak saw Farfetch'd's current appearance, he would definitely think it was Farfetch'd's special form. "Okay, then it depends on your performance tomorrow." Lee, Mama, GA. The 3 Pokemon said in unison that it was no problem. Babbitt, Dragonite, and Motor Lizard looked on with envy. They also wanted to participate. "Don't worry, Maybe we need your help later, Naoki said. After all, he didn't know how strong the Master's Royal Battle opponents were. If they were all champions, with their current strength, Frostmilk and the others might not be able to handle it. But it's useless to think too much now. Let's take it one step at a time. Kanto region, Quartz Plateau. Accompanied by two bird calls that sounded completely different. At this moment, the trainers who were training on the road to championship all raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The next second, they saw two figures, one yellow and one blue, passing through the sky. Ah, those two Pokemon are. Some people exclaimed. Some people also recognized their names based on their appearance and looks. Could it be the legendary Pokemon Zapdos and Articuno? How strange. Why would those two Pokemon suddenly appear in such a place? I don't know, let's catch up and see. Maybe this is a good opportunity to capture a legendary Pokemon. The trainers of the Kanto League began to take action. Zapdos and Articuno in the sky flew forward at high speed with a focused look. The purpose of their trip was to catch Moltres, which lived on this plateau. The speed of the lightning bird was extremely fast. Thunderclouds rolled wherever it passed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. The frozen bird following behind was shocked by this scene. This guy's strength has far exceeded theirs. What did it encounter? Was it because of that so-called human? Articuno couldn't help but think. The price of becoming stronger is to pay with one's own feathers. For this kind of thing, the frozen bird didn't care much. It was just a little curious about what the lightning bird had experienced. So it left the Twin Islands and chose to follow Zapdos to the sacred tree it mentioned. At this time, a familiar breath suddenly came from the front. Articuno's thoughts returned to reality. It looked up with Zapdos and saw a bird Pokemon with fiery red feathers, a sharp and straight beak, a streamlined crown, and a flaming tail flying into the sky. It was covered with orange flames, and countless sparks flashed when its wings flapped. The red flames had a heart-stirring beauty. That's Moltres. Just as they could sense Moltres' presence, Moltres also sensed their arrival in advance and appeared here to meet them. Moltres narrowed its eyes and kept looking at the other two birds opposite. On the Quartz Plateau, the human trainers riding flying Pokemon had caught up. They stood there, looking up at the three legendary bird Pokemon in the sky, with shocked expressions on their faces. Not only Articuno and Zapdos, but even Moltres appeared. The next morning, after finishing his work at the ranch, Naoki rode Gulton to the Alola region. When he arrived at the ranch, Kachi was already waiting there. Seeing Naoki, Kachi immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Naoki." "Hello, Kachi." Naoki rolled off Gulton and began to introduce Kachi to the work that needed his help. "Except in winter, I don't stay here at other times, so someone needs to help clean the things in the house regularly and put them in the sun to prevent mold. Of course, this doesn't need to be done every day. It's okay to come once a week. Apart from these, there's nothing else. If you can do it, I transfer your monthly salary to you using the Rotom phone." "No problem." Kachi nodded quickly. This kind of work was still very easy for him. "Well, you get familiar with this place first. I have something else to do. I will contact you later," Naoki said. It was almost time. He had to go to the Royal Dome to participate in his first competition. "Okay," Kachi said. Naoki nodded, then left here and flew directly to the Royal Dome. After registering his player information, he was given an ordinary mask to conceal his identity and a set of clothes for the royal battle. After changing his clothes, Naoki asked Golden to wait for him backstage, and he walked along the passage alone to the square arena. I don't know if it's because the battle level is too low. There are not many spectators for this game. There are a few people sitting in the audience, who look like they just come to join in the fun. Naoki took a look and didn't pay too much attention, but cast his eyes on the other three passages. There stood his three opponents in this battle. "Hello, big brother. I'm Shorts Boy Zeke. Are you new here? I will definitely not show mercy. What about me? I'm Miniskirt Yuchin. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. I show you how powerful my Pokemon is." Hee, Yanmei won't admit defeat either. Although Yanmei is only in kindergarten now, I have already cultivated a very powerful Pokemon. Pipe baby, let them see how powerful we are, a little girl dressed in kindergarten said with full of fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Naoki was stunned for a moment. Now he finally understood why the number of spectators for this battle was so small. Damn, this is the Baby Cup special. Fortunately, he didn't ask Giratina and Rayquaza to help. Chapter 515. There are three opponents in this battle. Zyke, the Shorts Kid, sent out the Alola region form of Rattata. Yuchen, the Miniskirt Kid, used a Pokemon with aqua blue compound eyes and colorful wings, the Hunting Swallowtail. Yanmei used a Pokemon that looked very young. None of the three deliberately hid their identities. After releasing their Pokemon, they immediately turned their attention to the only adult present. Big brother, it's your turn, Miniskirt Yuchen said. Naoki, never mind, maybe when he advances to the super stage, his opponent will be a normal trainer? In that case, let's make a quick decision. Thinking of this, Naoki no longer hesitated and took out the Farfetch's Pokeball. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a Pokemon with sharp eyes, a V-shaped eyebrow on its forehead, and an unparalleled domineering Pokemon carrying a scallion appeared on the battlefield. Is that Pokemon Farfetch? The belated commentator and referee looked at Farfetch in surprise and exclaimed, "Its onion is so big." The few audience members in the audience were also attracted by this and looked at Farfetch. The next second, a line of words appeared in the audience's mind. It's really big, the players are ready, and the four-player melee will officially begin. But before that, Roger, as the commentator and referee, needs to introduce the identities of the four players in this competition to the audience. He looked at the Rotom phone in his hand, held up the microphone and introduced them one by one. First, standing at the entrance of Charizard is our shorts boy Zeke. He and his little Rattata have brought us many wonderful matches. Zeke, who was called, was bathed in the spotlight, and waved his hands towards the audience. Next, standing at the entrance of the Double Axe War Dragon is Miniskirt Yuchen. She and Hunting Swallowtail are very good at using dust-type moves to attack, and once created a feat of 1-3. Miniskirt Yuchen threw 3 flying kisses to the audience. The third one, standing at the entrance of Banhila is our lovely girl Yanmei. She and her Peebow have participated in 5 royal battles. Everyone, please support Yanmei. Yanmei acted like a spoiled child. Naoki, The last one, is our Wing King player. Wow, I just suddenly discovered something. This Wing King player is a newly registered player. Roger was a little surprised. He glanced at the mysterious man on the field, and then continued, "Today is his first game. I don't know what kind of performance he and his Farfetchee will bring us. Let's wait and see." The spotlight was shining from above, and Naoki nodded calmly, then set his sights on the Farfetch'd in front of him. Okay, without further ado, the royal battle officially begins. Ding 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 ding. At the beginning of the battle, Miniskirt Yuchen made an extremely bold move, choosing to take the initiative to fight 3 people alone. Hunting Swallowtail used the wind to blow the paralysis powder over. As the Hunting Swallowtail flapped its wings, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the ring, and dots of silver powder drifted to the entire venue with the wind. Miniskirt Yuchen's attack drew all the hatred for herself. Shorts Boy Jike and Yanmei immediately chose to join forces, and prepare to defeat the Hunting Swallowtail Butterfly first. Little Rattata, hold your breath and use Lightning Flash. Pipe Baby, let's use Angel's Kiss. The command was issued, and the little Rattata immediately rushed out with the paralysis powder of the Hunting Swallowtail Butterfly. It turned into a white light, and slammed into the Hunting Swallowtail Butterfly in midair. Pipe Baby, who was at the back, used energy to condense a pink energy ball in the shape of lips, and flew towards the Hunting Swallowtail Butterfly with the little Rattata. As for Naoki and Farfetch'd, they did nothing, just stood there, calmly watching the performance of the other 3. Wow, Swallowtail Hunting was attacked by a joint attack. Rattata's Lightning Flash hit, and Peebwa's Angel's Kiss also hit. Swallowtail Hunting was successfully confused. Where is Wing King? What is Wing King doing? Roger was explaining the battle at a fast speed, but suddenly he noticed that someone seemed to be missing. He turned his head suddenly, only to find that Wing King and his Farfetch were standing there watching the battle. Wings. Roger was about to say something. The next second, he saw the Farfetch move. It carried the onion on its shoulder, leaned forward slightly, its leg muscles tensed, and its eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Then Farfetch'd's body turned into a white light, and rushed out. Before everyone could see what was happening, its onion had already passed through the fighting Hunting Swallowtail, Pidgeot, and Rattata. Before the 3 Pokemon could react, they felt themselves flying into the sky, and then their eyes went black and they fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. Farfetch turned his back to them, and posed in an extremely handsome and cool pose. Triple kill. Ding 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 ding. The bell that indicated the end of the battle sounded. Shorts Boy Jike, Miniskirt Yuchen and Yanmei all opened their eyes wide, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Good, such strong strength, Roger, He just said a few words. To be honest, this kind of scene is very easy to see in this level of battle. I believe that it won't take long for that player to advance from General to Super, right? However, it will be different from the General stage, where experienced trainers will gather. I don't know how far this new player can go. Player code, Wing King. Level, General. Points, 3, 10 points can be promoted to the Super Stage. Rank, 153. 3 points were added at once. Is it possible that the points here are calculated according to the number of opponents defeated? Naoki muttered. He looked at the ranking below and found that his ranking had also improved a lot. In this case, he only needs to win 3 more royal battles to advance to the Super Stage. In this case, let's just rush in with all our strength. Naoki returned to the front desk and submitted his battle application again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the ringing bell accompanying the end of the game resounded throughout the arena. Naoki's points finally reached 12, meeting the conditions for advancing to the Super Stage. Congratulations, Mr. Wing King, your points have reached 12 points. Next, we will arrange a qualifying match for you. If you win, you can be promoted to the Super Stage. The receptionist Vivian reminded, but you have to be careful. The opponents in the qualifying round are all trainers with rich combat experience, and many spectators will come to watch the game. If your performance is exciting enough, you may attract some spectators to become your fans. Naoki is not very interested in becoming a star player with many fans. He took a look at his current information. Player code, Wing King. Level, General. Points, 12, full 10 points can be promoted to the Super Stage. Ranking, 1. When does the promotion match start? Naoki asked. We have arranged for you to start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can come directly to participate then. Vivian replied. 10 a.m. It seems that there is no way to continue fighting today. Naoki nodded, indicating that he understood, and then stood up and left the Royal Dome. In Alola Ranch, Kachi finished his work for the day and went back. Looking at the neat ranch, Naoki nodded with satisfaction. He notified Kachi through the Rotom phone, telling him that he had passed the test and that he would come here regularly to clean up in the future, and he would pay the corresponding remuneration. Kachi was very excited to find a new part-time job. This way, he could save money to go to the Padia region for training. In addition, he could use the extra money to buy a gift for his sister Shinger, and Naoki rode Guillerton back home through the reverse world. His sister Ai Guancher had prepared dinner for them. At the table, Naoki and the Pokemon were having a meal while making a video call with Chishu through the Rotom phone, and they talked about what happened today. The royal battle in the Alola region feels so strange. You know, I fought a rookie trainer there all day today, and there were many children under 10 years old. I always felt like I was bullying them. The Farfetch'd beside him also nodded and said, Ha! The opponents were so weak, and it felt like it was bullying the weak Pokemon. Pokemon battles don't depend on age. Chishu understood Naoki's feelings. I have also received many trainers who have just gone out to travel. At first, I also felt like I was bullying them, but later, those people cultivated powerful Pokemon, and then came to defeat me. That's true. Naoki nodded. If it were him, when he met a trainer with a legendary beast and lost to him in the novice stage, he would probably work hard to improve his strength and defeat his opponent. At this time, Frosty Milk Fairy, who was eating dessert at the table, put her hands on her waist and snorted, Ma! It looked like she was blaming Naoki for not letting it fight today. Naoki, Kiki chuckled. Frosty Milk Fairy looks angry. Frosty Milk Fairy is a smart kid. After hearing this, he nodded his head in cooperation. Mama! That's right, it's very angry now. Naoki was helpless. I know, I let you fight tomorrow, okay? Now he has figured out the rules of the royal battle, and knows that it doesn't matter if he loses 1 or 2 games, he will only lose points. And with Frosty Milk Fairy's good luck, it's not certain whether he will lose. Hearing this, Frosty Milk Fairy opened one eye and looked at Naoki. Mama? Naoki nodded. Of course it's true, tomorrow's battle will be up to you. Frostmilk put her hands on her hips, looking full of fighting spirit. Ma. Giratina, you really don't need my help? At night, Naoki just laid down and received a message from Giratina in the chat group of mythical beasts. Grau, who came late, finally finished reading the previous chat records. It also ran over to join in the fun. Grau, I didn't see it before, I thought I could help too. Naoki, Wing King, really not necessary. Giratina, don't talk too early, I've watched all your matches and I know the rules. Your opponent is weak now, but you might meet someone very powerful later. If players like those big stars can beat them in front of so many people, the number of their fans will definitely reach a new height. Giratina couldn't help but imagine himself stepping on the star trainer on the opposite side and stealing all of his fans. However, Naoki was stunned when he saw Giratina's words. Wing King, did you watch my game? Giratina, it's available online. I asked Rotom to find it for me, but those humans are too weak. Fortunately, I didn't do anything. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Naoki, Other legendary Pokemon in the group also became interested after seeing this message. Ho thought, the battle of the Rainbow Hero that I chose? This is really worth watching. Mutuo thought, Naoki can breed a Pokemon as powerful as Giratina. Among humans, he must be a very powerful trainer. His battle is worth watching. Finally, Giratina enthusiastically shared the live broadcast link in the group. In the internet age, in addition to offline viewing, the Royal Dome has also followed the trend and started live viewing. Giratina, if I meet those powerful guys later, let me go. Naoki is not a fool. Seeing that Giratina has mentioned it so many times, it is obvious that it has some intention to achieve it through battle. Naoki narrowed his eyes. Wing King, what do you want to do? Giratina, help. However, Naoki didn't believe it at all, but since he couldn't get any information from it, he could only give up temporarily. Wing King, I need to rest. I have to get up early tomorrow. Giratina, damn it. No, there must be some other way to make Naoki let it play. In the deep reverse world, Giratina's blood-red eyes flashed with a gleam. Got it. It's not its character to ask for help like this. Since Naoki doesn't want it to play, it will force itself to play. Be direct. Before Naoki sends out his Pokemon, it will take the initiative to go out and become Naoki's Pokemon. When the time comes, it will be done. It doesn't believe that Naoki can do anything to it. Giratina snorted coldly and thought domineeringly. However, it's not the right time yet. Those humans are too weak. Giratina asked Rotom to search for any powerful and famous humans there. Soon, Rotom found the target. I have found a human who meets the requirements, Rotom. His name is Royal Masked Man. He is the most famous, most popular star player in the Royal Dome. The next day, 10 a.m., Royal Dome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Royal Battle. Our Super Division qualifying tournament is about to begin. The player participating in this match is the new winning streak king, Wing King, who has won all the way up. And his opponent is our experienced Coconut Tree Man, who has been up and down in the rankings. And the legendary trainer who fell from the 536th place in the Super Division, Devil Kinnikuman. And the sweet cold queen who once won 20 consecutive victories, and is beautiful and sweet. Chapter 516. The neon-lit ring was almost full of spectators. Some of them held cheering sticks, some wore headbands with contestant codes, and some were shirtless, shouting excitedly. Oh, sweet and cold queen, I want to drink your foot sweat. Go, Devil Muscle Man, use your sexy and strong muscles to tear apart all the other guys. Coconut Tree Man, this time it's up to you. Wow. Commentator Roger stood on the suspended platform, holding a microphone, looking at the ring below with excitement. The fans are really enthusiastic. The three players are in perfect condition. It looks like today will be another fierce battle. Oh. A monkey called out from the audience. But Roger changed the subject and brought the topic to the player named Wing King. But aren't there any fans of Wing King here? Wing King and his ace Farfetch'd have fought their way to this point. The audience suddenly became quiet. People looked at the strange young man standing on the stage, and the petite Pokemon in front of him, and then began to whisper. Roger noticed this scene, and he didn't understand what happened at first. But when he looked at the ring, he found something extremely shocking. Contestant Wing King actually changed the Pokemon he played. Oh my god, Contestant Wing King changed the Pokemon, not Farfetch'd, but a Frosty the Frog. Roger opened his eyes wide, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Frosty the Frog, a Pokemon from the Galar region, is small in size, and not very good at fighting. Compared to fighting fiercely on the battlefield, they are obviously more suitable for shining in the dessert shop. Even in the Galar region, where Frostmilk originated, few trainers would use Frostmilk in battles. It's just because they are very weak. Even their best moves are auxiliary ones, such as Decoration, Aromatherapy, and Aroma Mist. And now, in such a crucial game, Wing King actually replaced the powerful Farfetch'd and sent out such a harmless Pokemon. At this moment, Roger couldn't help but have a big question mark on his head. The four contestants on the stage have all sent out their Pokemon. All that's left is for the bell to ring, and a big melee will break out. Under the spotlight, the blazing roaring tiger hugged its muscular arms and stared fiercely forward. The golden belt around its waist was burning with blazing fire, and its muscles were clearly visible under its red fur. Its claws, which were retracted in its pads, were exposed a little, flashing a frightening cold light under the light. The coconut tree was tall, and the 3 heads on its head, and the head on its tail looked around. Its long neck twisted and crackled, as if it was moving its body, and its huge head trembled, as if it couldn't wait to smash its opponent. Sweet Cold Queen stood coldly under the spotlight, with a proud and contemptuous look in her eyes, and her slender legs flashed a strange purple light. Although it looks elegant, everyone who is familiar with Pokemon like Sweet Cold Queen knows that once the battle begins, it will use its cruel heart and slender legs to ruthlessly trample the enemy under its feet. The frosty milkman opposite the 3 Pokemon looked so soft and harmless in the crowd. He was looking at the 3 Pokemon in front of him with his sweet and innocent eyes. Will the Wing King bring the wrong Pokemon? Roger couldn't help but ask with the microphone. If he didn't remind them now, then when the game started, the poor frosty milkman would be played around by the other 3 opponents. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned, and then he realized that the commentator was talking to him. He was a little speechless, but still shook his head upwards, indicating that he didn't need to change Pokemon. The other 3 also looked at this side in surprise. Coconut Tree Man was wearing coconut tree pajamas and looked like a thin man. Devil Muscle Man was like a Pokemon, with strong muscles. The trainer of the Sweet Cold Beauty Queen was a tall woman wearing a bunny girl costume and a mask. Hey, what are you kidding? The hot-tempered Devil Muscle Man felt that the boy opposite him didn't take them seriously at all. Naoki, Frosty Milk Fairy noticed the contemptuous look of her opponent and immediately spoke up to refute Naoki. Ma. Hee, if that's the case, then I, Devil Muscle Man, will take all your points. Devil Muscle Man looked at him disdainfully. Ahem, it seems that the gunpowder between the players has also been ignited. Seeing that the player Wing King did not need to change Pokemon, Roger continued, right, that's how it should be. This kind of gunpowder-filled game is more exciting. Then I declare that the game begins. Ding 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 ding. A dense ringing sound suddenly rang out in the air. As the sound rang out, several people on the field issued instructions at the same time. Coconut Tree, use hypnosis on Queen Tianlingmai. Coconut Tree Hero immediately gave the order. On the ring, the coconut trees with long necks turned their heads in unison, and a layer of blue light shone in the eyes of the 3 heads at the same time. A wave of energy containing inducing sleepiness instantly invaded Queen Tianlingmai's mind. Sweet and Cold Queen frowned slightly, and immediately whipped herself with a strong whip, forcing herself to endure the invasion of hypnosis. At this moment, a rough voice came from another direction. Fiery Roaring Tiger, use loud roar. Awooh! After the order was issued, the evil energy of the Fiery Roaring Tiger quickly gathered in its mouth, turning into a harsh sound wave, sweeping across the entire arena. The affected Coconut Egg Tree and Sweet and Cold Queen instantly showed painful expressions on their faces. Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but twitch his lips. They were the weakest, but they were naturally ignored by the 3 opponents. Frosty Fairy, wave your finger. Naoki narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice. Frosty Fairy, who had been looking forward to this opportunity, immediately showed a happy expression on his face. Ma. It made a cute cry, and then gently shook its finger. Wow, the big melee has begun. I didn't expect that Coconut Tree would choose to attack the Sweet and Cold Queen at the beginning. Wow, Sweet and Cold Queen used self-abuse to avoid falling into a sleeping state. Oh no! The blazing Roaring Tiger joined the melee. It roared loudly, and all the other Pokemon were affected. What a wonderful match! The audience burst into fierce cheers. Roger explained the battle on the ring at a fast speed. 3 Pokemon are fighting again. The Wing King was ignored. While speaking, Roger cast his eyes on the Wing King over there. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the Frost Milk made a strange move. Huh? What is Frost Milk doing? It's shaking its fingers. Is that move a finger swing? Oh my god, contestant Wing King actually let Frost Milk use this move. As we all know, the finger swing is a move that requires a lot of luck. In ordinary Pokemon battles, trainers will only let Pokemon use this move when they are at their wits' end, and now. At this moment, Roger suddenly wanted to know what moves the Frost Milk Fairy could perform. As the Frost Milk Fairy shook her fingers, something unexpected happened. A burst of purple energy suddenly burst out from the Frost Milk Fairy and rushed straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of suppressed terrifying energy appeared above the ring, and fire flashed in the cloud, as if some great terror was brewing in it. In the melee, the flaming Roaring Tiger, the Queen of Sweet Cold Beauty, and the Coconut Egg Tree seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly stopped and looked up. The next second, accompanied by a rumbling sound, huge energy meteors with sparks, like meteorites from outer space, fell with a bang, That was Dragon Star Cluster. Roger's eyes widened instantly, and those meteorites falling from the sky were reflected in his eyes. This strong sense of oppression made him uncontrollably clench the microphone in his hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Oh my God!" Frost Milk Fairy's finger wave actually shook out the Dragon Star Cluster. "Danger! Get out of the way!" Coconut Tree Man realized the danger, and immediately chose to stop the melee with the other two Pokemon. Devil Muscle Man and Sweet Cold Queen also tacitly chose to let Blazing Roaring Tiger and Sweet Cold Queen dodge. Such a large range of Dragon Star clusters, if hit, it would be dangerous. Accompanied by rumbling sounds, huge dragon meteors continued to fall on the ring. Blazing Roaring Tiger and Sweet Cold Queen used their speed advantage and reaction ability to dodge quickly. The coconut egg tree was directly hit by two dragon meteors because it was too heavy. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the coconut egg tree was directly submerged in flames. The Blazing Roaring Tiger and the Sweet and Cold Queen were also affected. This meteor lasted for nearly a minute. When the last meteor fell, the entire ring was already riddled with holes. The coconut egg tree fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. The Blazing Roaring Tiger and the Sweet and Cold Queen were also injured to a certain extent and looked very embarrassed. Seeing this scene, the audience sucked in a breath of air. Starting with the Dragon Star Cluster, it directly defeated the coconut egg tree and severely injured the Blazing Roaring Tiger and the Sweet and Cold Queen. What on earth is that Frosty Milkman? It's just good luck. Devil Muscle Man was a little bit skeptical that the boy's luck was so exaggerated, but no matter what, that's it. Fire Roaring Tiger, Abyss Stab. The command was issued, and the sharp claws of the Fire Roaring Tiger suddenly popped out from the pads, and the black energy spread up, turning into terrifying black thorns, rushing towards Frosty Milkman. Seeing this scene, Tianlingmei looked back at her trainer. The woman hesitated for a moment, then shook her head cautiously, signaling the Sweet and Cold Queen not to rush to attack, but to observe calmly first. Facing the flaming Roaring Tiger rushing over, Naoki still spoke calmly. "Frost Milk Fairy, continue to wave your fingers." "Ma." Frost Milk Fairy waved her fingers again without any fear. The Devil Muscle Man has launched an attack. Does he want to get rid of Frost Milk Fairy first? Huh? Frost Milk Fairy is using the finger wave again. Roger spoke quickly. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared on the body of the Frost Milk Fairy. The extremely rich green light instantly enveloped the small body of the Frost Milk Fairy. Then, under the gaze of countless spectators, the body of the Frost Milk Fairy turned into a green ball of light and shot out suddenly. Perhaps it was too fast, and it actually left a clearly visible green straight line on the ring. Wait, the Blazing Roaring Tiger was pierced by the green straight line. On the ring, the dark energy on the Blazing Roaring Tiger's claws gradually disappeared. The muscular Pokemon opened its mouth in shock, with an expression of disbelief on its face. It lowered its head, looked at its abdomen, and made a sound of "uh-huh" in its throat. The next second, the Blazing Roaring Tiger felt a black screen in front of its eyes, and then fell to the ground unconscious. It appeared. Frosty Milk Fairy defeated Blazing Roaring Tiger with a move that had never appeared before. Roger murmured, "This is really incredible." Seeing this scene, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Rayquaza's finishing touch was used at the critical moment. Then, there was only one opponent left. Frost Milk Fairy, use the finger swing again, Naoki said. And the woman also reacted. She saw that the Frost Milk Fairy seemed to have a unique attainment in the finger swing. It must not be allowed to use it again. Sweet Cold Queen, green grass slide, stop it. Sweet Cold Queen immediately took a sliding posture, and its legs burst into green light, as if sliding down a slide, and quickly moved forward on the ring, kicking Frost Milk Fairy out. The finger swing was interrupted, and the Frost Milk Fairy climbed up in disgrace. The Sweet and Cold Queen did not intend to give it a chance to breathe. Strong whip. A slender vine whip quickly spread out from the body of the Sweet and Cold Queen. The Sweet and Cold Queen held it in her hand, and then whipped the ring. Snap. With a crisp sound, the whip began to whip the Frost Milk Fairy at a very fast speed. Frost Milk Fairy, hold on. Ma. The Frost Milk Fairy immediately crossed her arms in front of her, and with a flash of white light, she successfully defended the attack of the Sweet and Cold Queen. One more time, Naoki said quickly. Frost Milk Fairy immediately turned her eyes to the Sweet and Cold Queen. The next second, the movements of the Sweet and Cold Queen became uncontrollable, and she once again condensed a whip. Sweet and Cold Queen, control yourself, the woman shouted loudly. But it was too late. While the sweet and cold queen was condensing the whip, Naoki quickly said, "Very good, now, finger wave." "Ma ma." Frost Milk Fairy once again began to shake her fingers. "Oh my god, it's so exciting." Wing King actually used it again to prevent the first attack of the sweet and cold queen from interrupting the finger swinging skill. Roger said excitedly. The Frost Milk Fairy started shaking her fingers again. What kind of moves will she use this time? The sweet and cold queen condensed a long whip. She raised her hand high and waved it, and the whip flew towards the Frost Milk Fairy. At this critical moment, the Frost Milk Fairy's shaking fingers stopped. This means that the finger swinging skill was used successfully. The next second, under the gaze of countless spectators, a dazzling milky white light suddenly burst out from the body of the Frost Milk Fairy. The light quickly expanded until it turned into a dazzling ball of light. The ball of light first bounced off the whip of the sweet and cold queen, and then flew to the top of the ring with a whoosh. That is, what move is that? At this moment, all the spectators raised their heads and looked upwards. The ball of light first stopped in midair for a second, and the next second, a terrifying energy burst out from it. The dazzling white light instantly swept across the entire arena, and then countless milky white light bullets shot out from it. Almost in an instant, it submerged the entire arena, like a space-based railgun, attacking the bottom indiscriminately. Frost Milk Fairy stood in the light bullet, looking at the submerged sweet cold queen opposite with full fighting spirit. After a moment, when everything returned to calm, Frost Milk Fairy was the only Pokemon left on the entire arena. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at the fallen sweet cold queen and the Frost Milk Fairy still standing on the arena in a daze. Silence, extreme silence. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire scene had been silenced. Chapter 517. Wow! After a short silence, the Royal Dome erupted with a roar. Countless spectators stood up from their seats in excitement. Tapu Guardian, what did they just see? An ordinary Frost Milk Fairy actually defeated 3 powerful opponents with a move that was purely based on luck, finger swing. In terms of drama and excitement, this ordinary qualifying match even far exceeded the higher-level matches. Before the match, who could have imagined that the Frost Milk Fairy could actually fight 1 against 3, start with the Dragon Star Cluster, instantly kill the Coconut Egg Tree, and severely injure the Blazing Roaring Tiger and the Sweet and Cold Queen? Who said that the Frost Milk Fairy was harmless? Roger completely forgot his previous thoughts. He held the microphone in his hand, and spoke with such excitement that his saliva spurted out. It's so exciting! It's so exciting! The ending of this battle is so unexpected. The Frost Milk Fairy actually accomplished the feat of fighting 1 against 3 with just one move finger wave. 3 consecutive finger swings have successfully produced attack-type moves, and such powerful moves. In addition to good luck, I believe that Frost Milk Fairy definitely has its own unique insights and understandings. Let us congratulate the player Wing King for defeating his opponent and successfully advancing to the super stage. Yoho! The enthusiasm of the people in the audience was ignited, and some people began to shout out Naoki's code name. Wing King! Wing King! King Wing! The voice was like the waves, one after another, until it resounded throughout the Royal Dome. Bathed in this exciting atmosphere, although it was the first time for Naoki, he was still able to face it with a calm and composed attitude. But it was different for Frost Milk Fairy. This was the first time it encountered such a situation. The shouts of the people, and the colorful ribbons falling on the ring made Frost Milk Fairy's eyes dazzled. It also became excited. Ma! Frosty Milk Fairy turned to look at Naoki, her eyes full of pride. She looked as if she was asking Naoki if it was awesome. Naoki smiled and nodded, praising, "Great! Ma! Today's competition was worth it. Not bad, worth the money. It's incredible that Frosty Milk Fairy defeated 3 opponents with just one move of the finger wave. I've only seen trainers let Pokemon use this move in the Grand Tournament. That Wing King is interesting. I'm a fan. Wing King. I really want to know when his next game will be, and whether he will send Frostmilk to play. I feel that the super sci-fi railgun move that Frostmilk used at the end may not be able to cope with even the master-level trainers. I really want to see that scene." In the cafe in front of the Royal Dome, several spectators, who had just finished watching the game, were discussing the content of the game enthusiastically. Someone even made a GIF of the battle screenshot and posted it on the Pokemon forum, and tagged Professor Oak, a well-known Pokemon researcher, to ask him what the 2 moves were. Meanwhile, in the Royal Dome's player channel, Naoki, who had changed back into his regular clothes, was registering his information with the receptionist Vivian. "Congratulations, Wing King, you have successfully advanced to the super stage, and you can start challenging opponents in the super stage. Just like the general stage, when you accumulate enough points, we will prepare a qualifying match for you to advance to the advanced stage, and then you can advance to a higher level event. Also, these are your prize money for this match. Please keep them. Vivian handed over a stack of cash. Naoki took a look. With his current fame, winning a royal battle would only earn him 3,000 or 4,000 alliance coins at most, and these few matches combined would not even reach 20,000. Compared to the income from his ranch, it was nothing. But Naoki didn't dislike it. He happily took it and prepared to take it back to buy some malasada, a specialty snack of the Alola region, for Gulton. Before leaving the Royal Dome, Naoki used the Rotom phone to check his current ranking. Player code, Wing King. Level, Super. Points, 0, 10 points to advance to the advanced stage. Ranking, 1568. The number of players in the super stage seems to have increased several times compared to the general stage. No wonder the general stage is full of immature rookie trainers like Shorts Boy. It turns out that the talented ones have all reached the super stage. Naoki recalled the situation during the previous match. He noticed that compared to the normal stage where only children competed, the audience seats at the super stage match were not full, but the number of people was obviously much larger. Correspondingly, the strength of the opponent has also improved a lot. But it doesn't matter what happens, he can handle it all. Even Dr. Kukui can fight. Sign me up for the next match, Naoki said directly. Huh? So soon? Vivian was a little surprised. Don't you need to rest for a while? No need. Naoki was eager to reach the master level within a day and get the island tour certificate. Well, I help you arrange it. After that, Vivian quickly operated on the computer. Soon, she helped the player Wing King match the opponent for the next game. The match has been successful. Your next game will be at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Vivian said. Naoki packed up his things and left the Royal Dome. On the way back to the ranch, he bought a few malasadas from the roadside with the money he earned from the game. When he rode the motorcycle lizard back to the ranch, he saw Golden lying on the grass at the ranch gate with his head down and a wrong look on his face. He looked like a big dog waiting for his owner to come home at the entrance of the village. When he saw them coming back from outside, Golden's eyes immediately lit up, and he stood up from the ground. If Golden was really a canine Pokemon, its tail would have been shaking wildly at this time. Thinking of this, Naoki's heart softened. He got off the motorcycle lizard and reached out to stroke Golden's dog head twice. Didn't I tell you to watch TV in the house? Why did you run out again? Because Golden couldn't be put back into the Pokeball. In order to prevent others from discovering Golden's identity, Naoki would leave it at the ranch before going to the Royal Dome to participate in the competition, and turn on the TV so that it could watch his competition on TV. Ah, gah. However, Golden said pitifully that he had watched it. It ran out after the competition was over because it knew Naoki would be back soon, so it waited here. Naoki, I just bear with you for a few more days, and it will be done soon. Naoki patted Golden's head to comfort him. Then, he took out the malasada he bought for Golden from his bag and fed it with his hands. Golden's emotions came and went quickly, and soon he happily enjoyed Naoki's feeding. At this moment, a video call from Giratina suddenly came in. Naoki pressed the answer button with a confused look on his face. The next second, he heard Giratina's roar coming from the other end. That's Arceus power. I saw it. At first, Naoki didn't understand what Giratina meant, but soon, he thought of the move that Frostmilk had just used. Stay calm, that's Frostmilk's finger swing. If you're lucky, you can use any move with finger swing, even your shadow sneak. Naoki comforted. Hearing this, Giratina was full of doubts, and a big question mark appeared on his head. Is it true? Is that ordinary move called finger swing so powerful? Can it learn it? If it learns it, can it use Arceus' light gravel of punishment? No, now doesn't seem to be the time to talk about this. Thinking back to the scene of Frostmilk using that move, Giratina was still a little worried. Its tone was very serious. Will Arceus target us? After all, what they are doing now is not a good thing. Giratina also knew that the reason why Naoki went to that competition this time was to find something to strengthen their strength and prepare for revenge against Arceus later. Hearing Giratina's words, Naoki was slightly stunned. How is it possible? According to the plot of the movie Arceus and the transcendence of time and space, Arceus is probably still sleeping in some corner. After all, he consumed too much power to stop the meteorite from falling, and he must recover through sleep. Don't worry, it's not time for Arceus to wake up yet. Naoki comforted. After all, Dialga and Palkia haven't started fighting yet. Giratina was relieved. After all, Naoki seemed to have some ability to know the past and the future. Given their relationship, Naoki would definitely not lie to it. However, Naoki was not sure of the exact time of Arceus' awakening. After all, the time was not indicated in the movie. Judging from the way Satoshi and the others were dressed, it seemed to be between summer and autumn. Just in case, after some contemplation, Naoki said to Giratina, "You can ask your fans if they live in Medina and ask them to help you pay more attention, because Arceus will appear there when he wakes up." "How did you know?" Giratina was a little confused. "Naoki, because there's a legend about Arceus in Medina." Seeing that Giratina was still confused, Naoki told it the plot of the movie. In short, Arceus gave the human who helped him retrieve the stone tablets to him by fusing his 5 stone tablets into a life gem and giving it to him. Arceus made a promise with that person to return the life gem later, but that person broke his promise and attacked Arceus, causing Arceus to be seriously injured and forced to sleep forever, and vowed to punish humans the next time he woke up. So, if Arceus wakes up, he will punish humans in Medina first. Hearing this, Giratina's face was full of realization. But soon, it realized that something was wrong. No! If Arceus fell asleep more than 1,000 years ago, who would the Arceus, who appeared 300 years ago, be? Did you find anything? Noticing the solemn and horrified expression of Giratina on the other side of the screen, Naoki was very surprised. Could it be that Giratina knows some secrets that are not shown in the movie? Giratina solemnly expressed his suspicion. "I suspect Arceus is not asleep, he is lying." Naoki, ? According to you, he fell asleep 1,000 years ago and never woke up, but I felt his breath 300 years ago, Giratina said. Hearing this, Naoki was stunned. 300 years ago? That's right. Giratina nodded. Naoki's brain was working fast. The 300 years ago that Giratina mentioned might not be the incident in the Green Wash. At that time, it and Wang Luo teamed up to cause trouble, which affected Dialga and Palkia, and then caused the advent of the space-time rift. It was also at that time that Arceus' real body came in person, and summoned Teru from the future to the Green Wash to let her solve the disaster that enveloped the Green Wash. Therefore, the Arceus that Giratina was talking about was not the Arceus clone injured by the meteorite, but the real god of creation. Giratina didn't seem to know this. It didn't know that there was another world beyond the world, and there was another body besides Arceus overlooking all the universes. Don't worry, the Arceus you saw came from another universe, and he will not interfere with our world, because that is what is destined to happen, Naoki said. Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia joined forces to stop Arceus from destroying the world. This is the future that will definitely appear in this world. Giratina was half believing and half doubting, but in the end, he hung up the video call with worry. It decided to do what Naoki said, and let those humans help it keep an eye on Arceus' movements. Thinking of this, Giratina sent a message on the Pokemon forum. The most powerful Giratina in the world, are there any humans living in Medina? Arceus is about to wake up, and he may punish you humans when the time comes, so hide quickly. As soon as this message came out, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Who is Giratina? It is one of the legendary Pokemon of the Sinnoh region, and it has the same origin as the god of time and the god of space. What it said shouldn't be a lie, right? But the question is, who is Arceus? Is it also a Pokemon? Why does it punish humans? Some netizens couldn't resist their curiosity and asked about Giratina below. A little EV, Giratina, is Arceus also a Pokemon? Why does it punish humans? This question asked the voice of many netizens, and once it was released, it was pushed to the first place. Soon, people saw Giratina's reply. The most powerful Giratina in the world, Arceus is a very evil Pokemon, because he hates humans, so when he wakes up, he will vent his anger on humans. At the same time, Midna, her and Koban, who have the power of Superkill and guard the ruins of Midna, looked at the content above, and their faces showed confusion. Sinnoh region, Shinha town. Harona, who had a rare day off, and came back to see her grandmother, suddenly received a notification sound of her special attention post. Is it that shadow Pokemon Giratina? Curious, Sirona took out her Rotom phone. She opened the app, and the next second, she saw the secret revealed by Giratina. The secret that was completely opposite to the history she knew. Sirona was slightly stunned, and a big question mark appeared above her head. Outside all the universes, the real creator god Arceus was calmly watching everything that happened in that world. When he saw the rumor that the Giratina there was creating his clone, the entire god was silent. However, even if this happened, Arceus still didn't intend to intervene. He wanted to continue observing. See what kind of situation the human named Naoki and the Giratina, who contacted humans, would lead things to. Chapter 518. At 3 p.m., Naoki arrived at the Royal Dome on time to play his first match after being promoted to the Super Division. I don't know if it was because the Royal Dome released the news in advance. When Naoki walked out of the player channel, he suddenly found that the audience for this match far exceeded all the matches he had played before. While he was stunned, Naoki noticed that the audience in the front row of the audience was holding a large sign with the image of Frosty Milk Fairy. I understand. It seems that the match of Frosty Milk Fairy this morning attracted a lot of fans. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Royal Dome. The Royal Battle of the Super segment is about to begin. Haha, I believe everyone has received the news in advance. The Wing King, who defeated 3 powerful opponents with a Frosty Milk Fairy this morning, is also among them. I saw that some viewers called him a rising star in the Royal Battle. Yes, that dazzling style and unique fighting method are indeed as eye-catching as the stars in the sky. It's really exciting. I wonder if Wing King will continue to use the magical Frost Milk Fairy in this game. However, I believe the other 3 players will not let that happen again. Then next, Roger, I will introduce the 3 players other than Wing King. A spotlight shone down from the top of the ring, hitting a cold-blooded boy wearing a dark dragon-shaped mask. First, our Dark Dragon player. A year ago, the Dark Dragon came to the Royal Dome. He spent a year honing his strength in battles with his Charmander. Now he is only one step away from being promoted to the advanced level. Come out, my friend. The boy threw his Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a mysterious Pokemon appeared on the dim stage. The spotlight continued to light up, illuminating the Pokemon in front of the boy. It was a dragon Pokemon that was completely black with a blazing flame on its tail. It was actually a Charizard. Wing King's luck is not very good. He encountered such a strong opponent in the first game of the Super Division. Roger showed a troubled expression. The live camera was also specifically aimed at Naoki, as if to see his reaction. Naoki, It seems that Wing King is very calm. Roger continued, then let's introduce the next player. The Queen of Flowers from the Kingdom of Flowers. And her partner Pokemon, Roserade. The spotlight illuminated the slender figure. It was a mature woman wearing a mask, a red hip-hugging uniform, black stockings on her legs, and a long whip with spikes in her hand. In front of her stood a Pokemon wearing a mask and a cape, with 2 flowers, one red and one blue, on its hands. Roserade. Wow, as expected of the Queen of Flowers, she still retains that sexy style, so charming. Roger exclaimed. The Queen of Flowers swung her spiked whip, and it landed on the ring, making a clear sound. And the third one, the Fire King from the Kalos region, and his Pokemon, Flame Lion. The spotlight continued to light up, illuminating the boy standing in the Banhila Passage, wearing a fiery red sweater, and with short fiery red hair. In front of the boy stood a majestic Pokemon, with a circle of flaming mane and blue eyes. Flame Lion. So what kind of Pokemon will the Wing King send out? After introducing the other 3, Roger turned the topic back. Then, the last spotlight was lit, shining around Naoki. Frost Milk, Frost Milk, Frost Milk. The audience immediately erupted in shouts that resounded throughout the stadium. Some spectators, who didn't see Frost Milk use the finger wave to fight 3 people, excitedly shouted Frost Milk's name. They wanted to see with their own eyes whether the magical Frost Milk could use the finger wave to create new miracles. Amid the shouts of the crowd, the corner of Naoki's mouth twitched under the mask. Unfortunately, he had already agreed with Farfetch to let it come up in this game to try a stronger opponent. Thinking of this, Naoki took out his Pokeball. The audience was immediately excited when they saw the scene. However, the next second, when a white light flashed, it was not the Frosty that they wanted to see that appeared on the battlefield, but a Pokemon with V-shaped eyebrows and carrying a super green onion. That's Farfetch'd. The Farfetch'd in its hand is so big, it's several times bigger than the regular Farfetch'd. It appears, Wing King's Farfetch'd. Roger recognized the Pokemon at a glance. In the general group, Wing King used it to defeat many opponents with one move. This Farfetch'd is very powerful. However, some viewers disagreed. Although its Farfetch'd is a little bigger, it's just Farfetch'd. How strong can it be? In some places in the past, Pokemon like Farfetch were enjoyed as delicacies on the table by humans, and were even eaten to the point of being on the verge of extinction. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by a series of rapid ringing bells, the game officially kicked off. Fire King, how about we work together to get rid of the Dark Dragon first? At the beginning of the battle, The Flower Queen holding a long whip did not immediately give orders to Roseraid, but instead invited another person. In her opinion, the strongest trainer present was the Dark Dragon's Charizard. First, work together to eliminate it, and then compete fairly. That's what I meant. The trainer codenamed Fire King agreed very much. Fire Lion, spray fire. Rose Raiden, poison needle. The Queen of Flowers followed closely, and gave the order. Fire Lion let out a loud lion roar, and billowing flames gushed out of its throat, turning into a hot beam of fire that swept towards Charizard. Roseraid followed closely, and threw out several poisonous needles emitting purple light. Facing the joint efforts of the two, the Dark Dragon snorted disdainfully. Don't overestimate your ability, fire-breathing dragon, air blade. The different-colored fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings, and the milky white airflow condensed into several air blades, facing the jet flames and poisonous needles. Two completely different energies met in midair, and then a violent explosion occurred. The poisonous needle was cut off by the sharp air blade, and the jet flame was also split in half from the middle. Swish, swish, swish. Rose Raiden was hit hard in an instant, with a painful expression on her face. The mane of the Fire Lion was cut off and fell to the battlefield below. Charizard, use jet flames on Rose Raiden. The Dark Dragon ordered. The Charizard roared, then flapped its wings and swooped down at Rose Raiden from midair. Billowing flames gushed out of its mouth and swept towards Rose Raiden in an instant. The Queen of Flowers was shocked. Rose Raiden, get out of the way. Roseraid looked at the flame, and gracefully leaped back, narrowly avoiding Charizard's attack. Fire Lion, evil wave. While Charizard focused all its attention on Roseraid, the Fire King immediately ordered the Fire Lion to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, the Queen of Flowers suddenly noticed that King Wing and his Farfetch'd were standing there motionlessly watching the battle. King Wing, what are you doing? Why don't you attack together? Naoki, He really wasn't used to a 4-player melee. 3 against 1 isn't fair enough, Naoki said. Not only him, he believed that Farfetch'd must think so too. Ga. Sure enough, Farfetch'd nodded calmly after hearing this. Farfetch'd, sword dance. Ga. Farfetch'd held the onion in his hand, his eyes suddenly became extremely determined, and his aura began to rise rapidly. The Dark Dragon noticed that scene. Did the Farfetch'd also want to intervene? Charizard, trap it with the flame vortex. Ouch! Charizard pulled away to avoid the flames of the Flame Lion, and then used the flame vortex in the direction of Farfetch'd. When the hot flames landed, they automatically formed a flame vortex to trap Farfetch'd. Cut it off! Naoki believed Farfetch'd could do this. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light flashed on the flame vortex. Then, the whole vortex was split in half from the middle. Seeing this scene, Roger was very excited. Oh, Farfetch'd broke through Charizard's flame vortex. Is it going to join the alliance of Infernape and Roseraid and fight Charizard together with them? However, the next second after this sentence fell, Roger saw a terrifying scene. The Farfetch'd holding the green onion suddenly made a knife-sheathing gesture, looking sharply at the 3 Pokémon fighting in front of him. The next second, shadow clones flew out from Farfetch'd at a high speed, white light flashed, and dozens of shadow clones simultaneously drew their swords and performed II. These milky white lights enveloped Farfetch'd, transformed into sword energy, and swept towards the 3 Pokémon in the melee. Shadow clones plus II. Seeing this scene, Roger was shocked. Oh my god, that Farfetch'd didn't join forces with Infernape to fight Charizard, it was going to fight 3 alone. The audience was in uproar. Are you crazy? The Fire King frowned and asked. However, what answered him was an invisible blade made entirely of spiritual power. That was the move that Farfetch'd learned from the fruit platter, the spirit sword. Infernape was hit hard and fell to the ground immediately, losing its ability to fight. The Flower Queen and Dark Dragon finally realized that Farfetch'd was no ordinary Pokémon. The two of them changed their strategies tacitly. Roseraid, whip. Charizard, spray fire. The onion duck calmly looked at the 2 moves rushing towards him. It clenched the onion in its hand, and the next second, its whole body rushed out. A flash of white light passed by, and the vine whip was cut off directly. The onion duck looked at the Charizard in front of it with sharp eyes. The blazing fire beam was about to engulf it, but at this critical moment, the onion duck's body suddenly turned in a direction and successfully avoided the spray of fire. See through. The Farfetch'd saw through Charizard's moves. Roger shouted loudly. The next second, he saw the Farfetch'd transformed into several shadow clones and rushed towards Charizard. The Dark Dragon frowned. Charizard, spray flames. A beam of fire spewed out of Charizard's mouth, and wherever the sprayed flames passed, Farfetch'd's shadow clones disappeared. Which one is the real one? The Dark Power was very nervous. The Farfetch'd's attainment in the shadow clone move was so high, Charizard continued to add firepower. The Queen of Flowers and Roserade looked at the scene and felt that they didn't know how to start. At this moment, the remaining shadow clones that had not been destroyed all approached Charizard. The real body of Farfetch'd had already come behind Charizard without anyone noticing. It held the green onion in its hand and jumped up suddenly. While jumping high, it stepped on Charizard's body and used the force to jump over its head. Then, the huge green onion went all the way down from Charizard's head. The sharp blade showed a milky white light and cut through the dragon scales on Charizard's body. Charizard howled in pain and then fell down in a mess. Charizard! The dark dragon shouted anxiously. But Charizard fell into a coma due to the severe pain and lost his ability to fight. Farfetch'd turned his back to Charizard and posed in a handsome manner. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was shocked. It's really amazing. Roger said in shock, Wing King's Farfetch'd has reached that level of understanding of swordsmanship. The reason why he didn't join the Flower Queen and Fire King in encircling Charizard was because they were planning to fight 1 against 3. Wow, Wing King and Farfetch'd did it. This doesn't seem to be their limit. Then, there's still the Flower Queen and her Roserade. The Flower Queen, What the hell? A minute later, Roserade also fell under Farfetch'd's onion. That Farfetch'd. 1. Many viewers didn't even react yet. They looked at Farfetch'd standing on the stage, and felt that their worldview was shocked. Farfetch'd, a Pokemon that was almost eaten to extinction, could actually be cultivated to such a powerful level. And that Frosty Milkman. That Wing King player is extraordinary. He seems to be very good at cultivating weak Pokemon with low upper limits. What's more terrifying is that he really did it. There are actually such trainers in this world. You know, many trainers only capture Pokemon with high talent and strong strength. When they encounter weak Pokemon, they will choose to let them go. At this moment, many viewers suddenly became curious about King Tsubasa. What kind of person is the real identity of the person under the mask? In addition to Frostmilk and Farfetch'd, what other Pokemon does King Tsubasa have? No one knows the answer to this question. All they can do is to check King Tsubasa's next game, and then go to watch the game. At the end of the game, Naoki successfully gained 3 points, happily put Farfetch'd back into the Pokeball, and walked out of the Royal Dome. It was already 4 p.m. If we went back to Padilla now, we could get home before dinner. Naoki released the motor lizard and rode it all the way back to the ranch in Ohana Town, then transferred to Golden and flew through the reverse world to Padilla. It was 6 p.m. Naoki passed through the reverse world as usual and landed in the ranch from the central lake of the ranch. Everyone, come out! Naoki got off Golden, then took out the Pokeballs of Onion Duck, Frosty Milk Fairy, and released all the Pokemon. At this moment, Golden seemed to have discovered something. Aw, gaw? Naoki turned his head, and the next second, he saw 3 bird Pokemon in front of his house. One of them was his unruly Zapdos with yellow pointed feathers. To the left of Zapdos stood a mysterious bird Pokemon with a slender tail and crystal clear ice blue starlight around it. And to the right of Zapdos was a bird Pokemon burning with flames and beautiful orange feathers. Chapter 519. That's Articuno and Moltres? Naoki was stunned for a moment. What happened? Why did Articuno and Moltres suddenly come over? At this time, Zapdos, Articuno and Moltres also found Naoki returning home. Zapdos flapped its wings and said, "Chirp." Articuno looked calm, standing there with its head raised, observing the so-called human. Moltres squinted its eyes and looked at the other party, as if judging the other party's strength and whether the other party was qualified to make it surrender. However, the next second, Moltres' attention was attracted by the Pokemon next to the human. It was a dragon Pokemon with gorgeous feathers, huge body, strong muscles, and a wild aura. As if it had noticed its gaze, the dragon Pokemon turned its head and looked over with its golden pupils. The eyes of the bird and the dragon met in midair, and the strong pressure contained in them made Moltres shudder uncontrollably. Good, what a terrifying aura. What's going on? Naoki's eyes wandered over Articuno and Moltres for a moment, and then looked at Zapdos beside him. Zapdos, chirp. Through the power of Tokiwa, Naoki sensed Zapdos' thoughts. It was saying, Articuno and Moltres can contribute their feathers to make steamed buns. Hearing this, Naoki understood instantly. It turned out that Zapdos used steamed buns to attract Articuno and Moltres. Okay, I got it. Naoki said as he walked into the house. Zappos followed behind, while Articuno and Moltres were stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what the human meant. Did he agree? Seeing that Moltres and Articuno didn't catch up, Zappos stopped and turned around. Chirp! Buzz? Oh! The three bird Pokemon began to communicate. Naoki looked back when he heard the noise, and saw Articuno and Moltres following. Naoki thought for a moment and said to them, I can help you make steamed buns, but it's not free. Hearing this, Articuno and Moltres instantly became alert. What does this human want to do? Naoki smiled and said, Don't worry, you don't need to do anything extra, just give me a few more feathers from your body. Maltinio, Articuno, That's it? They thought it was something else. The two bird Pokemon breathed a sigh of relief. They shed some feathers every year anyway, and even if they fall off, they can grow them back, so it's no big deal. Therefore, Moltres and Articuno decisively agreed. If what Zappos said is true, then their strength will definitely continue to improve. Boo-hoo! Articuno turned his head and pecked at his body twice with his beak, and soon pecked out a few feathers emitting beautiful blue ice crystals. It handed the feathers to Naoki. The Moltres beside him watched this scene, and then followed suit and pecked out a few orange feathers. Naoki reached out to take it, and as soon as he got the feathers of Articuno, he clearly felt a slight chill. The feathers of Moltres exuded a warm breath and felt warm to the touch. Naoki glanced at it, and the next second, the information of the two feathers emerged from his mind. Meltrace feathers. Feathers containing a lot of fire energy may be used to make dishes. The effect is unknown. Articuno feathers. Feathers containing a lot of ice energy may be used to make dishes. The effect is unknown. Okay, I go steam buns for you now. It will take about 5 hours. Before that, please wait a moment. Naoki said. Articuno and Moltres nodded, indicating that it was no problem and they could wait. Seeing this, Naoki said nothing more. He turned around and took Golden back to the room. Naoki's threshold for legendary Pokemon had been raised by Giratina and Rayquaza. Seeing Pokemon like Articuno and Moltres again now did not surprise him too much, but he could treat them with a normal attitude. In the living room, Bud Crown was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. Sister AI Guancher has prepared a sumptuous dinner for Naoki. Dragonite, Babutubo, Eruption, and Flutterfly have been waiting here long ago. Seeing that the meal was ready, Frost Milk Fairy and Motor Lizard immediately ran over excitedly and joined everyone. You guys eat first. I go deal with these feathers. Naoki reached out and touched the head of Babutubo, who flew over, then put a few feathers into his storage cabinet, took out only one and ground it into powder, mixed it with flour, and used it to steam buns. Meanwhile, in the ranch, seeing that his work had been completed, Zappos turned around and prepared to go to the World Tree to take a look. Seeing its action, Moltres and Articuno, who were originally observing the surrounding situation, immediately turned their heads. Articuno asked, Bushi, where are you going? Zappos looked back at them. Chew. World Tree. World Tree? What place is that? The two bird Pokemon were slightly stunned. However, Zapdos did not say much. It spread its wings and flew directly into the lake in the ranch. Articuno and Moltres looked at each other, thinking that there was nothing they could do here, so they might as well go over and take a look. So, the two bird Pokemon followed closely. When they followed Zappos through the mirror-like lake, the next second, the surrounding scene changed drastically. The original pasture disappeared, replaced by a world full of dead silence and desolation. There were many broken islands floating in the void, some of which were planted with flowers, plants and trees. What is this place? Articuno and Moltres were a little flustered, because they sensed a very strong breath here. The owner of that breath was a being far beyond their reach. However, Zappos seemed to feel nothing and continued to fly forward. Articuno and Moltres hurriedly followed. Buzz? Aren't you afraid? Articuno asked. Zappos glanced at it, and then replied, Chirp. That's Giratina, Naoki's friend, and he won't hurt us. This is the road to the World Tree, and we can travel freely on weekdays. Hearing this, Articuno wanted to say something else. However, an exit emitting green light appeared in front of him. Zappos, Chirp. We're here. The two bird Pokemon followed Zappos through the light. Then, they came to a place full of birdsong and flowers. Dense woods, fertile green grass, heavy fruits hanging on the branches, many young flowers blooming in the forest, and a lake as clear as a mirror located in this beautiful forest. The sky was reflected in the lake, and the golden sunlight fell through the mottled shadows of the trees into the forest, as if covering the entire forest with a layer of dreamy veil. Seeing this dreamland, Articuno and Moltres were filled with shock. Such a rich natural atmosphere. What exactly is this place? Zapdos turned to look at the two bird Pokemon who had never seen the world, and then said, Chirp. This is the world tree, the tree that Naoki planted for us. Boo-hi-hi? Articuno was shocked. This tree was actually planted by that human? Moltres also opened his eyes wide. Oh ho? Planted for you? He likes you so much? Zapdos, It corrected, Chirp. Not just me, but all the Pokemon on this tree. If Naoki is willing, Zapdos thinks that all the Pokemon living on this tree must be willing to become his Pokemon. However, Articuno misunderstood this. Buzz? That human is so good to the Pokemon he captured. He planted a tree suitable for Pokemon to live in, so that they can live here. Such a rich natural atmosphere, for Pokemon, this place is simply a paradise. Articuno and Moltres were extremely envious. If they could do it too. At this time, Zapdos continued to fly forward. Articuno and Moltres followed behind and flew over the forest. On the way, they really saw some Pokemon below. They were a few geckos, Bulbasaur and Tropical Dragon. They were picking fruits in the orchard, and then put the fruits on the back of the rhino to transport them to other places. Continuing forward, Articuno and Moltres saw another large field full of crops. Water attribute Pokemon such as Blastoise, Milotic, and Vaporeon were standing in the fields, using the water gun move to water the crops. Moltres, who had come into contact with humans before, was very surprised. Oh! Did Naoki plant these too? Zapdos, Chirp. No, Naoki taught us to plant these. Everyone can plant crops, pick fruits, and fill their stomachs with their own power. Moltres was stunned. Oh? Will Naoki come here? Zapdos, Chirp. Naoki said he would come here to live with everyone when he gets old. As they talked, the three Pokemon passed through the farmland area and officially arrived at the Pokemon Guild. Here, Moltres and Articuno saw all kinds of Pokemon. Pikachu, Meowth, Golduck, Ninetales, Jigglypuff, Tyrannosaurus, Sandslash, Nidoking. Some they had seen, and many they hadn't. These Pokemon were running around leisurely below. Some were running shops in human facilities, and some were sitting on benches next to the park fountain to rest. Boo-hi-hi? What on earth is this place? Articuno looked at this scene in disbelief. Zapdos looked at the lively scene below, and then introduced, Chirp. Welcome to the guild headquarters of the Hero Expedition Team. Naoki Ranch, 8 p.m. The lights of other ranches have dimmed, but the ranch is brightly lit. The AI Guancher siblings and Sai Fuhao went to the Pokemon Tavern early and entertained the Pokemon in the town and the wild Pokemon passing by. Naoki stayed at home, steaming buns made of Articuno feathers and Moltres feathers. In the living room, Guillerton and Motor Lizard were lying on the carpet and yawning. The Bud Crown was sitting on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone with great interest. Naoki was having a video call with Sirona. Naoki was very surprised to see Sirona contact him suddenly. He pressed the answer button, and Sirona's face appeared on the screen. Miss Sirona, what's the matter with calling at this time? Naoki asked. Sirona nodded, and her seemingly cold face showed a little entanglement and confusion. Mr. Naoki, I have a question for you. Is what Giratina said true? It is very different from the history I investigated. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. What? Sirona is in contact with Giratina? You don't know? Sirona was a little surprised. Naoki shook his head. He had been busy playing games and upgrading his rank these past 2 days, and didn't pay much attention to Giratina. Seeing this, Sirona thought for a moment, and then said, Giratina posted a post on the forum this morning, saying that Arceus, the god of creation, is a Pokemon born evil. It won't be long before he wakes up and destroys humanity. Naoki, An indescribable expression appeared on his face. Did Giratina post these? Hirona nodded seriously. Naoki was completely silent. Is Giratina crazy? Why is it making up rumors about Arceus? Naoki quickly opened the Pokemon forum and clicked on Giratina's personal homepage. Then, he saw the post posted by Giratina on it. The likes of that post have reached 30 million, and the comments have reached 7 figures. It has also been on the hot search, and the popularity has exploded. This means that at least 30 million people around the world have seen this rumor. Giratina went crazy. Sirona observed Naoki's expression and asked tentatively, Is what Giratina said true? Naoki, No, I think you should know the history of Sinnoh. Naoki shook his head. A few hundred years ago, when Sinnoh was still called the Washia region, a terrible disaster occurred. Sirona was slightly stunned. Is it related to the era of cleansing? She asked hurriedly. I have seen relevant records in some ancient ruins. That disaster was caused by Giratina and a human in order to avenge Arceus. They were going to destroy the world created by Arceus. Based on this incident, it is not difficult to guess that the relationship between Giratina and Arceus is not good. The relationship between Giratina and Arceus is very bad. Why is this? Sirona was immediately attracted by this incident. Then, she understood the reason why Giratina sent that false message. This was also a way for Giratina to take revenge on Arceus. Does Mr. Naoki know the reason? Sirona asked. I'm not sure, but I think it's probably because of partiality. Naoki shook his head. Arceus created Giratina and Dialga and Palkia, who control time and space at the same time. Dialga and Palkia can freely live in this beautiful world, but Giratina was exiled to a destroyed world. According to the records, it is a dimension with nothing, full of death and nothingness. Sharona fell into deep thought. And at this moment, a ding sound suddenly came from the living room. It was the alarm clock set by Naoki, which meant that the steamed buns were cooked. Naoki glanced over there and said, I still have something to do, so let's stop here today. If you find any ancient books that record myths and legends, remember to show them to me. Maybe I can help interpret them. I understand. Thank you very much for your help today. Helona thanked him politely. Naoki smiled, then hung up the phone without much concern, walked to the kitchen, and opened the lid of the pot. A cloud of milky white steam gushed out. In the steam, there were 2 rows of plump and round steamed buns. One row was ice blue, and the other row was flame-like orange-red. The frozen buns and the flame buns are ready. Naoki looked down, and the next second, their information appeared in his mind. Frozen buns, S+ legendary food, made from feather powder from the legendary Pokemon. It is said that eating it can control ice. Food effect, God of Ice. Eating it can allow Pokemon to gain the power of ice and snow, and can control ice and snow as the owner of the feathers, freezing the moisture in the air and causing snowflakes to fall. It is limited to ice Pokemon, and a Pokemon can only eat it once. Comment, a unique dish in the world, feed it to your ice attribute Pokemon. Flame Bun, S+ a legendary dish made from feather powder from a legendary Pokemon. It is said that eating it will allow you to control fire. Cooking effect, God of Fire. After eating it, Pokemon will gain the power of fire, and can control fire as the owner of the feathers will, using fire to control everything they see, bringing warmth to the earth. It is limited to fire-type Pokemon, and a Pokemon can only eat it once. Comment, a unique dish in the world, feed it to your fire attribute Pokemon. Chapter 520. World Tree Expedition Guild. Articuno and Moltres were like country kids, who had come to a big city for the first time, full of curiosity about everything here. They stood beside the Slowpoke fountain, staring at the Pokemon coming and going. The owner of the sushi restaurant, Milan, rode on a Chirobot, carrying a basket of fish from a distance. They ran into a strange building and handed the fish to Bulbasaur, who was working there. Bulbasaur immediately used a vine whip to take a kitchen knife and started to deal with the fish. Soon, the fish turned into thin slices of sashimi that were white and pink. A Meowth and a Meowth sat at the table, looking at the fish meat expectantly. Soon, 2 fresh sushi were cooked. The waiter Gotha Duck brought the sushi to the customers. The long-awaited Meowth and Meowth immediately devoured the food. Boo-hoo! Articuno was very surprised by this, with a look of disbelief on his face. These Pokemon actually live like humans, and what does that food taste like? It looked so tempting, and just at this moment, a crisp whistle suddenly sounded from the top of another building. Articuno looked up and saw a sniper standing on the roof observing something. As its whistle sounded, several Pokemon suddenly rushed out of the house, and brought an injured and unconscious Pokemon into the house. Articuno saw what they fed to the Pokemon, and soon, the unconscious Pokemon opened his eyes. Seeing a Pokemon injured, Moltres next to him immediately became alert. Oh? Is there danger here? Zapdos was very calm. Chew. No, they are training themselves and improving their strength by fighting with other Pokemon. During this period, some injuries are inevitable. At this time, the Pokemon in the Pokemon Hospital will appear. After finding an injured Pokemon, Tantan will blow a whistle to notify those Pokemon. After hearing the whistle, they will immediately go over and bring back the injured Pokemon, and use the fruit and goat milk sold in the prop shop to give them emergency treatment. However, there are currently no professional Pokemon nurses in the Pokemon Hospital. Therefore, some mistakes often occur. For example, feeding the Pokemon in the burned state with peach fruit for detoxification, feeding the paralyzed Pokemon with fruit for frostbite treatment, etc. This also caused their condition to become more and more serious. In the end, Mutuo couldn't stand it anymore, and took them to the Phoenix King to let the Phoenix King help burn them with the holy fire. After witnessing everything on the world tree with their own eyes, Articuno and Moltres showed envy in their eyes. How great it would be if they could live here too. But this tree was built by the human named Naoki specifically for his Pokemon, and Pokemon from other places, like them, probably have no chance at all. Ooh hi. Articuno sighed. And Moltres beside him suddenly had an idea. If they also become the Pokemon of that human, can they also live in this world tree? At this time, a white light suddenly flashed by the Slowpoke fountain in front of him. Then, a humanoid Pokemon with a big tail appeared in front of Moltres and Articuno. The two Pokemon were startled. Mutuo glanced at Moltres and Articuno, and then communicated telepathically, "Naoki is looking for you." 5 minutes later, Naoki Ranch. Naoki handed the finished flame buns and frozen buns to Moltres and Articuno in front of him respectively. Zapdos looked eager to try. Seeing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. "Do you want to eat too?" Zapdos nodded. Naoki, He glanced at the remaining buns, then handed two to Zapdos. "Then eat them. But these two buns have no effect on you. They are only effective against fire and ice Pokemon like Moltres and Articuno." Chew. Hearing this, Zapdos immediately showed an expression of disbelief on his face. What? No effect? Then why did it go to so much trouble to find those two guys? Thinking of this, Zapdos suddenly doubted his life. It originally thought that by eating the feathers of the other two guys, it could become stronger. But now, looking at the steamed bun in front of it, Zapdos suddenly looked disgusted. Chirp. It won't eat it, Naoki. ? Why is Zapdos so weird? Really not eating it? Naoki asked. Chirp. Zapdos nodded in confirmation. Okay then. Naoki handed the steamed buns to Magma, Flareon and Glaceon, and Smelt also got one. Seeing this scene, Zapdos felt better. At least it didn't work in vain. The two buns could still be useful for Naoki's other Pokemon. At this time, Moltres and Articuno had already eaten the two buns. A scorching flame rose from Moltres with a whoosh, covering its body. And Articuno also burst out with a powerful ice attribute energy. The milky white ice air continued to spread along its body, and suddenly pieces of blue ice crystals appeared in the air. The next second, the weather over the ranch began to change rapidly. The wind was surging, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and snowflakes suddenly began to float in the sky. But soon, the snowflakes disappeared, replaced by a clear and cloudless night sky. Naoki looked up at the changing weather, and then looked at the Moltres and Articuno in front of him. They seemed to be able to affect the weather. As far as he knew, the only ones who could do this were the three sacred birds on Asia Island in the Orange Islands. Does this mean that their strength is also approaching that level? After a moment, everything returned to calm. The flames from the Moltres gradually receded, but compared to before, the flame-like feathers on its body burned more fiercely, and its pair of fiery red eyes were piercing and very bright, like stars in the night. The long tail behind the Articuno swayed gently, and dots of blue starlight floated from its body, making the whole bird look more agile and beautiful. What a beautiful bird Pokemon! Naoki couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Moltres and Zapdos, Articuno is really good looking. After eating the steamed buns, the two Pokemon looked at Naoki with bright eyes. Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked, "How do you feel?" Buzz. Articuno flapped its wings and nodded gently, indicating that it was in good condition. And Moltres couldn't hold back any longer, flapping its wings and flew into the night sky, circling around the pasture with a touch of orange flames. Naoki looked up at the scene, and suddenly he remembered something. In the Kanto region and the Johto region, a sacred fire ceremony is held before the start of each year's league competition. And the sacred fire in that ceremony is said to be the flame of Moltres, which is said to never go out. Tisk, it's amazing. Naoki's first reaction was to ask Moltres for some flames to put in the fireplace, so that the fireplace would never go out. But there are already lava worms at home, so there is no need for Moltres' flames. Moltres hovered in the air for a while, then landed in front of Naoki with a happy face, and looked at the human together with Articuno. Seeing this, Naoki raised his eyebrows. Boo hi. Articuno made a cold cry. Moltres also said, "Oh." Through the power of Tokiwa, Naoki quickly sensed the thoughts of the two bird Pokemon. He was slightly stunned, and then asked in surprise, "You want to be my Pokemon?" It seems like they have known each other for less than 6 hours. They haven't even fought each other, but Moltres and Articuno are so proactive in sticking to him. It was so fast that even Naoki, a human, couldn't react. However, Articuno and Moltres nodded firmly. Boo-hoo! Oh, that's right. They are willing to become the Pokemon of this human, not only because of Yggdrasil, but also because the other party's strength conquered them, because both of them lost to Zapdos. And Zapdos was bred by this human named Naoki. Naoki must be a very powerful human trainer who can help Pokemon improve its strength so much. However, after hearing these words, Zapdos on the side suddenly interrupted and said, "Chirp. Say so much, isn't it just to live on the world tree?" Articuno and Moltres immediately cast their eyes on Zapdos, revealing a hint of panic in their expressions, as if they were intended to be discovered. The flames all over Moltres' body burned more fiercely with a whoosh, and looked at Zapdos in anger. Zapdos was not afraid at all. With a crackling sound, all the feathers on its body exploded, and a large amount of yellow electricity gushed out. Naoki, It's a pity that these three bird Pokemon can't summon Lugia, the god of the sea, when they fight. Okay, stop it. He sighed helplessly. Zapdos put away the electric light on its body, and turned its head to look in other directions. Articuno and Moltres looked at Naoki in a panic. What if this human doesn't want them to be his Pokemon? When thinking about this, Articuno felt a little sad. The other party was willing to make buns for them, and help them become stronger when they first met. It actually liked him. Moltres said anxiously, "Oh, they can help provide a lot of feathers, as long as they can live in the world tree." Hearing this, the lightning bird beside showed a contemptuous look. It remembered that a bird Pokemon once said that it was attached to humans. Who is more attached now? Naoki, In his mind, he could not help but think of the scene where he kept Moltres and Articuno in a fence and let them produce feathers every day. But speaking of it, the world tree just lacked a suitable ice attribute Pokemon to create a place suitable for ice attribute Pokemon to live and enrich the ecological environment on the world tree. Naoki turned his attention to Articuno. Then the question is, can Articuno use its ice and snow to create an ice field and snow mountain on the world tree? There aren't many legendary Pokemon with ice attributes. In addition to Articuno, there are only Kyurem, Regice, Smelt and Claw. Claw and Smelt are also in the ranch. With the help of the three of them, maybe the ice field construction plan can be completed. Then he can capture some cute ice Vulpix from the Alola region and let them live there. When he gets old, he will hand over the ranch to his children, and take Gulden and the others to live in the world tree. Eat sushi at the Expedition Guild on Monday, go to Dragon Town to play with Dragonite on Tuesday, go to Earth Town to play with Groudon on Wednesday, go to the ice field to play with Ice Vulpix on Thursday, ride Rayquaza to go on a space adventure on Friday, and go fishing and picnic with Gulton Motorcycle on Saturday and Sunday. The fish you catch can also be used to make Dragonite's favorite steamed sea bass. This kind of life, just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Thinking of this, Naoki's eyes became firm. He looked at Articuno and Moltres and nodded. You don't need to produce feathers, you just need to collect the feathers that fall off naturally and give them to me. Hearing this, Articuno and Moltres were delighted. Did Naoki agree to capture them? Moltres lowered his head and looked at Naoki's waist. It has lived on the Quartz Plateau for many years, and has seen many human trainers. Moltres knew very well that when human trainers capture Pokemon, they would take out the Pokeball, and put those Pokemon into it. Then, according to the process, Naoki should also take out the Pokeball to capture them, right? However, Naoki stood there motionless. However, I have one more thing I want to ask Articuno for help. Articuno listened attentively. Moltres interrupted. Oh. Naoki was slightly stunned, then looked at Moltres. You want to score a Pokeball? Moltres nodded. Oh. If you don't score a Pokeball, it doesn't count as capturing a Pokemon, Naoki, This made him not know what to say for a moment. This was the first time Naoki had seen a Pokemon so eager to score a goal. Naoki originally thought that it didn't matter whether he scored a goal or not, because he didn't need it in normal times anyway, just like Jirachi and Giratina, who lived in the world tree. But Moltres seemed to think that if it didn't enter the Pokeball, it wouldn't be a Pokemon capture. It felt a sense of crisis and felt uneasy. Weird. Okay, I go get 2 Pokeballs. Naoki returned to the room helplessly, and took out 2 empty Pokeballs. Moltres was finally satisfied. It stuck its head out, and took the initiative to touch the Pokeball. The next second, its body turned into a red light, and was collected into the ball. The Pokeball shook a little, and then it became quiet. This means that the capture was successful. Seeing this, Articuno followed suit, and put his forehead against the Pokeball. Then, its body turned into a beam of red light, and entered the Pokeball. Soon, the Pokeball also quieted down. Looking at the 2 Pokeballs in his hand, Naoki couldn't help but feel a little complicated. At this time, he noticed a gaze. When Naoki raised his head, he saw the Zappos in front of him looking at the two poke balls in his hand, with the same indescribable look. Naoki, Zappos, Chapter 521. What else can I do? Naoki sighed helplessly, then released Articuno and Molters, and continued the previous topic. Articuno, I have another thing I want to ask you for help with, Naoki said. You hi? Articuno looked over in confusion. Naoki observed the changes in its body, and then asked, that bun just now should have increased the ice attribute energy in your body a lot, right? According to the improvement of Zappos, after eating the lightning bun, Articuno and Molters will probably not be much worse. As expected, just as Naoki expected, the Articuno in front of him nodded. Boo hi. That's right, the ice attribute energy in its body has increased by at least 40% compared to before. That's no problem. Naoki nodded and said, you have seen the world tree, right? I plan to create a piece of ice and snow there suitable for ice attribute Pokemon to live, so I need your help. Use the move Blizzard to bring down heavy snow until it covers the entire tree layer. At that time, the world tree will adjust the ecology and temperature according to the environment and completely turn that layer into a snowfield. After it's done, Articuno can live there directly. As for Molters, it can go directly to the volcanic area where Groudon is. Boo-hoo! Articuno immediately said it was no problem. This kind of thing was a piece of cake for it. Okay. Naoki looked at the time and saw that it was not yet 9 o'clock in the evening, so he planned to go there with Articuno. It's just that we have time now, I go with you. There's no need to bring anything to the world tree. Naoki rode on Golden, and a group of Pokemon who couldn't sleep next to him also wanted to join in the fun. Naoki had no choice but to take them with him. Frostmilk, Partner Eevee, Dratini, and Lucky Duck all climbed onto his body. Butterfree, Baboon, and Dragonite could fly behind him. And Urako, Motorbike, and Grave Dog rode on the three birds. After the group was ready, they headed towards the World Tree, passed through the Reverse World, and came to the Expedition Team Guild area. Although it was night, the Expedition Guild was still brightly lit and very lively. The Pokemon who had worked hard in the fields all day, the Pokemon who had picked fruit to prepare food for everyone, and the Pokemon who had fought with their companions to improve their strength all gathered at the guild. Some of them were enjoying sushi in Million's sushi restaurant, some were drinking fruit juice in the tavern run by Meowth and Pikachu, and some Pokemon were so tired that they went back to their cabins and fell asleep in their nests. Naoki even saw several working Dragonites here. Presumably they came here from the Dragon Town below to play. Dragonite saw them, roared and came forward to greet his colleagues. As soon as the Golden landed, Naoki's EVs skillfully scattered and joined the group of Pokemon. Naoki, he knew that the EVs came here to play. Buku? The little Fakuden sitting on Naoki's shoulder looked around, his eyes full of curiosity. It looked so lively here. By the way, this is the first time for Little Lucky Egg to come to this place. Naoki smiled and introduced it. This is the World Tree, and it is also a part of our home. They are all Pokemon from various places, and everyone lives here together. Buku. Little Lucky Egg's eyes are bright. It holds the round stone and jumps off Naoki's shoulder, then looks around excitedly. It looks so lively here. Let's go play with everyone for a while. I come pick you up when I'm done, Naoki said with a smile. Little Lucky Egg hesitated. Buku? Is it really possible? It doesn't know any Pokemon here. Seeing this, Frosty Milk Fairy and Bubble Turtle took the initiative to step forward. Bamo. Mama! They can take Little Lucky Egg to visit here. Naoki smiled and said, then I leave Little Lucky Egg to you. Bamo! Bubble Turtle nodded, and then took Little Lucky Egg to visit these facilities with Frosty Milk Fairy. Naoki quietly left here with Golden and the others, and took the World Tree elevator to the land of the Earth where Groudon was. The land of the Earth spread out from the volcano where Groudon was, and below the volcano was the Red Earth, which was the magma released by Groudon after cooling. There were many hot springs with boiling hot steam all over the land. The further out, the lower the temperature. At the outermost circle, there were only ordinary rock veins. Apprentice Bear is not here now, probably training with Kyogre. Naoki glanced at the volcano over there, and then said to Molters, Meltrace, you will live here from now on. Oh. Molters felt vaguely that something was wrong, and there seemed to be a terrifying aura in this place. That aura brought it an unprecedented sense of oppression. It looked left and right, and soon determined the source of the aura, which was in that volcano. At this time, Groudon sensed an intruder and walked out of the volcano. The next second, the two Pokemon looked at each other. A bold exclamation mark appeared above Molters's head. Don't worry, that's Groudon, the master who created this land. It won't hurt you. Naoki introduced Molters. Oh. Molters was still nervous. Naoki looked at Groudon again. Grow, this is Molters. It will move to this place to live in the future. Please take care of it for me. After all, Molters was in the Pokeball, so it was his Pokemon. Hearing this, Groudon looked at the bird Pokemon over there with his golden pupils. It didn't care about this kind of thing. After all, there were many humans and Pokemon living on the land it had created. After making sure that nothing was wrong, Groudon turned around and walked into the volcano. Then Molters, you can stay here. If you want to eat anything, you can also go to the Expedition Team Guild for dinner. Okay, we leave first. After instructing Molters, Naoki turned and left. In the blink of an eye, Molters was the only Pokemon left in this place. It looked at the volcano nervously for a long time, and after confirming that the Pokemon had no hostility towards it, it breathed a sigh of relief. Then it flapped its wings and circled in the air, randomly found a cave with flowing magma, and lived there. At this time, Naoki had already arrived at the next level of the Earth Country with Articuno. This is still an undeveloped area. The vegetation is lush, and the soil is fertile. Everywhere you look, there is a vibrant scene. Looking at this scene, Articuno looked at Naoki with some uncertainty. Bushi? Do you really want to use a blizzard? If you do that, everything here will be destroyed. Naoki nodded with certainty. Use it. These plants will not die. They are part of the world tree. When the snow falls, they will exist in this place in another form. After hearing what Naoki said, Articuno nodded. Then, it flapped its wings and flew into the air. Dots of blue ice crystals scattered from Articuno's body, and with a crisp bird cry, a strong chill suddenly broke out. A fierce snowstorm suddenly blew in the sky. White snowflakes fell one after another, until they covered the whole world. Soon, this place turned into a vast snowfield with no end in sight. There were tall cedars growing on the snowfield. When a gust of wind blew, the snow covering it fell down, revealing the verdant needle-shaped leaves. Looking at this scene, Naoki couldn't help but have a picture in his mind. A group of ivory pigs walking slowly in the cedar forest. As their huge bodies passed through, the snow on the trees would be shaken off. The mother ivory pig walking in front might even stop and wait for her slow-moving child, the little boar. This place is perfect for Pokemon with ice attributes. Articuno circled and flew back. Thank you for your hard work, Articuno. You will live well in this place in the future, Naoki said. Boo-hi-hi. Articuno nodded gently. It was very satisfied with this place. Chapter 522. At the same time, the Pokemon Guild, led by Babutubo and Frosty Milk Fairy, Little Foodon curiously visited this place. The surrounding scenes were reflected in his eyes, and Little Foodon couldn't help but murmur, Buku! It's so lively here. It's even more lively than the ranch. Babutubo nodded, Bamo! Of course, because this is the paradise that Naoki built specifically for Pokemon. Frosty Milk Fairy beside him also said happily, Mama. Yes, we all live together, play together, and make delicious snacks together. It's so happy. The little Lucky Egg sometimes turned his head to the left, sometimes to the right, and was dazzled by those magical facilities and Pokemon that he had never seen before. Buku! Buku! It pointed to one of the buildings and asked. After hearing this, Babutubo and Frosty Milk Fairy looked over there, and saw many Pokemon sitting in a house with an open door. The Pokemon surrounded the bar, drinking from cups, and looked very happy. Babutubo introduced, Bamo Bamo. That is the Pokemon Tavern, where Pokemons relax and drink. Frust Milk, Mama. The wine is delicious. If you drink one glass, you will feel dizzy, and it feels like you are walking on cotton candy. Little Foodon has never had this feeling before. When he heard Frust Milk say this, he immediately wanted to try it out. However, he was stopped by Babutubo with a serious face. Bamo. Naoki also said that Pokemon that haven't grown up can't drink alcohol. Xylophoodon immediately pointed to a small curly-eared Pokemon in the Pokemon Tavern. Buku! That Pokemon drank too. Babutubo didn't know what to do, and could only stand there scratching his head in embarrassment. Bamo! Mama. Frosty Milk Fairy said gently, Mama? Just drink a little bit, it's okay, and Naoki didn't stop me last time I drank, right? However, in fact, Frosty Milk Fairy is already a 5-year-old Pokemon. Although she has been in this world for 5 years, Frosty Milk Fairy still often thinks of herself as a child Pokemon that hasn't grown up. Only when facing Pokemon younger than it, or when facing the Saltstone Djinn, will Frostmilk act like a big sister. This look will make those Pokemon think it is a gentle and considerate big sister. Sure enough, after hearing what Frostmilk said, little Fudon's eyes immediately lit up and looked at Frostmilk eagerly. Buku! Frostmilk patted her chest with her little hands like a little adult. Mama! Don't worry, it's okay. Then, the two Pokemon went to the Pokemon Tavern and asked the waiters Meowth and Pikachu for 2 glasses of fruit wine. But Butubo looked at this scene and finally sighed helplessly. Bammo! As the sweet and mellow fruit wine entered his mouth, Frostmilk Fairy's face immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. Seeing Frostmilk Fairy's appearance, little Fudon also imitated it and drank it in big gulps. After a glass of fruit wine, both Pokemon felt a little dizzy in their heads. Frostmilk Fairy liked this feeling of being tipsy and asked, Mama? See? It's like stepping on cotton candy, am I right? Buku! Xiao Fudon nodded his head repeatedly. After experiencing the drinking, Babu Tubo and Frosty Milk Fairy took Xiao Fudon to visit other places. Mama! This is a dessert shop. People usually make delicious cakes with butter and flour here. Mama! This is a sushi restaurant, opened by Mililong and others, but the sushi is not delicious at all. I still prefer the cakes made by Naoki. Mama! This is the headquarters of the Expedition Team Guild, where Pokemon accept commissions. Naoki said that the more commissions you complete, the more powerful you will be. Mama! The place next to the guild is the prop store, where the berries and Moo Moo milk sold there can help Pokemon recover their health. Fruit, Frosty, and Babwa stood in front of the glass cabinet at the door of the prop store. On the shelves inside, there were all kinds of berries, some for recovering health, and some for curing abnormal conditions, with a very complete variety. The owner of the prop store was a Queen Flower, and when she saw a customer coming, the Queen Flower immediately came forward enthusiastically. Dafu! What do these customers need? The shop has a wide variety of fruit. In addition to fruit, the shop has recently added a more powerful item, Bammo. Hearing this, Babu Tubo was a little confused. It looked around the shelves, but didn't find anything new. Frostmilk Fairy asked, Mama? What is it? The Queen Flower smiled and replied, Dafu, it's the goods that the Phoenix King gave to our shop. After that, the Queen Flower turned around and took out a small package from the bottom of the shelf with her hands. It opened the package, revealing a handful of ash-like stuff inside. Vampire introduced them, DAV. This is Holy Ash. It can restore injured Pokemon in an instant. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as the Holy Ash is applied to the wound, the Pokemon will heal immediately. Occasionally, Ho-Oh will leave the World Tree and fly to other places. In order to prevent the Pokemon on the World Tree from causing trouble and getting into danger, when it is not there, there will be no way to use the sacred fire to heal their wounds. So, the Ho-Oh gave his Holy Ash to the prop shop, and let the Pokemon in need come to get it. Of course, these Holy Ashes sometimes run out. But every time the Ho-Oh leaves the World Tree, he will come to replenish the stock. Because it has received the favor of the World Tree, and the Ho-Oh likes this place, and the Pokemon living here, it doesn't mind giving its Holy Ash to them. Hearing the description of the Tyrant Flower, Xiao Fudon showed a surprised expression on his face. Buku! Wow, so awesome! Being injured is a terrible thing. Before coming to the ranch, little Fakuden had fought with other wild Pokemon and got injured. At that time, its wound was very painful, and it took a long time to recover. If it had this ash at that time, would it have been able to heal in an instant? However, Frostmilk and Babu Tubo next to it did not react in a particularly surprised way to what Queen Flower said. On the contrary, Babu Tubo thought of the life goat milk in the ranch. It said, Bammo. The effect of this holy ash is exactly the same as the goat milk produced by the Mount Goats, Bakara? Dafu? How is it possible? That is the holy ash of Lord Ho-Oh. There is no way that this world can achieve that effect. Bakara was full of disbelief. It thought that this Pokemon must be lying. In order to prove that it was not lying, Babu Tubo immediately flew back to the ranch and took a bottle of life goat milk from the refrigerator. In order to compare the effects of life milk and holy ash, the group went to the Pokemon hospital. There happened to be 2 Pokemon injured in the battle. They were a gecko and a mud donkey. Babu Tubo and Queen Flower used holy ash and life milk on them respectively. Almost in the blink of an eye, the scars on the gecko and mud donkey disappeared and they recovered. Seeing this scene, Queen Flower was stunned. What kind of goat milk is that? The effect is exactly the same as the holy ash of Lord Ho-Oh, Babu Tubo said proudly. Bammo. It is the life goat milk of Naoki Ranch. Buku? Little Fudon looked around and looked at the injured Pokemon over there, and couldn't help asking, "Why are there so many injured Pokemon? Where is this place?" Frosty Milk Fairy explained, "Mama, this is the Pokemon Hospital on the World Tree, but there is no professional Pokemon doctor here now, and these Pokemon can't get professional treatment." Little Fudon was a little puzzled. "Buku? Why not?" Frosty Milkman was not very clear about the answer to this question. It thought about the origin of these Pokemon and then answered, "Mama, maybe the Dr. Pokemon has not met us yet?" At this time, Naoki, who had built the Snowfield ecological area, brought Golden back to the top of the World Tree. He found Babutubo and others at the Pokemon Hospital. Seeing Frosty Milkman and Little Lucky Egg thinking there, Naoki was a little surprised. "What are you thinking about?" The Pokemon turned their heads and saw Naoki and Golden coming in from outside. Little Fakuden took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart. "Buku? Why is there no Pokemon doctor here?" Naoki looked at Little Fakuden with some surprise. "Pokemon doctor?" Little Fakuden nodded repeatedly. "Buku. If there is a doctor, these injured Pokemon can be taken care of, and their injuries will recover as soon as possible." Naoki quickly understood what Little Fakuden meant. As expected, the Jigglypuff family is kind-hearted and gentle. It is said that even wild Jigglypuffs will give nutritious eggs to injured Pokemon to help them recover as soon as possible. Even though Jigglypuff has not evolved yet, it already has a kind heart. Thinking of this, Naoki smiled and explained, "Because there is no Pokemon suitable to be a doctor on the World Tree, but there is a Pokemon that is quite suitable." "Buku?" As expected, the attention of the little idiot was drawn to this sentence. "That's the idiot that evolved from the little idiot," Naoki said. "The idiot that evolved from the little idiot." The little idiot was stunned for a second, and then reacted. Isn't that it? Buku?" The little idiot quickly pointed at himself. Naoki nodded and said, "Yes, because the idiot has a kind heart, they will take care of the injured Pokemon gently, so it is the most suitable Pokemon to be a doctor." Hearing this, Little Lucky Egg hesitated. "But it hasn't evolved into a Jigglypuff yet." However, Naoki just said that, and he didn't intend to force Little Lucky Egg to be a doctor here. Everything depends on its own will. "Don't worry, I just said that. If you want to be a doctor, you can be a doctor. If you don't want to be a doctor, it doesn't matter." Little Lucky Egg actually likes this place. It looked at the poisoned and paralyzed Pokemon, and the scene of them lying on the ground pitifully and painfully without anyone to take care of them just now appeared in its mind, and it felt a little bit reluctant. If there is no doctor to take care of them, those Pokemon will be too pitiful, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Fudon made a decision in his heart. Decision. Since there is no Pokemon doctor here, he will serve as a doctor in the hospital and take care of these Pokemon. "Buku!" Xiao Fudon told Naoki his decision. Naoki was a little surprised, and he reminded, "It's not that easy to become a Pokemon doctor." "Buku?" Because a Pokemon doctor needs to master a lot of knowledge, such as judging whether the Pokemon is injured or poisoned according to their status, and then, you have to identify the fruit and use the corresponding fruit to help them heal. Naoki gave Little Fakuden a shot of prevention in advance. However, Little Fakuden didn't care at all. "Buku! Since it has made up its mind, it won't give up." "Yeah, I didn't expect Little Fakuden to be so determined." Naoki was a little surprised. "Sure, I teach you the relevant medical knowledge when I have time," he said. "To become a Pokemon doctor, you need to undergo professional training first. In the human world, not only Miss Joy, but also their partner Pokemon will go to the nursing school to study." If Naoki remembered correctly, Musashi from the Rocket team also had such an experience. She met a Chansey egg when she was studying at the nursing school and became good friends with it. However, because Musashi, as a human, could not learn the singing technique to appease Pokemon, he could not graduate and eventually had to give up his studies, and waited silently until the Chansey egg graduated before leaving the nursing school. In addition to teaching Chansey Egg to identify tree fruits and injuries, perhaps he could also take Chansey Egg to the Pokemon Center in the town for a field trip and ask Miss Joy there to teach Chansey Egg how to take care of Pokemon, Naoki thought. But there was no rush for this matter, because the Lucky Egg had not yet evolved into a Lucky Egg. The next morning, after finishing his work at the ranch, Naoki went through the reverse world as usual and came to the Alola region to continue his game. The strength of the super-level opponents in the Royal Dome was uneven. Some were very weak, while others had reached the gym leader level, which could be said to be a mixed bag. Farfetch'd and Frosty Milkman easily defeated these opponents, leading Naoki to win all the way to the advanced level, and accumulated enough points to advance to the master level. The successive victories and the effective playing style attracted the attention of many viewers. In just a few days, Naoki, who had transformed into the King of Wings, gained a lot of fans. Some people even made his light board and cheering stick, as well as a very puny life-size standee, and placed it on the Royal Avenue in front of the Royal Dome. Every time he passed by there, Naoki felt very embarrassed. He silently said in his heart that he would never come here again after getting the island tour certificate. Naoki took a deep breath and walked straight into the Royal Dome. Today was his last match in the advanced tier. As long as he won, he could advance to the master tier and fight against Dr. Kukui, who had transformed into the Royal Masked Man. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, Giratina looked at the screen of Rotom's phone with fiery eyes, which was broadcasting the live broadcast of Naoki's match. Giratina, who watched the entire match and never missed a single one, was very familiar with the rules of the Royal Dome. It knew that as long as Naoki won this match, he could advance to the master tier. Giratina was very excited. It's almost time for it to appear. Humans, get ready to tremble. Chapter 523. At 7 p.m., Royal Dome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's exciting game. I believe many friends already know that this game is the qualifying match for Wing King to advance from the advanced stage to the master stage. As long as he and his Pokemon can defeat 3 opponents, then from today on, a super popular star player will be born in our Royal Dome again. Since registration, he has not lost a single game, and has won 28 games in a row, advancing from the general stage to the advanced stage. This is our Wing King. Ah, this is something that even our veteran star player Royal Masked Man couldn't do. And now, Wing King has his Masters qualifying tournament again. I wonder if Wing King can defeat his 3 opponents with overwhelming force, like in the previous matches? Let's wait and see. Beside the ring with flashing neon lights sat a full audience. The originally empty auditorium was now full. Tourists from various regions gathered here. Parents with children, young couples, old men with young hearts, and a group of young trainers in their teens. These people are holding up their cheering sticks and shouting loudly. The sound is like a soaring dragon, resounding throughout the Royal Dome. Wing King! Wing King! Wing King! Haha, I believe that Wing King has already felt everyone's enthusiasm. Roger, the commentator and referee standing on the lifting platform, holding a microphone, looked at the ring below. But before the game starts, I will introduce to you the 3 opponents of King Wing in this game. First, let's welcome the Wolf King, nicknamed King of Hell, who is powerful and good at sending his opponents to hell with his purgatory-like anger, and his Pokemon, Houndoom. The spotlight above the ring suddenly lit up and pointed at a black-haired young man in a corner of the ring. In front of the young man stood a Pokemon that looked like a hellhound, with a long scar on its face, and looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Houndoom, a dark Pokemon, has the attributes of evil and fire. Wolf King, he and his Houndoom have experienced countless battles, and his strength has reached the King level. Unfortunately, he lost to Royal Masked Man last time, causing him to fall to the Master level. His strength should not be underestimated. Under the spotlight, the black-haired young man nodded calmly, and then cast his eyes on the shadow shrouded in darkness on the opposite side. That is King Wing, a powerful trainer who has won all the way to this point. It looks like we have a tough battle today, Houndoom, the Wolf King said. Houndoom also cast his eyes on the shadow over there. It bared its teeth, leaned forward slightly, and took a fighting stance, the flesh on its face squeezed together, looking extremely fierce. Woof! But we are not as vulnerable as those guys. If you want to advance, it depends on your ability, the Wolf King murmured. Next, it's our water musician singer and his partner, Sea Lion. Roger's voice continued to ring. The second spotlight shone down, and suddenly, a man with long hair, slender figure, and as elegant as Macaulay appeared in everyone's sight. In front of him stood a Pokemon with long curly hair in navy blue, tied into 3 sections by pearl hair bands, and pink starfish hair accessories on both temples. The Pokemon's appearance was very beautiful, with azure blue eyes, long and thick white eyelashes, a slender white body, and large and powerful palms. It has a light blue wavy cape on its body, and a dark blue tail underneath. At first glance, it looks like a mermaid in the sea. That is the Sea Lion, which evolved from the water-attributed sea lion of the Alola region. Singer putting her long blue hair behind her ears, her voice sounds as sweet and delicate as the strings of a plucked instrument. Sea Lion, let's bring you a wonderful performance together. Sea Lion raised her head and let out an ethereal and pleasant cry from her throat that went straight to her heart. Woo! The last one is our ice fighter boxing champion and his partner, the victorious Hairy Crab. The third spotlight then lit up, illuminating a sturdy man in a white karate uniform below. In front of him stood a crab Pokemon covered in white hair. There were purple spots on its chest, back, abdomen and forelimbs. Its original claws had evolved into fists with blue and purple patterns similar to footprints. Winning Hairy Crab, knock them out with your fists. The boxing champion threw a swinging punch. The winning Hairy Crab in front of him also shook his two huge fists and got ready for fighting. And our new star player, Wing King. The last spotlight came on, and the masked young man appeared in front of everyone. Wing King! Wing King! Wing King! The audience cheered immediately. Because since the establishment of the Royal Dome, no player has been able to win all the way here without losing a single game. This trainer with strong strength, varied fighting styles, sometimes cool and sharp, sometimes quirky, is so lovable that no one will dislike him if they have watched a few of his battles. Have you ever seen Frostmilk defeat gym leader level Pokemon with just a finger swing? Each time he swings his finger, he can perform a variety of powerful and gorgeous moves, instantly defeating his opponent. Have you ever seen Farfetch'd, who has practiced the onion technique to perfection? Like a swordsman, it carries a huge green onion, appears and disappears without a trace, and its superb sword skills seem to be able to cut off anything in the world. Which Pokemon will King Wing send out in this battle? Is it Farfetch? Or the cute Frostmilk? The audience couldn't help but shout loudly for King Wing to send out the Pokemon they wanted to see. Farfetch! Farfetch! I want to see Frostmilk! Frostmilk beat them. Amid the cheers of the people, King Wing slowly took out his Pokeball. It was a very ordinary red and white ball. With a flash of white light, what appeared in front of the audience was not the two Pokemon they were familiar with, but a huge green Pokemon that looked like an olive tree. Seeing this scene, countless viewers opened their eyes wide at the same time. Commentator Roger was surprised and said, "That Pokemon is..." "Wait, let me scan it." After that, he took out his Rotom mobile phone and pointed it at Oliva below. Soon, the name of the Pokemon appeared on the Rotom mobile phone. Oliva, a Pokemon with the general and grass attributes, is gentle and compassionate. It will share nutritious and delicious oil with weak Pokemon. It is a Pokemon unique to the Padilla region. Oliva, that Pokemon is Oliva from the Padilla region. It's so shocking. In this crucial game, the player Wing King actually sent out a Pokemon that has never been used in previous games. And, according to the data, the normal Oliva is only 1.4 meters tall, and the Oliva of the player Wing King is much taller than this data. It's so big. Compared to Onion Duck and Frosty Milk Fairy, what kind of surprises will this Pokemon bring us? Oliva, please. On the ring, Naoki said softly to Oliva in front of him. Now Oliva has absorbed a lot of natural energy from the World Tree, and with the leaf cake made from the leaves of the World Tree, its strength has unknowingly broken through to a very exaggerated level. Although it is not as good as the Mount Goats, it has far surpassed most of the ordinary Pokemon. Lee. Hearing Naoki's words, Oliva nodded gently. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by a rapid ringing of the bell, this crucial qualifying match officially began. Oliva, green grass field. As the order was issued, a green energy burst out from Oliva's body, turning into a grassland with countless small grasses, instantly covering the entire ring. For a moment, the ring seemed to have turned into a grassland, with thousands of small grasses transformed by energy swaying gently in it. At the same time, Wolf King, Singer and Boxer also issued their own orders. They had fought many times in the Royal Dome, and were very familiar with each other. Now facing the powerful enemy, who had won all the way, the three of them looked at each other, and tacitly chose to cooperate, and launched a siege on Oliva from 3 different angles. Horge, Howl! Horge, Frozen Wind! Horge, Ice Hammer! Almost instantly, the 3 Pokemon responded. Houndoom let out a long roar. The sound was like a war cry, and the sea lion and the crab that heard it immediately filled their bodies with strength and rushed forward with great momentum. Sea lion raised its beautiful head gracefully, and a cold air quickly condensed in its mouth, turning into a cold wind blowing towards Oliva. Crab waved its huge fists and ran forward. Its fists were covered with a layer of solid ice, like 2 huge ice hammers. Wow! Seeing this scene, Roger opened his eyes wide, very surprised. At the beginning of the game, the 3 players actually chose to join forces, 3 against 1. Wing King is in danger. Hero's Howl can increase the power of teammates' Pokemon, and the Frozen Wind of the Sea Lion and the Ice Hammer of the victorious Hairy Crab are naturally restrained against grass attribute Pokemon. And it's 3 against 1. How should the Wing King face this desperate situation? Roger's heart can't help but become nervous. However, Naoki and Oliva still remain calm. Although the power of the victorious hairy crab is strong, its speed is much slower, so the first to arrive is the frozen wind of the sea lion. Naoki's brain was working rapidly. Almost at the same time, he calmly said, "Mirror reflection." Lee. Oliva trusted his trainer unconditionally. In an instant, he gathered his arms, and a square barrier as transparent as a mirror appeared in front of him. The next second, the freezing wind swept in and accurately hit the mirror in front of Oliva. The cold air continued to gather, and finally turned into a deep blue beam of light, which was reflected back by the mirror. "Danger!" the singer shouted. The sea lion couldn't dodge, and was directly hit back by his own attack. Seeing this scene, Roger opened his eyes wide immediately. The Winged King used mirror reflection to bounce back the sea lion's attack. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the competitive hairy crab rushed to Oliva again. The huge ice hammer was raised high, and then it was smashed down fiercely. Boom! After being hit, Oliva's figure instantly turned into bubbles and dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly stunned. However, the next second, people saw that Oliva appeared behind the victorious hairy crab. It opened its arms, and 6 huge olive seeds fell from its body, giving the victorious hairy crab a heavy blow. Before the victorious hairy crab could react, the 6 seeds exploded with a bang. That was a seed bomb, and 6 of them were used at the same time. Such an exaggerated move directly made the victorious hairy crab lose its ability to fight. 3-on-1 became 2-on-1. Wow! So exaggerated. How did that Oliva do it? Roger was shocked. What was even more terrifying to him was that the Winged King player had predicted the attack of the victorious hairy crab in advance and made Oliva use a substitute. The situation on the field was fleeting. The audience had not yet recovered from the shock brought by the scene just now, and saw the Wolf King player's Houndoom pounce out from behind. Spray flames. Houndoom opened its mouth wide, and a raging fire immediately gushed out of it. The scorching flames instantly engulfed Oliva. The flames continued to spurt out, constantly burning Oliva. Oliva felt pain. Lee. At the same time, the sea lion attacked again. A cold airflow instantly enveloped the entire ring. A fierce blizzard blew towards Oliva in front, and Houndoom was also affected. The flames collided with the ice and snow, and a large amount of white smoke suddenly rose on the field. Affected by the blizzard, Houndoom's attack soon stopped. "What are you doing?" The Wolf King frowned. The singer smiled rather embarrassedly. Oh, I'm so sorry, I accidentally affected you." Good opportunity. Naoki noticed that the two seemed to be in a quarrel. Seeing that Houndoom's jet of flame stopped, he immediately ordered, "Oliva, the power of the earth." Power. The green grass field continuously helped Oliva recover his physical strength. A violent energy poured into the earth from its body, and it rushed towards Houndoom at a rapid speed. Woof! Hiroga sensed the danger and instinctively wanted to dodge. But it was too late. The next second, the ring under its feet shook violently, and a terrifying earth energy gushed out from below, instantly severely injuring Hiroga. "Hiroga, hold on." At this moment, it was no longer possible to argue with the singer. The Wolf King reacted quickly and refocused his attention on the battle. One more time, spray flames. Oliva, spray oil. However, before he spoke, Naoki took the lead in giving the order. The ability to spray oil is not Oliva's move, but its innate ability to produce delicious cooking oil for people to use. But at some point, this move can produce unexpected results. Like now. Yellow grease gushed out from Oliva's body. The sticky olive oil instantly drenched Houndoom. And it was at this time that the Wolf King gave the order to spray fire. A scorching flame kept surging in Houndoom's throat. Just as it was about to spit it out, the extremely hot flame whizzed through its mouth and quickly spread to its entire body. Almost in an instant, Houndoom turned into a real hellfire dog. The fur on its body was burning, and Houndoom was terrified and quickly rolled on the ground to try to put out the fire. Seeing this scene, the audience cheered. "It's wonderful. Winged King read the Wolf King's attack first, and let Oliva use the oil spray in advance. The oil and the flame came into contact, thus achieving spontaneous combustion. What a smart idea." Roger praised loudly. "Hydra, now, use the frozen wind." Seeing that Oliva's attention was all on Houndoom, the singer immediately gave the order to attack. Hydra, who received the order, opened his mouth and condensed a frozen wind to sweep towards Oliva. However, King E and Oliva didn't even dodge. "Use Earth Wave," Naoki said in a deep voice. Benefit. Facing the oncoming attack, Oliva suddenly burst out with a strong energy. In an instant, The grass energy on the green grass field began to gather rapidly around Oliva, and finally turned into a thick green beam, which shot out with a bang. Two completely different energies collided in midair. Although Oliva's attributes were at a disadvantage, its attack was beyond everyone's expectations, and it burst out with an absolutely crushing power. The freezing wind of the Western Lion Sea Ren was defeated step by step, and then its graceful body was submerged by green energy. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the Western Lion Sea Ren lost its combat ability on the spot. At this time, Houndoom had not yet put out the flames on his body. Facing this scene, Naoki gave the last order in a calm tone. Oliwa, use the power of the earth again. Lee. The familiar power of the earth gushed out from under Houndoom. After being hit by the double restrained power of the earth twice in a row, Houndoom rolled his eyes, and fainted instantly. He did it, Wing King did it. Roger's excited voice rang out. What a wonderful game, a complete 1-on-3, and he successfully got a triple kill. Wing King's strength is really too strong. Let us congratulate Wing King. Congratulations on his successful promotion to the master level. The audience immediately erupted in an overwhelming cheer. People were all shouting the same person's name. Wing King! Wing King! King Wing! At the top of the audience, a man with a naked upper body, wearing a red mask and a muscular body was leaning against the railing, watching the game below. King Wing? He is indeed a powerful trainer. It seems that the next game will be interesting, the Royal Masked Man thought. Chapter 524. Congratulations, Wing King. This is your prize money for this game. Please keep it. In the Royal Dome, Vivian pushed a check in front of Naoki. Naoki glanced down and saw a long string of zeros on it. Vivian explained, due to your outstanding performance in recent days, the prize money in your prize pool has accumulated to 300,000, which means that every time you win a game, you can get a prize of more than 300,000 alliance coins. Naoki nodded to show that he understood, and then he asked, when can we start the next game? Huh? Vivian was slightly stunned. Are you going to start the next game now? Any questions? Naoki asked. It's like this. Vivian explained. Because you won the qualifying round, you have now become a master player in our Royal Dome. As of now, there are only 13 masters in the entire Royal Dome. Because every match at this level is highly anticipated, and the news of your promotion has not yet been fully spread. If you can wait for a while, you may attract more fans and viewers. By then, your popularity will increase significantly, and the prize money will reach a higher level. Naoki understood, but these prize money are of no use to him now. So he shook his head and said, no, I want to start booking the next match. Vivian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, in that case, I will help you arrange it. Naoki said okay, and then checked his current ranking through the Rotom phone. Player code, Wing King. Level, Master. Score, 0, you are already the highest level and cannot be promoted further. Rank, 13 overall, there is not much change compared to before, but there is an additional Master ranking. 1, Royal Masked Man. 2, Karate King. 3, Lion Nanako. 4, Fairy Messenger. 9, Ether Foundation. 10, Flower Dancer. Sure enough, the first place is the Royal Masked Man. Naoki murmured in his heart. This means that if he wants to get the Island Tour certificate, he has to play a few more games and raise his points to the first place. Then, he can achieve the purpose of this trip. Meanwhile, in the Royal Dome, a royal battle full of passion and blood has come to an end. On the ring, the man wearing a mask and revealing his muscular body, and his partner Blazing Roaring Tiger successfully defeated 3 opponents. They stood there, enjoying the cheers of the fans. Royal Masked Man. Royal Masked Man. Royal Masked Man. The voice was like a tidal wave, sweeping the entire stadium. On the stage, Dr. Kukui, who had transformed into the Royal Masked Man, grinned as usual and praised, "Thank you for your hard work, Blazing Roaring Tiger." Awah! Blazing Roaring Tiger crossed his arms, and looked grimly at the 3 Pokemon on the opposite side that he had defeated. It's so exciting! Roger, who was in the commentary booth, raised the microphone in his hand. The battle between the Royal Masked Man and Blazing Roaring Tiger is as exciting as ever. As expected, he is the most popular and strongest star player in the Royal Dome. The Royal Masked Man grinned and responded to the fan shouts. At this moment, Roger floated down and handed another microphone to the Royal Masked Man, asking, "Congratulations on winning this game, Royal Masked Man. Can I interview you?" The Royal Masked Man nodded cheerfully and said, "Of course." "Great." Roger turned and asked, "Recently, a newcomer joined the Royal Dome. It took less than a week for that person to be promoted from the general level to the master level. What's even more exaggerated is that he has never lost a single match since the beginning. What does the Royal Masked Man think about this? As soon as this was said, the audience stopped shouting, because they were also very curious about this question. The Royal Masked Man took the microphone and slowly said, I have also seen the match of the Wing King. His strength is very strong, and he is likely to become my rival. Wow! Roger immediately became excited. It seems that the Royal Masked Man is very optimistic about the Wing King. Now that the Wing King has advanced to the master level, I believe that the two of you will meet in the near future. Before that, does the Royal Masked Man have anything to say to him? Roger asked. Hearing this, the Royal Masked Man nodded and laughed loudly. I am looking forward to that day. Let us congratulate the Wing King for successfully defeating 3 opponents and gaining 3 points. It was another new day, and Naoki signed up for a new round of royal battles as usual. Although he had advanced to the master level, the schedule had not changed much. And according to Naoki's observation, the level of these master level trainers was far from the champion level, but hovered around the king level. After the battle, Naoki returned to the backstage and checked his current ranking through the Rotom phone. Player code, Wing King. Level, Master. Points, 9, you are already the highest level and cannot be promoted further. Ranking. For the 3 battles in the past few days allowed him to earn 9 points, and his ranking also smoothly came to the 4th place in the Master level. Congratulations, Wing King, you are now only 1 step away from the 1st place. Without waiting for Naoki to speak, Vivian asked with a smile, I have matched you with the opponent for the next game. These days of getting along, Vivian has a certain understanding of this powerful and mysterious trainer. For example, he came to the Royal Dome not for fame, nor for the prize money of the game. Because Vivian found out from his observation that Wing King didn't seem to be very interested in money, and never managed his fans. You know, his sometimes swift and fierce, and sometimes quirky fighting style has helped him attract a lot of viewers. So far, the popularity of Wing King in the Royal Dome is second only to the long-famous Royal Masked Man. It's a pity that Wing King always comes to fight. From a certain perspective, he is really a very pure trainer. Thinking of this, Vivian looked at the computer screen and continued, Your next game will be at 7 o'clock tonight in the prime time, come on. Naoki, He hasn't said anything yet. But he's already 4th. So this should be his last game, right? Which Pokemon should he send to play in this last game? Fatsoon? Cream Pie? Oliva? Or should he send his main Pokemon to play? Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If his guess is correct, he will most likely meet the Royal Masked Man, who he has never met, tonight, that is, Dr. Kukui in the anime. But when it comes to Professor Kukui, Naoki remembers something. Unlike many trainers in the anime, Professor Kukui will not easily show his fellow Pokemon. He will only release his Pokemon when necessary. For example, in a large-scale battle, to solve a crisis, or when Pokemon is needed to assist in research. As a doctor, Professor Kukui naturally has many Pokemon around him. Naoki still remembers at least 6 of them. Like Warrior Eagle, Emperor Nebo, Lucario, Blazing Roaring Tiger, Sable, Whale, Venusaur, etc. Among them, Dr. Kukui will only send out his Blazing Roaring Tiger when he appears as the Royal Masked Man. This Pokemon has been kept secret from others. Even his wife Dr. Barnett doesn't know. If nothing unexpected happens, he will face Dr. Kukui's Blazing Roaring Tiger tonight. In this case, let's send that Pokemon. Naoki already has a suitable candidate in mind. 7 o'clock in the evening, the prime time of the Alola region. The Royal Dome is already crowded with people before the game starts. Because many viewers have received the news from the Royal Dome in advance, there will be several star players competing tonight. The Royal Masked Man, the King of Karate, Liang Nanako, and the Wing King player who won all the way from the general level to the master level without losing a single game. The arena was full of people, and the audience's shouts resounded throughout the arena. They shouted the names of the star players they supported loudly, waving their cheering sticks vigorously, and the atmosphere was ignited, and the whole atmosphere was pushed to a new climax. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's royal battle. Roger was the first to take the lift to the stage. He held the microphone in his hand and looked at the crowded audience with excitement, his voice full of fiery passion. I believe everyone has known in advance that there are 4-star players in today's game. Haha, this is really a rare grand occasion. Oh. A burst of overwhelming cheers broke out in the audience. Okay, without further ado, I believe everyone can't wait to watch today's fierce battle. Roger continued, First, Let's invite the first contestant to the stage. Click, click, click. Above the ring, a row of spotlights lit up neatly, illuminating the straight entrance passage. A man wearing loose fighting clothes, with a sophisticated and calm temperament, looking very introverted and low-key, walked out slowly. The man walked to the ring, accompanied by a flash of white light, and a huge iron palm warrior with a height of more than 2 meters and 3 meters fell to the ring. Wow, it's the Iron Palm Warrior of the Karate King! Roger exclaimed. I can already imagine the Iron Palm Warrior using his powerful fighting skills to defeat his opponent with a belly bulge. It's really exciting. The Karate King crossed his arms and nodded at the camera. Then, let's welcome the second contestant. Click, click, click. Another row of spotlights lit up. Immediately afterwards, a young girl with short hair and a beret on her head, who looked cute and lovely, jumped out of the passage. Everyone, long time no see. The girl blew a kiss to the audience and the camera, and then threw her poke ball. Come out, my friend! Accompanied by a flash of white light, a mushroom Pokemon with a large, light-colored, warty poke ball-shaped cap and a huge gray stem-like body appeared on the battlefield. The Pokemon's eyes were very fierce. Its arms resembled red and white balls, and its big pink mouth pouted. Wow, Nanako's Frostbane appeared. I'm really worried about the other players. I don't know why, but I feel dizzy when I see Frostbane Pokemon. As he said this, Roger stroked his forehead with his left hand, as if he was really uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, the audience burst into laughter. Many people sitting here today know that Nanako looks very cute, but her Frostbane's fighting style is very dirty. Such a contrast has attracted many fans for her. Okay, I'm just joking with you all. Next, let's invite the third contestant to the stage, Roger said loudly. Click, click, click. The spotlights in the third row lit up instantly. Under the light, a man with a naked upper body and a horn mask slowly walked out of the entrance passage. Seeing this scene, the audience shouted in unison. The Royal Masked Man! Royal Masked Man! The man called Royal Masked Man smiled when he heard the fan shouts. He walked to the ring and threw his pokeball. With a flash of white light, a sturdy Pokemon with a sturdy body, fiery red fur, and a flaming belt around its waist appeared in everyone's sight. Wow, it's Royal Masked Man and his blazing roaring tiger. This is really surprising. I didn't expect the Royal Masked Man to also participate in today's game. Roger pretended to be surprised. I believe I don't need to introduce this player to everyone, right? He is a star player who has been ranked first in the Masters level for many years. The previous record holder of the winning streak. He and his blazing roaring tiger have used their powerful strength to defeat countless challengers. So far, no one has been able to take away the first place. As for why I said the previous one, it has something to do with our next player. At this point, Roger paused deliberately. Everyone should have heard about something recently. The Royal Dome welcomed a powerful player. Not only did he win all the way to the Masters, he also broke the Royal Masked Man's record of 20 consecutive wins. I believe everyone wants to know who that is. So now, let us invite the king of winning streaks, the hot-tempered Wing King, to the stage. Caw. As the last row of spotlights lit up, the entire stadium erupted in a sea of cheers. Amid the voice, a tall figure wearing a mask on his face slowly walked out of the entrance passage. Seeing that person, the Royal Masked Man, Liang Nanako, and the Karate King all cast their eyes in that direction. Naoki slowly walked onto the ring and stood in his own position. He reached out and took a red and white ball from his waist. Seeing this scene, Roger shouted excitedly, Wow, the Wing King player is about to send out his Pokemon. I wonder who Wing King will send out in this crucial match. Will it be the quirky Frostmilk, or the skilled Farfetch, or the powerful Oliva? The audience was all attracted by these words. Everyone wanted to know which Pokemon Wing King would send out to fight. Under the spotlight, Wing King slowly picked up his Pokeball. However, just when he was about to throw the Pokeball, something unexpected happened. A purple ripple suddenly spread out from the air. Then, a huge dragon-shaped figure full of destructive aura crossed the void, appeared above the Wing King, and descended into the real world. The Pokemon landed in front of the Wing King contestant, and it seemed to be the Wing King contestant's Pokemon. That Pokemon is... Roger couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and sat up on the spot. He quickly recited the name of the Pokemon. Oh my god, it's Giratina. The Wing King actually sent out Giratina to fight. Looking at the dragon-shaped figure full of destructive aura, the audience took a deep breath in unison. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Only Naoki was stunned in place, His hand that threw the pokeball paused slightly, and a big question mark appeared above his head. Naoki, question mark. Chapter 525. Inside the huge royal dome, the scene that should have been bustling with people was now silent. All the audience in the audience seats turned their eyes to the ring in the center. On the ring stood a huge, gray, mysterious Pokemon that looked like a dragon. A golden half-ring encircled its neck from the back, and black and red stripes were horizontally distributed on the front of its neck. It had two large ghost-like wings with red claw-like structures on the wingtips. Under its huge body were 6 extremely thick legs, 6 thick legs with golden dragon claws at the end. The breath of destruction continued to spread from its body, and the shadow enveloped the entire arena. Some people opened their eyes wide, and there was a bright earthquake in their pupils. Some people stood up suddenly, holding the railing in front of them with both hands, staring at Giratina below without blinking, and some people couldn't help but scream, and quickly covered their mouths with their hands, looking at the scene in disbelief. That's Giratina, some people exclaimed. Most of the young people present knew the meaning of this name. The legendary dragon active on the internet, the guardian of shadows, the hero who stopped Groudon and Kyogre and saved the Hoenn region. That Pokemon actually appeared here, the god of the island. This is too unbelievable. And soon, someone turned their attention to the man standing behind Giratina. As we all know, there is only one person in the world who has captured a Pokemon like Giratina. And that person has no name. He comes and goes without a trace, and has disappeared from people's sight since he and Giratina stopped the disaster in the Hoenn region last time. Giratina's trainer. Someone in the audience murmured in shock. Could Wing King be the legendary motorcycle mask? Absolutely. Another audience member had already fully reacted, his tone full of surprise. Giratina once revealed on the internet that there is only one Giratina in the world, so now that Giratina has appeared, that person must be Motorcycle Mask. Click, click, click. The sound of shutter buttons came from all directions. At this moment, not only the audience in the audience, but also the photographers in the Royal Dome pointed their cameras at Giratina. Roger looked at this scene, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, something has happened at the Royal Battle. Contestant Wing King actually sent out the legendary Pokemon Giratina to fight. In addition, we have received news that contestant Wing King's true identity is actually the great hero Motomask, who saved the Hoenn region last year. At that time, the Hoenn region was in a great crisis, and the battle between Groudon and Kyogre affected the entire region. At the critical moment, Motomask appeared on Giratina and successfully stopped their battle. As soon as these words came out, all the audience present understood. Doesn't this mean that the true identity of the player Wing King is actually the legendary trainer who saved the world? Some audience members jumped up from their seats, waving their cheering sticks vigorously and shouting, Wing King! Wing King! Giratina! On the ring, Giratina enjoyed the cheers of humans. Yes, that's the feeling. During this time, it did not forget to look back at Naoki. Naoki felt like the sky was falling. Long before the game started, he had thought of dozens of possibilities in his mind, but he had never thought of this situation. He had already heard the audience shouting, Motorcycle Mask. 3 big words. Maru, his identity was exposed. Naoki glared at Giratina and communicated with him with his eyes. What are you doing? Giratina said telepathically, Of course, I am helping you win this game. Hard fist. Giratina couldn't possibly show up for no reason. Considering its personality of striving to become a big internet celebrity, Naoki doubted that it came here to attract more fans. Naoki cast a suspicious look at Giratina. Giratina suddenly felt guilty. It turned its head and reminded with telepathy, the game is about to start. Naoki, He glanced ahead and saw the Royal Masked Man and the other 2 opponents looking at him and Giratina with burning eyes. Nanako Liang's eyes were full of surprise. It seems that the big brother is a great hero. The king of karate. It seems that I may have a fight with the legendary Pokemon today, which is really exciting. After saying that, he took off his clothes and revealed his bulging muscles. In contrast, the Royal Masked Man was much calmer, because he had no clothes to take off, and he could only take off his pants. The legendary Pokemon Giratina? The Royal Masked Man looked through the mask and looked at the opposite side. Let me see it. Naoki, He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again after a moment. That's it. Let it be exposed. The world only knows King Tsubasa, but not Naoki of Naoki Ranch. King Tsubasa, Royal Masked Man, what do these 2 have to do with him? Naoki, at this moment, seeing that the 4 players on the field were all ready, Roger spoke again. Although there were some minor changes, It doesn't matter. This wonderful game will start again soon. Ding ding ding. A quick ringing bell sounded. The royal battle officially began. As if they were aware of the opponent's strong strength, Nanako and the King of Karate immediately chose to attack together. Iron Palm Warrior, pour cold water. Oh my, the exposed ball mushroom used poison. The royal masked man did not give any orders immediately. He and his blazing roaring tiger stood there with their arms folded, watching the actions of the other two. The command was given, and the two Pokemon responded immediately. Iron Palm gathered its palms together, and a blue energy ball emerged from it. It splashed it out with force, and suddenly, a large piece of cold water flew towards Giratina. The exposed ball launched a surprise attack from the other side, and a strong purple venom spewed out from its pink mouth. Facing this scene, Giratina looked indifferent. Shadow sneak attack, Naoki said. The next second, Giratina's huge body disappeared from the spot. Disappeared? Nanako and the Karate King instantly became nervous. However, before they could give the next order, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared from behind the defeated ball mushroom. The terrifying ghost energy crashed into the defeated ball mushroom like a tide, directly knocking it out. The defeated ball mushroom fell to the ground with its eyes rolled up, and then lost its ability to fight. Instant kill. The people in the audience cheered. It's amazing, Roger said in a shocked tone. Giratina defeated Nanako's defeated ball with just one move. It is indeed a legendary Pokemon. After the attack, Giratina did not stop. It turned around and fired a wave missile. The huge wave missile directly hit the Karate King Iron Palm Warrior, and the huge force directly knocked it back. Iron Palm Warrior gritted his teeth and used his palms to push the wave missile that was even bigger than it. Its legs left 2 clear marks on the ring because of its huge power. 1 second, 2 seconds. At the 3rd second, the Iron Palm Warrior's defense line collapsed instantly, and the huge wave missile directly blasted it outside the ring, and fell hard on the wall below the audience, knocking a big hole in it. Hiss! Seeing this scene, some of the audience, who were close to it, gasped in unison. What a terrifying power! This terrifying scene should have been terrifying, but the people in the audience shouted excitedly. Wing King! Wing King! Naoki was very surprised to see this scene. It is indeed a world dominated by Pokemon battles. The stronger the trainer, the more likely he is to be sought after. He has defeated 2 opponents, and there is only one left. Naoki turned his head, and cast his eyes on the royal masked man standing opposite. We are the only ones left. It seems that we can have a fair Pokemon battle. The royal masked man crossed his arms, and looked at the man opposite with a fiery look. Naoki, After dealing with the other 2 opponents, Giratina turned around and looked at the only remaining Pokemon with fiery eyes. If the information that Rotom told it was correct, the Pokemon's name was Blazing Roaring Tiger. And the human standing behind Blazing Roaring Tiger should be the star player here, the Royal Masked Man. As long as it can defeat the Royal Masked Man, it will definitely be able to snatch all the fans of the opponent. By then, it can become the #1 person in the entire internet with the most fans, and become the world's #1 Pokemon in the true sense. Who else can dominate the internet but Giratina? Instantly, Giratina opened fire. It did not deliberately suppress the unique breath of the legendary Pokemon on itself. The terrifying shadow spread to the entire arena with it as the center. The fiery roaring tiger, who was originally holding his arms, and full of momentum, suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. That breath made it feel that it could not be an enemy. If a fight broke out, it would be killed by the opponent. The pupils of the blazing roaring tiger were dilated, and the spirit was tense. At this time, the shadow had spread to its feet. Blazing Roaring Tiger subconsciously retreated to avoid it, until it could no longer retreat. Blazing Roaring Tiger suddenly felt very scared. It turned around and looked at its trainer. That expression seemed to ask, "It hits this Pokemon? It hits this Pokemon? Is it true?" Huh? Roger suddenly noticed this scene, and he said in confusion, "Oh my god, Royal Masked Player's Blazing Roaring Tiger seems to be scared." Royal Masked Man, who transformed into Professor Kukui, also noticed the reaction of his Pokemon at this time. He started to cheer Blazing Roaring Tiger up and said, "This is an unprecedented strong enemy. Blazing Roaring Tiger, show your courage, don't be afraid, challenge stronger, and you will become stronger." Hearing the comfort of the trainer, Blazing Roaring Tiger felt a little better. It nodded, and then turned its head again to look at Giratina in front of it. The battle continued. The Royal Mask pointed forward and ordered, "Fiery Roaring Tiger, use Abyss Thrust." After the order was given, the fiery roaring tiger forced itself not to look at the shadow under its feet. It ran forward, and a flash of dark energy flashed on its strong palms. The energy turned into two huge claws, which were swung towards Giratina. Giratina snorted, and it also used its shadow to create a shadow claw that flashed with a dark purple light, and then went straight to the fiery roaring tiger. Then, under the gazes of countless people, the two Pokemon collided. The two huge claws transformed from energy fiercely intertwined with each other, engaging in an extremely fierce confrontation. The next second, the sharp claws of the blazing roaring tiger were broken, and the huge shadow claws were swung out fiercely, leaving 3 clear wounds on the blazing roaring tiger's body in an instant. The blazing roaring tiger was hit and flew backwards. "Hold on," the royal masked man hurriedly encouraged. However, the next second, the domineering and ferocious figure of Giratina launched a pursuit towards the blazing roaring tiger. The huge dragon claws moved from top to bottom, and the strong body of the blazing roaring tiger seemed as fragile as a piece of paper under this move, and it fell to the ring with a bang. The huge impact force directly knocked a big hole in the ring, and the blazing roaring tiger lay inside, his eyes spinning, and he had lost his ability to fight. At this point, the battle ended. Oh my god, the Wing King won. He and Giratina showed their incomparable suppression power, and the royal masked man and the other two players had no power to resist at all. Roger was very excited, because this meant that from today on, a new superstar player would be born. It's so shocking. Wing King has won all the way until now, and no one has been able to defeat him. What is his strength, king or champion? But anyway, that's all for later. Now, let's congratulate Wing King for his victory. His ranking has surpassed the Royal Masked Man and reached the first place. After a brief silence, the entire scene erupted in a roar. Tens of thousands of spectators shouted in unison, "Wing King! Wing King! Wing King!" Giratina looked around proudly with its blood-red eyes, enjoying the admiring gazes of humans. Naoki, He could almost imagine how crazy Giratina would be when he returned and asked the Rotom mobile phone to help it search for news about itself on the internet. Then it lay comfortably on the island filled with the fragrance of flowers and sunshine, eating apples from the trees, and listening to Rotom reading the praises and admiration comments from humans. Fortunately, the Bud Crown King is not interested in becoming a big internet celebrity or a big star. Naoki sighed, then walked forward and shook hands with Dr. Kukui. Dr. Kukui took a deep breath and seemed helpless and sighed. "It seems that this era no longer belongs to us." However, he saw the man in front of him shook his head. Naoki smiled slightly. "No, I'm just a passerby." After saying that, while Dr. Kukui was stunned, Naoki turned around. Seeing this, Giratina also turned around and chased after him. Its huge figure went into the void behind Naoki and disappeared from people's sight. Naoki passed through the entrance passage and returned to the rest area. As soon as he got there, he saw Vivian coming over. The woman's eyes were full of admiration, and she said respectfully, "Mr. Wing King, the chairman of the Royal Dome wants to see you." Naoki was slightly stunned. A moment later, he was led by Vivian to a luxuriously decorated room. A middle-aged man in a suit was already waiting there. As soon as they met, Naoki heard the other party greet him with surprise. "King Tsubasa. No, maybe I should call you Mr. Naoki." Naoki frowned slightly. He sat on the chair under the hospitality of the two. "I didn't expect it to be you," the chairman of the Royal Dome said excitedly. The mysterious trainer who saved the Hoenn region actually appeared in their Royal Dome at this moment. If this matter is used well, it will definitely attract more players to the Royal Dome. Naoki saw what this person meant at a glance. He frowned slightly and shook his head. "I hope you don't do that." "What?" The man was stunned. "Naoki, after this, I will leave the Alola region and will no longer participate in the Royal Dome competition. You can use Motor Mass to promote it, but there is one thing you must promise me." "You say?" the man said respectfully. "I hope you won't reveal my true identity to anyone," Naoki said. Realizing that this would make Wing King unhappy, the man immediately gave up the idea in his mind. If he offended such a powerful trainer, the Royal Dome would not be able to bear the consequences. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man nodded and agreed. Okay, no problem." Chapter 526. Wing King left the Royal Dome, and will not participate in any future games. When Dr. Kukui received this news from the chairman of the Royal Dome, he finally understood what Wing King said to him after the game that day. Wing King said, "No, I'm just a passerby." So he had this plan that day? In the Royal Dome, Dr. Kukui recalled what happened that day and couldn't help muttering, "What a mysterious guy." Once the appearance of Motor Mask at the Royal Dome was revealed, it quickly attracted the attention of people everywhere. The video of the royal battle was widely circulated on the internet. At first, netizens did not realize what was happening. But soon, someone noticed the powerful Giratina in the video. After some Pokemon scholars identified it, they found that the Giratina in the video was the Giratina that appeared in the Hoenn region and stopped Groudon in Kyogre. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar on the internet. What? Motor Mask appeared in the Alola region? And participated in the local battle project? Suddenly, countless netizens flocked to the Alola region, intending to go there to see Motor Mask's face. Especially netizens in the Hoenn region, they all ordered air tickets and boat tickets, preparing to go to the Alola region to meet the great hero who helped them. However, there were too many people, and the air tickets and boat tickets were quickly sold out. Trainers who failed to book a boat ticket even rode their flying Pokemon and water attribute Pokemon across the ocean to the Alola region. For a time, the tourism industry in the Alola region was particularly lively. However, when people arrived in the Alola region, they found that Motor Mask had left there. Just like last time, he disappeared without a trace. Netizens tried to force the chairman of the Royal Dome to tell them where Motor Mask went. This poor middle-aged man was surrounded by enthusiastic fans, and was so busy that he finally kept his promise to Naoki, and did not reveal any information about him. It was only said that after the game, the Wing King player left alone, and they didn't know where he went. Even so, some unwilling netizens tried to track down Motor Mask through clues and video recordings. They watched video after video, and listed all the Pokemon that Motor Mask had fought, and finally determined a rough range. Motor Mask players are likely to come from the Galar region, Padia region, Kanto region, Johto region, and Sinnoh region. The reason is simple, because the Pokemon used by Motor Mask are all Pokemon unique to these regions. Frosty is from Galar, Oliva is from Padia, and Farfetch'd first appeared in Kanto and Johto. As for Giratina, it is obviously a legendary Pokemon from Sinnoh. Some people think that Motor Mask is a lonely wanderer who travels around the world, just like in the movies, doing justice and helping others. Some people also believe that Motor Mask is the descendant of a hidden family, a mysterious and unfathomable boss. For a time, there were many different opinions, and all kinds of rumors made Motor Mask's true identity even more confusing. Some people even think that Motor Mask is not a human, and his true identity is actually the human form of Giratina. However, among these messy speculations, one person noticed one thing. In the chief office of the Padilla Alliance headquarters, UCI, who cherishes talents, rolled the mouse, and the web page on the computer screen also slid down. She clicked on the picture above, and saw an enlarged photo of Frosty and Farfetch'd. UCI narrowed his eyes, and said to Exionly beside him, "Do you think these two Pokemon seem familiar?" Exionly looked over and shook her head in confusion. "I haven't seen them before." "That's right." UCI nodded thoughtfully. After all, Exionly had not been to that place many times. "What's that?" Exionly was slightly stunned. "Chief, have you thought of anything?" "It's just a guess. It's not confirmed yet." UCI shook her head slightly, but a smile appeared on her face. "I have some things I want to confirm, and I ask you to help deal with the affairs of the Alliance." After that, UCI got up and left the office. She got on a private plane, and then rushed towards the direction of Zichin town. Exionly was left alone, silently looking at the table full of materials waiting to be processed. Exionly, An hour later, UCI arrived at Naoki Ranch smoothly. The helicopter landed on the lawn in the pasture. The flying silver plane attracted a large group of Pokemon to stop and watch. Yessie jumped down from the helicopter with a smile on her face. She saw Naoki wearing a farmer's outfit, a straw hat, a gardening apron, holding a side-up watering can and watering the flowers in the garden leisurely. He looked like a farmer working in the countryside. Yessie narrowed her eyes. At this time, Naoki also noticed Yessie's sudden visit. He turned around in surprise and looked at UCI, who was walking away. "Chief, why did you come to my humble abode today? I haven't seen you for a long time." "I came to see how you are doing this time," UCI replied. While she said this, her eyes inadvertently swept across the nearby grass, lingering on the Pokemon basking in the sun for a moment, trying to find the target of her trip among them. UCI's strange behavior immediately attracted Naoki's attention. He immediately became extremely alert. Oops, Yessie must have suspected that the Motor Mask who appeared in the Alola region was him. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief, and then pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? Chief, what are you looking for?" "Nothing." Yessie suddenly realized. It's just that I suddenly found that some Pokemon seem to have joined the ranch. Yes. Naoki cast his eyes on the 4 auspicious signs basking in the sun. That's the ancient Jian snail, the ancient sword leopard, the ancient jade fish, and the ancient tripod deer. You see, I was a little curious about the 4 Pokemon that looked extraordinary. They don't look like ordinary Pokemon. Naoki nodded. To be precise, they are also called the treasures of disaster. They have existed since the period of the Kingdom of Padia, but later they were sealed up because of some things that happened. Treasures of disaster. You see, I was a little interested, but business was more important. She did not forget the purpose of her trip. By the way, a friend of mine recently captured a Frosty. He wants me to ask a trainer who has trained Frosty for advice on how to train it. You are the only Pokemon like Frosty around me, so I came to visit you today. You see, I said. That expression, as if she really has such a friend. Naoki, bullshit friend. He knew in his heart that you see I was acting, but he could only pretend not to know and showed an embarrassed expression. But my Frostmill produces Pokemon. It's not good at fighting. Yes, he was speechless. She couldn't pretend anymore. As far as I know, there is a finger swing trial led by Frostmilk in your ranch, and the Frostmilk in the royal battle is also very good at finger swing. Huh? Is all this a coincidence, Wing King? Yes, he asked. Naoki, what else can he do? Continued to defend himself, saying that the Alola region and Padia are so far apart. How could he run back and forth in such a short time? And he has been watering flowers on the ranch all this time. But Yusei is not a fool. She will believe it as soon as someone says it. There are very few people in the Padia region who know the name Wing King, and Yusei, as the chief champion, happens to be one of them. Seeing this scene, Yusei simply pointed out, "Is that person you?" As far as she knows, so far, there are only a handful of people in the entire Padia region who know Wing King, except for the doctor and Naoki, and the person who loves the Pokemon like Wing King so much that he doesn't hesitate to use its name as his code name. Yusei believes that Dr. Olin will not do that, and he doesn't have the time to go out and save the world. Naoki insisted, "It's not me." However, seeing this scene, Yusei had a rough idea in her mind. The guess in her heart was confirmed, and she was in a good mood. I was right. I didn't expect that Motor Mask was actually a trainer in our Padia area. Oh ha ha. This is really the best news I have heard in the past week. Naoki, it's really not me. Yusei raised her eyebrows, and at this moment, she suddenly doubted whether she had seen it wrong. But when she saw the look of Golden next to her, she knew she was right. Naoki didn't want to reveal his identity. Yusei was a little surprised. In that case, she would just cooperate. Okay, it's not you. However, the next second, Yusei changed the subject and asked, "If one day the Padia region encounters something like what happened in the Hoenn region before, you will also help, right?" Naoki was slightly stunned. As far as he knew, there were no dangerous beasts in the Padia region, and the Padia alliance was full of martial virtues, so he was not needed at all. Seeing his expression, Yusei smiled and said, "It's just an example." Naoki sighed helplessly. "Although I'm not King Tsubasa, if I really encounter such a thing, I think I will provide some help." Yusei was very satisfied with this answer. "Be careful next time you act," Yusei said, "otherwise, if your identity is exposed, the ranch will definitely be crowded by your enthusiastic fans." Naoki got a headache when he thought about it. He had seen the Royal Dome crowded with people on TV. Fortunately, he left there long ago. "But the Padia Alliance will help you cover up a little bit," Yusei comforted. Naoki, TSK, but speaking of which, today's incident suddenly reminded me of something, Yusei suddenly said. "What?" Naoki looked at her. "If you can take Bud Crown and Giratina to represent the Padia region to participate in the World Championship and the 8 Masters, you will definitely win the championship without any suspense, right?" Yusei fantasized. At that time, they can publicize that the strongest champion is in Padia, so as to attract more talents to come here. Oh ha ha, just thinking about it makes people feel happy. Now is the fantasy time. Stop. Naoki quickly interrupted Yusei's fantasy. Forget it, that kind of thing is just a thought. Let him take Giratina and the perfect Bud Crown to participate in the competition. Will the others still want to play? Yusei suddenly felt a pity. But it doesn't matter, as long as Naoki stays in their Padia area. By the way, how is your recent progress with Chishu? Have you thought about when to get married? Yusei suddenly asked with a smile. Naoki, here it comes again. He also replied with a smile. We are not in a hurry, but then again, Chief, you haven't gotten married yet. You see, I didn't care about this. That's because my work has not been completed, but you are different. I am looking forward to that day. I will definitely give you a great gift when the time comes. Naoki thought he had everything he needed at the moment, and he didn't take Yusi's words seriously. Yusei said that if he didn't want to reveal his true identity, the Padilla Alliance would help cover it up. Naoki gladly accepted Yusei's kindness. Yusei was very busy, and after a brief chat, she took a plane and left the ranch. Naoki was left staring at the blue sky, with the words Yusei had just said coming to his mind. Get married. Marry Chishu, start a family of your own, run a ranch together, take care of Pokemon together, and finally grow old together. Just thinking about it makes life complete. Naoki suddenly wanted to meet Chishu. But then again, it seems that you have to propose before getting married, right? He remembered that in the anime, Professor Kukui also proposed to Barnet in a very romantic way. Since Chishu took the initiative to confess, it was his turn to take the initiative this time. It's decided. When he helps Giratina solve the Arceus incident, he will propose to Chishu. As for the ring, Naoki thought of the Mega Stone of the Electric Dragon that Daigo gave him before. In that case, he can use that stone as the diamond on the ring. At the same time, in the reverse world, on the Sky Island of Flowers, Giratina lay in the flowers in a fat house-like posture, with large pieces of flowers pressed under it. It closed its eyes, opened its mouth, picked up a tree fruit and ate it. As the full juice exploded in its mouth, Giratina's face showed a comfortable and enjoyable expression. In front of it, the mobile phone Rotom automatically floated in the air, reporting the current situation to Giratina in an excited tone. Report to Lodo. The number of fans has increased again. 1,380,000 new fans were added in one day. Lodo. According to the current online ranking, we have surpassed everyone and come to the first place. Lodo. Great Lodo, we succeeded. Lodo. Humph, it turns out that Giratina is still so popular. Giratina was extremely proud. Now it has become the world's #1 Pokemon. Rotom, read me the comments from humans. Giratina said. Got it, Rotom. Mobile Rotom nodded excitedly, as if he shared the honor with Giratina. This is the comment from the netizen Cupicu, Lodo. Aw, Giratina is so amazing. Its strength is the strongest among all the Pokemon I have ever seen. Lodo. Continue. Giratina is in a good mood, see? Even humans think so. Got it. This is a comment from a netizen named Yukiuguo, Lodo. Oh my god, I didn't expect Giratina to be so amazing. Using the Rotom phone like a human. Follow, Giratina, I'm your little fan, take more pictures of you, okay? Lodo. Humph, this human is so bold, asking for its picture on the first day of following, really doesn't know the rules. Does he think it's such a casual Pokemon? Giratina ignored the comment, opened his mouth and ate another sweet apple, lying in the flowers with a look of enjoyment on his face, closed his eyes again, and said to the Rotom phone, continue. Got it, Lodo. Chapter 527. The appearance of Motor Mask caused a wave of gold rush in the Alola region, but in the end, it returned to calm with the disappearance of Motor Mask. For a time, the true face of Motor Mask became more mysterious in people's minds. And in this environment, a new day came to Naoki Ranch. With the first ray of dawn rising from the distant horizon, Naoki and the Pokemon opened their eyes from their sleep and started a new day. After eating the nutritious breakfast made by my sister, the EVs jumped out of the room. They ran through the grass and ran on the grass in the pasture in the sunshine. Slowed down. Naoki followed slowly behind, holding a basket in his hand. The EVs passed by the stable, and the spirit horses and snow blizzard horses living in it couldn't help but be attracted by this energetic scene. They all looked up, but only saw the backs of the EVs. Here, this is your breakfast today. Naoki, who followed behind, poured the ice radish and black radish in the basket into it. The elves and Snowbrook immediately retracted their gazes, buried the huge horse head in the trough, and happily ate. With that look, it was impossible to tell that they were legendary Pokemon that used to gallop on the crown snow plain. They seemed to be just two ordinary horse Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but smile and touch their heads. It seems that these two horses have now completely integrated into the life of the ranch. The EVs ran past the sheepfold of the Mount Goats again. The three Mount Goats lay on the grass close to each other, and took a lazy nap. Hearing the noise made by the EVs, they opened their eyes a little and took a look, then yawned lazily. At this moment, the fragrance of grass dumplings came from afar. The three Mount Goats turned their heads, and saw Naoki walking towards them. Here, this is your grass dumplings for today. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Naoki said without looking back while pouring the grass dumplings in the basket into the trough. However, when he turned his head, he saw that the 3 mount goats had stood up and squeezed beside him. Naoki was startled. Mia. The 3 goats rubbed their heads against his arms, then crowded in front of the trough and happily began to eat. The pasture was full of vitality in the morning, and there were drops of dew on the grass. The morning breeze blew, blowing on the cheeks, making people feel relaxed and happy. 3 bees flew out of the hive and went to the flower field to collect honey to make sweet honey. Butterfree flapped its wings and landed on the roof, leisurely watching the sun that had just risen in the sky. The working dragonites came to the ranch one after another, and flew to all parts of the world with the goods under the guidance of Rotom's mobile phone. Early in the morning, Farfetch began to practice his onion skills diligently. Suddenly, a light rain fell in the farmland next to him. It turned out that Dragonite was using rain prayer to help water the crops. The rain fell down, moistening the crops between the ridges. The 3 moles came to the ground to breathe and blinked at this scene. It could already imagine how plump the fruits would be when these crops matured. At that time, Naoki will make them into delicious dishes and give them to them. Just thinking about that kind of thing makes me feel happy. Sanchi looked longingly and began to drool. After feeding the Pokemon in the ranch, it was already 7:30 in the morning. When Naoki returned home, he saw Xiaofuden waiting for him there with expectant eyes. Buku! I know, I take you there today, Naoki said helplessly. A few days ago, little Fakuden wanted to become a Pokemon doctor and was ready to let Naoki teach him relevant knowledge. But at that time, Naoki was busy participating in the royal battle and had no time, so he delayed it until now. Logically, Naoki should go to the Alola region to participate in the island tour with the champion's reward, the island tour certificate. But now there are too many people attracted by Motor Mask. After some thought, Naoki plans to wait until the heat has passed a little before starting his own island tour. In that case, today he will take Little Lucky Egg to visit the Pokemon Center in town. Thinking of this, Naoki prepared to ride Gulton to visit Miss Joy. However, before he could leave the house, he saw several trainers running in from outside. Mr. Naoki. Naoki was a little surprised. He looked at those familiar faces and vaguely remembered that these 3 boys and girls had challenged the trial in the ranch. Why are you here? Are you here to challenge the trial? But I have something to do today, so I won't accept the trial at the ranch for now, Naoki said. But the girl shook her head vigorously. No, we are not here to challenge the trial. The boy next to him was very excited. Frost Milk Fairy. Mr. Naoki's Frost Milk Fairy is also very good at using the Finger Wave skill, right? Last time, Frost Milk Fairy used the Finger Wave skill to perform a very powerful move to defeat my Pokemon. Naoki was instantly alert, but he still kept a smile on his face. Ah, you mean that? Yes, my Frosty is really good at using the finger swing technique, but it was a great senior who taught me this. Naoki chose to use the move of creating something out of nothing. Huh? Hearing this, the boys and girls in front of him were stunned. So Mr. Naoki, you are not Motor Mask. Motor Mask? Isn't that the trainer who stopped the legendary Pokemon from fighting? Naoki said in shock. The 3 carefully observed Naoki's expression and found that he seemed to be really shocked. The girl was very disappointed. Ah, I thought Mr. Naoki was Motor Mask. That's right. The Padia region and the Alola region are so far apart, and Mr. Naoki has so many Pokemon to take care of in his ranch, it's impossible for him to leave for so long. You know, it takes a long time to get from Alola to Padia even if you take a plane. What a pity. The boy suddenly remembered what Naoki had just said. By the way, Mr. Naoki, you just said that there was a very powerful senior who taught your Frost Milk. Naoki nodded and said, yes, that happened about 7 or 8 years ago. At that time, I was traveling around the world and met a mysterious trainer in a forest. That person taught me some knowledge about raising Pokemon, and later I used them to raise Frosty. Huh? In that case, that person must be Motor Mask? Naoki opened his eyes wide, pretending to be enlightened, and used his superb acting skills. So envious. The innocent boys were very envious. They didn't see anything wrong, but longed. It would be great if I could meet Mr. Motorcycle Mask. However, the girl always felt that something was wrong. Maybe it was a woman's sixth sense. Seeing that Mr. Naoki seemed to have something to do, she took her companions and said goodbye. But the 3 did not leave, but asked around in the town. Finally, they successfully found out that there was an uncle in the town who would go to Naoki Ranch to collect the goods at around 5 p.m. every day. Just ask that uncle and you know, said the girl. Ask him if he can see Mr. Naoki when he goes to Naoki Ranch to collect the goods, and then they get the answer. The three of them soon found Zack moving boxes onto a truck in the market. After hearing the purpose of the three trainers' visit, Zack, who was wearing a shirt and a towel around his neck, took a deep puff of his cigarette and asked in confusion, "Will Naoki be at the ranch at 5 p.m.? Yeah." The boys and girls nodded. Of course. Zack clearly remembered that when he went to collect the goods in those days, Naoki personally handed the goods to him, and also directed Gorilla and Motor Lizard to help move the goat milk to his car. Hey, Naoki is really honest. Zack waved his hand and grinned. He stays in the ranch with Pokemon all day, and at most he went out to participate in an agricultural exchange, but that was several years ago. It's impossible for him to go to the Alola region. I see. The girl thanked Zack earnestly. Thank you very much, Uncle. The three said goodbye to Zack, and went to a coffee shop on the corner to exchange useful information. It seems that our guess is completely wrong. Mr. Naoki is not the mysterious motorcycle mask. Ah, what a pity. I thought we would be the first to discover the true identity of Motorcycle Mask. Forget it, the reason why Motorcycle Mask wears a mask is probably because he doesn't want to reveal his identity, right? In that case, let's not bother him. Sichin Town, Pokemon Center. Naoki got off Golden holding Little Lucky Egg, looked up at the sign of the Pokemon Center, and said to Little Lucky Egg, "This is it." Buku? Little Lucky Egg looked up curiously at the strange-shaped building. It recognized the sign. Isn't that the Pokeball for catching Pokemon? This is the Pokemon Center, a place dedicated to treating injured Pokemon. Naoki walked into the Pokemon Center while introducing Little Lucky Egg. In the morning, there were not many trainers bringing Pokemon to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Only some trainers, who stayed overnight, were having breakfast leisurely with their Pokemon. Miss Joy and her doll were standing behind the counter, sorting out the medical records of injured Pokemon. Seeing Naoki coming, the doll wearing a nurse's hat looked up and smiled kindly. Tabune. Miss Joy looked up when she heard the voice and was surprised to see Naoki. Naoki, why did you come here suddenly today? Is a Pokemon injured? No Pokemon is injured. Naoki looked down at the Little Lucky Egg in his arms. My Little Lucky Egg wants to be a Pokemon doctor and treat the Pokemon in the ranch, so I want to bring it here to visit and see the work of real doctors and nurses. Miss Joy's face was full of realization. I see. She also looked at the Little Lucky Egg and said gently, "What a kind Pokemon. In that case, leave it to me and Almost Doll." Tabune Almost Doll also showed the same gentle smile on her face. Buku? Little Lucky Egg looked over curiously. Go, let Almost Doll and Miss Joy introduce you to the work of a doctor. Naoki put Little Lucky Egg down. Almost Doll walked forward, took the Little Lucky Egg with him, and then took it to visit the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy followed behind. Mr. Naoki, can you come too? Excuse me. Naoki followed with Gulton. The real Pokemon Center is almost the same as the Pokemon Center in the anime. It is not only a hospital for Pokemon treatment, but also a comprehensive facility integrating inpatient department, restaurant, guest room and lounge. Just like in the anime, passing trainers can enjoy the services of Pokemon treatment, food and accommodation here for free. Some seriously injured Pokemon will also be placed in the ward for infusion and observation until they fully recover. There are several sleepy Pokemon lying there in the ward receiving infusion. Little Lucky Egg looked inside through the window. Miss Joy introduced it. Those are Pokemon that need treatment. They are seriously injured. But by the way, why do you want to be a doctor, Little Lucky Egg? Tabune? Almost All helped Miss Joy transfer this sentence to Little Lucky Egg. Buku. Xiao Fudan's idea was simple. Buku. Because those Pokemon need help. Tabune. Almost All agreed with Xiao Fudan's answer. Miss Joy also saw what Xiao Fudan meant, and she continued, but it's very hard to become a real Pokemon doctor. She gave examples one after another. In addition to taking care of injured Pokemon, you also need to learn a lot of knowledge, such as identifying the types of medicines, observing the status of injured Pokemon to confirm their conditions, and then prescribing the right medicine. This is very important. If the wrong medicine is used, it will not only fail to heal, but will aggravate the injury and put the patient in danger. In addition, as a doctor, you must also work hard to train yourself, sing to make the painful Pokemon fall asleep, and use healing waves to heal them. Buku! Because Naoki had already told it about these things on the way here, the little Fakuden didn't feel troubled at all, but was full of fighting spirit. It doesn't matter. Yesterday, Babu told it not to worry. If it encounters an injury that cannot be treated, it can go to the prop store to get some holy ash. In that way, no matter how serious the injury of Pokemon is, it can recover immediately. Good, you are very determined. Miss Joy admired the hard-working little Foodon very much. She took the little Foodon on a tour, and then took out a few books from her room and gave them to Naoki. These are the notes and experiences I made during my training at the nursing academy. Naoki, you can tell them to the little Foodon. In addition, my almost doll can also help. If you have time, you can bring little Lucky Egg to the Pokemon Center after 5 p.m. every day. Almost doll will teach it some Pokemon nurse experience. Thank you very much. Naoki reached out and took the notebooks from Miss Joy. He decided to give Miss Joy a few bags of watermelons and other crops as a favor to thank her for her help. Chapter 528. Orange fruit can be used to restore physical strength. Cherry fruit can relieve paralysis caused by electric attribute Pokemon and paralysis powder, and peach fruit juice can remove the poison on Pokemon. The pungent smell of the zero residue fruit can wake up Pokemon that have fallen into a sleeping state, and if you want to remove the burns on Pokemon, you need to use this blueberry fruit. In the living room, Naoki took out a bag of tree fruits that he had prepared in advance, placed them on the table one by one, and introduced the types and functions of these tree fruits to Xylophudin in order from left to right. Little Foodon held the round stone in his arms, and listened very carefully. Naoki looked at it and asked, "Have you remembered everything?" "Buku." Little Foodon nodded his head repeatedly. "Very good, then I will test you next." After that, Naoki mixed the fruits together to interrupt their order. After a while, Naoki put the rearranged fruits in a row. Little Foodon stared with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Do you still remember the name of this fruit?" Naoki asked, picking up a pink peach fruit. "Buku." Xylophudin tentatively answered, "Buku?" Naoki, Good, I can't remember it at all. This is the peach fruit. When a Pokemon is poisoned, just feed them this fruit to remove the poison. Naoki patiently introduced it again. The detoxifying peach fruit. Xylophudin's face was full of enlightenment, now it remembered it. "Then let's do it again." Naoki put the peach fruit into the pile of tree fruits again and mixed them. Then, he introduced the types of these tree fruits to Xylophudin from left to right. Xylophudin stared at the peach fruit without blinking, and kept chanting in his heart, "Peach fruit, peach fruit, peach fruit, detoxification, detoxification, detoxification." Naoki originally wanted to continue testing the name and effect of Xylophudin's peach fruit. As a result, he suddenly noticed the way Xylophudin stared at the peach fruit, so he moved his hand halfway to the other side and picked up a round cherry fruit. "Do you remember the name of this fruit?" Seeing this, little Fakuden was stunned. "Buku." Naoki gave it an encouraging look. Little Fakuden answered uncertainly, "Buku? The orange fruit for treating frostbite?" Naoki was very helpless, but still explained patiently. The limu fruit is used to treat frostbite, and the orange fruit is used to help weak Pokemon replenish their physical strength. Buku. Little Fakuden was about to cry, because it suddenly felt like a not very smart Pokemon. Seeing the helpless expression of Naoki in front of him, Xylophudin finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Naoki, Okay, don't cry. Since you can't remember it all at once, let's just learn one kind of fruit a day. If you keep doing this, you can remember all these fruits in less than a month. Naoki comforted. Xylophudin stopped crying and looked up. "Buku. Is it really okay?" Naoki nodded and said, "Of course, for example, today, you only need to remember the name and function of this cherry fruit." As he said that, he handed the cherry fruit to Xylophudin. Xylophudin held the cherry fruit and blinked. The cherry fruit tastes spicy. If Pokemon eats it, the spicy taste will stimulate the paralyzed muscles of Pokemon, achieving the effect of fighting poison with poison, allowing them to regain vitality. Naoki introduced. "Buku." Xylophudin nodded seriously, indicating that he remembered it. "Very good, then you carry the cherry fruit with you today and act with it," Naoki said. "Buku." After that, Naoki got up and went to the farmland to weed. The temperature has been rising recently, causing a lot of weeds to grow in the fields. If they are not removed, the weeds will compete with the crops in the fields for nutrients in the soil. And Xylophudin walked around in the pasture holding the cherry fruit. As it walked, it murmured, "Buku buku." Cherry fruit can remove paralysis. Cherry fruit can remove paralysis. This appearance of it attracted the attention of many Pokemon in the pasture. When little Lucky Egg strolled near the chicken coop, Babu Tubo, who was sitting on the roof wiping his hammer, looked over in confusion. "Bamo? What are you doing?" Little Lucky Egg raised his head and answered loudly, "Buku. I'm learning about tree fruits, Babu Tubo. Do you know that cherry fruit can cure paralysis in Pokemon?" Bamo. Babutubo really didn't know about this matter. It seems that it has never been paralyzed. At this time, little Pokemon suddenly remembered something. Wait, what does paralysis mean? It asked loudly. Buku. Bubble, what is paralysis? This question is known to Bubble. It answered happily. Bam mum. I know. It is an abnormal state that can make Pokemon unable to move. I have a move that can do it. Bubble was happy that he could help little Pokemon. After hearing this, little Lucky Egg began to think seriously. It is not enough to just know the name and function of the berries, because if you don't know what kind of injury the Pokemon has suffered, even if you know those things, they can't play a role. So, in addition to learning about berries, it also needs to know what paralysis, sleep, and burns look like. But how can I know? Little Lucky Egg couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon, it came up with a good idea. If it had suffered that kind of injury, and then ate the corresponding berries to detoxify, would it be able to remember it clearly? The more little Lucky Egg thought about it, the more he thought it was a good idea. So he looked up and shouted to the Babutubo on the roof. Buku! Babutubo, use that move that paralyzes Pokemon on me. Bamo? Babutubo was shocked, and thought he had heard it wrong. He asked uncertainly, Bamo? What? Little Lucky Egg repeated it excitedly. Buku! I want to enter the paralysis state, so I know what paralysis looks like. It seemed to be excited that it had come up with a great idea. Babutubo was very hesitant. Bamo! But I will feel uncomfortable if I look like that. Xiaofudon shook his head vigorously. His eyes were very determined. Buku! It is not afraid. Besides, Naoki also gave it a beautiful round stone. It will not let Naoki down. Babutubo felt Xiaofudon's determination. Looking at Xiaofudon's appearance, Babutubo remembered the experience when he was still a little Budo, and came to the ranch to be rescued and adopted by Naoki. At that time, it was also like Xiaofudon, very grateful to Shishu, and wanted to do something for Shishu. That's right, whether it was Xiaofudon or it, they were the same. Thinking of this, Babutubo patted his chest and promised, Bamo! In that case, let it be. Babutubo flew down from the roof of the chicken coop, and a weak yellow electric current rushed out of its body, in the form of electromagnetic waves, and quickly rushed to Xiaofudon's body. The next second, Xiaofudon felt that his body had turned into a big stone, lost control, and could not even feel the existence of his limbs. Boo! Coo! Xiaofudon tried hard to hold on. It looked at its body, and saw a weak yellow electric current occasionally gushing out from its body, and appearing on its surface. Is this the feeling of paralysis? Xiaofudon suddenly had an epiphany. It turned out that a weak electric current would appear on the body of a paralyzed Pokemon. Bamo? Babutubo looked at Xiaofudon with some concern. It had tried hard to hold back its strength and control the electric current, so that it would not hurt Xiaofudon. Xiaofudon did not answer immediately. It looked at the cherry fruit that fell on the ground and said, Boo Buku! Babutubo looked at the cherry fruit, then looked at Xiaofudon, and soon understood what it meant. It quickly picked up the cherry fruit, and fed it to Xiaofudon. As the cherry fruit was eaten, Xiaofudon felt the numbness in his body gradually dissipate, and he felt the existence of his limbs again, and his hands and feet could move freely. Buku! Little Fudon looked down at his palm in disbelief. So this is what paralysis feels like. He remembered it. He also remembered the appearance and function of the cherry fruit. Little Fudon was particularly happy that he had made a breakthrough in learning about tree fruits. He decided to continue and try the abnormal states of burns, poisoning, sleep, freezing, and confusion. 3 minutes later, Little Fudon quietly returned to the living room under the leadership of Babutubo. Because Little Fudon decided to give Naoki a surprise after he had learned all the knowledge about tree fruits, they did not tell Naoki, but chose to act secretly. When Naoki asks a question next time, it will be able to answer fluently. Naoki will be surprised by then, and the Pokemon will be excited just thinking about it. Buku! Little Fakuden is looking forward to that scene. Babutubo flew to the fireplace and called out to his good friend. After a while, the lava worm crawled over from the other end of the pipe, crawled into the fireplace, and looked at Babutubo happily. Woo! Bamo Bamo! Babutubo introduced Xiaofudon's plan in detail to Lava Worm. After listening, Lava Worm happily agreed. It turned to look at Xiaofudon and motioned him to stretch out his hand. Woo! Buku? Xiaofudon stretched out his hand, and as soon as he touched the body of Lava Worm, he felt a burning pain coming from his hand. The feeling of being burned made Xiaofudon subconsciously withdraw his hand, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Buku! This sound attracted the attention of his brother Ai Guancher, who was cleaning on the other side. Brother AI Guancher came over with a broom to check the situation. He saw the burn on Xiao Fudan's hand and immediately turned around to give medicine. However, Xiao Fudan called him to stop. Buku! Brother AI Guancher stopped, a little puzzled. Xiao Fudan took out Naoki's bag of berries and looked for berries to treat burns. Xiao Fudan ate one and found that the pain on his body did not ease, so he continued to eat the next berry. Soon, when a blue berry went into his mouth, Xiao Fudan felt that the burn on his hand was immediately relieved. Buku! It's definitely this fruit. The elder brother AI Guancher looked at this scene in confusion. The Babu Tubo beside him explained the current situation to it. Bamo bamo. Xiao Fudan is secretly learning knowledge and wants to give Naoki a surprise, so he can't know yet. You can't tell anyone. The elder brother AI Guancher, AI. Of course he won't tell anyone, but there is more than one Pokemon in the living room now. Babu Tubo seems to have heard the meaning of the elder brother AI Guancher's words. So several Pokemon turned their heads in unison and looked at the Bud Crown, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Bud Crown, Although he didn't look up, he still felt the gazes of several Pokemon over there. He was silent for a moment and said, I won't tell Naoki about this either. The Pokemon were relieved. The burn fruit was solved, and then Bubblehead and Little Lucky flew to the World Tree again and found Glacian basking in the sun at the Pokemon Guild. After hearing their intention, Glacian looked at Little Lucky Egg, but there was some worry in his eyes. Bew? That will hurt you. Little Lucky Egg patted his chest nonchalantly. Buku! It's okay, it's not afraid. At this time, the Queen Flower from the prop store passed by here. It accidentally heard the conversation of several Pokemon, so it interrupted and promoted the products in its store. Dafu, it doesn't matter if you get hurt. We have the holy ash left by the Phoenix King in our store. Seeing this, Glacian didn't say anything more. It mobilized the ice energy in its body, and used a freezing beam on the Little Lucky Egg. The ice energy with a cold aura instantly hit the Little Lucky Egg, and the hit part immediately began to freeze until the whole body of the Little Lucky Egg was frozen. Boy? Glacian looked at his masterpiece. Is there really no problem with this? Bubble Tubo didn't know. It tapped it lightly with its little hammer, and the ice on the Little Lucky Egg broke. The Little Lucky Egg inside was shivering while holding his arms. Babu Tubo immediately brought a pile of tree fruits and asked the Little Lucky Egg to find the fruit that could cure frostbite. However, the Little Lucky Egg ate one after another, but his body never got better. Oops, it's a bit dangerous. Babu Tubo saw that the Little Lucky Egg was getting weaker and weaker, and realized that it was not good. He quickly asked the prop shop owner, the Queen Flower, to get some holy ash. Queen Flower nodded quickly, then turned around and ran into the prop shop, and soon ran out with a bag of holy ash. It passed the holy ash to Babu Tubo, who then fed it to Xiao Fudan. As the holy ash was completely swallowed, Xiao Fudan immediately felt a warm current spreading from his body. Buku! His body suddenly became warm. The warm power spread from inside to outside, until the last trace of coldness in his body was dispelled, and Xiao Fudan felt as if he had endless strength. Good, so magical. The next second, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a strong and dazzling white light burst out from the body of the Little Lucky Egg. In the light, the appearance of the Little Lucky Egg changed rapidly. A moment later, a brand new Pokemon appeared in front of the Pokemon. It was a Pokemon with a pink egg-shaped body and short arms and tail. It had hair-like extensions on both sides of its head, and its lower part was fatter. A pocket appeared in its abdomen, which contained a large and round egg. The expression on the face of this Pokemon was very gentle. It looked happily at the Babu and Glacian beside it, and made a gentle and pleasant sound. Lucky. Chapter 529. Little Lucky Egg evolved into Jigglypuff. When Naoki got the news, he was completely stunned. Looking at the round Jigglypuff in front of him, he asked uncertainly, Little Lucky Egg? Didn't he let Little Lucky Egg carry the cherry fruit for a day? How did it suddenly evolve into Jigglypuff? Lucky. Jigglypuff made a happy cry, holding the egg in its arms, and softly explained to Naoki what had just happened. Lucky. Naoki. So in order to deepen your impression of the tree fruit, you took the initiative to put yourself in an abnormal state, and then used a specific tree fruit to treat it? Lucky. Jelly nodded gently. Seeing this, Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. This method is really simple and crude. Do you know them all? Naoki asked curiously. Jelly nodded, with a proud face. Lucky. Then, it introduced its learning process to Naoki. It found Babu Tubo, and asked Babu Tubo to use electromagnetic waves on it, and then use the power of cherry fruit to heal the paralysis. There are also lava worms burn, glacians freeze, Tyrannosaurus poison powder, and Venusaur's hypnotic powder. Now it has memorized all the knowledge of tree fruits. Lucky? Jilin looked at Naoki expectantly. That expression seemed to ask Naoki if he was good enough. Naoki smiled and nodded, saying, "Very impressive, but if you want to enter the next stage of learning, you still need to pass my test." Chicken Egg immediately said that there was no problem. So Naoki returned to the room and took out the berries to test the berries again. Unexpectedly, the berries answered all the questions correctly this time. Not only can it recognize the names of the berries and distinguish the effects of the berries, but it can also tell the feeling and appearance changes of Pokemon when they fall into abnormal states. For example, if a Pokemon falls into a paralysis state, its body will become stiff, and a trace of electricity will occasionally appear on the surface. Hearing these words, Naoki nodded with satisfaction. But there is one more thing to note. There are two types of paralysis. One is the electric shock paralysis you know now, and the other is the powder paralysis used by grass-type Pokemon. If the Pokemon is hit by paralysis powder, there will be no electricity on the Pokemon's body, but it will be difficult to move. You must learn to distinguish between these two types. Lucky. Gilbert listened very seriously, and decided to go back and find Butterfree to try again. Congratulations, Gilbert, you have successfully passed the test, and now you have become an intern doctor, Naoki said. He stood up, went to the bedroom and took out a nurse's hat and a medical bag with a cross logo. Lucky. Gilbert recognized at a glance that it was the same nurse's hat and backpack as the doll. He was very excited. Now he wanted to be a Pokemon doctor who helped others like the doll. This is the hat and medical kit I prepared for you. You can carry it on your body and put unused medicines and berries in it. In this way, if you encounter Pokemon that are injured or need help in the future, you can provide them with help, Naoki said. Lucky. Jinky took the medical kit, and Naoki helped it put the hat on its head. Okay, starting today, you can start the next learning, Naoki said. That is to go to the Pokemon Center, follow Miss Joy and Almost Doll to receive visiting trainers, and learn how to take care of Pokemon. Lucky. Jilin's eyes were full of fighting spirit. That afternoon, Jili went to the Pokemon Center and began to further study under the guidance of Miss Joy and Almost Doll. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Potty Alliance, a fierce battle was going on here. I looked at the challenger on the opposite side with a smile. It was a woman wearing a cape and a blue dress. She had long blue hair, and her words and actions gave people a sense of elegance and neatness. Oh my, the competition has entered a white-hot stage. I smiled slightly. Your strength is really not to be underestimated. You actually pushed me to this point, but I am very happy that the Padilla region can welcome talents like you. Come on, defeat me, and you can be promoted to the champion level. At this time, both sides only had the last Pokemon left. Looking at the smiling and powerful woman opposite, Xiaochun couldn't help but smile. It's rare to meet a trainer like you. Xiaochun's eyes suddenly changed, but I'm Xiaochun, the strongest dragon envoy in the world. No matter who the opponent is, I will go all out. Go Dragonite. After that, Xiaochun threw the Pokeball in his hand with force. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a very strong Dragonite that was cultivated appeared on the battlefield. Dragonite. This Pokemon reminds me of an old friend. Yusi's mind flashed with Naoki's image, and she couldn't help but complain. Although that person has captured a lot of Dragonites, he rarely lets them fight Pokemon. Instead, he sends all of them out to help him deliver goods. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. I didn't continue the topic. Then, for the last battle, I will also go all out. Go, Crystal Flower. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon with a shape like an open flower and dark blue petals appeared opposite Dragonite. 5 minutes later, Crystal Flower fell to the ground. The referee outside the field blew the whistle and announced the result of the battle. Crystal Flower has lost its ability to fight. This battle was won by the challenger Xiaochun from the Johto region. Xiaochun was not too surprised by this result. She looked down at her Rotom phone. In this way, she would have the qualifications to challenge the strongest mysterious trainer in the Padilla region. I was not frustrated at all because of losing the battle. She put her hands together with a smile on her face. Congratulations, Xiao Chun, you passed the Padilla region champion challenge, and now you are a champion level trainer. Xiao Chun, who had no intention of joining the Padilla Alliance, She was silent for a moment, and finally declined Yusi's invitation. Because she is not only the descendant of the Yulong family, but also the gym leader of the Yinma gym in the Johto region. You see, I was very disappointed about this. But she didn't say much, but smiled and said, "The Padilla Alliance welcomes you to join at any time." After leaving the Padilla Alliance headquarters, Xiao Chun called her cousin Adu with a Rotom phone. Soon, the call was connected, and Adu's handsome and resolute face appeared on the screen. "What's wrong?" Du asked. He was currently on an infiltration mission. An investigator from the Kanto League discovered the location of a rocket team base. He was going to sneak in to investigate by disguising himself. Xiaochun replied, "I have collected 8 badges from the Padilla League, passed the championship challenge, and now I am qualified to challenge that person." "I know." Du recalled the battle at the Unova dinner that year, was silent for a moment, and then said, "He is very strong. He is not only good at Dragon Attribute Pokemon, but also very good at other Attribute Pokemon. Pay attention, that Dragonite is very good at the Storm and Thunder tactics. For a Dragonite, this tactic is the simplest and easiest to use. In stormy weather, it greatly increases the hit rate of Thunder. Once hit, except for some Pokemon that are immune to Thunder and Lightning, Pokemon of other attributes will be severely damaged. In theory, this tactic is easy to crack and deal with, but that person's Dragonite seems to be different from other people's Dragonites. His Dragonite is very good at using rain and storms, and can change the weather in almost an instant. This also resulted in the opponent being unable to seize the weather, and could only watch the Dragonite stir up an exaggerated storm, turning the entire battlefield into its domain." Hearing her cousin's description, Xiaochun was slightly stunned and asked incredulously, "Is it that exaggerated?" Du nodded seriously, and he imagined it for a while, and described it. "Do you know about typhoons? The storm created by the Dragonite is like being in a typhoon." Xiaochun naturally knew about typhoons. Her Dragonite had used typhoons to practice before it evolved into Dragonite. However, although Dragonite is a flying Pokemon, it wants to use its wings to create a storm comparable to a typhoon. Even her cousin Adu can't do that. Xiaochun's expression was solemn, and she was extremely shocked. How powerful was that Dragonite? What's more terrifying is that he had more than one Dragonite. Xiaochun clearly remembered that there were many Dragonites in his ranch at that time. In comparison, where is the real Dragon Sanctuary? Fortunately, the trainer was alone and had no family, otherwise, they might have taken away the name of the Yulong family. They would have become a pirated Yulong family. However, fighting with that person might give you some insights and help you improve your strength. Seeing that Xiaochun looked a little strange, Du thought she was worried and continued. Xiaochun put away the strange thoughts in her heart and said seriously, "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Du continued to perform the task of the investigator, and glided into the base with his Dragonite from a ventilation duct at a high speed. Xiaochun experienced the local Angry Parrot flying taxi in Padilla and took the taxi to the destination of this trip, Zichin Town. The Angry Parrot flying taxi slowly moved forward in the clear blue sky, and large white clouds floated overhead from time to time. Xiaochun stared at the surrounding scene in a daze, and the whole person was rarely quiet. The sky in the Padilla area is very blue, and the people are also great. Compared with her hometown of Johto, everything here is very safe and peaceful. There is no rocket team, no evil organization, and no Pokemon hunters who steal Pokemon. Xiaochun had never encountered these things during this journey. It would be great if the Johto region could be like the Padilla region, Xiaochun couldn't help thinking. Unconsciously, Xiaochun fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, the driver in front of her turned back with a kind smile and said to her, "Dear guest, we have arrived at Zichin Town. Please take your carry-on luggage, and don't leave anything behind." Xiaochun nodded to the driver, and then got off the car. What came into view was a very beautiful seaside town. Of course, it would be better if there were no buildings under construction. Xiaochun could see that the town was developing rapidly. Perhaps in a few years, this place would develop from a small town into a more advanced and technological city. Xiaochun opened the Rotom phone and checked the map, but she did not find the landmark of Naoki Ranch on it. In desperation, she could only ask the locals. "What? Naoki Ranch? Are you going there to find Naoki too?" An old man opened his eyes and grinned. Xiaochun was slightly stunned. "Also, besides me, have many people been there?" The old man nodded. "Of course, Naoki Ranch is a very famous place in our town of Zichin. The owner there is a very powerful trainer, and the Moo Moo milk and life goat milk produced by the ranch are all top-notch, and they are exported to the Hoenn region on the other side of the sea." "Xiaochun, excuse me, which direction should I go to get there?" "Oh, just go straight along the country road after leaving the town, and Naoki Ranch is at the end of the road." The uncle pointed in a direction and said, "Okay, Thank you very much. Xiaochun thanked him politely. Then, she said goodbye to the uncle, and took out a pokeball from her waist. With a flash of white light, a Dragonite appeared on the street. Xiaochun turned over and rode on it, pointing to the front and said to Dragonite, Dragonite, go there. Awoo! Dragonite nodded, flapped its wings, and flew forward. Xiqing town was gradually left behind, and a large forest and grassland appeared in front. At the end of the road, Xiaochun saw a large ranch. That should be Naoki Ranch. However, at this moment, Dragonite under Xiaochun seemed to sense something and suddenly became alert. Huh? Xiaochun was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Before the Dragonites could speak, Xiaochun felt a series of black shadows appear above her head. A strong wind blew past, blowing her cloak up and down, rustling. Xiaochun looked up and saw a large group of Dragonites flying over her head. The Dragonites had a uniform small bag around their necks and goggles on their heads, looking like employees trained by a training company. Seeing this scene, Xiaochun was stunned for a moment. Dragonite, so many Dragonites, and those Dragonites seemed to have noticed them and lowered their altitude. After a while, Xiaochun was surrounded by a large group of Dragonites dressed as couriers. The Dragonites' eyes kept wandering around her and the Dragonites under her, their big eyes full of curiosity, and some of them scratched their heads with their chubby claws in confusion, because they had never seen this Dragonite on Dragonite Island before. Is this Dragonite from outside? And Xiaochun subconsciously opened her eyes wide. Wow, so many! Xiaochun was completely shocked. Chapter 530. Xiaochun had never seen so many Dragonites at the same time. When she was stared at by the big eyes of the Dragonites dressed as couriers, she was stunned. It was not until the group of Dragonites put away their curiosity, turned around and flew towards the ranch that Xiaochun's tense heart was slightly relieved. Xiaochun, who had been dealing with Dragon Attribute Pokemon for many years, could feel that the group of Dragonites had no ill will towards them, but were simply curious. Xiaochun cast his eyes towards the ranch, and then said to the Dragonite under him, Dragonite, let's go too. Awoo! Dragonite responded, then leaned over and rushed out. Soon, it came to the top of the ranch with its trainer. In the sight, the group of Dragonites that arrived first had landed smoothly and dispersed. Some Dragonites found a shady place to sit on the ground, and took out a Pofin box from somewhere, eating Pofin with relish, looking very leisurely. Some Dragonites had Rotom phones floating in front of them, and those Dragonites were talking to the Rotom phones with a wow, and some Dragonites ran into a building, took out some bottles of fresh milk from it, and stuffed them into their shoulder bags, and then flapped their dragon wings and flew away. At this time, Xiaochun saw a tall man walking out of the room. The man was followed by a mysterious Pokemon with a strong physique and a wild aura. The Pokemon had a pair of fascinating golden pupils, and scarlet scales all over its body. Under the scales were terrifying muscles. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, one could feel the explosive power contained in it. Xiaochun felt an extremely strong dragon breath from the Pokemon. This made her realize one thing instantly, that this trainer is also an expert in using Dragon Attribute Pokemon. There are no bad people who like dragons. Xiaochun's eyes lit up. Although she was very excited, she still kept a basic calm on her face, and let Dragonite land in this ranch. Aww! Naoki, who was helping Dragonite load the goods, suddenly heard the cry of Golden. What's wrong, Golden? Naoki asked while turning around. The next second, he saw a Dragonite that he had never seen before landed in his ranch. Then, a tall figure jumped down from Dragonite and landed steadily on the grass. Naoki heard the man say to him respectfully, Senior, I am Xiaochun from Yanma City in the Johto region. I heard your name and came here to visit you. Hearing this name, Naoki was slightly stunned. Xiaochun? Did he hear it right? Isn't that Adu's cousin, the owner of Yanma Gym? Yanma City? Are you from the Yulong family? Naoki looked at the Dragonite next to Xiaochun and asked casually. Xiaochun was startled. She had never expected that the other party would guess her origins at once. How did this senior know that? What surprised Xiaochun even more was the aura of a hermit master revealed by the other party. Senior, you have good eyesight. Xiaochun nodded. Naoki, He was a little uncomfortable looking at Xiaochun's respectful look, but Xiaochun in the anime seemed to be like this. Born in the dragon family, she loves Dragon Attribute Pokemon deeply, can understand the feelings of Dragon Attribute Pokemon, and calm down angry Dragon Attribute Pokemon. And Xiaochun respects the strong who use Dragon Attribute Pokemon, such as her cousin Adu, the gym master of Shuanglong City in the Unova region, and other trainers who are proficient in Dragon Attribute Pokemon. What are you doing here? Naoki asked. I have collected 8 badges in the Padilla region and passed the champion assessment. Xiaochun said bluntly. The chief said that I now have the qualifications to fight you, so I want to challenge you to a dragon duel. Naoki was stunned on the spot. The owner of the Yinma gym came all the way to the Padilla region, collected 8 badges, and passed the championship test, and spent so much effort just to have a Pokemon battle with him. Xiaochun is exaggerating. I know. Naoki exhaled helplessly. Xiaochun spent so much effort to fight him, he couldn't let him come in vain. In that case, let's have a fight. Hearing this, Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and a serious look appeared between her eyebrows. Senior, please give me more advice. If I'm not mistaken, you probably just want to fight my dragon Pokemon, right? Naoki asked as he led Tsubaki to the battle area. Tsubaki nodded. Yes, it would be best to have a 6v6 dragon battle. Naoki, 6v6. This means he has to send out 6 dragon Pokemon. But the Pokemon that can really be considered as battle Pokemon in the ranch are only Modali, Goltron, and Dragonite, if you don't count Dragonite and Giratina. I currently only have 3 Dragon Attribute Pokemon that can be used in battle, Naoki said. Although Xiaochun felt a little regretful, she thought that this was already very good. If she tried her best, her Pokemon might really be able to get a big improvement in the battle. Thinking of this, Xiaochun nodded and said, then please. Naoki nodded, and then asked Gillerton to call Modalizard and Dragonite over. After a while, all 3 Pokemon arrived and stood in a row behind Naoki. Xiaochun's eyes swept over the 3 Pokemon. The one on the far left was a motorbike. She had encountered this Pokemon before on the way to the gym challenge, but it was a wild one. And Naoki's motorbike looked ordinary, and didn't seem to be his main Pokemon. Standing in the middle was a Dragonite. This Dragonite should be the one that Adu mentioned that could seize the weather. Seize the weather? In that case, she would borrow the weather that the other party called out later. Xiaochun decided to use it for herself. Xiaochun heard Naoki call the Pokemon standing on the far right Goltron. Xiaochun's dragon intuition told her that the Pokemon named Goltron was very dangerous. Its dragon aura was the strongest among the 3 Pokemon, and its strength was probably the strongest. In that case, she would use that Pokemon first. Xiaochun threw a Pokeball into the air. A white light flashed, and a Pokemon with a ferocious expression and fierce eyes fell to the ground. Swoosh. Seeing that the 2 were ready, the elder brother Ai Guancher, who was acting as the referee, immediately blew the whistle in his hand. The first match of the Dragon Showdown, Motorcycle Lizard vs. Gyarados. Gyarados, Dragon Dance. At the beginning of the battle, Xiaochun waved his hand and chose a more stable and conservative style of play. Seeing this scene, Naoki also said to Motorcycle Lizard, shift gears. On the field, Gyarados danced a fierce war dance, and the tire on Motorcycle Lizard's chest began to spin at high speed in the white light. Before Gyarados' war dance was over, Motor Lizard had already successfully changed gears. Dragon Claw. Motor Lizard immediately flew out, and a strong purple light emerged from its huge claws. The light turned into a pair of huge dragon claws, and swung towards Gyarados. It happened that Gyarados' dragon dance was completed at this time, and Xiaochun immediately ordered, Water Tail, interrupted. However, before she finished her words, Motor Lizard's dragon claws hit Gyarados, leaving 3 clear claw marks on its chest. The Gyarados was furious in pain. It swung its huge tail, and a huge amount of water energy spread upwards, causing a huge wave of waves. Get out of the way! At Naoki's command, the Motorcycle Lizard quickly pulled back. Gyarados' water tail hit the ground hard. What a fast speed! Xiaochun was a little surprised. However, the next second, the Motorcycle Lizard rushed towards Gyarados again, wrapped its tail with dragon energy, and swept towards Gyarados fiercely. Gyarados also swung its huge and tough tail. The next second, the 2 tails collided, and a fierce splash of water burst out. The huge force continued to collide and blend, and finally turned into a sky full of water and burst out, just like rain. Gyarados let out a heavy gasp. As the messenger of dragon, Xiaochun naturally knew what dragon attribute Pokemon feared the most. So she ordered without hesitation, Gyarados, freeze Fong. Motor Lizard, crazy volt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The high-speed rotating gears emitted a sizzling electric current, and the yellow electric current immediately enveloped the entire body of the Motorcycle Lizard. The Motorcycle Lizard locked its eyes on the Gyarados in front of it, and the next second, it rushed out swiftly. As early as when Xiaochun saw the electric current coming out of the Motorcycle Lizard, she secretly said in her heart that it was not good. The Motorcycle Lizard actually used an electric attribute move, but it was too late. On the field, the two Pokemon collided with each other. Before Gyarados' frozen teeth could bite, a strong current rushed into its body in the next second. Electricity, flight, and water collided with each other, and a violent current swept across in an instant. Gyarados suddenly opened his eyes wide, and then lost his ability to fight in a strong stinging feeling. Xiaochun, Brother AI Butler came forward to check Gyarados' body, and then announced, AI letting Pokemon master more moves will enable them to have the ability to face more opponents. Naoki said. I lost. Xiaochun said that she didn't just lose because of the information gap, because compared with the motor lizard, Gyarados was too slow. Come back, Gyarados. Xiaochun put Gyarados back into the Pokeball, and then took out the second Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon that looked like a seahorse, with dragon horns on its head and scales shining with beautiful luster appeared in the battlefield. The name of the Pokemon emerged in Naoki's mind, Thorn Dragon. The final evolution of Inkhorn, and one of Tsubaki's signature Pokemon. Have you changed your Pokemon? Naoki said to Motorcycle. Motorcycle, come back, Dragonite, this battle is up to you. Gaw. Oh. The two Pokemon exchanged, Motorcycle returned to Naoki's back, and Dragonite flew to the battlefield, looking at the Thorn Dragonite with its big cute eyes. The second round of Dragon Duel, Dragonite versus Thorn Dragonite. At the beginning of the battle, Dragonite summoned a storm as usual. In an instant, the sky changed rapidly. A heavy rain fell from the originally clear sky, and a fierce wind blew in the air. The wind and the rain swept across the entire battlefield. Dragonite flapped its wings and stood firmly in the storm, as if it was not affected by the environment at all. Seeing this scene, the Thorn Dragon King showed vigilance. And Xiaochun also frowned. Du was right, this Dragonite did have a unique attainment in the move of praying for rain, so that the opponent could not compete with it for the weather. But it doesn't matter. King Thorn Dragon yawned. Xiaochun waved his hand, and ordered immediately. King Thorn Dragon yawned at Dragonite. Dragonite, who was full of energy, was immediately infected and began to become drowsy. Dragonite, you can't sleep, hold on. In a daze, Naoki's voice came from far away. Naoki. Dragonite didn't fall asleep. Did you resist the yawn? Xiaochun was a little surprised, but she didn't regret it, because her plan had succeeded. Dragon King, now is the time. While Dragonite is not fully awake, use the freezing beam. After the order was given, a beam of cold light condensed from Dragon King's mouth. The next second, the beam shot out, and the extreme coldness instantly froze the falling rain, and it blasted towards Dragonite with a fierce momentum. Dragonite, who was hit, woke up instantly because of the pain, and showed an extremely painful expression on his face. He couldn't even maintain his flight, and fell to the ground. The powerful freezing beam directly hit Dragonite hard. Seeing this, Naoki frowned slightly. Something is wrong. Why is the power of that freezing beam so strong? As if seeing his doubts, Xiaochun explained with a smile, my Dragonite's characteristic is Sniper. The Sniper characteristic, when the Pokemon's moves hit the vital point, the power will become more powerful. However, Dragonite was able to stand up after being hit by this move. Could its characteristic be multiple scales? Xiaochun guessed. Naoki sighed. It seems that we have to go all out. Then please give me your guidance, Senior. Xiaochun commanded loudly, Dragon King, use another freezing beam. Dragonite, storm. Naoki's voice sounded at the same time. Dragonite immediately flew into the air, flapped its wings, and created a strong storm. Instantly, the storm became more intense. The huge force generated by the airflow made it impossible for the Dragon King to even stand steadily. The freezing beam that had just condensed in its mouth was directly missed. Seeing this scene, Xiaochun realized that something was wrong. She looked at the terrifying storm in front of her, and a trace of fear rose in her heart. Is this the true strength of Senior Naoki? Xiaochun, who was shocked, hurriedly shouted, Sting Dragon King, hold your body. However, the next second, a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Xiaochun subconsciously raised her head, and saw a thick lightning bolt falling from the clouds. The strong electric light instantly engulfed the body of the Sting Dragon King. A huge storm swept in at the same time. Suddenly, the wind, rain, thunder and lightning blended with each other and complemented each other, producing an especially terrifying force. With a huge boom, the ground was split into a charred black color by lightning. After a while, the rainstorm gradually stopped. On the ground, only the charred Thorn Dragon King was left lying on the ground weakly, and his two eyes began to circle like mosquito coils.